Ancient 1 Chapter 931 to Chapter 984. The west mountain clears the snow, the sun and the moon rise above the mountains. East mountain smokes, borrowing wind and thunder from the nine heavens. A poem came out of Xianxia's mouth, and the silver blade in his hand made a crisp sound. A silver river descended from Jiutian, washing away all the dust and dirt, as if it was about to destroy the world and be reborn. Xianxia's expression was stern. He had seen through Xianxia's plan. He wanted to use brute force to break all laws, forcing him into his ultimate move. How can it be as you wish? Holding the halberd horizontally in front of him, the ancient Maha characters appeared one by one, circling around his body and forming a golden barrier. As long as he defended well, he would be able to win if the current situation continued, so he wasn't in a hurry. Tens of thousands of silver lights slashed down from the sky, striking the golden barrier one after another. Countless sounds of metal colliding rang out, and it sounded like the cries of thousands of birds. At this moment, the Tsutsumi powerhouses below all roared, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. They all soared into the sky, raising their aura to the extreme, burning their soul force, and rushed into the silver blade sea. Pung! 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 A large number of Emperor Wu powerhouses self-destructed, including many high-level Emperor Wu existences. Every explosion caused Xianxia to suffer a huge backlash. Even though he was a sect leader, he couldn't withstand this kind of torment. Xianxia flipped his left hand, and a crimson light rose. Xianxi's pupils shrank. Under the crimson light was a vermilion jade seal, on which were carved mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. At this moment, all of them manifested and flew around the jade seal. As for the bottom of the jade seal, it was completely flat, without any carvings. In Xianxia's hand, the jade seal turned into a palm strike, and a huge Mahakasayapa character appeared in the sky and spread out. Pung! Pung! Mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts all manifested, swallowing all the Tsutsumi powerhouses in all directions. Then, flipping the jade seal, Xianxia once again gathered a mouthful of true yuan, and blasted it towards the golden barrier where Xianxia was, the ancient Maha character and the silver world, two powerful forces stacked together. Ka! Ka! Crack, a shattering sound came from the golden sphere barrier. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She poured all her energy into her battle spear, but she still couldn't withstand it. Bang, with the crisp sound of glass falling, the entire golden spirit formation shattered, transforming into a myriad of fluorescent lights that slowly glowed in the night sky. They shone upon Xianxia's complexion, which was deathly pale. It's over, Xianxia. Xianxia snorted coldly and instantly charged forward. Gomong stabbed down, shattering the battle spear's defense. No! Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's cry of alarm rang out from the ground, his voice hoarse and loud. However, it was already too late. The Gomang silver blade had already pierced through Xianxia's body. The entire sky instantly fell silent. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Those Tsutsumi warriors were all standing there in a daze. After that, their figures became fainter and fainter until they disappeared one by one. When Xianxia heard Li Yunxiao's voice, her heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in her heart, but she couldn't tell why. As expected, it's still an illusion. There's no such thing as turning illusions into reality in this world. Xianxia thought to herself. Morongzhu's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Her eyes were hazy, as if they were about to close. The Gomang silver blade's power was enough to destroy the strongest physical body, and Morongzhu's was no exception. The blue light on his forehead was pulsing violently, as if it was about to be extinguished at any moment. Xianxia asked himself, is it all over? A calm voice suddenly rang out in his heart. It was emotionless, empty, and cold. Yes, it's all over. Ah. Xianxia took a deep breath and felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. When he looked down, he realized that there was a sharp weapon stabbed into his heart. It was his Gomang silver blade. That slash from before had been self-inflicted. How is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead as he felt a great pain in his heart. the aura that had once been at the peak of its power instantly dropped. The aura from Xianxia's body sent him flying far away, spraying a trail of blood in the air. The blue flower on Xianxia's forehead gradually grew bigger and covered the upper half of his face. It emitted an endless power, reversing time and space and traveling through the past to the present. Pfft! Xianxia stabilized his body and quickly pulled out the Gomeng silver blade. A pillar of blood spurted out, but he immediately stopped it with a few hand seals. With the strength of his physical body, he would be fine even if his heart had been pierced. However, his origin power had been depleted from the all-out attack, and coupled with the severe injuries on his body, he no longer had the strength to fight against Xianxia. What happened just now? I clearly stabbed into your body. Xianxia's face turned pale. The Gomeng silver blade's destructive power was extremely strong, and a large amount of it remained in his body, preventing him from recovering. Not only was his origin power greatly damaged, but his martial arts peak level was also beginning to waver, as if it was about to collapse. It's all over. Xianxia slowly raised his head, and his voice carried a trace of exhaustion. It seemed like that unpredictable move just now had exhausted all of his energy. The blue crystal flower slowly shrunk after releasing its extremely powerful mental energy, returning to its previous state. Raising his battle spear, he took a step forward and pointed it at Xianxia. Inside the altar, Xianxia looked like he was in extreme pain. He forcefully circulated his origin power to attack Emperor Wu, and finally caused the laws of heaven and earth to descend. It constantly attacked his golden body, and the indestructible golden body was also crumbling inch by inch. Xianxia, what are you doing? Inside the altar, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and suddenly asked in shock. Large amounts of blood burst out from Xianxia's body. All of his apertures were being broken under the laws of heaven and earth, and he was beginning to collapse. Xianxia forcefully endured the immense pain and stood up from the ground. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You have a crow's mouth, and you never say anything good. This time, you've really hit the nail on the head. I'm going to explode and die." Xianxia was shocked, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hold on, you must hold on. Don't forget, you're the peerless Emperor Wu, Gu Feiyong. Gu your sister. Why didn't you say that when you had a crow's mouth?" Xianxia's anger surged, and the sharpness in his eyes became more and more intense, colder and colder. At the same time, Xianxia also felt the chill that came from the depths of his soul. It was a completely unfamiliar and terrifying existence, like a peerless beast that was slowly awakening from its long slumber. "Xianxia, are you afraid of death?" Just when the two's emotions were unstable, Xianxia suddenly became extremely calm, and he asked this inexplicably. Xianxia was stunned, and said, "I'm an existence of a soul, and I've been dead for God knows how many years. What's there to be afraid of?" The corners of Xianxia's mouth slightly curled up, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Then play with me this once. If you die this time, your soul will scatter and scatter." Xianxia's heart shook, and suddenly, a powerful flame burned from the depths of his soul, and it became stronger and stronger. Xianxia was shocked, and he cried out, "Xianxia, you're crazy. You want to burn your own soul?" Xianxia's face flashed with madness, and he said fiercely, "Since I'm dead, it doesn't matter whether my soul exists or not." Xianxia's body trembled, and he said, "You've cultivated the great divine evolution technique, so you might have a chance to reincarnate again?" Xianxia lightly spat out 3 words and said, "There's no need." Xianxia's body couldn't help but tremble. On the one hand, burning his soul was extremely harmful to him, and on the other hand, the terrifying aura from the depths of his soul had finally rushed up without a care. The power in Xianxia's body rose crazily, and the souls of 2 lifetimes burned brightly in the karmic fire. Tsutsumi gradually woke up, and his eyes emitted a peerless ferocious light. "Little Yaya, be obedient. I could seal you in the past, and I can do the same now. Hurry up and stop. If your soul is destroyed, I will also cease to exist. That's why I told you to be obedient." An extremely sharp light shot out of Xianxia's eyes, and it mixed with the peerless ferocious light. An extremely strong mental strength instantly rushed out of the altar. Xianxia's halberd stabbed down from afar, and he seemed to have sensed something. He was suddenly shocked, and the blue light on his forehead suddenly shrank. After a brief moment of shock, the sharp light in Xianxi's hand stabbed down. If he didn't finish off Xianxia as soon as possible, there would definitely be more complications. Fish. Without any obstruction, the sharp light directly pierced through Xianxia's skull. Xianxia's fearful expression immediately froze, and his aura completely dissipated. There was no sign of life. Phew. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With the biggest problem solved, he had nothing to fear even if Tsutsumi were to awaken in Xianxia's body. What? Suddenly, Xianxi's pupils shrank, and he stared in front of him in shock. Xianxia's corpse, which was originally hanging on his halberd, had disappeared, and there was not a single drop of blood on the sharp light. Pfft! How is this possible? His illusion can actually fool me? Xianxia was suddenly shocked, and his face contorted in shock. He held his halberd horizontally in front of him, and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, an extremely strong mental strength came from the sky, and it seemed like it was about to materialize. It contained an endless roar and anger, and it wanted to crush everything. Xianxia was shocked, but he didn't panic. He held his halberd horizontally, and the ancient Maha character flew out, once again forming a golden barrier, and blocked the mental strength. But what shocked him was that the golden barrier was actually being crushed by the opponent's mental strength. You. Are you Xianxia or Tsutsumi? Xianxia was shocked, and he was uncertain. This mental strength was actually as strong as Tsutsumi's, but it didn't have the familiar aura of Tsutsumi, and it seemed to belong to Xianxia. In the distant sky above the altar, a figure gradually condensed, and with a single step, it was so close, yet so far away. Along with the figure, a poem slowly descended, and it said, 1,000 years of wind and clouds are all gone in a single smile, and 10,000 generations of Feiyang illuminate the past and present. On the altar, Xianxia stared at the figure with a complicated look in his eyes. Then, he swallowed some medicinal pills and sat down with his legs crossed. He formed a strange posture with his hands before him and began to regulate his breathing. The silver blade was equivalent to the chi of true spirit, wreaking havoc in his body. Not only was his heart on the brink of collapse, but even with the protection of a medicinal pill, his cultivation at the peak of martial arts was beginning to crumble. Even if he managed to survive today, it would be difficult for him to return to the peak of martial arts. In the distant sky, Xianxia was shocked and exclaimed, Xianxia? With your current strength, how can you suppress Tsutsumi's will? There's no need to know about someone who's about to die. Xianxia's figure appeared. His face was ferocious and terrifying as he came with the determination to die. His demonic eyes seemed to have traversed time and space as he stared at his old enemy. Two completely different gazes and expressions faced each other in the sky. Xianxi's expression grew colder as he said in a cold voice, even if Tsutsumi awakens, how can you resist me with your current strength? A mantis trying to stop a chariot, mayfly trying to shake a tree. He pointed his finger forward and the golden barrier was instantly broken. The spear turned into a sharp light and slashed down from the sky. Even if Xianxia possessed Tsutsumi's power, there was still an insurmountable gap in his cultivation. Xianxia was not afraid. Instead, he looked at the awakened Tsutsumi with excitement and laughed, haha, very good, you've saved me a lot of trouble. Xianxia's expression was terrifyingly calm. A strange pattern appeared in his eyes like two blazing suns as he softly uttered, I sorcery, sun burial. Under the gaze of the pair of eyes, the golden light slash seemed to burn for a moment. It gradually disappeared in the sky before it could reach the body. It was directly erased by the eye technique. You have some skill. Xianxi's expression changed, but she still sneered, you're too naive to think that you can kill me with just a little eye technique before reaching the end of the martial path. The battle spear was raised high, and the ancient Maha character was revolving above it. The blue light on Xianxi's forehead blossomed, and the entire heaven and earth began to rotate, all under the control of his spiritual force. The blue light on his forehead flickered like an eye, and the power of the rotation of heaven and earth changed accordingly. It was as if two giants stepped in and began to grab Xianxia's body, wanting to completely tear him into pieces. At the same time, the halberd gave off a terrifying golden light that pierced through the air. Although Xianxia was on the altar, he was also drawn into the illusion. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. Even if he recovered to his peak condition and fought again, he might not be able to win against such a godly spiritual attack, coupled with the sharp light of the battle spear and Murongzhu's peak strength of 9 stars. His face was filled with worry. He was afraid that the two of them would be in danger today. Li Yunxiao's body became extremely distorted under the influence of this godly spiritual force, as if he was about to be smashed into meat paste at any time. His only means of attack was Tsutsumi, who was also the only existence that could challenge Xianxia. As for the other attacks, he would basically die if he took one hit. No matter what, he could not allow any of them to land on his body. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and the pupils in his eyes turned into several hexagons that overlapped with each other. The surrounding space also changed according to the changes in his pupils, and like doors, they opened in the distorted heaven and earth. Eye technique, godless. Li Yunxiao's body immediately became indistinct within the doors, as if he was no longer under the sky. Tianxi's expression changed. He had used his spiritual force to rotate the heaven and earth in order to lock Li Yunxiao's Tsutsumi power, so that he could not use his eye technique to evade his attack. However, he did not expect that his opponent would be able to open up a space under his spiritual force. In this contest between him and Tsutsumi, he had already lost. Damn it! How could this be? Tsutsumi's spiritual force is even higher than mine? This reality was hard for Tianxia to accept, and his expression became extremely ugly. Although he needed Tsutsumi to recover his strength for him to use, he could not surpass him in terms of strength. Little did he know that this was all because of Li Yunxiao's burning of his soul. His soul, which had lived 2 lives, was also once a peak 9th tier existence. Under the power of hellfire, it slowly burned, and with Tsutsumi's full cooperation, and after the battle with Jiang Churen, Tianxi's yuan qi and spiritual force had been greatly depleted. Under such circumstances, in terms of illusion techniques, he could no longer compare to the current Li Yunxiao. Kaboom! The sharp light from the halberd slashed across the door, and the golden light directly penetrated the power of illusion, shaking Li Yunxiao out. Pooh! Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. If it was just in terms of illusion techniques, he could suppress Tianxia, but the sharp light from the halberd, and the realm that had seen the end of the martial way, when all of these stacked together, he was practically invincible in this world. Tianxi's ugly expression finally relaxed after Li Yunxiao was shaken out by the sharp light, and he jokingly said, "Although I don't know how you managed to subdue Tsutsumi, but it seems like you have no chance of winning." Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Ever since his soul started burning, his body had been enduring tremendous pain, and he didn't know how long he could burn for, so he had to use that move as soon as possible. He immediately calmed his state of mind, and got rid of all distracting thoughts. His hands quickly formed a seal in front of him, and he raised it up high. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and it resonated with the seal in his hands. A strange scene began to appear in the sky, and all kinds of strange things began to appear in the surroundings like clouds. The floating clouds in the sky were like white cloves, and the beard was like a gray dog. This is, white clouds, gray dog, the power of the world? Tianxia was shocked. To be able to use an illusion technique to evolve the power of the world, that was definitely something that only those in the god realm could do. His face was almost completely twisted together, and he hissed, "No, impossible. This must be an illusion. You can deceive my eyes with the fake power of the world, but you can't deceive the power of the martial way." The sharp light from the halberd was raised again, and Tianxia poured all of his power into it. The ancient Maha text continued to appear on the halberd, and it spread out in circles. At this moment, Li Yunxiao finally understood that the inheritance of the throne in the breeze and moon wasn't some method to subdue Tianxia, but the method to kill Tianxia. From all the signs, the Scarlet Moon City Lord of that generation had probably died a long time ago, and the body had always been controlled by Tsutsumi. Therefore, this divine skill was left behind, so that when Tsutsumi appeared in the future, he could use it to kill Tianxia. After Tianxia calmed down, a soft chant came from Li Yunxiao's mouth. Looking at the oriole outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, looking at the clouds outside the peak, could it be that I did it intentionally or unintentionally? As the poem sounded, a divine light suddenly appeared, and then the surrounding world was filled with flying clouds, and a colorful sea of light began to appear. Within it, there were mountain peaks and jagged rocks, and the whole scene was dazzling and dazzling. Xianxia was shocked. Under this world phenomenon, his body actually became unable to move, and even the sharp light from the halberd in his hand was affected. The golden light constantly weakened, and was forced back into the halberd, and the ancient Maha text also became unstable. To be able to suppress the extreme power of the peak of his martial way, this evolved fairyland-like world in front of him, even if it wasn't the true power of the god realm, it wasn't far from it. A wave of unwillingness and despair surged in his heart. After countless years of entanglement with Tsutsumi, in the end, he lost. I can't accept this. You're not worthy. Xianxia roared angrily, and the blue light on his forehead suddenly expanded, turning into a crystalline body that spread in all directions. A ferocious voice sounded from within the blue light, whether it's Tsutsumi or Li Yunxiao, you really know how to surprise me. Even if it's really the power of the world, can you control it? The blue crystal flower suddenly bloomed, propping up the heaven and earth. The sharp light from the halberd danced again, and ancient Maha text after ancient Maha text popped out, and each of them turned into a golden halberd, condensing into a formation around his body. God welcomes three lights, selfless infinity. Xianxia's face was cold, and the power of the halberd cut open a path between heaven and earth under his extremely powerful mental attack. The power of the world that Li Yunxiao condensed had yet to take shape, and it began to melt and disintegrate under the power of the end of the martial way. On the other hand, on Xianxia's side, the blue light became stronger and stronger, like an ice lotus that constantly evolved, and actually formed a small world. Haha, Xianxia's excited voice sounded, and he said with a trembling voice, this is the power of the 10 directions world? I actually profited from a disaster, and can evolve a world? Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly, and the pain of his soul burning made it difficult for him to maintain his calm. Tsutsumi's eyes burned fiercely, and he wanted nothing more than to escape from his body. At this moment, the world that he had formed was beginning to crumble under the battle of the halberd, but Xianxia was the exact opposite, and seemed to be faintly comprehending the ultimate meaning of the martial way. Don't worry, this move is only halfway done. Now, I'll let you experience its full power. Li Yunxiao suppressed the pain, and his hands changed into a seal. His 10 fingers linked together, as if condensing into an eye, and looked at the boundless land above the moon. Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, the snow comes to spy on books, and they see that he is emotionless. As this poem sounded out, the 10 directions divine skill was fully displayed, and the entire land seemed to be pulled by a huge force, as if it had come to life. A vast and mighty force surged out, shooting straight into the sky. All the buildings on the ground were destroyed at this moment, and the altar also completely collapsed. Xianxia flew up into the sky in shock, and looked down at the ground, and his heart suddenly trembled. He saw that where the mighty force had shot up, a huge vortex had formed, and it spread out in all directions, engulfing everything on the ground. And where the vortex swept past, a huge mural gradually appeared. Ah! Xianxia's heart jumped, and he was so shocked that he almost fell down. What kind of mural was that? It was an eye that had been closed all this time, and it was slowly opening. This blood-red moon was actually an incomparably huge Tsutsumi, and it was gradually awakening under Li Yunxiao's divine skill. The entire moon was actually a Tsutsumi. Xianxia and Li Yunxiao were instantly stunned. Xianxia seemed to have already known about it, and the entire world of blue light became restless. The eye on the ground slowly opened, and a scarlet pupil appeared in front of him. Divine light shot out and dyed the world red. Xianxia's mind was greatly shaken. Under the gaze of the eye, his body was immediately locked in place, and he was unable to move at all. What made him slightly calm was that not only was the Yuanli in his body sealed, but even his injuries were also under control, and they did not spread too widely. This kind of divine power shocked his mind even more. Standing at the peak of the continent, at this moment, he felt insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Under the gaze of the eye, the three of them felt the world spinning, and their minds almost lost control. The power of the world around Li Yunxiao began to collapse gradually, and the blue light of Xianxia was also gradually suppressed. A violent power surged out from Xianxia's body. Damn it, it's actually the will of the ultimate ruins, damn it. Xianxia's unwilling voice roared angrily between heaven and earth, as if she had fallen into a berserk state. Streams of aura shot out, trying to contend with the eye on the ground. Not good, the will of the ancestral spirits has awakened. A heavy voice came from Tsutsumi in Li Yunxiao's mind, and it was clearly anxious and uneasy. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Don't be restless, I can't hold on for much longer." What is the will of the ancestral spirits? Tsutsumi was also shocked, and said solemnly, "This land of ancestral spirits is formed by the will of the first Tsutsumi, and it is also the land of the ultimate ruins and the land of protection of the Ai clan. Now that it is in a state of awakening, it will unconsciously attack everything." What? Unconsciously attack? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he suddenly realized that his body was also imprisoned, and he could not move. His expression turned grave. The moon seemed to be a Tsutsumi, so it should be the same species as the one in his body. He said angrily, "Since it's the first Tsutsumi, it should at least have the will to protect its own kind, right?" Tsutsumi replied solemnly, "Yes, but he's only just awakened. He can only rely on his aura to attack powerful enemies and protect himself. If I were to control your body and soul, with my Tsutsumi clan's mystic arts and aura, not only could I suppress this sinkhole ancestral spirit, I could even control it to deal with Xianxia." Li Yunxiao was shocked, but he still sneered and said, "If I let you control my body and soul, I'm afraid the first thing you will do is to extinguish the hellfire, and then erase my will." After all, the sinkhole ancestral spirit below was too terrifying. Even if Tsutsumi really had a mystic art to control it, it was not an ordinary power. Once he gained control of his body and soul, Tsutsumi's first choice would of course be to extinguish the hellfire, and then completely erase Li Yunxiao's will. It's fine if you don't believe me, but since you're so suspicious of me, why use my power?" Tsutsumi sneered disdainfully, and after a pause, he said again, "You're not really going to burn your soul power and turn into dust in the world, are you?" Li Yunxiao said bitterly, "If I didn't have no choice, do you think I want to?" Tsutsumi was silent, and said, "Now that the sinkhole ancestral spirit has awakened, Xianxia is probably too busy to care about other things. If you extinguish the hellfire, you still have a chance of survival." Li Yunxiao hesitated, he did not want to die just like that. Xianxia's blue light was getting stronger, as if it was struggling with all its might. "Haha, sinkhole Tsutsumi, this is the moment of awakening, the heavens are on my side." Xianxia roared madly, his entire body was completely deformed, and the sharp light of the spear also exploded to the extreme, emitting an extremely powerful weapon essence. Rays of golden light pierced through the heaven and earth, and even the power of the sinkhole ancestral spirit was pushed away. Not good, he's completely gone mad. The sinkhole ancestral spirit has just awakened from his slumber, and Xianxia wants to obliterate him. Tsutsumi said in shock. Li Yunxiao was aghast, and he said in shock, "Obliterate? Such an existence can be obliterated?" Tsutsumi said, "By obliterating his spiritual consciousness, this huge celestial body will become an object with life but no consciousness, and now the sinkhole ancestral spirit is still in a state of awakening, so his spiritual consciousness is very weak." A look of struggle flashed across Li Yunxiao's face, and a ray of light shot down, breaking the shackles around Xianxia, and he said, "Go." Xianxia smiled bitterly, he was the one who saved Li Yunxiao, but he did not expect that Li Yunxiao would be the one to save him. Tsutsumi said, "A smart choice, there's still a long way to go." He heaved a heavy sigh of relief, he could already feel that Li Yunxiao was slowly extinguishing the karmic fire of his soul. Although Li Yunxiao would be severely injured, and it would be difficult for his soul power to improve further, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him, and he might even be able to seize control of his body. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Xianxia and Morongju's figures were standing on top of the sinkhole ancestral spirit, and they were actually safe and sound. The sinkhole ancestral spirit's huge eyes seemed to sweep past Xianxia, and directly stared up, fixing the two of them in place. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. A ray of golden light appeared from his hand, and he teleported up, almost passing through time, without any time to spare, and spread out in front of him, wanting to devour everything. What? How can this be? Li Yunxiao's heart shuddered. Xianxia was clearly restrained by the sinkhole ancestral spirit. How could he still divert his attention to attack them? That ray of golden light was too fast, and there was no way he could defend against it. At this moment, a brilliant silver light bloomed in the sky, like a huge flower blooming, and suppressed the golden ray. The silver ancient rhinoceros shadow landed between the two of them, and with a loud roar, it rushed forward. The spear in Xianxi's hand did not lose its momentum, and instantly shattered the shadow, revealing the true form of the Gomeng silver blade. The two peerless divine weapons collided, and a gold and silver light bloomed, illuminating the sky. You're injured to this extent, and you still want to resist me. Do you think you're great, or stupid? Tianxi sneered. He could feel that Jiang Churen's strength was already at the end of its tether. The sharp light of his spear took a step forward, and instantly disintegrated all the silver rays, and the spear directly pierced into Jiang Churen's chest without any obstruction. A flower of blood bloomed in the sky. Jiang Churen. Veins popped out on Li Yunxia's face, and all of his meridians exploded. His heart suddenly trembled, the flower of blood gradually enlarged in front of his eyes. The corner of Tianxi's mouth curled into an arrogant smile, and he laughed to the sky. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, you finally stabbed him this time. Li Yunxiao, with the bottomless and my combined strength, can you still save him this time? Tsutsumi, who was in his body, was also extremely shocked, as if he could not understand what had happened. Tianxi could not help but laugh. Haha, 100 secrets and a mistake. Li Yunxiao, that divine skill was taught to you by Tsutsumi, right? It's indeed powerful, and under a freak combination of factors, you even awakened the bottomless. Perhaps it was not a coincidence, but Tsutsumi's arrangement? A fierce look flashed across his face, and he said, but 100 secrets and a mistake, the bottomless can only recognize familiar auras when it first awakens. Although you have the power of Tsutsumi, you do not have Tsutsumi's aura, so the bottomless will naturally not treat you as family. As for me, even the Tsutsumi in your body may not know, and I am the first Tsutsumi, a living being created by your ancestor's soul, the bottomless. As soon as he said this, Tsutsumi, who was in Li Yunxiao's body, became extremely agitated, as if he could not accept it. Tianxi said coldly, although my relationship with the pupil clan has broken, the bottomless does not treat me as a stranger, because I am the only familiar person when he first awakens. However, Li Yunxiao, I really admire you. 30 years ago, there were peerless experts who died for you. 30 years later, there are still peerless experts who died for you. Why can't I see how charming you are? Li Yunxiao's face was abnormally pale, and the soul fire that was gradually extinguishing burned again. Tsutsumi said in horror, stop, you will really die if you continue to burn like this. But he did not seem to hear any of this, and the ruthlessness in his eyes became stronger and stronger, but his face was abnormally calm. Jiang Churen spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spear directly pierced through his body. The power of the sharp light spread through his meridians, and his martial arts foundation also collapsed. He shook hard, and the spear was shaken out of his body, and his body retreated continuously. Tianxi was not in a hurry. She put away the spear and stood in the air, quietly watching. Although they were enemies, she respected them. Jiang Churen coughed violently, and smiled bitterly. Back then, you spared my life, and now I am returning it to you. Li Yunxiao's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and no expression could be seen. It was like a black hole that could swallow all light, and no one could see it clearly. I did not ask you to return it. I am not comfortable if I do not return what I owe. Are you comfortable now? Yes. Jiang Churen smiled indifferently. A line of blood dripped from Li Yunxiao's fist, and he said, I do not want you to be comfortable, and your comfort will make me very uncomfortable. He raised his head, and his expression was calm. He walked towards Tianxi step by step, and his eyes were calm. Even if the world collapsed in front of him, it would not make him feel emotional. Looking at the oriole outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, looking at the clouds outside the peak, is it intentional or unintentional? A soft voice rang out, and the surrounding scenes appeared one by one, showing a brand new world. Tianxi was shocked. He could also see Li Yunxiao's determination to die, and under those emotionless eyes, there was no longer any human emotion. At this moment, the power of the world that was manifested was actually close to perfection. Tianxi was shocked, and just when he wanted to circulate his power to resist, he found that he could not move at all. Not only him, but even the power of the ancestor spirit's ruin seemed to be suppressed. Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, the snow comes to spy on books, but to see that he is emotionless. Li Yunxiao took another step forward, and he softly chanted. He raised his right hand, and was about to press down with a finger. Tianxi's heart instantly sank, and beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He felt his entire body was cold, as if the finger pressing down would be the end of the world. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and ripples appeared in his emotionless eyes. His heart was in a mess at this critical moment. Gu Feiyang, I will not die with you. Tsutsumi's unwilling roar came from his soul. At the moment of death, Tsutsumi's fierce and powerful nature was revealed, and he roared to suppress the soul fire. Genryu, who had been silent for a long time, roared and bit towards Tsutsumi. Both of them were extremely ferocious existences, and they fought above the karmic fire. Li Yunxiao's soul power, which had climbed to the peak, instantly became chaotic, and flaws appeared in his world power. Tianxi naturally wouldn't let go of this chance of survival. With a roar, the blue light on her body soared into the sky, and the sharp light from her battle spear emitted thousands of rays of light, and the ancient Maha characters appeared one by one. Li Yunxiao was burning with anger, and he forcefully suppressed Tsutsumi's power. However, Genryu wasn't his match at all, and was quickly suppressed by Tsutsumi. The soul karmic fire became weaker and weaker, and the evolved world also started to dissipate. Damn it! Li Yunxiao was furious, but he realized that he was already helpless. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't control the situation in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his back. Someone had struck his acupuncture point, and his body instantly went numb, and all his power was sealed. Jiang Churen, you, Li Yunxiao turned around in anger, but he saw a pair of calm eyes. Jiang Churen's body was immersed in a silver glow, and she said, "Let me do it, don't let both of you die." Li Yunxiao seemed to realize something, and he roared angrily, "What are you doing? Return my life? Tui, hurry up and leave, leave." Veins popped on his face, and his eyes were already swollen from the struggle with Tsutsumi, and he looked hideous and terrifying. "Get lost, I don't want you to return my life. All of you are so full of yourself, who do you think you are?" Two streams of blood rolled down from his bloodshot eyes, and Li Yunxiao's curses became more and more shrill, and he roared, "What 7 great sect leaders, what noble families, you think you are so powerful, but in my eyes, you are nothing. Jiang Churen, get lost." His voice became more and more shrill, and his eyes became blurry. His body trembled, and his face was covered in tears, and his body was covered in blood. "I am one of the 10 great titled Emperor Wu. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment from saving me? Why are all of you acting tough in front of me? Get the F***ck out of here." Li Yunxiao screamed hoarsely, struggling painfully in the silver light while coughing out blood. However, Jiang Churen turned a deaf ear to him and slapped him with her palm. Instantly, a silver light enveloped him and he flew off into the distance. "Jiang Churen, stop." No matter how much Li Yunxiao roared, his body could not move at all. He watched as the battlefield got further and further away from him. In the depths of his soul, Tsutsumi directly suppressed the hellfire, and his source of power instantly dried up. Tianxi's pupils shrank. She wanted to chase after Li Yunxiao, but she suddenly discovered that Jiang Churen's aura was extremely dangerous. Not only had it recovered to its previous peak, but it was also continuously rising. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the ancestral spirit's sinkhole was also gathering. If the sinkhole was allowed to fully recover, he would probably be devoured. After weighing the pros and cons, Tianxi's expression was gloomy. Finally, she could only watch as Li Yunxiao left. "The battle between us is not over yet, Tianxi," Jiang Churen said indifferently. His entire person was shrouded in silver light, and his face could not be seen clearly. "Damn it. Since you want to fulfill Li Yunxiao's wish, then I can only fulfill your wish." Tianxi roared angrily. Her battle spear turned into a huge shadow and appeared in the sky above Tianxi like a huge warship. West Mountain clear snow, Black Mang Mountain together with the sun and moon. East Mountain mist, 9 heavens lend wind and thunder. Jiang Churen's figure became fainter and fainter. Waves of energy shot out from his body. The Gomang silver blade let out a loud mournful cry, and the ancient rhino shadow also flickered and disappeared, as if it was very reluctant. A Milky Way descended from outside of Jiutian. It was like a rainbow in the sky, and the sun had just risen. It was a clear world. Xianxi's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and roared, "God welcomes three lights, Anata Wuji." The millions of silver lights descended from the sky and instantly cut through his golden light. The blue world power around him was also torn apart. His body was actually about to collapse under the silver light. This was an attack that Jiang Churan burned his life force. He was the peak of Jiutian, Emperor Wu, an existence before the end of a martial path. In the end, I still have to stop, here, Jiang Churan sighed in his heart. His life force was rapidly disappearing. He looked at Li Yunxiao, who was getting further and further away, with an indescribable complex expression. Since the beginning of time, who could be the Thousand Autumns Big Dipper, the sect master of a generation, the hero of the world, gradually disappeared within the silver light. It was as if his body had turned into silver light, constantly evolving into a world. Tianxi revealed a look of horror. The sharp light of his battle spear and his body were gradually collapsing under the power of the world. He panicked and roared, "Sinkhole, save me." The huge eye on the ground was still constantly changing. It was gradually awakening. A beam of light stared over, and the entire sky was instantly dyed the color of blood. The world seemed to have become one with him, constantly changing. The silver light finally dissipated under the color of blood. In the sky, apart from Tianxi's lonely figure, there was only silence. At this moment, outside of Tianhuang, above Scarlet Moon City, a huge meteor streaked across the sky, quietly passing by the side of the blood-colored moon. The sky was dark and gloomy, enveloping the entire land with an incomparable pressure. It seemed to indicate that the world was about to change. Wan Hongyu felt an inexplicable sense of panic. A feeling of discomfort that she had never felt before surged into her heart. No matter how hard she tried, she found it difficult to circulate her yuan qi. There were faint signs of qi deviation when she forcefully circulated her yuan qi. The moon was hazy outside the curtain, and the blood-like moonlight sprinkled down. It made her heart beat faster and faster, and the pain became more and more intense. "Churan," she exclaimed, and her heart inexplicably trembled. She used her hand to wipe her cheeks, and discovered that there were actually tears flowing down. "What's going on?" Wan Hongyu's body could not help but tremble. The blood moon in the sky was abnormally bright red, and the meteor made her tremble uncontrollably. She could no longer control herself. Pooh! That flustered mood directly messed up her breathing. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, spraying it on the ground. It was bright red and dazzling. Wan Hongyu's face was pale, and she instantly turned into a beam of red light, charging towards the breeze and moon garden in the sky. She saw a faint yellow figure standing there, looking up at the moon. Ning Qiue's solemn figure made her heart feel like lead. Something happened to Churan. Wan Hongyu trembled as she pressed against the railing, supporting her body. She was already about to lose her balance, and tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring her vision. At some point in time, specks of white began to appear in the sky. Suddenly, there were more and more specks, and they rained down from the sky. They were actually pieces of snowflakes. I beg you to save him." Wan Hongyu's vision was already blurred, and she could no longer see clearly. The snow was getting heavier, but it could not cover the coldness in her heart. The chill on her body was even greater than the snowstorm. Ning Qiue remained silent, still standing there quietly, looking up at the sky. Her expression could not be seen. "I beg you, as long as you are willing to save him, I am willing to promise you anything. I will definitely make him step down from the position of Scarlet Moon City Lord, and you will be the next City Lord. I will definitely make him do it, I swear." Wan Hongyu cried until her body gradually bent over. Her heart ached so much that she could not stand straight, and her entire body slowly fell into the snow. In her blurry eyes, there seemed to be an imposing figure smiling at her, then turning around and walking further and further away. Her heart felt like it was being gradually twisted into meat paste by a knife, and it was so painful that she could not breathe. I beg you, only you can save him now. No matter what you want me to do, I am willing." Wan Hongyu lay on the ground, and her consciousness began to fade. She constantly muttered, "I beg you." Snow fell from the sky, and the breeze and moon garden was quickly wrapped in silver. However, Ning Qiuye did not move at all. The flying snow did not dare to land on her clothes, so there was not a speck of dust on her clothes. A ray of light flew across the sky, and landed on the breeze and moon garden. His face was heavy, as if it was covered in a layer of frost. And the snow that filled the sky made his mood even more heavy, as if it was filled with lead. The snow became heavier and heavier, slowly dancing in the sky. However, that meteor moved very slowly, and after a long time, its tail could still be seen flashing in the dark night. Ning Hongfeng's heart suddenly moved. In the sky full of snow, Ning Qiuye's figure was like a lonely and elegant plum blossom, indescribably lonely. At the same time, he also saw Wan Hongyu with a face full of desolation and tears. She fell into the snow, her delicate body trembling slightly, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any moment. His heart was greatly shaken, and he seemed to realize something. It was as if his chest had been heavily punched by someone, and he said in shock, "Madam Hongyu." After a short moment of shock, Ning Hangfeng hurriedly reported, "Second sister, it's not good. Someone has set up a restriction on Purple Cloud Peak, and now the entire mountain has been sealed. The entrance to the end of time also seems to have been sealed by a force." When this news came out, he did not dare to believe it himself. Who dared to make such a big move? The entire Red Moon City seemed to have fallen into a great crisis. Ning Hangfeng waited for a while, but did not see any movement from Ning Qiuye. He asked anxiously, "Second sister, what do we do now?" He was also panicking in his heart, and knew that something big was going to happen. And the two people in power that Jiang Churan had left behind before she left were both here. One was sobbing on the ground, looking like it was impossible for him to come up with a plan. The other was standing like a statue, not saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Ning Qiuye slowly lowered her head, and closed her eyes tightly. No expression could be seen on that smooth jade-like face. She only said indifferently, "Ring the illusory world bell, open the city protection array, and tell Wan Yuanxi that from now on, until I return, everything in the city will be decided by him." Ning Qiuye's voice was abnormally calm, without any emotion, but Ning Hongfeng's heart was greatly shaken, and he could hear the abnormality in it. When he wanted to ask again, he saw that Ning Qiuye had already turned into a long rainbow, disappearing in the sky above Red Moon City, and the direction she was heading towards was Purple Cloud Peak. Ning Hongfeng's heart was greatly shaken, and he looked over. Not far from the blood moon, the shadow of the meteor seemed to still leave behind a faint light, emitting a faint light in the endless night. He glanced at Wan Hongyu, and hurriedly left the Breeze and Bright Moon restaurant, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Soon, a clear and melodious bell rang in the sky above Red Moon City, and the sound traveled hundreds of miles, touching people's hearts. Everyone knew that a great change was about to happen. Ning Hangfeng followed Ning Qiuye's instructions and went to the city lord's mansion to ring the fantasy bell. The entire city was shocked. Soon, powerful auras rushed from all directions and flew toward the city lord's mansion. They were all Emperor Wu's powerhouses of Red Moon City. The fantasy bell was the highest level of warning in Red Moon City. Once the bell rang, all the powerhouses above Emperor Wu's level had to put down everything they were doing and gather at the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. In an instant, dozens of powerhouses landed in the city lord's main hall. All of them looked extremely serious. Heaven and earth anomalies, meteors falling, and snow falling in the middle of the night. As Jiotian powerhouses who could communicate with heaven and earth, they could vaguely sense that something big was going to happen. As for the fantasy world bell, ever since Gu Feiyang wreaked havoc in the Red Moon City, it had never rung again. When the bell rang, most of the people felt as if they had returned to the miserable scene of the past. Most of the people here had experienced the battle that year and knew the seriousness of the fantasy bell ringing. Everyone looked nervous and didn't know the exact cause of the matter. Suddenly, 3 terrifying auras came. They were red, yellow, and blue rays of light. They circled around each other. The 3 rays of light hovered above the city lord's mansion and didn't land. They didn't seem to want to participate in the discussion and just waited and watched quietly. The strength of the auras shocked all the martial artists in the main hall. They didn't expect that even these 3 people would be alarmed. This made the powerhouses in the main hall even more restless. They kept whispering to each other. Only a middle-aged man in white looked indifferent, giving people a sense of extreme calmness. A middle-aged man opposite to the man in white glanced at him and finally couldn't help but say, "Yuan Yuanxi, looking at your calm expression, you seem to know something. Why did the fantasy bell ring?" As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, all the voices immediately quieted down and fell on Yuan Yuanxi. A trace of nervousness flashed in Yuan Yuanxi's eyes. He then said indifferently, "I just came out of seclusion. How would I know what happened? This heaven and earth anomaly, the meteors and flying snow, is truly worrying." This answer made everyone feel bored, and they all looked at the 5 old men sitting at the top. They were the members of the Red Moon City Supreme Council, Ning Huaishu, Ning Yuanmen, Jiang Ruoshi, Yuan Yuanwu, and Fu Yichuan. When Crimson Moon City was first established, it was a council system with 7 thrones. Later, it was abolished and changed into a city lord system. Later, in order to suppress the absolute power of the city lord, a council system was added under the city lord. A respected old man was elected to serve as a counterbalance to the city lord's royal power. For a period of time, the relationship between the council members and the city lord was like fire and water, which led to the successive city lords constantly weakening the council members' power. However, there was also a good side to this relationship. When something happened to the Scarlet Moon City Lord, the council members could discuss the matters of the city together so that there would be no chaos. In the past few hundred years, several generations of city lords had been abnormally powerful, causing the power of the council members to be extremely weak. However, this also made the relationship between the two sides harmonious. Moreover, Jiang Churan's style of doing things had always been steady. Although she was not powerful enough, she was still very cautious. Over the years, nothing major had happened. The 5 council members rarely showed up either. They were all focused on cultivating, so it was rare to see them. Ning Huaishu frowned and said, "The bell has already rung, and even the 3 elders have been alarmed. Why hasn't the person who rung the bell appeared yet?" One of the warriors below frowned and said, "Could it be related to the end of time? It has been more than a month, but the fairyland still hasn't closed. Could the so-called heaven and earth anomaly be a change in the fairyland?" Yuan Yuanxi's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "It would be great if it was that simple." Ning Yuanmen snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. The fantasy bell can only be rung when the life and death of Scarlet Moon City is at stake. Once the bell rings, any Jiutian realm powerhouse must rush to the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. How could such a serious matter be related to the end of time?" Ning Huaishu's face was also gloomy as he said, "If the bell was rung because of such a trivial matter, then the person who rung the bell should be punished." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew into the main hall. It was Ning Hangfeng, and with him came a heavy and oppressive aura. "Ning Hangfeng? Why is it you?" Ning Huaishu frowned and said, "Could it be you rung the fantasy bell?" A trace of gloominess appeared on his face. Everyone in the main hall was stunned and revealed strange expressions. It was obvious that Ning Hangfeng was not qualified to do so. Ning Hangfeng said in a low voice, "The matter is urgent. My second sister has already gone to Purple Cloud Peak. Before she left a message for me to ring the fantasy bell and a few words for everyone." Purple Cloud Peak? Everyone was startled. Could it really be related to the end of time? Ning Huaishu's expression changed and he snorted heavily. "Qiue is really reckless. The moment Jiang Churan let her take control, she actually ordered people to ring the fantasy bell. What nonsense." Ning Hangfeng said anxiously, "This matter is of great importance and even affects the life and death of Scarlet Moon City. My second sister only made up her mind after thinking about it." "Oh? How will it affect the life and death?" Ning Yuanmen said coldly, "If you can't convince everyone, you and your brother will be in big trouble." At this moment, another figure flew in from outside. Under a flash of white light, Wan Hongyu revealed her true form, but her aura was extremely weak. She said softly, "This was a decision made by me and Lord Ning Qiue. When Churan left, she was in my control and he was out of my control. Could it be that our decision was wrong?" She had already pulled herself together from the extreme grief, but she was already haggard. Not only had she lost a few sizes, but she was also pale. Sister. Wan Yuanxi was shocked and asked in horror, what happened? Ning Huaishu frowned and said, since it was a decision made by you two, I have nothing to say. But what happened? The fantasy bell only rang once during the battle with Gu Feiyong 30 years ago. Could it be that the crisis this time is comparable to that of 30 years ago? Ning Hangfeng glanced at the frail Wan Hongyu before he said to the crowd with a grave expression, based on the information that we have so far, someone has tampered with the Purple Cloud Peak. All the restrictions that we have set up have been replaced. We don't know who is inside, but based on my deduction, the people inside are most likely dead. What? Someone has occupied Violet Cloud Peak? Everyone was shocked. One of the 5 people, Jiang Ruoshi, suddenly changed her expression and said in shock, is Brother Bieli guarding Violet Cloud Peak? Ning Hangfeng nodded and said, yes, Lord Bieli. Hiss, Jiang Ruoshi took a deep breath of cold air and said in horror, Brother Bieli is an 8-star Emperor Wu expert. If the restrictions on Violet Cloud Peak were not changed, then they, Fu Yichuan frowned and said, could it be that Jiang Bieli replaced the array out of necessity? Ning Hangfeng said in a deep voice, based on the current situation, the possibility is very small. Not only is it impossible to enter Violet Cloud Peak, but it has also sealed off divine senses. I even used the Thunder Ritual Mystic Artifact, but I couldn't detect Lord Bieli's aura presence. I'm afraid he is most likely dead. This time everyone's heart suddenly sank. The Thunder Ritual Mystic Artifact was an extremely precise scouting mystic artifact, and it had a miraculous effect in places that suppressed divine senses. A martial artist stood up from his seat and said furiously, someone actually dares to make a move on Red Moon City. Everyone's anger surged, and only the 5 council members remained calm. Ning Huaishu frowned and said, even so, it isn't worth it for you to ring the fantasy bell. Ning Qiuyue and Wan Hongyu, the 2 of you are too inexperienced. Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with us first? Wan Hongyu's eyes were extremely red, and she couldn't help but tear up again. Wan Yuanxi said in a deep voice, big sister, what else happened? If it was just the matter of Violet Cloud Peak, Wan Hongyu wouldn't be like this. She seemed to have vaguely sensed something. Wan Hongyu's lips moved slightly, and there were a few times she wanted to speak, but she couldn't say anything. Instead, her sobbing got louder and louder. Ning Hangfeng sighed and said, let me say it. According to my second sister and Lord Hongyu's speculations, City Lord, he might have already perished. The entire Grand Hall instantly went silent like a haunted house. It was so quiet that even the insects in the bushes outside the Grand Hall could be heard clearly. What? Who perished? Who did you say perished? The 5 of them were shocked, and Ning Huaishu let out a sharp scream, as though he suspected that his old ears couldn't hear clearly. Ning Hongfeng's expression was abnormally grave as he said word by word, City Lord might have already perished. This time everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the entire Grand Hall became icy cold. The 3 rays of light that had been hovering above the City Lord's mansion descended in an instant, and the powerful aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. They hurriedly stood up and walked out of the Grand Hall to welcome them. Welcome, 3 elders. The 3 elders were dressed in red, yellow, and blue. The leader, Hong Lao, stared at Ning Hangfeng with torch-like eyes and said in a cold voice, what do you mean by perished? This news was so shocking that even the 3 elders who never interfered in discussions couldn't bear it and directly showed up. Under Hong Lao's gaze, Ning Hangfeng was frank and didn't retreat. He said in a serious voice, reporting to Hong Lao, it's Lady Wan Hongyu and my second sister's reaction, as well as the strange phenomenon of the meteor flying snow. The 3 old men looked at each other in shock. As Emperor Jiuxing powerhouses, they naturally sensed such a strange phenomenon, and they had been feeling uneasy all along. They didn't expect it to be such a big matter. Although they didn't witness Jiang Churen's death with their own eyes, they believed that he was really dead. Wan Hongyu couldn't help but sob. She had already shed all her tears, but she still couldn't help crying. The shock in Wan Yuanxi's heart was also indescribable. She hurriedly went forward to support her falling sister. Hong Lao said solemnly, did Ning Qiuyue leave any instructions before she left? Ning Hangfeng hurriedly said, open the city barrier formation and raise the alert of Crimson Moon City to the highest level. End of this chapter. Regarding the death of the city lord of Crimson Moon City, Taiyi wants to say a few words. The following words won't be charged. If anyone finds that the charge for this chapter is more expensive, please contact me directly. Many people are sad about the death of the city lord of Crimson Moon City. They sent me messages saying that I shouldn't be so cruel. Some people said that from the ancient times until now, a good person finally appeared, but he died just like that. I thought about it. Actually, people in the ancient times can't be said to be good or bad. Everyone has their own path, their own choice, and their own destiny. Li Yunxiao was like that, Li Yu was like that, the emperor was like that, Shang was like that, Rain was like that, and so was the city lord of Crimson Moon City. He was a qualified overlord, but perhaps he didn't like this identity. He was even more of a peerless powerhouse. His identity as the city lord of Crimson Moon City, as a husband and father all bound him. The battle with Xianxia was perhaps the happiest thing that had happened to him since his battle with Gu Feiyang 30 years ago. If a jar doesn't leave the well, it's hard to avoid a general dying in battle. In the martial art battle, he displayed his abilities to the fullest. At the very least, he was definitely happy about this battle. If time could return to the moment when he entered the end of the world, he would definitely enter without hesitation. Because he was the city lord of Crimson Moon City, he was also a peerless powerhouse. Also, at the moment when the ancestor spirit returned to the ruins and woke up, Jiang Churan and Li Yunxiao could no longer retreat safely. One's body collapsed, and the other's soul collapsed. Li Yunxiao's identity as the main character determined that he wouldn't die, so the one who died was Jiang Churan. Do you still remember Jiang Churan's appearance in the last battle? For whom do I live and die? For whom do I speak lightly? How long will my dreams be broken? Why do you need the feelings of the world? Why do you need to put on a strong front? Elder Hong nodded and said, Kiyua's instructions are very good. Before the matter is cleared up, maintain the highest level of vigilance. Kill anyone who makes the slightest movement. Elder Huan behind him sighed. Scarlet Moon City has only been around for 20 years, and they've already changed their second city lord. This is definitely not a good omen. Chu Ran is a calm child and does things well. He's a rare overlord talent. If something really happens to him, who will succeed him to lead Scarlet Moon City? Everyone fell silent. Although Scarlet Moon City was filled with all kinds of internal strife, and there were many people who were unconvinced of Jiang Churan's leadership, Jiang Churan's death made everyone feel that they had lost their backbone. No one was suitable to lead Scarlet Moon City. At this time, everyone was stunned to find that although Jiang Churan was usually gentle and quiet, and didn't have any overbearing aura, Scarlet Moon City couldn't do without him. Ning Hangfeng said, reporting to the three elders, my second sister said before she left that Ruan Yuanci will be in charge of all matters in the city before she returns. Ruan Yuanci's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Obviously, he didn't expect Ning Qiuya to mention him. Ning Huaishu's face was filled with anger, and he said, Ning Qiuya really knows how to cause trouble. Does she think Scarlet Moon City is up to her to decide who is in charge? That's right. Jiang Ruashi also nodded, when the city lord isn't here, it should naturally be us 5 council members who discuss matters together. Ning Hangfeng frowned. When city lord Jiang left, he appointed my second sister and Madame Hongyu to temporarily take charge. Now, my second sister and Madame Hongyu are handing over the power to Ruan Yuanci. This is understandable. Fu Yichuan snorted, Hangfeng, it's not that we want to fight with Ruan Yuanci, but when Jiang Churan was here, did you ever see us interfering with internal and external matters? It's just that this is an extraordinary opportunity, and us 5 old fellows must take up this responsibility. Ning Hangfeng resisted. Hangfeng understands the 5 sirs' concerns, but the 5 sirs have been away from politics for a long time and aren't familiar with Scarlet Moon City's affairs. Ruan Yuanci has always been by City Lord Zhang's side, so Hangfeng secretly thinks that Ruan Yuanci is the best candidate to temporarily take charge. Ning Yuanmen said angrily, Ning Hangfeng, who the hell do you think you are? Who are you to speak here? Now was the best time for the 5 of them to take control of the Red Moon City. Naturally, they wouldn't give it to Ruan Yuanci. Once Jiang Churan died, no one could compete with them in terms of seniority. Ruan Hongyu said coldly, when Chu Ran left, he handed over the internal power to me. do I have the right to speak? Ning Yuanmen glanced at her and said indifferently, Hong Yu naturally has the right to speak. However, when Jiang Churan left, he handed over the internal and external authority to Yu and Ning Qiue. This is against the rules of Red Moon City, so it cannot be counted. Now that Jiang Churan has met with misfortune, the five of us can no longer just focus on cultivation. We must shoulder this responsibility. Many people in the hall also echoed, but there were also many people who expressed their opposition. In the beginning, they were discussing in whispers, but in the end, they openly challenged him. In an instant, there was a huge commotion, and it was as if they were about to start fighting. The five sirs are highly respected and have won the hearts of the people. They were the undisputed choices. I haven't been involved in politics for many years. I don't know anything. How can I be in power? What can happen in Scarlet Moon City? We'll get used to it in a few days. Besides, this has always been the rule. In the absence of the city lord, the councillors have the highest authority. The councilman is the most powerful? In this world, the fist is the strongest. If the five of you can defeat Yuan Yuanci, I will be convinced. When the five of them heard the discussion, their faces turned gloomy. If they were to fight with Yuan Yuanci, they really didn't have the confidence to win, unless the five of them joined forces. However, if they did that, they would lose all their face. Yuan Yuanci, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said in a loud voice, Everyone, please stop fighting. Red Moon City is in a critical period now, and there is no room for internal strife. I am very much in favor of letting the five sirs take control. I am more familiar with the affairs of the Scarlet Moon City, and I am willing to assist the five sirs with all my might. As soon as he opened his mouth, his supporters were immediately dissatisfied, and all of them became anxious. Yuan Hongyu was also anxious and pulled Yuan Yuanci's sleeve. Yuan Yuanci smiled faintly and said, Everything should be done for the sake of the Red Moon City. A complacent smile appeared on Ning Yuanmen's face, and he said, Yuanci is still a sensible child. Yuan Yuanci smiled and nodded at the five of them. His eyes flickered, and it was unknown what he was thinking, but there seemed to be a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Seeing that Yuan Yuanci was willing to give up, the supporters also fell silent, while the five council members all had complacent looks on their faces. The red, yellow, and blue elders looked at each other and secretly nodded. Only then did the red elder speak, It's rare for Yuanci to be so broad-minded. In that case, the five of you will temporarily take over the management power, and Yuanci will do his best to assist you. After Ning Qiue returns from Purple Cloud Peak, you can make a decision. Yes, we will obey the three elders' orders. The five of them were overjoyed, and they secretly looked at each other and smiled. With the three elders' approval, they were at least in control for the time being. As for Ning Qiue, she was just a little girl. In terms of strength, they couldn't beat her, but in terms of schemes and methods, they didn't care at all. When the time came, wouldn't she be under their control? The lofty sentiments that the five of them had worn away for a long time were instantly restored. Each of them was in high spirits, as if they had suddenly become the overlords of the world, causing everyone to frown. Even if they were happy, they shouldn't show it in this kind of time when there were internal and external troubles. How could people who couldn't control their emotions achieve great things? Even the red, yellow, and blue elders looked unhappy, as if they felt that it was inappropriate. Suddenly, a faint laugh came from outside, and said, The arrangements are pretty good, but unfortunately, Ning Qiue won't be able to return. Everyone's body trembled, and their expressions changed. There was actually someone who dared to be so presumptuous in the Red Moon City. This was something that had never happened in many years. The red, yellow, and blue elders' expressions darkened even more. Someone was eavesdropping outside, and they actually didn't notice it. It was enough to show how terrifying the intruder's strength was. They also secretly blamed themselves. They actually forgot to set up a defensive barrier for such a major event. It seemed like without Jiang Churan around, everyone was indeed lacking in contingency measures. But when they thought about it again, if Xianxia Churan was still around, who in the world would dare to eavesdrop like this? The three of them secretly sighed, and directly turned into 3 rays of light, rushing out. The others also soared into the sky one after another. In an instant, the city lord's manor was filled with experts, and all of them looked towards the sky angrily. A ripple appeared in the pitch-black sky, and a large number of figures gradually appeared. In the darkness, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. The Red Elder glanced at the 5 members of the council, and reminded them, "The 5 of you are now the leaders of the Red Moon City." Only then did Ning Huaishu react. It was time for the 5 of them to stand up. He was surprised and overjoyed, and shouted towards the sky, "Who is it? Who dares to behave atrociously in the sky above the Red Moon City? Reckless." Hee hee. Faint laughter came from the sky, and said, "Jiang Churan is trapped in the earthly wilderness, and Ning Qiue is trapped in the Amethyst Mountain. Are you the red, yellow, and blue elders?" Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the other party had come prepared, and deliberately chose to appear when the 2 great experts were not in the city. Ning Huaishu shouted, "I am Ning Huaishu, a member of the Council of the Red Moon City. I am now in charge of the Red Moon City. Who are you?" "Ning Huaishu? I've never heard of you." The voice in the sky was slightly rueful, and sighed. "When there is no tiger in the mountains, the monkey calls itself king. Could it be that the Red Moon City can only send this kind of person to hold up the fort? Damn it." Ning Huaishu was furious. He had just come to power, and this was the time when he needed prestige. How could he tolerate being looked down upon like this? With a furious roar, he rushed into the sky, and a giant blade appeared in his hand. He slashed towards the source of the voice, and in an instant there was a flash of light, illuminating the entire sky. The 5 members of the council had nothing to do every day, and although they were a bit stupid, their strength was indeed extraordinary. The space where the voice came from twisted violently, and was torn apart by the blade of light. A figure appeared from within. The corner of the person's mouth curled up, and he raised his hand slightly. The tip of the glove on his index finger shone with a red light, and 10,000 rays of red light shot out, piercing through the night sky and shooting down. The shadow of the blade of light was instantly suppressed, and it trembled in the countless rays of red light before disintegrating. The figure sneered disdainfully, and took a step forward, pointing at the sky again. Ning Huaishu was shocked. The aura on the tip of the opponent's finger glove was extremely terrifying, like a venomous scorpion staring at him, and he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. In a moment of desperation, he waved the giant blade again, pouring all his strength into it, and slashed at the figure without saying anything. Below, the red and yellow elders all frowned, as if they were extremely displeased. This Ning Huaishu was too inexperienced, and he was still so rash when his cultivation was weaker than his opponent's. It seemed that he was about to lose. Sure enough, the figure took a step forward, and his figure actually passed through the giant blade as if it was an illusion. However, the red light in his hand was real, and he directly pointed at it. Pung, a ray of red light directly broke through Ning Huaishu's Emperor Qi defense, shooting into his chest and coming out from his back. Then, he raised his foot and directly stepped down. A giant shadow of a foot formed in the air, and Ning Huaishu's Emperor Qi was broken. The shadow of the foot contained an extremely powerful pressure, making it impossible for him to dodge. He watched in despair as the giant foot came crashing down. Pung, without any suspense, Ning Huaishu spat out a mouthful of blood, and was stomped down from the sky, smashing into the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling their bodies go cold. Ning Huaishu was an 8-star advanced Emperor Wu, and he was actually defeated in one move. After the giant foot landed on Ning Huaishu, it turned into countless rays of light that dissipated in the air. The figure of that person gradually appeared in the faint light, and he smiled as he stood in the air, saying, "In this world, fists speak. If you don't have fists, then don't speak." Wan Yuanxi was shocked, and immediately recognized the person. She said in shock, "Tang Qing? It's you." As soon as this name came out, everyone's hearts trembled, and they were all greatly shocked. No wonder he could defeat Ning Huaishu in one move. The person who came was one of the members of the Merchant Alliance's board of directors, the master of the Four Extremes sect who had caused an uproar in the world a while ago, Tang Qing. The Four Extremes sect was a core existence even in the Merchant Union. Other than the Myriad Treasure Tower, no other Merchant Union dared to say that they could suppress it. Tang Qing landed gracefully from the sky, and the countless powerhouses behind him followed one by one. At a glance, their aura was astonishing as they stared at the people of Crimson Moon City. Everyone in Crimson Moon City was also awakened by the previous battle. They all ran out of their homes and looked up at the sky in shock. Tang Qing chuckled. I'm here this time to bring good news and two bad news. Wan Yuanzi said seriously, Head Tang, please tell us what is the good news and what is the bad news. The other 4 of the 5 members of the parliament didn't dare to make a sound at this moment. All of their faces were livid. They weren't afraid to go up and fight. Even if they died in battle, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, Ning Huaishu was stepped on just now, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Tang Qing glanced at Wan Yuanzi and smiled indifferently. The good news is that I brought all the elites of the 4 extremes sect to join Crimson Moon City. From now on, Crimson Moon City will no longer be a situation where 3 families fight for power. Instead, 4 families fight for glory together. What? Everyone was stunned. They were completely shocked by this news and didn't know how to react. Wan Yuanzi was also shocked. He immediately understood what Tang Qing was thinking. The so-called joining was probably for the right to control Crimson Moon City. Now, other than the 3 old men who didn't care about worldly affairs, no one was a match for him. It wasn't that Crimson Moon City didn't allow other forces to join. Currently, there were many families in the structure of Crimson Moon City. It was just that the 3 families were the largest. However, allowing a powerful existence like the 4 extreme sect to join at this critical juncture was tantamount to inviting a tiger into the house. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said coldly, what about the 2 bad news? Tang Qing's eyes flashed. Wan Yuanzi didn't panic in the face of danger and could still remain calm after hearing this news. It seemed like he was a troublesome person. He smiled slightly and said, the first bad news is that the world seems to have been sealed by a secret technique. I'm afraid no one can come out anymore. Hiss. All the experts of the Red Moon City sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was even more shocking than the first one. Seal the world until the end of time? How was this possible? Tang Qing sighed and said, in other words, City Lord Jiang might never be able to come out. Perhaps the snow in the sky is a silent tribute to those experts inside. At this moment, Wan Yuanzi was extremely shocked. She only felt that a huge conspiracy was coming towards the Hong Moon City. To be able to seal the entrance to the fairyland, such an unheard of thing was definitely not something that Tang Qing and the 4 extreme sect could do. Then, who could it be? The 4 extreme sect was already one of the top existences in the world. If they had an expert behind them, what kind of terrifying existence would that be? He felt a chill run down his spine and said in a deep voice, what's the other bad news? Tang Qing smiled faintly and said, there's another piece of bad news that I've already mentioned earlier. Ning Qiue has gone to the Violet Cloud Peak and won't be able to return. Ning Hangfeng was horrified. He said furiously, who sealed the Violet Cloud Peak and the end of time? This isn't something that your 4 extreme sect can do, right? Tang Qing said indifferently, of course it wasn't me. I also heard about this by accident. Thinking that we were on good terms with Crimson Moon City in the past, I felt that I should lend a helping hand now. That's why I led all the elites here and joined Crimson Moon City to deal with the current crisis. Ning Hangfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily, then who is it? He was burning with anxiety and didn't know what to do. Tang Qing smiled and said, although I know this, it's not convenient for me to reveal it. After all, we're not a family yet. After we move into Crimson Moon City, we'll be a loving family. I'll tell you then. Wan Yuanzi said coldly, a loving family? Head Tang, you're speaking so leisurely. Right now, the 4 extreme sect is like a rat crossing the street. Not only is the Merchant Union looking for trouble with you, but even the Holy Region is looking for trouble with you. If you join Crimson Moon City, won't you be inviting trouble to the east and making Crimson Moon City fend off the 2 giants for you? Hee, brother Yuanzi, you're worrying too much. Tang Qing smiled and said, there's indeed a small and unpleasant misunderstanding between me and the Merchant Union, but it's just a small misunderstanding that can be easily resolved. As for the Holy Region, I've already made a trip to Misty Snow Holy City before coming here, and I've already explained the small misunderstanding. What? You've been to the Holy Region? Wan Yuanzi was shocked. If that was really the case, then the Holy Region's attitude was thought-provoking. Tang Qing kept a smile on his face and said confidently, yes, I've already explained the matter clearly to Lord Wei Qing of the Holy Region, and I've also revealed my intention to join Crimson Moon City. Lord Wei Qing said that the eastern region is relatively weak, and only Crimson Moon City is a super force. He expressed high praise for me leading the people of the Four Extremes sect to settle in Crimson Moon City. Everyone was shocked. If Tang Qing had obtained the support of the Holy Region, then there would be great trouble tonight. Yuan Yuanxi also realized the seriousness of the matter, and said coldly, what's the matter of the eastern region, what's the matter of Crimson Moon City, what's the Holy Region to worry about? It's not that our Crimson Moon City doesn't welcome foreign forces. It's just that now is an extraordinary time, and such a major matter should be put aside for the time being. If Head Tang really has the heart to enter Crimson Moon City, then come with us to Purple Cloud Peak and rescue Ning Qiue. At the same time, we'll open the seal to the end of time. If that's the case, I believe everyone will be happy to have you join us. Everyone nodded in agreement, secretly thinking that Yuan Yuanxi's words were brilliant. If they really rescued Ning Qiue, then at least there would be someone who could suppress Tang Qing. Tang Qing frowned, and the smile that had always hung on his face gradually disappeared. He snorted, and said, the seal to the end of time was done by a powerful expert. I, Tang Qing, don't dare to touch it. If you want to go rescue Ning Qiue, then don't worry. I'll protect Crimson Moon City on behalf of everyone. Consider it a small token of appreciation from the new members. Yuan Yuanxi flicked his sleeve, and said, Head Tang doesn't need to worry about the matter of Crimson Moon City. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, if you don't listen to our repeated persuasion, we'll suspect that Head Tang has ulterior motives and is deliberately looking for trouble. Then, Crimson Moon City will do its best to resolve the trouble before us first. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The white snow that filled the sky also froze, not daring to land in this area. Tang Qing's expression immediately turned cold, and he said, Brother Yuanxi, being so stubborn will bring harm to Crimson Moon City. Yuan Yuanxi didn't back down, and said coldly, whether or not I bring harm to Crimson Moon City, I, Yuan Yuanxi, can't make the decision. Even if I do, there will naturally be people from Crimson Moon City who will oppose me. Brother Tang Qing is worrying for nothing. Tang Qing's expression turned slightly cold, and the origin power on his body faintly spread out, as if his heart was burning with anger. The red, yellow, and blue elders immediately took a step forward, and blocked in front of Yuan Yuanxi. The three of them were wholeheartedly cultivating, and didn't care about the affairs of the world. They weren't clear about the various disputes on the continent, but they still carried out the decisions of Crimson Moon City 100%. Tang Qing's strength was only that of a 9-star elementary Emperor Wu. Any one of the three of them could easily take him down, so they didn't put him in their eyes at all. Tang Qing's expression changed a few times, and he suppressed his anger. He said coldly, the three elders have long heard of your great names. You are the pillars of Crimson Moon City. If the three of you want to make a move, please consider the consequences first. He raised his hand, and a red light shot into the sky. Instantly, the dark night seemed to be pushed open by that red light, and there were faint ripples in the sky, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Below, all the people of Crimson Moon City looked on in fear. Many of them had already sensed that something big was about to happen. The Red Elder's expression changed abruptly. He was the first to clearly see the slowly approaching object in the space, and he said in shock, Rank 9. Warship. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at the void in fear. A Rank 9 warship was almost equivalent to a moving fortress. Although it was too big and slow, its destructive power was definitely abnormally terrifying. They didn't expect the Four Extremes sect to have such a terrifying object. Tang Qing's face flashed with excitement, and he laughed loudly. Everyone, do you still have the same thoughts as before? Yuan Yuanxi was overwhelmed with shock, and he said angrily, even if it's a Rank 9 warship, Brother Tang Qing, you seem to have forgotten that this is Crimson Moon City. Due to the arrival of the warship, the people in charge of Crimson Moon City immediately activated the city barrier array. Numerous rays of light shot into the sky from several directions of Crimson Moon City, blossoming like fireworks. They continuously pushed out in all directions, and immediately stacked together, forming a 5-colored halo, protecting the entire city within it. Tang Qing said coldly, I naturally know that Crimson Moon City isn't afraid, but at this moment, Brother Yuanci, do you really want to fight with me, and cause Crimson Moon City to fall into eternal damnation? A Crimson Moon City that has lost Jian Churin, if my warship blows open the city barrier array, and you guys fight with my people. All these years, there have been many forces suppressed by Crimson Moon City, right? There are also many forces that harbor resentment, right? Wan Yuanci retorted sarcastically, and said disdainfully, Brother Tang Qing, you think too highly of yourself. A mere rank 9 warship wants to blow open my Crimson Moon City's city barrier array? Also, with just a few hundred of you, you think you can fight with us? It's easy to make a fool of yourself when you misjudge your strength. Is that so? Tang Qing smiled lightly, but his eyes were bone-chilling as he said, if one isn't enough, then what about 2? After that giant warship came out, the power of spatial teleportation had yet to end, and sure enough, another warship slowly sailed out. The 2 warships were so huge that they covered the sky, and when they lined up side by side, they completely blocked out the entire Crimson Moon City. This time everyone was shocked. Tang Qing smiled coldly, and said again, as for our 4 extreme sect, we naturally don't dare to fight with you guys. After all, with the red, yellow, and blue elders here, any one of them can kill all of us. But what if the 3 elders can't make a move? What? Everyone was shocked, and the 3 elders' expressions changed slightly, not understanding what he meant. Wan Yuanci was also shocked. The reason why he dared to be so unyielding was because the 3 elders were here. Could it be that Tang Qing still had a trump card to deal with the 3 elders? The people of Crimson Moon City all had ugly expressions on their faces. Tang Qing was definitely not that kind of reckless fool. After experiencing the incident in Xianxia City, he was still alive and well. Furthermore, the forces of the 4 extreme sect had come out in full force, yet they were actually so powerful. Hong Lao said coldly, Tang Qing, aren't you being too arrogant? This old man really wants to see what trump card you have that can stop me from attacking. Tang Qing smiled faintly and respectfully invited somewhere in the sky, Sir, please show yourself. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all turned their gazes toward the void. As Tang Qing's voice fell, the endless black night seemed to gather there and condensed into a black robe. Gradually, a figure appeared. That person walked forward lightly. Every step he took would cause a ripple to spread in the air. He walked very slowly, but everyone in Red Moon City had a gloomy expression. This was because they could not feel any aura from that person. If they did not see it in front of them and only relied on their divine sense, they would not think that there was someone there. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the black robe. They could not see the person's face clearly. They only felt that there was a void under their gaze. Wan Yuanci and the other powerhouses of Red Moon City all broke out in cold sweat. This could only mean one thing. That person's comprehension of martial arts was already above all of them. He had almost merged with heaven and earth, and there was no longer anything around him. Red, yellow, and blue elders' expressions turned grave. Red elder asked coldly, Who are you? The person in the black robe turned a deaf ear to them and walked directly in front of Tang Qing. Only then did he turn around. Under the snowflakes that filled the sky, the person's face seemed to be reflected. It flashed in front of the 3 elders, but that face was completely seen by the 3 elders. Ah? The 3 elders exclaimed at the same time and retreated in shock. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Only then did they confirm that what they saw was not wrong. Wan Yuanci and the others were even more shocked. They did not know who this person was to be able to make the 3 elders, who did not care about worldly affairs, so frightened. His heart immediately sank as he realized that the situation was extremely bad. Hong Lao suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a trembling voice, Is it really you? A voice came from the black robe, It's me. Mr. Hong's expression changed greatly. This familiar voice caused his body to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth and asked, Why? The black-robed man said calmly, The cycle of the heavenly Tao is endless, and history rolls on. Isn't it good for Crimson Moon City to include the 4 extreme sect? This, Elder Hong couldn't answer for a moment. The 3 of them had always been in closed-door cultivation, so they couldn't answer these questions. Wan Yuanci hurriedly said, it's not impossible to accept the Four Extremes sect. If the Four Extremes sect really wants to, they can do as I said before. I believe that Red Moon City will definitely consider accepting them. The black-robed man said, you are Wan Jingye's son, very good. Wan Yuanci was greatly shocked. This black-robed man gave him a very familiar feeling, and it seemed to contain boundless majesty, making him not dare to approach him. Who are you? Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. The black-robed man slowly raised his head. In the endless void, there seemed to be a ray of light flashing through the air, shocking everyone. Hiss! Xianxia was instantly dazed. She was so shocked that she kept retreating. Her face was as if she had seen a ghost. She said in horror, you are. The rest of her words seemed to be stuck in her throat. Her face turned red, but she couldn't say it no matter how hard she tried. Wan Yuanci was suddenly shocked. He finally remembered who the person in front of him was. His eyes were filled with horror. He said in shock, are you really my lord? The black-robed man nodded slightly and said, you also remember me. Wan Yuanci felt his heart falling into an abyss. He was afraid that today's matter wouldn't end well. If the person in front of him was really this person, then Crimson Moon City wouldn't be able to stop the rolling wheels of change. He gritted his teeth and said, what if we insist on not accepting? The black-robed man said slowly, do you want to attack me? Wan Yuanci suddenly shut his mouth, and his face turned pale. Even the faces of the red, yellow, and blue elders were livid, and they seemed to have no idea what to do. Wan Hongyu was also suddenly shocked. She seemed to remember the owner of the voice and exclaimed, so it's you. Her eyes were filled with shock. She said anxiously, if it's really you, why don't you go and rescue Ningqiu who is trapped on Purple Cloud Peak? The black-robed man seemed to be slightly moved, but he quickly regained his composure. He said, because in my heart, the matter of Crimson Moon City far surpasses my daughter. Hiss! Gusts of cold air echoed in the sky. Everyone was shocked to the extreme, everyone immediately understood the identity of the black-robed man. He was Ningqiu's father, the previous lord of Crimson Moon City, Ningqiu. Hadn't the previous lord of Crimson Moon City been missing for many years? Why was he with the people of the Four Extremes sect? Moreover, at this crucial moment of life and death, he was still helping outsiders. Everyone revealed shocked and strange expressions. They couldn't understand. Wan Hongyu laughed coldly. The matter of Crimson Moon City surpasses your daughter? You're definitely not the previous lord of Crimson Moon City, Ningqiu. No father would watch his daughter die and not save her. No sect leader with even the slightest bit of conscience would watch their sect's foundation be destroyed and instead help the evildoer. The black-robed man said, whether I'm Ningqiu or not is up to you to decide. No one can change the truth. With the strength of red, yellow, and blue elders, they naturally know whether I'm the real one. Red Elder's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, he really is the previous lord of Crimson Moon City, it's not fake at all. Unless one reached the level of Gu Feiyongyu's heaven-peering technique, there was no illusory technique in this world that could deceive the three of them, or even deceive the countless experts of Crimson Moon City. The black-robed man said, since the three elders have already confirmed my identity, then you should listen to me. Now, I will use my identity as the Lord of Crimson Moon City to recruit the Four Extremes sect and create a glorious situation where the four sects will prosper together. Everyone's heart trembled. They already didn't know what to do. The opponent's trump card was actually the highest commander on their side. How would the situation develop? Wan Hongyu said resolutely, even if you really are the previous Lord of Crimson Moon City, that was a long time ago. There is only one Lord of Crimson Moon City now, and that is my husband, Jiang Churan. Everyone must listen to the orders of the Lord of Crimson Moon City, even the previous Lord of Crimson Moon City is no exception. Now that my husband is still alive, the affairs of the entire Crimson Moon City are managed by the 5 elders of the parliament. This is also the rule of Crimson Moon City. Now, the 5 elders of the parliament have the final say in the entire Crimson Moon City. Since you are also a citizen of Crimson Moon City, you should naturally listen to the 5 elders' orders. That's right. Wan Yuanci said seriously, if you are still a citizen of Crimson Moon City, then you should abide by the rules of Crimson Moon City. If you are no longer a citizen of Crimson Moon City, then your identity as the previous lord of Crimson Moon City will naturally be gone. Oh? Xianxia has a pair of eloquent children. Ning Kuei said coldly, who are the 5 elders of the parliament now? Tell them to come out and speak to me. Everyone in Crimson Moon City immediately turned to look at Ning Yuanmen and the other 3. After Ning Huaishi was stepped on by Tang Qing, he felt extremely ashamed and resentful. He didn't have the face to see the crowd and didn't get up again. Ning Yuanmen and the other 3 turned deathly pale. When had they ever experienced such a scene? In particular, Ning Kuei's black robe seemed to flash with an extremely stern gaze. Thinking about how this person had previously been in charge of Crimson Moon City, the 4 of them were terrified, their faces pale. Fu Yichuan gritted his teeth and said, before City Lord Jiang died, he repeatedly instructed Ruan Hongyu to be in charge of internal affairs and Ning Qiue to be in charge of external affairs. Now that Ning Qiue has instructed Ruan Yuanci to be in charge of external affairs, then everything will be decided by the Ruan siblings. As members of the parliament, the 5 of us will do our best to assist them. Everyone in Crimson Moon City felt incomparable contempt in their hearts. Fu Yichuan and the other 3 felt their faces burning. They could also feel the contempt and disdain of the crowd, but compared to facing Ning Kuei's pressure, they would rather bow their heads. Humph, the 5 of you were good-for-nothings before, and you're still good-for-nothings now. Ning Kuei snorted with contempt and disdain, seemingly with a hint of anger at them for not fighting for their lives. Tang Qing, who had been watching them coldly from the side without saying a word, frowned slightly when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. Fu Yichuan and the other 3's faces were so red that blood was about to drip out. They wished that they were the ones who had been stepped on by Tang Qing just now, so that they could hide below and not come up. Ning Kuei looked at Ruan Hongyu and Ning Yuanci, and said indifferently, since the entire Crimson Moon City now listens to the 2 of you, then the direction of Crimson Moon City will be shouldered by the 2 of you. Both of them were shocked, as if they had heard something unusual. In shock, they looked at each other, only to feel that their palms were covered in cold sweat. Such a huge burden pressed down on them, making it a little difficult for them to breathe. Ning Kuei said, if you resist, not only will you have to face me tonight, you will also have to face the entire 4 Extreme sect. Even if you are lucky enough to survive tonight, when the sun rises tomorrow, you may still have to face the sects in the entire eastern region that are suppressed by Crimson Moon City. Are the 2 of you confident? Ruan Yuanci and Ning Yuanci's faces were deathly pale. How could they have confidence in such a matter? Crimson Moon City had stood tall in the eastern region for countless years. Only heaven knew how many enemies it had hidden in the dark. If its power declined, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ruan Yuanci looked at the red, yellow, and blue elders, seeking their opinion. At this moment, his entire body was already soaked in cold sweat. The 3 old men sighed inwardly and gave him an encouraging look, meaning that he was in charge of everything. The 3 of them were good at fighting, but their ability to handle important matters was very limited. They also knew their own limits, so they did not participate in political affairs. Ruan Yuanci swallowed with difficulty. Looking at the burning gazes of the Crimson Moon City martial artists that filled the sky, and the cold expressions of the 4 Extreme sect members opposite him, Ning Kuei's unfathomable thoughts hidden in the black robe. It was as if the most difficult decision of his life was being made at this moment. His body trembled, and he gritted his teeth as he said, I agree. This sentence used up all of his strength. His entire person became dispirited, and he became dispirited. The heavy snow that filled the sky fell on the hearts of every Crimson Moon City powerhouse, and it was difficult to dispel the chill. It was as if it was announcing the end of an era, and the arrival of a new era. The purple cloud peak was shrouded in mist, and divine senses couldn't penetrate through it. Under the moonlight, it looked like the shadow of a monster that devoured all the light. Ning Qiue's expression became increasingly unsightly. The restriction on the mountain had already changed. It was no longer something that Hongyu City had set up. In that case, the experts of Hongyu City who were guarding the mountain had probably already met with misfortune. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and the atmosphere was getting increasingly oppressive. Ning Qiue's expression was extremely gloomy as she lifted her hand. A golden light converged into a blade shadow and slashed at the mountain. SS. There wasn't the expected tremor, but the restriction light was torn apart like a piece of cloth. It was like the outer layer of the mountain was shredded, revealing the white flesh underneath. Ningqiu instantly turned into a golden light and went inside. After a few flashes, she appeared on the mountain peak. Under the moonlight, she looked like the shadow of the setting sun. A miserable scene appeared in front of her eyes as all the Red Moon City's disciples were corpses on the ground. High up in the sky, the entrance to the end of heaven and earth was blocked by a layer of white mist. It seemed like the bewildering smoke that was spat out from the entrance, and it made it impossible for anyone to enter. Ningqiu's expression was terrifyingly calm. She took a step to the front of a corpse and gently picked it up. It was Jiangbieli. His heart was pierced through, and there were no signs of battle. He was killed in a single move. Tier 7 Emperor Wu was killed in a single move. Jiangbieli's eyes were filled with horror, and it was obvious that he didn't die in peace. Suddenly, Jiangbieli's drooping hand moved like a spasm. Ningqiu was shocked and quickly grabbed onto his hand. There might still be a chance of survival. Right at this moment, Jiangbieli abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out a lump of green light. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous smoke. Ningqiu's reaction was extremely fast as she released a burst of monarch aura to block in front of her. However, that thick smoke was actually able to corrode the monarch aura and instantly rushed to her. Pung! Ningqiu softly reprimanded while a strange musical note suddenly appeared and dispersed the poisonous smoke. She quickly retreated a few meters and looked on with vigilance. All the corpses on the mountain peak started to move. All of them crawled up from the ground and shook their heads. Their movements were very slow, and the flickering green light in their eyes proved that they were already dead and were being controlled by someone. Who? She let out a gloomy and angry roar, releasing a murderous aura without concealing it, shooting out like a fierce astral wind. These were all disciples of Hongyu City. Not only were they killed, but now their corpses were being used by someone else. Ningqiu's anger burned uncontrollably. His divine sense frantically swept in all directions, but he couldn't find anyone. The restrictions on this mountain seemed to be able to be used by the other party to hide their tracks. The dozens of corpses had already stabilized themselves at this moment, and the aura on their bodies began to rise, mixed with an extremely rotten smell that made people want to vomit. Ningqiu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. She made a flute gesture with both hands and lightly placed it across the corner of her mouth. Then, a tune began to play. It was like the gurgling of flowing water, and also like dewdrops on bamboo leaves. Under the sky full of flying snow, it was a heart-stirring sound. The auras of those corpses that were emitting a decaying aura suddenly stopped rising, as if they were listening attentively. Time passed unknowingly. The melodious sound of the flute changed slightly, like an elegy, rising and falling for whom? Pooh! Suddenly, one of the corpses lost its balance and fell down. Its entire face was buried in the snow, and it was motionless. Pooh! 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 Immediately after, a series of corpses began to fall down one by one until no one was left standing. The mournful sorrow and the elegy of the flute intertwined. In this snowy sky, Feiyang, Jiangbieli's corpse was facing the sky in the pure white snow. Jiangbieli's corpse laid facing the sky in the pure white snow. Both of his eyes were closed and had a trace of serenity. Eh? There was a sudden questioning voice that seemed to be in disbelief. Ningqiu Tsutsumi's pupils shrank, and the flute sound changed. It turned into a sharp sound wave that blasted out, causing the flying snow to ripple. At the direction of the sound wave, there was a spatial fluctuation that revealed a gray figure that casually slammed down with his palm. The two forces clashed in midair, shattering the flying snow and scattering it like thousands of rags. That figure appeared and quickly vanished as though it didn't dare to face the attack head-on. Trash, come out! Ningqiu yelled out delicately, and the scepter immediately appeared in her hand. It immediately flourished with golden radiance, illuminating the entire mountain peak. Her right hand shook slightly, and an ancient sound immediately spread out. The entire space fluctuated along with the ancient sound's frequency and pushed forward layer by layer. In the upper right corner, the gray figure appeared again. His hands rapidly formed seals, and rays of light gathered from all directions to form a miniature mountain in his hand. With a point of his finger, that mountain immediately pressed down on Ningqiu. Looking carefully, that mini mountain's appearance was actually the purple cloud peak. Ningqiu's heart also shook as she exclaimed, extracting the mountain's soul? The opponent actually extracted the mountain's soul essence with a simple gesture and borrowed the power of the mountain to contend against the opponent. Soul-subduing song, quotient of 5 notes. Ningqiu's expression sank, and the song of time in her hand released a quotient. An extremely powerful power of the 5 elements broke through the sky and blocked the mountain's soul essence. Soul-subduing song, feather of 5 sounds. The melody of the quotient changed, and the mountain's soul essence immediately trembled. With a bang, it scattered in the air, turning into countless rays of light that flew back into the purple cloud peak. The gray figure revealed shock in his eyes, but he didn't dodge again. Instead, he stood in the sky and stared at Ningqiu. He slowly said, "You're indeed stronger than I expected. Looks like I've underestimated you." Ningqiu's eyes revealed killing intent, and she said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want?" That person flew down from the sky, stepped on the snow, and said, "You can call me Yang Yuanshu." Yang Yuanshu? Ningqiu frowned. Such an unfamiliar name, but he had such powerful strength. Yang Yuanshu continued, "As for my goal, it's to kill you." "Kill me? With just you? What a joke." Ningqiu sneered coldly. Yang Yuanshu said seriously, "You're indeed stronger than I expected, but don't underestimate me. This purple cloud peak is completely within my formation, and I've already set up all kinds of killing moves." Ningqiu frowned, and pointed at the sky, at the white mist at the entrance to the end of heaven and earth, and said, "That thing was also made by you?" Yang Yuanshu said, "That's a kind of thing that was developed according to an ancient refining method. It can be used to seal the entrance to a space. This is also the first time I've used it. However, I'm only a supporting person. With my ability, I'm not strong enough to seal the immortal realm." Ningqiu's heart trembled, and he felt that there was a huge trap coming towards Red Moon City. Although the strength of this person in front of him was ordinary, his methods were shocking, and he wasn't the ringleader. Ningqiu said coldly, "You're a secret technique refiner? Who's the person behind you?" Yang Yuanshu said, "So what if you know the person behind me? You can't change your current fate." Yang Yuanshu quickly drew a few talismans in front of him, and hit them on the ground. Immediately, the mountain top shook, and under the rumbling, coffins broke out of the ground, as if they were tombstones erected at the peak of the purple clouds. Ningqiu was extremely shocked. These coffins all emitted an extremely rotten aura, and their shape and materials were the same. However, their ages were different, and they seemed to have been excavated from the same place. Walala! Walala! The lids of those coffins instantly flew out, and the corpses inside all emitted an abnormally powerful aura. There was also a nauseating smell of decay that assaulted her face. Ningqiu's face instantly turned deathly pale. Not only was the smell disgusting, but the corpses inside the coffins also looked strange. Many of them had already become dried corpses, and there were even some that had more than half of their bones exposed, which made people shudder. And what truly caused her expression to change was the aura on these dried corpses. All of them were abnormally powerful, and among them, there were 3 corpses that gave her an extremely oppressive feeling. When these 3 people were alive, their cultivations were definitely not below hers. Ningqiu angrily said, "Which sex ancient tomb did you rob?" Yang Yuanshu's gaze looked at these corpses, and an extremely excited expression flickered in his eyes. He laughed strangely and said, "Haha, why don't you guess? In order to exchange for these corpses, I can practically bankrupt my family. Each and every one of them are my treasures." After the originally normal expression of Yang Yuanshu saw these corpses, his entire person became a little twisted, as if he was crazy. He even extended his mouth and kissed a few corpses, causing Ningqiu to feel disgusted and want to vomit. She inwardly thought that these arcane refiners were indeed all big perverts, and couldn't be reasoned with, but what made her apprehensive was that the positions where these corpses appeared seemed to be arranged in an extremely powerful formation, and each position secretly contained a profound artifact. Yang Yuanshu laughed strangely and said, "These 36 ancient corpses, every one of them was in existence of Emperor Jiuxing when they were alive. And these 3 corpses that I dote on the most, were all peak 9 stars powerhouses when they were alive. They are not inferior to you at all." Ning Qiue felt a chill in her heart, and angrily said, "Such peerless figures actually have to be humiliated by you after their deaths, they really deserve to die." A cold light flashed in her hand, and she immediately knocked towards the nearest corpse. Song of Time shook out a golden light, and turned into a slash that swept across. Bang! The coffin behind that corpse was directly shattered by the force, and after the corpse was hit, only its neck was cut halfway through, and it was unable to penetrate through. What? Ning Qiue was shocked. Under her attack just now, even a rank 8 profound artifact would have been broken. This corpse was actually even stronger than a rank 8 profound artifact? Yang Yuanshu roared in shock and anger, "Damn it! You actually dare to sneak attack my treasures. Go!" He shot out a strange symbol from his hand, and those corpses seemed to immediately come alive. Their eyes emitted a green light, and they emitted a powerful aura as they charged towards Ning Qiue. The corpse that was attacked just now directly made a hand seal, and a fist flew over. The fist force roared in the air, and blasted down from the sky. Ning Qiue was astonished, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. This corpse could actually execute the ultimate technique from when it was alive. She was so shocked that she had no time to think. The scepter in her hand immediately turned into a golden sword, and the sword chi slashed down from the sky, instantly slashing apart the fist light. The sword force did not diminish, and just as it was about to slash at that corpse, another sword light suddenly came from the sky. It was another corpse, and the sword chi in its hand swept out, extinguishing the afterglow of Ning Qiue's sword chi and saving its companion. At this moment, the formation of the 36 people was quickly activated, and Ning Qiue felt her heart tremble. An indescribable power came from the ground, and it carried a ruthless and decaying aura, directly affecting the circulation of her essence force. Before she could think carefully, 3 extremely powerful auras came from behind her. The 3 corpses attacked together. One formed a fist, one formed a finger, and the last formed a palm. The 3 of them were all Emperor Jiuxing elites when they were alive, so they definitely would not do such a disgraceful thing like joining hands. However, at this moment, everything was in Yang Yuanshu's control. Even if he wanted them to pounce on dog shit, they would not resist at all. Ning Qiue turned around and swept out with her sword. The sword light was like a peacock spreading its tail, and it knocked away the combined force of the 3. At this moment, she also discovered that the strength of these corpses was far inferior to when they were alive, but their physical bodies were comparable to profound artifacts. Even with her extremely powerful sword force, she could only injure these corpses. Yang Yuanshu laughed loudly, and said, "Do you feel that your life force is gradually fading? I laid down the dark book Ghost Nether formation under this mountain peak, and it can endlessly devour the life force of living beings and strengthen the evil aura of ghosts and corpses. Don't you feel that it is very strenuous?" His eyes revealed greed, and he licked his dry lips. He laughed nastily, and said, "Such a graceful body. After you are killed, I will definitely dress you up and refine you carefully, and make you my corpse concubine." As if he was too excited, a certain part of his body directly propped up a tent. After the 3 corpses were knocked away by Ning Qiue, even more corpses pounced down from the sky. All kinds of lights blossomed, and they were the ultimate techniques of these elites when they were alive. Ning Qiue was infuriated when he heard this, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. His eyes narrowed, and a soft song came from his sword. A gentle sword intent spread out and danced on the mountain summit. It filled the sky with flying snow, and a desolate feeling of the passing of time spread out. Sitting alone in the cool night breeze, watching the snowfall on the mountain peak. Listen to who the flying flowers whisper for, and count the traces of the past. The ultimate techniques displayed by those corpses were all broken by this cold aura of vicissitudes. This was a rule of time, and the passage of time was like a blade. The peerless powerhouse of the past had become a dried corpse under the marks of time. The 36 corpses seemed to be moved. A desolate and mournful feeling spread out from the corpses. It was as if the peerless will of the warriors when they were alive had been awakened by this song, and they were trying their best to resist. The three corpses beside Yang Yuanshu, which had been at the peak of 9 stars when they were alive, were trembling violently, trying to break free from the restraints. One of the corpses even shed 2 streams of blood. Damn it, you can actually break my corpse controlling technique? Yang Yuanshu was overwhelmed with shock. He hastily formed seals with his hands, and cryptic and incomprehensible sounds came from his mouth. It was actually the underworld language, and it spread out from the mountain summit. The corpses that had wavered immediately calmed down, and the corpse aura on their bodies surged as they charged forward once more. Yang Yuanshu's complexion turned slightly blue. He clenched his teeth and sent several runes into the 3 strongest corpses. His own aura instantly weakened, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out, and he became much more withered and dispirited. The 3 corpses trembled slightly, and they immediately emitted a monstrous corpse aura as they charged into the battle formation. The corpse controlling technique could not control the number of corpses without a limit. Rather, it was determined by the strength of the caster. With Yang Yuanshu's strength, it was impossible for him to control 30 corpses at the same time. Thus, there were only a dozen or so corpses attacking Ningqiu, and the others were watching from the side. The 3 former peak 9 stars powerhouses rose into the sky, and the aura of the entire battle formation changed. The other corpses suddenly retreated, and 3 extremely powerful attacks came from the sky. Haha, these 3 people were powerhouses that were not weaker than you when they were alive. Today, this place will be the place of your rebirth. From now on, you can be at ease as my harem's corpse concubine. Yang Yuanshu laughed madly, and he stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, revealing a look of extreme desire. Ningqiu's expression was cold. The sword aura in his hand spun, and an extremely powerful ancient sound trembled out. He coldly said, every powerhouse here was in existence that could wantonly kill you when they were alive. You actually dared to humiliate them like this, so there is no reason for you to live in this world. The ancient sound on the sword was decadent and dense. 1,000 autumns like snow, half of the past is like a dream, a sword that suppresses the soul of time. A soft sound came from Ningqiu's mouth, and the sword light pierced through the horizon, blossoming on the mountain peak. The sequence of time seemed to be disrupted at this moment. This sword connected the distant past and passed down to the boundless future. The corpses of the 3 peerless powerhouses instantly froze, and the 3 extremely powerful attacks also stopped at this moment. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 3 corpses exploded, and a smile seemed to appear on their malevolent faces, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. It was as if they were looking at the sky from a long time ago, and saying a word of thanks. Yang Yuanshu turned pale with fright, and said in shock, You. How could you possibly kill them? Ningqiu took a step forward, and his sword aura soared into the sky. He said coldly, they weren't willing to be controlled by you, and they could at most use 30% of their strength. How could they win against me? As for this life extraction formation, no matter how my origin energy is suppressed by you, it is still more than enough to kill you. Yang Yuanshu retreated in shock, and said in terror, Save me, my lord, quickly save me. Ningqiu's sword aura soared into the sky, and he was scared out of his wits. He could no longer care about these treasures that he loved dearly, and he turned to flee. Ningqiu's figure paused slightly, and she immediately sensed an extremely powerful aura, and her expression changed drastically. She was not unfamiliar with this aura, and she had encountered it not long ago. A white figure gradually appeared in front of her, and the snowflakes in the world froze, as if they did not dare to descend because of this person's descent. A poetic voice sounded out on the mountain peak, and said, It is not that I look down on the 4 extremes, and am just astonished by talent. It is not that I am a small world, and am just talented. It is not that I am unparalleled since ancient times, and am just peerless. Ling Bai. Ningqiu's face was extremely pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, So it was actually you behind the scenes. Great regret welled up in her heart, regretting that she did not kill this person outside Crimson Moon City when her side held the absolute advantage. Now that the situation was not good, she suffered a calamity instead. Haha, Lord Ying, you've finally come. Yang Yuanshu was overjoyed, and she hurriedly ran forward and said with an apologetic smile, I hope that my lord can make a move and kill this woman. I hope that my lord can leave her corpse to me. Ling Bai descended from the sky, and his figure fused together with the white snow that covered the sky, and they were practically indistinguishable. Mountains and rivers meet again, we meet again, Ning Qiue. Ling Bai said indifferently. The appearance this time was much calmer than the last time, quiet to the point it was like a wisp of snowflake that adorned the entire mountain, and it was difficult to distinguish. Ning Qiue's face was pale. This person's appearance caused her to know that there was no possibility of returning today, and she said in a cold voice, Ling Bai, tell me, was all of this arranged by you? Ling Bai shook his head slightly and said, although I want to kill you, I have my own methods, and I still despise such methods. Ning Qiue was stunned, and the shock in her heart could not be any greater as she said in horror, Who? Who exactly is that? They even managed to get you to help them? Haha. Yang Yuanshu laughed savagely in a loud voice, and said, Lord Ying is the #1 assassin in the world, and since he's an assassin, he naturally has a price. Since that lord is able to pay the price, then Lord Ying will naturally make a move. You didn't expect it, right? The killer move that awaits you in the end isn't me, but the 4th-ranked titled king, Emperor Wu. Ling Bai said indifferently, that person knows that I have a grudge with you, so he offered an extremely attractive price to buy me to make a move. So you don't have to be afraid, I'll leave immediately after a single move. Even if it was only a single move, but who in the world would dare say that they could receive it, even if it was Ning Qiue whose heart was currently in turmoil, and her aura was in chaos, she didn't dare brag that she could receive a single move from Ling Bai. The aura on Ling Bai's body gradually spread out, and his killing intent was practically material. Yang Yuanshu's expression changed greatly at the sight, and he hurriedly retreated a few tens of meters as he was deeply afraid of being swept into it. The frozen snowflakes in the sky seemed to have received some sort of summon, and at this moment, they began to descend once again. However, every single one of them hesitated, and the bone-chilling cold turned into ice crystals, freezing the entire world. Ling Bai moved. More accurately, he didn't move, but the snow on the ground moved. It danced in the air as it was shaken by a force, and it spun in the air. The flying snow was swift and fierce, and it carried an astonishing killing intent. Every single snowflake turned into a sharp blade that could kill, and they spun around the mountain peak. Ling Bai's expression was abnormally calm, and there wasn't the slightest trace of emotion. The power of the snowflakes that filled the sky gave Ning Qiue an extremely great pressure, and it forced the sword in her hand to automatically unseal itself. A golden battle armor covered her body, but she still couldn't help but retreat. Ling Bai moved, and this time, he really moved. He extended his hand, and a snowflake landed on the tip of his finger. Using this flower as a sword, it rapidly pierced through the layers of flying snow, and entered the sky full of snow. That extremely white flower seemed to have instantly fused with the mountain soul of Violet Cloud Peak, and fused with the laws of snow that filled the sky full of flying snow. Ling Bai's pure white figure suddenly turned black, and like a shadow, it was projected onto the snow-covered mountain peak. Behind him was the boundless pitch-black night sky, and at this moment, it was as if the boundless night had completely transformed into his reflection. In the world, there was only this white, and this black. Ning Qiue's heart trembled violently. She watched in horror as a snowflake floated towards her. It was so slow, so beautiful, and she seemed to be unable to block it. She used all the strength in her body to raise the golden sword in her hand, and thrust it through the air. There was nothing fancy about it, and it was just a simple thrust, but it was already her strongest attack. The golden sword emitted a scorching light, and it was like a cloud. The tip of the sword finally touched the white snow. When the scorching hot tip of the sword touched the snowflake, the beautiful petals instantly melted, burned into nothingness by the clouds on the golden sword, as if they had never appeared. Ning Kikitsumi's pupils contracted, only to see the mournful snowflakes gradually disperse. The mountain-like killing intent had already disappeared. Ling Bai still stood there quietly, as if he had not made a move at all, nor had he thrown out that snowflake. The snowflakes fell again, covering his clothes. Ning Qiue swallowed with difficulty, her clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and her heart was still beating violently. She knew that Ling Bai had shown mercy, otherwise, even if she did not die from that move, she would definitely not be unscathed. She hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it. That sword strike just now had already exhausted all of her strength, and at this moment, any detail could be related to her life or death, and her life or death could be directly related to the survival of Crimson Moon City, so she could not die. She did not ask why Ling Bai had shown mercy, but at least she did not die now, so she had to work hard to live, for herself, and for Crimson Moon City. Yang Yuanshu looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes widened, and he suddenly screamed, "This! Lord Ying, why didn't you kill her?" Ling Bai turned a deaf ear to him, looked at Ning Qiue, and said indifferently, "One move is over, my mission is complete. If you can survive today, please remember this move, it is called Nine Dragon Snow, next time there will be even more spectacular changes waiting for you." Wait. Yang Yuanshu saw that Ling Bai was about to leave, and hurriedly chased after him, and shouted, "Lord Ying, you actually showed mercy." Ling Bai, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, and said with a frown, "I showed mercy, what's wrong?" This, Yang Yuanshu was suddenly hammered in the chest, and said with a stuffy chest, You took benefits from that lord, so you should use your full strength and kill Ning Qiue in one move." Ling Bai said coldly, "I only promised to use one move, when did you hear me say I would use my full strength?" Yang Yuanshu was completely dumbfounded. He said anxiously, "Do you still have any morals?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His entire body trembled in fear, as if he could die at any moment. A murderous look flashed across Ling Bai's eyes as he said coldly, "A lowly existence like you is no different from a bag of dog shit in front of me. If it wasn't for your master's face, just based on the fact that you're driving the corpses of these peerless powerhouses, it's already a capital crime. Every time I listen to you, I'll have more earwax in my ears. If you say another word to me, I'll let your master collect your corpse." Ling Bai himself was also a peerless powerhouse, and as the saying goes, they appreciated each other. Looking at the 36 corpses of peerless powerhouses being controlled by this dog*T person, his heart was already filled with killing intent. Yang Yuanshu abruptly shut his mouth and didn't dare make another sound. He firmly believed that so long as he spoke another word, he would absolutely die. Ling Bai glanced at him and revealed a look of contempt and disdain, then he turned around and disappeared in the snowstorm that filled the sky. Damn it. Yang Yuanshu's expression was cold and extremely distorted. He roared madly in his heart, "You actually dare to look down on me? There will be a day when I'll refine you, Ling Bai, into a dried corpse." Bang! 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 Moments after Ling Bai left, the corpses of those peerless powerhouses suddenly exploded one by one, directly exploding into nothingness and turning into dust that completely dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Not only that, the nether formation beneath the ground seemed to have been broken as well. After a few rays of dim light burst out, the feeling of life being devoured in Ning Qiue's body instantly disappeared. Ah? Yang Yuanshu let out a miserable cry, completely dumbfounded. None of the treasures that he had exchanged for with his entire fortune had survived. Bang! In a distant place, in a dark hall, a demonic flame flickered with dim light from the candles on the wall, illuminating two thin and tall figures that were stretched straight against the wall. One of them, a skinny old man, was sitting upright at the top. In his rage, he shattered the coiling dragon head on the throne with a palm strike, causing the ground to be filled with jewels and crushed stones. Ha! The green-cloaked man at the bottom couldn't help but laugh loudly, and said, "Ling Bai swindled away a piece of the heavenly exquisite bone, do you feel very angry?" The skinny old man's waxy yellow face turned ashen, and his eyes flickered with an extremely dense killing intent. The green-cloaked man sneered, and said, "I told you long ago, none of these titled Emperor Wu can be relied on. You still have to do everything yourself." Humph. Ling Bai, I will make him part of my collection sooner or later," the old man said angrily in a cold voice. The green-cloaked man sneered, and said, "What's the point of saying such angry words? It will only make people look down on you. Those with strength never exaggerate, and you really can't do anything to Ling Bai. Now, not only did Ning Qiue not die, but I also lost the 36 experts' corpses that I took the risk to transport. What a waste of effort, and I think that precious disciple of yours won't live for long." The old man's cold gaze swept over, and he stared at the green-cloaked man, and said, "Wei Qing, I know you still have a backup plan." If my disciple dies, I will not let you off. The face of the green-clothed man was revealed in the dim light, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. He said, "You calculated wrongly, and didn't listen to my advice. Now you expect me to save him? This place is tens of thousands of miles away from Hongyu City, and I'm not the Void Emperor Wu Shuqing fan. How can I save your disciple?" The old man snorted, and said, "Tang Qing and Ning Kuei have basically controlled the situation in Hongyu City, and I was the one who used a secret technique to seal Heaven's End and Purple Cloud Peak. Why don't you tell me what you did? If you don't do anything, what value is there in cooperating with you?" Wei Qing said coldly, "You didn't do anything?" Tang Qing caused a huge commotion in Songyang City. If I hadn't secretly manipulated him, he would have been eliminated by the Merchant Union and the Sanctuary long ago. The old man flicked his sleeves, and said coldly, "There's no need to say anything more. I know that you have a backup plan in Purple Cloud Peak, but I misjudged Ning Qiue's strength, and also misjudged Ling Bai. That's why you had the chance to display your strength. In any case, my disciple cannot die." Humph. Wei Qing snorted coldly, and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked to the center of the main hall, and casually formed a hand seal. A formation on the ground was activated, and it emitted a cold, dim light. At this moment, on Purple Cloud Peak, Yang Yuanshu's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. After the 36 treasures were destroyed, his heart ached for a moment, and he immediately began to feel a bone-chilling killing intent. The killing intent in Ning Qiue's eyes almost materialized, and that beautiful face had never been so cold and furious. "Be Lord Qiue, I'm only an accomplice in this matter, and not the mastermind. Please spare my life, Lord Qiue." Yang Yuanshu's entire face turned pale, and his body trembled continuously as he retreated. He was only an alchemist of secret arts. Once the secret art lost its effect, in front of a powerhouse like Ning Qiue, he would completely become dregs. Ning Qiue said coldly, "Who is it? Who's the person behind you?" Yang Yuanshu trembled as he said, "No, I can't say. With Lord Qiue's ability, it's very easy to find out. Let me go." Ning Qiue's expression was icy cold, and he already couldn't be bothered to ask. He directly took a step forward, planning to capture him and search his soul. Although his essence energy was currently greatly expended, dealing with a Yang Yuanshu without his corpse puppet was still like killing a chicken. Suddenly, an absolute force shook out from the ground, and a ray of multicolored light surged into the sky, as if a treasure was born. The entire mountain actually split open in the air under this multicolored light. The two of them were startled, and they looked towards the sky in shock. Roar! Another astonishing roar came from within the mountain. Countless rays of light shot out, and gradually condensed into a human figure at the peak of the mountain. The figure was massive, and his expression was sluggish. His body was like a strong man, full of bulging muscles, and he roared at Ning Qiue endlessly. Every roar was like a giant hammer smashing down, causing the blood in Ning Qiue's body to roil. What made her even more astonished was that the multicolored light that rushed out of the mountain earlier gradually gathered in the air, condensing into a scroll that emitted a myriad of golden light and unfurled in the air. There were flowers, insects, birds, and beasts drawn on it, as well as mountains and rivers, lakes, seas, and the sky for thousands of miles. Surging spiritual energy overflowed as the scroll unfurled. Ning Qiue's mind trembled greatly, and she immediately recognized the origins of this scroll. She cried out involuntarily, "Picturesque landscape." The surroundings of that scroll flourished with brilliant light, and it slowly flew down from the sky, bringing with it a boundless might force. It was like a falling star, and even the entire Purple Cloud Peak started to crumble under this unparalleled force. Ning Qiue's face turned pale, and she immediately understood that the giant in front of her was Kuan Nu, and that scroll was also a peak-grade profound artifact from the sanctuary region. She cried out in shock and fury, "So the person behind the scenes is actually Wei Qing, that damned Wei Qing." At this moment, she had no essence force left in her body. Even though she had consumed a large amount of elixirs, her recovery was still extremely slow. The power of the picturesque landscape made her breathless. Furthermore, Kuan Nu's roars continuously shook the blood in her body. After a few years, it should be a beautiful time and beautiful scenery in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who can I tell them to? Ning Qiuya chanted indifferently, and a series of strange runes appeared on the battle robe, which immediately repelled all the power of the sound waves. Various patterns appeared on the golden sword, and the profound artifact's power rippled out. A flying pigeon shadow with its head held high condensed in the sky, and it seemed like it was going to break through the sky and fly away. The golden light on the battle robe repelled the power of the sound waves, and Kuan Nu let out a few loud cries. He immediately turned into countless rays of light and flew into the sky to condense again. However, the form that condensed this time had a huge change in expression, and the aura on its body had also changed. An ice-cold and sharp intent seemed to pierce through Kuan Nu's eyes, and it stared at them from a boundless distance. Ning Qiuya's heart turned cold, and she roared in fury, "Wei Qing, you are Wei Qing." Kuan Nu didn't say a word, and he stared coldly. The picturesque landscape immediately landed in his hand, and he looked like a scholar who was holding a painting in his hand, and he lowered his head to ponder over it. Ning Qiuya was enraged and said, "The person who schemed against my Hongyu city is actually you." The sword qi in her hand surged with monstrous power. Her entire body rose along with the phantom, and the power to slash through everything rushed out from the sword qi. Kuan Nu read the scroll in his hand and watched the sword qi rush up. His face was still expressionless, and he directly threw the picturesque landscape painting. A vast landscape immediately appeared in front of him and suppressed the golden qi. The two forces clashed on Violet Cloud Peak, and there was actually no clear victor. Ning Qiuya's expression suddenly changed. She used the sword technique and gritted her teeth to increase her power again. The sword qi was about to break through the suppression. Kuan Nu seemed to have no fear. He slowly raised his hand, and the golden light on his fingertips dazzled. Seals entered the scroll and suppressed the power of the sword qi. Ning Qiuya's heart immediately sank. With just this move, she already understood that her opponent had already seen through her weakness, which was that she had consumed a lot of her essence force and could not continue. As long as she fought like a trapped beast, using the power of the vast landscape to suppress her and slowly wear her down, she would definitely win. Ning Qiuya was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Although her opponent's method was despicable, it was the most effective. This battle had completely become a competition of power. Wei Qing's power was continuously transferred from the large hall to Kuan Nu through the formation, and he maintained a state that was just enough to suppress Ning Qiuya. This was also because Ning Qiuya fell into her opponent's trap in a moment of anger. Otherwise, with her strength, no matter how much she consumed, she would not be suppressed by her opponent like a trapped beast. Her power slowly flowed with time. After blocking Lingbai's white snow, she had consumed less than half of her essence force. Now, under the endless majestic power, the essence force in her body gradually began to collapse. The picturesque landscape painting slowly descended from the sky. Am I going to die? This thought surged in Ning Qiuya's mind, and she laughed silently. For so many years, she had lived like a walking corpse. She had just roused her spirits for a few days, and now she was really going to welcome death. This was too ironic. However, it was fine if she died. She did not need to think too much. Perhaps she could still meet him. Ning Qiuya smiled indifferently. Her eyes flickered with tears when she thought of that person in her heart. She raised her head to look at the sky. In the endless snow, there seemed to be a handsome figure descending from the sky and walking towards her. "Brother Morong, are you?" Ning Qiuya faintly asked. Two strings of tears flowed down her cheeks. Under that blood-red moon, the figure that she had missed for a long time appeared. She knew that this was an illusion before her death. But she was happy. That year, she wore makeup that could topple cities. She smiled faintly and lowered her eyebrows. That year, his clothes were whiter than snow, and Wu Ling was still young. They had met on a narrow path in their lifetime, but in the end, they could not escape. Suddenly, a tangled curve grew on his palm. Before one is sensible, after one is aroused, it will not last more than a day. If one cannot keep it, one cannot calculate the passing of time. That year changed his life. Fate is predestined. In the end, you have no choice. With a turn of my body, you are already a light year away from me. Ning Qiuya smiled happily. This time, you must bring me along, big brother Morong. Under the blood moon, Morongju's brows were slightly furrowed, as if he could not sense Ningqiue's burning anticipation. He coldly turned around, stepped into the air, and headed into the distance. "Big brother Morong!" Ningqiue mournfully called out. Her heart was trembling. The power of the picturesque landscape was getting stronger and stronger. Her body was trembling violently, but what was trembling even more was her trembling heart. Tears flowed down crazily. Looking at Morongju's departing figure, Ningqiue's heart trembled and broke. A sorrowful song resounded in the sky, and those who heard it would shed tears. Knocking on the golden clothes, the intent is possessed. Like flowing water, the vast sky ripples. Sweeping away the army, the river is drawn. Emptiness of the world, the eternal song. Morongju's figure trembled slightly, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. Kuan-Nu's sluggish face also raised his head slightly. As if he had sensed something, he once again sent a talisman into the picturesque landscape. The golden light shone even brighter, wanting to kill Ningqiue as soon as possible. Under the suppression of the picturesque landscape, the golden battle-robe spiritual chi was rapidly depleting, and it could no longer hold on. Morongju stood in the distant sky and turned around. The familiar face that she had been thinking about day and night once again appeared in front of Ningqiue. Morongju frowned. After a moment of contemplation, a golden light appeared in his hand and transformed into a battle spear in front of him. Then, he raised it up high and slashed down. Immediately, 9 golden dragons appeared on the battle spear. As they roared and spiraled, the dragons soared through the clouds and streaked across the sky. Kuan-Nu's stiff expression immediately changed. He raised the picturesque landscape and separated a layer of defense from the power that was suppressing Ningqiue. Like a mirror, the layers of defense separated in the sky and extended outwards. The 9 dragons roared and ruthlessly pressed down on the dozens of layers of defense. They continuously broke through and closed in, forcing Kuan-Nu to retreat. Ningqiue was in a daze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. She pinched herself a few times, and she felt intense pain. The scene in front of her was definitely not an illusion before death. Ah? She was completely dumbfounded and looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. Tears poured out uncontrollably, and she became a tearful person. As soon as Xianxia made his move, Ningqiue immediately escaped from that hopeless situation. Kuan-Nu's face was filled with disbelief. His mouth was wide open, and he seemed to have fallen into a daze. Not only did he look at Xianxia, but he also looked at the huge eyeball that resembled a moon behind him. He did not know what it was. Finally, he looked at the sky above. The white ball of chi had been broken by someone, and now, the entrance to the paradise was slowly closing. In the great hall thousands of miles away, Wei Qing and the skinny old man were shocked at the same time. The entrance to the paradise has been opened? Who the hell is this person? The 2 magnates were shocked at the same time. They seemed to have a premonition that something bad was about to happen. On Purple Cloud Peak, the picturesque landscape's defense was shattered by the 9 dragons. The scroll flew up and fell into Kuan-Nu's hand. The blue light between Xianxia's brows flashed, and he looked over. Oh? It's the external incarnation divine ability. Are there still such experts in this era? After Xianxia muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. In this sky where there were no 10 directions deity realm experts, who could be his match, ancient Maha characters appeared on the battle spear's sharp light. They bounced up and condensed into a sharp blade that shot through the sky. Kuan-Nu formed a seal with both hands and quickly entered the scroll. A landscape appeared and suppressed the ancient Maha characters. Xianxia frowned. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he softly said, "Lord Ultimate Ruin." The Ultimate Ruin's eye behind him slowly opened, and a scarlet gaze stared over. Kuan-Nu choked under the gaze of the Ultimate Ruin. His eyes were filled with shock, and even the landscape froze under this gaze. "Golden spear shadows, dispel the clouds and see the sun," Xianxia said indifferently. The battle spear in his hand suddenly shone with golden light. The string of ancient Maha characters shone brightly, and thousands of golden rays descended from the sky. Not only did they suppress the aura of the picturesque landscape, but they also penetrated through it. Kuan-Nu's face changed greatly, and his eyes became empty. The battle spear's sharpness did not diminish, and it directly struck him. In the hall thousands of miles away, Wei Qing's face changed color. A golden ray directly penetrated the array in front of him and slashed at him. Humph. Wei Qing let out a cold snort and grabbed the golden light with his big hand. He looked at it for a moment and then crushed it in the air. The golden ray spread out, and the temperature of the entire hall rose. The skinny old man was also shocked, and he said in shock, "Who is that person? Not only did he break your picturesque landscape, but he also used your passage to send an attack here. There are only a few people in the world who have such strength." Wei Qing's face was also very ugly, and he said coldly, "The world is big, and there are not all experts. Even you and I dare not say that we are in control of everything. The matter of Hongyu City has already gone awry. From now on, you and I should meet as little as possible. It's better to be careful." With that, he turned and walked out of the hall. The skinny old man was startled, and he asked hurriedly, "What about my disciple?" Wei Qing's figure had already disappeared from the hall, and a cold voice came out of nowhere. "Let him pray for himself." The skinny old man's face became very ugly. In that kind of situation, the possibility of his disciple saving his life was next to nothing. On Purple Cloud Peak, after Kuan Nu was hit by the power of the battle spear, his entire body instantly turned into light. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and he started to collapse one by one, turning into countless fluorescent lights and dissipating. Meanwhile, the picturesque landscape in the sky dispersed a lot of spiritual energy, and the entire scroll quickly folded up, turning into a golden ray that tore through the sky. Xianxia looked coldly at the scroll that tore through the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. After doing all this, he did not look at Ning Qiue, and he directly turned to leave. "Wait for me," Ning Qiue hurriedly called out. Tears covered his face, and he sobbed faintly. "I know you are not him, but please don't leave me." Xianxia turned around and snorted coldly. "Fool." He no longer paid attention to Ning Qiue, and he strode through the sky, traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant. The huge ruins of End Blood Moon behind him followed closely, and he shuttled through the night. Ning Qiue was stunned for a moment, and he wiped away the tears on his face. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Xianxia. After a long time, the sky above the mountain peak rippled slightly, and Yang Yuanshu's body appeared. However, his face was abnormally pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. During the battle between the three powerhouses just now, he had been using a secret technique to hide in the void, and he did not dare to move recklessly. He did not expect Ning Qiue to actually let him off in the end. Yang Yuanshu's eyes were filled with shock, as if he did not dare to believe that he had escaped with his life. After slightly suppressing his shock, he calmed down, and he looked up at the slowly closing world. Monstrous waves surged in his heart. The immortal realm sealing technique was developed by his master according to the ancient refining method, and it should have been foolproof, but it actually failed at this moment. Yang Yuanshu's face was gloomy, and he immediately turned into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. In a mountain range adjacent to Ziyun Peak, 4 female servants were searching for spirit herbs. They walked through the area carefully, but at the same time, they did not dare to go too deep into the mountain range for fear of encountering demonic beasts. The 4 of them had faint yuan qi fluctuations. They were obviously martial artists, but they were not strong, only martial monarchs. They found a kind of strange flower called hyacinth. It was light purple and was a 5th-rank spirit herb. It was also discovered by their wives a few days ago. After searching for half a day, they did not pick many hyacinths. A girl in red said, "Sister Ziling, we have been in this area for more than half a month. I'm afraid we have picked all the hyacinths." Ziling, who was walking at the front, raised her head and said, "This mountain range is really a treasure land. Not only are there so many hyacinths, but there are also many other spirit herbs. Everyone, hurry up and pick as many as you can. This is the main ingredient for refining the azure coagulate pill. We don't have it in Yuanling City. We have to spend a lot of money to buy it from other chambers of commerce." Another girl in green smiled and said, "Sister Hongshan must be tired again. But it makes sense. My eyes are getting blurry every day, and I have to be careful to avoid encountering any monsters. But no matter what, today is the last day. The people in Hongyu City are almost gone. It's our turn to use the teleportation portal. Ziling looked around and said, if we go any further, we'll reach the danger zone. Let's go back. There are still many things to pack in the inn. Maybe we can get in line today. Yay, long live Sister Ziling. Hearing that it was over, the other 3 girls cheered, giggling and playing with each other. Ziling was the oldest. She smiled and shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to catch something out of the corner of her eye. Shocked, she hurried forward and shouted, Hongshan, Qingxue, Bai Yi, come and see, there's a person here. The other 3 little girls were startled, and they ran over while chattering, all of them extremely vigilant. Under a shrub, a man lay on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His entire body was filthy and covered in mud. Hongshan covered her mouth and exclaimed, ah! It's a dead man. The faces of the 4 women were unsightly. Although they had the strength of martial lords and killed some bad people before, when they saw a dirty corpse lying in front of them, no one would feel comfortable. Qing Chui said with a pale face, this person must have entered the fairyland of the end of earth and end of heaven and earth, and was killed by the demonic beasts. That's why he was sent out on the day when the fairyland closed. Ziling said, don't talk nonsense. I once heard Madam say that only those who have entered the end of time and end of time will be teleported out. If they die in there, they will not come out. It's very likely that this person was teleported out when he was on his last breath, and then fell here to his death. Qing Chui had a strange look on her face as she said, even if he was teleported into the sky, would a martial artist who could survive until the end of time fall to his death? The other 3 women were also stunned. It really didn't make sense. Bai suddenly asked, is he still alive? It has already been 3 days since the end of time and end of time closed. The humidity here is extremely heavy. If I fell to my death, I would have long been bitten by insects and ants. Not dead? It can't be? Hongshan covered her mouth and hid behind Ziling in fear. Ziling was a 9-stars martial monarch, and she was also the big sister of the group. She made a grabbing motion in the air, and a sword appeared in her hand. She used the scabbard to poke at the person's body, flipping him over in the mud. Ah! He's so ugly. The 4 women gasped. The upper half of the person's face was densely covered with blood vessels, and his eyes were swollen like buns. It was a horrifying sight. Ziling took a step back nervously and said, he's really not dead. He seems to have fainted from severe injuries. Hongshan said, isn't this person too ugly? Is he a human or a demonic beast? Bai mustered up the courage to take a closer look and said, this person is actually quite good-looking. He seems to have some kind of chronic disease, so his eyes have become so scary. Should we save him? Save him? Stop joking, let's hurry. We don't know if this person is good or bad. If he wakes up, he might attack us. Qing Chui nodded in agreement with Sequoia's words. I don't think he's a bad person, Bai said softly. But what if he's a bad person? Hongshan asked. Bai didn't say anything. After all, the 4 of them were too weak. If they really encountered a bad person, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Ziling hesitated for a moment and said, this person's injuries are too severe. Even if he's a bad person, he won't be able to attack. Let's bring them back. Maybe Madam can treat his injuries. Even if he's a bad person, we don't have to be afraid. Bring him back? The 3 women were in disbelief, and only Bai nodded slightly. Ziling didn't know why, but she felt that saving the person in front of her was just an instinctive kindness. She couldn't explain it herself. The person in front of her was too dirty, and no one was willing to touch him. The 4 women quickly made a stretcher, lifted the man up, and headed towards the Crimson Moon City. It had been 3 days since the end of time, and the bustling crowd in Crimson Moon City had almost all left. Due to the large number of people, Crimson Moon City opened the teleportation array by queuing up. Then again, those with powerful backgrounds didn't have to queue up. For the past few days, the entire Crimson Moon City had been in a strange atmosphere. Aside from some low-level leaders who were still maintaining order, no one from the upper echelons of Crimson Moon City came out. Then again, the incident of Tang Qing leading the 4 Extremes sect to force the emperor to abdicate was still fresh in everyone's mind. In the past 3 days, there were many rumors saying that the city lord of the Red Moon City, Xianxia, had already passed away and that Tang Qing was very likely to take over the position of the city lord of the Red Moon City. If the Crimson Moon City really had a change of ownership, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the world. The impact would probably be even greater than the fall of Gu Feiyong. Many people from the 7 super forces stayed in the city to gather information. They sent people to the city lord's mansion many times, but only ordinary leaders came out to receive them. They couldn't see any of the upper echelons. However, on the 3rd day, Crimson Moon City finally issued an announcement to accept the 4 Extremes sect. The entire city was shocked, and the news spread like wildfire. Crimson Moon City was originally made up of many forces, so it was extremely normal for new forces to join. However, this time, they were accepting the 4 Extremes sect, which had caused an uproar in Songyang City. Whether it was the strength of the 4 Extremes sect or what they had done in the past few days, this was something that would attract the attention of the entire continent. The direction of Crimson Moon City, as well as the power structure of the eastern region, might undergo an earth-shattering change. Everyone seemed to foresee the arrival of an even greater storm. Meanwhile, the 7 super forces seemed to be more concerned about another matter, and that was the fate of City Lord Jiangchuan. It seemed to have become a mystery. Back then, on the ancestral spirit's return, the people from the 7 sects all saw that Jiangchuan seemed to have encountered an extremely powerful opponent. Combined with the various rumors, they all seemed to point to the same conclusion: Jiangchuan had already died. If that was really the case, then as the 4 Extremes sect joined Crimson Moon City, the first thing that would happen would definitely be a bloody battle for power. The situation of the 3 strongest forces in Crimson Moon City was about to change. In recent days, many merchants and a few vassal forces in Crimson Moon City also began to queue up, waiting to be teleported away from this troublesome place. In an inn, young Tianyun and her disciple had already packed up, planning to return to the deity transformation sea. They had also gained a lot from this trip to the end of time, and were about to return to Cultivate. A few people from the Mu family also traveled with them. They were supposed to leave a long time ago, but because of one matter, they had been delayed. It had already been 3 days. Fu Yu's figure appeared on the street, and he instantly appeared before them. He shook his head with a gloomy expression. Yong Tianyun's glowing eyes finally dimmed. Looking up at the sky, she let out a long sigh and said, "After the heavy snow, the sky should have cleared up, but this Crimson Moon City has been gloomy for 3 days. This is not a good omen." A cold smile appeared on Mu Hong's face, and he said, "The heavens have their own destinies, not humans. That Li Yunxiao is just one of the countless meteors in the sky. He will disappear in the blink of an eye. It is his destiny to shine for a while." Mu Fenghua suddenly said, "I just realized that he is not dead." Mu Hong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Fenghua, I understand what you're thinking. You hope to find a strong opponent to fight. Unfortunately, Li Yunxiao can't handle it. He's just a shooting star, but you're going to become a star." Mu Fenghua remained silent, but a bright light flickered in his eyes. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared in his mind, and the blood in his body immediately ignited. This was a martial artist's instinct, a reverence for the opponent. Mu Fenghua's blood was still burning, which meant that that person was definitely not dead. Fu Yu said, "Master, the world has been in seclusion for 3 days. Everyone who was teleported out is within 100 miles of the Purple Cloud Peak. Basically, they have all returned to Crimson Moon City. That Li Yunxiao is really doomed." Yong Tianyun sighed and said, "I think that Li Yunxiao is not someone who will die young. Perhaps the heavens have other plans. Let's return to the city. The change in Crimson Moon City this time is really shocking. I am afraid that this is just the beginning of chaos." Mu Hong smiled and said, "Elder Tianyun is worrying too much. It is just the death of a city lord. Furthermore, I think that with the addition of the 4 Extremes sect, Crimson Moon City's strength will only increase. The existence of such a superpower is very beneficial to the peace and stability of the continent." "I hope so." Yong Tianyun's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. He said, "Let's go." The group immediately left the inn and headed towards the teleportation area. Not long after they left, Ling and the other three carried the injured ugly man into the inn and went straight to the guest rooms in the backyard. "Madam, we're back." As soon as they entered the backyard of the inn, Ling and the other three hurriedly carried the stretcher in. There were already many people gathered in the small courtyard, packing their things and preparing to leave. When they saw 4 people carrying a stretcher, they were all stunned. A woman's voice came from inside. "I was just about to crush the jade tablet to summon you back. It's almost our turn. We're back at the right time." The door of the room creaked open and a beautiful woman walked out. She frowned and asked, "What is this?" Ling blushed and quickly said, "Madam, we were picking hyacinths in the mountains when we suddenly saw someone fainting in the mountains, so we saved him." A trace of anger flashed across the beautiful woman's face and she reprimanded, "This is not our Tianling city. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Are you ignoring my words?" Ling and the other three panicked and knelt down to admit their mistake. This beautiful woman was the manager of the Ink-Feathered Chamber of Commerce. She called her madam and had great power. The president of the Chamber of Commerce died in an accident many years ago. The entire Chamber of Commerce was shouldered by her alone. The beautiful woman reprimanded, "Hongyu City is one of the 7 superpowers in the world. Now is a troubled time. Offending anyone can cause us to fall into eternal damnation. The 4 of you are getting bolder and bolder. It's been a long time since you've remembered the taste of punishment." When the 4 women heard this, their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. They kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy. "Mother, you don't have to blame them too much. After all, they did it out of kindness." A man in white walked out of the small courtyard. He was steady and powerful. His body faintly revealed the fluctuation of yuan qi. He was obviously an expert. When the madam saw her beloved son, her heart immediately softened. She said softly, "Zizi, you only know how to cultivate. How would you know the dangers of the world? Moreover, this is Hongyu City. There are many experts in the world and it's a troubled time. I've been worried for the past few days. I can't wait to fly back to Tianling City." Her son chuckled, "Mother, you worry too much. How can there be so many dangers in the world?" He glanced at the ugly person on the stretcher and said in surprise, "Hey, this person's injury is so strange. The upper half of his head is almost swollen, and there are signs of ulceration. Is he poisoned?" Madame G was also somewhat shocked when she saw this. She said, "It is possible that he used a skill similar to demon transformation, so he suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. Let's leave Red Moon City first. If we miss our number, we will have to draw a new card." Zizi nodded and said, "Let's go first. This person's injuries are too heavy. If we want to save him, we'll probably have to meet up with Uncle Nan and the others. Uncle Nan has the strength of a Tier 7 alchemist. Treating this person should be easy." His wife laughed and said, "You really dare to speak? Letting Uncle Nan, a dignified Tier 7 alchemist, take action, isn't it too childish?" Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked out of the inn. Ling and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief and broke out in a cold sweat. If Madame was angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. The other 3 women all glared at her, revealing a look of reproach. Ling laughed bitterly and could only repeatedly signal with her eyes to express her apology. Naturally, the ugly person did not need the 4 women to carry him. There were warriors in the family to help carry him. A group of more than 20 people headed towards the teleportation area. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed. It was obvious that they were about to leave Red Moon City and were in an extremely good mood. Zizi said, "This trip to the end of the world has indeed been fruitful. When we return, I will go into seclusion and strive to break through to 7-star Marshal Venerable." Madame G was pleasantly surprised and said excitedly, "If you can break through to 7-star Marshal Venerable, then you will be in existence of a high-level Marshal Venerable. Then, our position in Heaven Spirit City will be stable." Madame G cried tears of joy. She could not help but be a little emotional as she held her son's hand. Zizi smiled and said, "Mother, don't be too happy too early. I am just fighting for it." Madame G said, "In short, you are Mother's pride. With your talent, it will definitely not be a problem." When the group of people heard that Zizi was about to break through to a high-level martial venerable, they were all overjoyed. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. When the master became stronger, they, as servants, also felt that their status increased. There was still a long queue at the teleportation area. They were all teleported by number and the checks on all the people were very strict. It seemed like they were looking for someone. Under the strict control of the Imperial Guards, no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere was very solemn. The queue continued to move forward. After waiting for a while, it was finally the turn of the people from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild. The person in charge of the inspection was a skinny middle-aged man. When he saw the ugly person on the stretcher, he was shocked and shouted, "Wow, is this a ghost?" Madame G hurriedly said, "This is a patient from our merchant guild. His face was poisoned, that's why he became like this." The skinny man's eyes revealed a suspicious look. He snorted and then dared to look at the person on the stretcher again. He frowned and said to himself, other than the head that looks like a ghost, why does it feel like there is? What is there? Why are you still not letting us through? There are so many people waiting in line." Just as the skinny man was feeling suspicious, there was a sudden shout that caused him to jump up. He saw Zhu Jingyi glaring at him angrily and shouted, "This madam is my friend. Are you trying to extort a bamboo pole?" The skinny man was startled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Elder brother Zhu must be joking. How would I dare? So it is one of us. Madam, please, please." His wife revealed a stunned expression as she sized up Zhu Jingyi. She didn't have any impression of such a fatty. After managing the merchant guild for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people. It was normal for her to forget. However, with Zhu Jingyi's physique, it was impossible for him to not have any impression of him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and move." Zhu Jingyi waved his hand impatiently and said to the back of the line, "Everyone, follow me. Hurry up." Madame G no longer hesitated and went forward. After she handed over the essence stones, she entered the large formation. Soon, a teleportation light lit up and everyone from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild disappeared from Hongyu City. Only then did Zhu Jingyi turn his head back. An indescribable joy flashed in his eyes. He ignored the teleportation and ran into the city. Heaven Spirit City was one of the cities in the eastern region. However, it was not the main city. One had to go through Long Valley City to get there. Long Valley City was one of the main cities in the eastern region. The Ink Feather Merchant Guild had also opened a branch here. Madame G's plan was to wait for her son to become a high-ranked martial saint before moving their headquarters to Long Valley City. After all, with the strength of a high-ranked martial saint, they would have a foothold in Long Valley City. "Haha, Madame G, Zizi, you made me wait for a long time." The people from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild quickly arrived at their branch. Immediately, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out and laughed heartily. Without waiting for Madame G to speak, Zizi went forward and greeted, "Uncle Nan." Only then did Madame G smile and say, "Uncle Nan, you do not know our hardships. You alchemists have special privileges to cut the queue for teleportation. However, we have to wait for a number." Zizi quickly said, "Uncle Nan, come and take a look. This is a cultivator we met on the way here. I do not know how he got injured. Can you save his life?" Madame G reprimanded, "This child is really insensible. Who is Uncle Nan? How can you make a move so casually? Let the few alchemists from our merchant guild take a look." "It's fine." Uncle Nan twirled his beard and smiled. He also saw the stretcher on the back of the crowd. The few cultivators hurriedly carried the stretcher to the backyard of the merchant guild. Uncle Nan started to extend his spiritual sense and check on the ugly man. Everyone waited quietly. At first, Uncle Nan was just curious. However, as he continued to check, his expression started to turn strange. Then, he became doubtful. Then, his expression turned grave. Finally, he was stunned and at a loss. Madame G and the rest watched quietly at the side, not daring to disturb him. When they saw the change in Uncle Nan's expression, they all felt that it was strange. What is wrong with this person? After a long time, Uncle Nan finally opened his mouth and asked. His tone was extremely solemn. Ziling hurriedly said, "We found him when we were picking hyacinths outside the purple cloud peak of Red Moon City. When we found him, he was already like this. He must have been injured until the end of time." Uncle Nan suddenly said, "So he was injured until the end of time. No wonder he is so strange. This person seems to be dead but not dead. He is alive but not alive. I have never seen such a situation before. I am afraid I cannot help him." "What? Even Uncle Nan can't do anything?" This time even Madame G was surprised. Uncle Nan was a peak 7th rank alchemist. In her eyes, he was almost omnipotent. Unexpectedly, even he could not do anything. Uncle Nan said, "Generally, there are many reasons for falling into this state of suspended animation. However, in most cases, one can only rely on their own will to survive. If Madame wants to help him, you can only give him a 5 elements return pill. Maybe it will slightly increase his chance of survival." Madame G's expression changed. She said decisively, "Forget it. We don't know this person. How can we waste a 5 elements return pill? It is an 8th rank spiritual medicine. It is worth tens of thousands of gold." She glanced at Ziling and said, "This person was brought back by the 4 of you. The 4 of you will deal with him." The 4 maids were stunned for a moment. How could they deal with such a person who was neither alive nor dead? One of the cultivators secretly said, "Move him outside the city and find a place to throw him away." Ziling's face was a little pale. She shook her head slightly. The other 2 maids also did not want to interfere. In the end, only Bai was willing to help. The 2 of them carried the person into the woodshed and temporarily placed him there. The woodshed was very simple. One night, moonlight shone in and shone on the ugly person. The ugly person's body seemed to have changed slightly. If one looked closely, they would find that his body began to have a faint golden light. His skin seemed to have a soft white light. When the moonlight shone on his body, it seemed to be directly absorbed. Because Xianxia's soul had been seriously injured, the Boundary God monument was extremely dark. The whole sky was gloomy, as if doomsday had come. Everyone wore a grave expression. Even Duan Yu and the other doyens from the first batch had never seen such a scene. The Boundary God monument state was closely related to Xianxia's life and death. If Xianxia died, this space would become ownerless again. Unless the people inside had the power to break open a new world, they wouldn't be able to leave until the Boundary God monument found a new master. Another possibility was that the world god steel had been destroyed, and this world had flowed into the void and drifted in the sky of the heavenly martial arts realm. In the end, it had disappeared. Or, by chance, it had slowly evolved into an existence like the 4 great celestial realms. The faces of the people inside the Boundary God monument darkened. They all flew toward Fengsuan Mountain. But even Yuan Gaohan couldn't solve this problem. They could only resign themselves to fate. Only a cyan blur was flying in the dark sky, as if it was looking for something. It was Genryu, who had taken the form of a dragon. He could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Finally, he stopped in the sky above a fiery land and landed on a giant red rock. There was a small tree under the rock, which was very different from the gloomy sky. Genryu said seriously, "Xiao Wu, this time I'm depending on you to save him." The small tree took the shape of a young boy. He said angrily, "Don't try to hurt me." Genryu said, "This is a matter of life and death. You have to do it whether you want to or not." His body also began to flicker and waver. His soul and Xianxia's soul were intertwined, and they were bound together for good and bad. Xiao Wu said with a cold smile, "He overestimated himself and used the hellfire to burn himself. Now, his soul is almost gone. Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to save him, let alone now." Genryu frowned and said, "I remember you promised Li Yunxiao that you would give him a wisp of supreme mysterious energy. I wonder if it still counts." Xiao Wu's body trembled, and he said in a serious tone, "Of course it counts, but are you sure you want it now? Tai Xianqi was formed at the birth of heaven and earth. If he absorbs it with his cultivation at the peak of martial arts, it is very likely that he will step into the divine realm of 10 directions under the sky. If he absorbs it in his current state, he may be able to save his life, but he will lose the chance to become a god." Genryu scoffed, how can you become a god without your life? Now, other than your supreme profound chi, where can I find a way to save his life? If Li Yunxiao really died, the divine fire of the phoenix would also dissipate from this world. You wouldn't be able to absorb the power of the divine fire as comfortably as you are now. Xiaowu pondered for a while and said, fine, we'll do as you say. I myself only have a trace of supreme profound chi, and after giving it to him, I have fulfilled my promise. From now on, you are not allowed to ask for anything from me for any reason. Genryu snorted, and said, I won't look for you. This is Li Yunxiao's matter, I can't promise you on his behalf. A trace of anger flashed across Xiaowu's face, but soon there was a look of helplessness. Taking root in someone else's territory, how could he not be exploited? After thinking about it, he was an existence that had lived for countless years, and Li Yunxiao could only live for a few hundred years at most. After enduring for a while, these few hundred years would pass. Xiaowu said, you can go now. I will put this trace of Xianxia into his body, and it will be enough to repair all the damage to his body. But his soul is burned too badly, and I can't guarantee that it will be completely healed. Genryu's expression changed slightly, and said, if even Supreme Profound Chi can't save him, then what else in this world can save him? After saying that, he flashed and disappeared into the sky. Xiaowu's expression became solemn, and soon his face also disappeared from the small tree. In the woodshed, under the moonlight, Li Yunxiao's body began to change abnormally. Suddenly, a trace of light yellow aura appeared in his dantian, thin as a gossamer, slightly rotating. Looking carefully, it was like a strange symbol that was constantly rotating, getting brighter and brighter, constantly giving birth to traces of aura, and spreading in all directions. Within his soul, the demonic dragon anxiously looked over. This was something that had been formed since the birth of the world. Even during the era when true spirits were rampant, it was still a legendary item. No one had ever seen it before and they were all fearful of its might. In the end, after Li Yunxiao was rescued by Jiang Churen, Tsutsumi began to fight with him for control of his body, and Li Yunxiao continued to burn his soul with the determination to die, and would rather die with Tsutsumi. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Naturally, Tsutsumi refused to die with him, and finally gave in. After the karmic fire of the soul was extinguished, Li Yunxiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits were severely injured, and his life was hanging by a thread. Even the demonic dragon was greatly affected and became extremely weak. Li Yunxiao's will directly dissipated, leaving behind only a weak soul light in a daze. It was not until Tianxi broke the seal and killed his way out from the end of the world that the whole fairyland was closed that he was sent out and fell into the mountains near Ziyun Peak, where he was carried back by Ziling and the other girls. At this moment, the trace of Tai Xian Qi slowly spread out in his body, and there seemed to be no change. It gradually condensed into a small mass of qi, and it was still growing, but the speed was extremely slow. After a night, it was only the size of a small nail, and Genryu was secretly anxious. The people of the Ink-Feathered Chamber of Commerce seemed to have something to do in Long Valley City, and stayed here. Ziling would check on Li Yunxiao almost every day, and from time to time, she would put some medicinal pills into his mouth, trying to find a way to make him swallow them. Early in the morning, she ran over again, took out a white jade pill, and stuffed it directly into Li Yunxiao's mouth. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, saying, "You're really willing to let him swallow a 5th-grade azure coagulation pill?" Ziling was shocked, and then she said angrily, "Bai, you scared me." It was Bai behind her, and she sighed, "I saw you running here all day these days, so I followed to have a look. I didn't expect you to let him swallow the azure coagulation pill that Madame gave you. That's a 5th-grade medicinal pill, and it's worth 1,000 gold. It was all thanks to the hyacinths harvested in Crimson Moon City that Madame was so happy that she gave each of us one." Ziling smiled bitterly. "Medicinal pills are used to save people. These days, I fed him a lot of 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade medicinal pills, but there didn't seem to be any reaction. So I can only give this azure coagulation pill to try, and hope it works." Bai said, "Even Uncle Nan is helpless, how can you? Besides, we're not related to him in any way, and one azure coagulation pill is too much for us to bear." Ziling sighed, "What's done is done, it's too late to regret it now. Anyway, I'm going to accompany young master to the market. Today is the start of the annual market in Long Valley City, and young master has been looking forward to it for a long time. A strange light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, and she smiled enviously. Young master likes Sister Ziling the most. Maybe one day, young master will take you in as his disciple. Ziling's face flushed red, and she raised her hand to hit Bai Yi. How dare you make fun of me? The two girls laughed and hit each other, and Bai Yi said, all right, Sister Ziling, go quickly, don't let young master wait. What I said just now is not completely groundless. Among the four maidservants of Madame, only Sister Ziling is favored by Madame and young master. If one day, young master takes you in as his disciple, don't forget about us. Ziling said shyly, young master is such an amazing person, why would he take a fancy to me? There are so many women from rich families who want to be young master's concubine, but Madame rejected them all. Blinking her eyes, Bai Yun giggled. Madame pushed it down so that Sister Ziling can take over. Ziling said, ah, you're really looking for a beating. The two laughed and hit each other for a while before leaving the woodshed. After a while, Genryu's soul directly appeared from Li Yunxia's body, and stood in front of him, frowning. What nonsense is this? He slapped his palm on Li Yunxia's body, and directly shook the azure coagulation pill out of his body, crushing it with a casual squeeze. Although these low-grade pills had little effect on Li Yunxiao, he was now in a moment of life and death, and he could not afford to be affected in the slightest. Genryu's hands formed a few seals, and he set up a restriction around the woodshed to conceal all the aura inside, so that the changes in Li Yunxiao's body would not be noticed. After all this was done, he returned to Li Yunxiao's body, and tried his best to stabilize the faint light of the soul so that it would not be extinguished. Li Yunxiao's body did not seem to have changed much in the past few days, but his injuries were indeed slowly recovering. The trace of Tai Xianqi in his body had also evolved to the size of an egg, hanging motionlessly in his dantian. It was night, and Li Yunxiao, who was still wandering under the moonlight, was also emitting a faint golden light, and was slowly self-repairing. The egg-like qi seemed to have begun to show some abnormalities, and a trace of power began to slowly overflow, and then became stronger and stronger, like countless ditches and streams, gradually converging into a river, and then converging into a stream, and finally converging into the sea. There's finally a change. Genryu opened his eyes, and became extremely nervous. For this legendary thing, no one knew what would happen, even the Kunwa divine tree itself was not sure. The power first rushed into Li Yunxiao's body, directly opened up all the extraordinary meridians, and seeped into every inch of muscle and bone. His whole body instantly became bright, flashing with golden light, shooting in all directions. Fortunately, there was a restriction set up by Genryu, and the whole woodshed was bright with golden light, but it could not illuminate the outside at all. The terrifying appearance around Li Yunxiao's eyes also began to gradually recover, and the red meridians faded one by one, and finally disappeared, and his swollen eyes also returned to normal. That handsome face had completely recovered, and in addition to the golden color of his skin, there was a trace of smooth jade, faintly containing a glow. Not only was his damaged body completely restored at this moment, but it had also reached an unprecedented level of toughness. It was as if every pore was filled with extremely strong energy that would explode at any time. After that power had completely restored Li Yunxiao's body, it finally surged into his mind and went straight into his soul. Genryu held his breath. His face was filled with shock as he sensed the power that was as vast as the sky. It was as if he was looking up at a high mountain, causing him to feel endless reverence in his heart. He couldn't help but prostrate himself. Under this power, everything seemed extremely small. Li Yunxiao's weak and dazed soul light gradually settled down under the nourishment of this power. It was like a seedling on a fertile land, absorbing nutrients. Not only the weak soul light, but even Genryu felt that the power in his body had increased sharply. His dazed and indeterminate figure was also constantly filling up. All of a sudden, a massive black demonic aura surged out from Li Yunxiao's dantian. It frantically rushed out of his body, as if it wanted to rush out of the cage of his body. However, it was directly repelled by the power of the profound qi and was trapped in his dantian. The massive demonic aura revealed the appearance of the monogatari. It fled in all directions in fear, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not rush out of the place where the profound qi was. Moreover, with every collision, its power weakened a little. What is this? It can even devour and absorb my demonic aura? The emperor's clone was really anxious. The power of the demonic aura was also an extremely powerful existence. It was even not inferior to the Jyotian emperor's aura. He had never thought that there would be something in this world that could devour and absorb it. Li Yunxiao, please stop. Let's talk this out. The emperor's clone was very anxious and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, how could Li Yunxiao hear him? Gradually, the power that was formed by the supreme profound qi slowly spread out. Finally, it completely dispersed the emperor's clone and devoured it completely. Not only was the demonic aura devoured, but even the small mass of divine power could not escape from the profound qi. It quickly dissipated. All the energy in Li Yunxiao's body was assimilated at this moment, leaving behind only the purest energy of heaven and earth since the creation of the world, nourishing his meridians, body, and soul. For the next few days, Ziling did not come over. Perhaps she was too busy shopping and could not find time. Finally, the light in the woodshed gradually dimmed and Li Yunxiao returned to normal. He lay there quietly with his eyes still closed. Genryu was a little worried. After a few days of transformation, Li Yunxiao's body had completely recovered to its peak state. Even his soul power had returned to normal, but he still hadn't woken up. Moreover, Genryu's transformation this time had also raised his spirit power back to the state of the 9th stage. Even if he manifested it, it was enough to battle a low-level Emperor Wu powerhouse. Just as everything reached its peak, the pure energy in Li Yunxiao's body began to slowly dissipate. What's going on? Genryu was shocked. The endless power in Li Yunxiao's body disappeared little by little like the tide. He exclaimed, Divine Kuan Tree, why is the power of the Xianxia gone? Xiao Wu's voice came with extreme regret. He sighed and said, sure enough, with his current state, he can't bear the benefits of the Xianxia at all. It can only heal his injuries, but can't keep the power. What a pity, what a pity. His tone was filled with extreme regret and disappointment, as well as reproach. He grumbled, if Li Yunxiao wakes up and finds out about this, he will definitely blame you. Genryu was silent for a moment and sneered, if even the person is dead, what's the use of it? But you make the Xianxia sound so powerful. Why is his strength still at the peak of martial venerable and his spirit power is only at the peak of the 8th stage? The divine Kuan tree felt that it was being looked down upon and it said angrily, who told you that the Xianxia can increase one's cultivation level? This is the Xianxia that was produced at the beginning of the universe. The Tao gave birth to the One, and the One Qi turned into the 3 pure ones. It is the closest to the origin of Tao. Under this power, all of Li Yunxiao's strength was assimilated into the Xianxia and he was restored to his peak state. After all, he failed to break through to the Emperor Wu realm. His martial Tao foundation was damaged and his cultivation level was falling. In addition, his soul was almost burnt by the karmic fire. These are all fatal injuries. But with the Xianxia, he can easily recover. And the most important thing about the Xianxia is to comprehend the origin of Tao. It is something that is tens of thousands of times stronger than the laws of this world. There are no more immortal state experts in this world. If Li Yunxiao could comprehend this Xianxia with the strength of the 9 stars Emperor Wu, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the 10 directions divine state. But now, it's all gone. What a pity, what a pity. The more the Wu Kuan divine tree said, the more pessimistic it became. It was no wonder. After living for so many years, it only produced such a small amount of Xianxia, and it was only used as a healing medicine. How could it not be distressed? Oh, I see. Genryu also felt that it was a pity. But in that state, the failure to break through to the Emperor Wu realm caused the foundation of his martial Tao to collapse. His cultivation level began to fall, and his soul was burnt to 70 to 80%. According to the divine tree of Wu Kuan, Li Yunxiao's injuries should be completely healed, and he also discovered that the demon lord's doppelganger had already been assimilated by the Tai Xianxia. At this moment, there was nothing left, and he did not know what would happen in the future, whether he would be happy or worried. And now, his soul power had recovered to the peak of the 8th order. His aura was extremely strong, but he still didn't wake up. Genryu couldn't help but ask, when will he wake up? The Wu Kuan divine tree said, that will depend on himself. Logically speaking, he should be able to wake up by now, but I think he doesn't want to wake up. Although this brat is usually careless and full of the aura of a gangster, his pride is still very strong. This time, his body and mind are both severely injured, and he needs some time to recover. Time is the best medicine. Genryu had a strange expression on his face, and he said, "Why do I feel that your words are so philosophical?" The Wukuan divine tree snorted, "This old man has lived for countless years, which living being in this world is not my descendant?" Genryu was speechless, and cold sweat dripped down his face. The moonlight shone on the Xianxia's face, and he looked extremely serene. But under that serene expression, there was an indescribable pain that made this peerless expert dare not open his eyes, and he would rather stay in this coma forever. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the woodshed, and listening carefully, it was Qing Chui's voice. "Sequoia, what are you doing?" Then, he heard a series of hurried noises. It seemed that the redwood tree had bumped into something. It made a series of shushing noises. Then, Sequoia's anxious voice could be heard, "Sister Qingsue, are you trying to get me killed?" Qingsue furrowed her brows and said, "Are you really going to run away in the middle of the night? You will bring great trouble to the madam and young master." Sequoia snorted coldly, "Great trouble? Now, we are in real trouble. Do you really not know what kind of evil cultivation technique that Xian Tong Tong is cultivating? The madam gave us to Di Tong Tong as maids, and that's the same as giving away our lives." Qingsui's face turned pale, and she said, "I've also heard that the second young master of the Xian clan cultivates the art of harvesting yin to nourish yang, and his favorite hobby is to pluck talented women. Not only that, but he also has a hobby of torturing and killing women. Those who have been plucked by him are regarded as useless medicinal dregs, and they are all tortured to death. So you know that too. Then why aren't you running away?" Hong Shan's face was also drained of blood. She gritted her teeth and said, "Rumor has it that the number of girls ruined by the second young master of the Xian family is at least 8,000, if not 10,000. He's a complete disaster. However, he's powerful and he's the second young master of the Xian family. No one dares to provoke him. If we don't leave now, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we'll become a rotten corpse in the wilderness." Qingsue was also afraid, and she asked, "Then should we run with Sister Xiling and Sister Baiyi?" "I've already called Baiyi. She said that since we're from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild, we should sacrifice ourselves for it." "How stubborn!" Sequoia said angrily, "As for Xiling, humph. This is all her fault. She should be the only one left to serve that pervert from the Xian clan. If it wasn't for the fact that she was favored by the second young master of the Xian clan, and that young Master D was beaten up for her, how could there be such trouble? The madam has to pay a huge sum of money to apologize, and the four of us are also involved." Qingsue said, "You can't blame Sister Xiling. This is all because of the pervert from the second young master of the Xian clan." Sequoia said coldly, "Humph, let's not talk about it anymore. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll leave alone. Don't stop me. As a good sister of many years, I advise you to run for your life. You've lived for the Ink Feather Merchant Guild all your life. This time, you should live for yourself." Following that, the sound of Sequoia leaving could be heard. Suddenly, Qingsue exclaimed with extreme fear, "Madam." The two women's faces were as pale as paper, and their hearts sank. They saw the madam standing at the back door of the courtyard, and they felt a chill down their spines under the moonlight. "Madam," Sequoia also shouted, her face covered in cold sweat. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, and she almost knelt down. She didn't dare to resist the pressure from the madam for so many years. Surprisingly, the madam didn't blame them this time. She only sighed, "I know that you're unhappy, but I'm not. The four of you were groomed by me, and you've been by my side since you were young. Although I've always treated you harshly, I've always treated you like my own daughters. How could I bear to send you to your deaths?" Sequoia suddenly knelt down with a thud, and cried sorrowfully, "Madam, madam, please save us. Let the other maidservants take our place. We'll serve you wholeheartedly, even until death." When Qingsue saw this, she hurriedly knelt down beside Sequoia and begged for mercy. His wife looked at the two of them, sighed, and said, "I also wanted to randomly find a few servants to replace them, but second young master Xian said that they must have the cultivation of martial lords and above, and their appearances must be pretty as well. The four of you are the most suitable. You have been orphaned since young and were adopted by the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. They taught you martial arts and allowed you to live a prosperous life. It is time to repay the Chamber of Commerce. Hongshan's body trembled violently and she cried, Madam, we don't want to leave your side. Madame Yi's face was expressionless. She said indifferently, this matter is settled. There is no point in begging. Why don't you think of a way to make second young Master Xian happy? Maybe he will spare your lives and make you his concubines. If that is the case, I will have to trouble you to take care of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. She waved her hand and two cultivators immediately came out and took Hongshan and Qingsui away without any explanation. Madame Yi stood quietly in the courtyard and looked at the moon in the sky. She said melancholically, Ziling, you won't blame me, right? Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the side. Her eyes were slightly red. It was Ziling. She nodded and said, why would Ziling blame you? This matter started because of me. I have let you down, young master, and everyone down. Madame Yi said, although this matter was caused by you, it is not your fault. As for Zidi's injuries, they are not serious. Moreover, this matter might be an opportunity to build a good relationship with the Xian family. Madame Yi's face softened. She went forward and held Ziling's hand. She said softly, Ziling, out of the four servant girls, you are the most obedient and I like you the most. If not for this matter, I originally planned to give you to Zidi as a concubine. Ziling panicked and said, Ziling does not dare. I do not have such good fortune. Madame Yi said, you are my favorite servant girl. There is no need to feel inferior. I don't think anything will happen to you serving second young Master Xian. Many girls have lived well after being pampered by second young Master Xian. There are also precedents of them being taken as concubines. If you can be taken as a concubine by second young Master Xian, I will have to rely on Ziling to help the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. Ziling's eyes were slightly red as she said, if it's possible, Ziling will. She took out a jade slip from her hand and handed it to Ziling, saying, inside this are some erotic secret techniques that I have collected. Go back and study it now. Perhaps it will come in handy tomorrow night. Although second young Master Xian's status is high, and he has controlled countless women, he is still a man. As long as he is a man, there will be a way to control him. Ziling held the jade slip, her face flushed red. She said shyly, Madam, I will try my best. Only then did his wife smile in satisfaction, it is getting late. Go back and comprehend it properly. Ziling was about to leave when she suddenly had a thought. Looking at the woodshed, she said, Madam, that patient, can we find a way to cure him? Madame Ji revealed a look of confusion, and then she suddenly said, you mean that ugly freak from a few days ago? Haven't you dealt with him? She followed Ziling's gaze to the woodshed and said, so you left him there. Well, since you are so interested in this person, I don't know if it is a blessing that he has cultivated in time. I promise you, as long as you can successfully become second young Master Xian's concubine, I will give him a 5 elements pill to bring him back from the dead. Ziling was overjoyed and said, thank you, madam. The 5 elements pill was an 8th level elixir. In her opinion, it was definitely a divine elixir. Anyone who consumed it could be brought back from the dead. That ugly person could be saved this time. For her wife, an 8th level elixir could be exchanged for the loyal help of a concubine of second young Master Xian. It was a good deal. She smiled and said, when this person is saved, I will arrange for him to be an outer sect martial artist in the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. If his performance is good, he will be promoted to the inner sect. Ziling bowed and said, Ziling will first thank Madam on behalf of that person. It is not early now, Ziling will go and comprehend the secret of the erotic palace. After Ziling left, Madame Ji pondered under the moonlight. She then waved her hand and a few martial artists immediately came forward. After listening to her whispered instructions, they dispersed. The entire small courtyard was left with the moonlight quietly sprinkling with a trace of sadness. On the second day, the entire Chamber of Commerce was busy. It was unknown when an 8-person bridal sedan had appeared at the door. The bridal sedan was painted with colorful paintings of beautiful women. The women were all naked and had a myriad of postures. Each of them smiled coquettishly and drank wine. It was a scene of lasciviousness. When the people on the street saw the bridal sedan, their faces changed and they hurriedly avoided it, for fear of getting into trouble. This was an item used by the second young master of the Xian family. It was specially used to pick up women he liked. Over the decades, there were countless beautiful women who had boarded this bridal sedan. Basically, none of them returned alive. It could be said to be the evilest item in the Long Valley. However, no one dared to say anything. Beside the bridal sedan, there were 8 martial artists who were responsible for carrying the sedan. There was also a butler who was responsible for picking up beautiful women. He had a fat head and big ears, and his head was full of lard. However, there was a faint fluctuation of vitality from his body. He was an extremely strong expert. The martial artists in the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce were all dejected and could not lift their spirits. Madame G treated a bad thing as a happy thing and put on a happy look. Firstly, it was to build a good relationship with the Xian family. Secondly, it was to prevent others from laughing at her. The 4 maidservants were all beautifully dressed, stunning people with a single glance. However, the men in the Chamber of Commerce were all sighing and did not see Madame G. Ziling was the calmest among the 4 girls. However, Hong Shan's reaction was the most intense. She cried until her makeup was a mess. "No, I don't want to go." Hong Shan resisted with all her might. She cried her heart out, but it was still to no avail. A martial artist directly hit the acupoint on her throat, causing her to completely quiet down and unable to make a sound. The fat steward who came to greet them squinted his eyes and smiled. "Hee hee, this little girl is hot enough. Second young master will like her. Hee hee." The martial artists who came with them also laughed lewdly. They had a lot of luck following second young master Xian. Many of the medicinal dregs that were plucked by second young master Xian did not die on the spot. Instead, they fell into their hands and were played to death by these people. Therefore, when these people saw the 4 servant girls of the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce, their eyes lit up. It seemed that they had already foreseen their sexual bliss. Listening to these people's lewd laughter and unscrupulous eyes, even Ziling could not remain calm. Her face turned pale. After glancing at Madame G, she went directly to the bridal sedan. Madame G calmly smiled at the fat steward and said, "These 4 girls are not very sensible. I hope that Lord Steward and second young master Xian will educate them." The fat steward squinted his eyes and smiled. "It's okay if they are not sensible. How many virgin girls have become obedient and sensible in the hands of second young master Xian?" He took out a jade bottle and threw it over. "This is Zizi's medicine. Also, the matter of the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce moving to Long Valley City has been taken to heart by our second young master." Madame G was overjoyed and said repeatedly, thank you, Lord Steward." "Stop. You can't go." Suddenly, a roar came and a light rushed out of the small courtyard. It was Zizi. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I don't want your medicine. Put the 4 of them down. The ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce will never bow down to you." "Zizi, how dare you?" Madame G panicked and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly go in." She scolded Zizi and smiled apologetically at the fat steward. "My son is not sensible. Please don't take it to heart, Lord Steward." The fat steward revealed a sarcastic look and said with contempt, "Madame G, I think your son has injured his brain. You should find a few famous doctors to treat his brain." "Ha." He pointed at his head and laughed unscrupulously. Ha. The cultivators behind him laughed until they were swaying from side to side. They were all ridiculing him. What a brainless fool. He thinks this is Tianling City. You are not allowed to leave. Ha. A 6-star revered martial artist might be able to dominate Tianling City. However, in our Long Valley City, he is just average. TSK, a trash who can't even protect his own maidservants. How dare he appear in this world? You didn't see how second young master beat him up with just 1 move. Haha, of course. Second young master is a 9-star peak revered martial artist. He is just 1 step away from becoming Emperor Wu. Who knows, he might be promoted to Emperor Wu after using these 4 maidservants. Easy was both embarrassed and angry. He released a surge of elemental force and pushed away the cultivators who were trying to capture him. A sword appeared in his hand and he rushed forward to save the 4 maidservants. Madame G turned pale with fright and shouted, "Zizi, stop. Stop him." However, Zizi was a 6-star revered martial artist. Ordinary people were no match for him. He rushed to the bridal sedan and pointed his sword at the fat steward. He gritted his teeth and said, "Leave. Leave the people behind. The Ink Feather Merchant Guild will not compromise with you for the women." The 4 maidservants also came out of the bridal sedan. They were all touched and their faces were filled with tears. The fat steward laughed coldly and said, "Ignorant child." He pushed against the sword and took a step forward. His chest pressed against the sword, and his protective Yuan Qi actually bent the sword. Then, he punched at the sword. "Lord Steward, please have mercy." Madame G screamed. Her heart was in her throat and her eyes were filled with fear. Bang, his son D's sword was immediately knocked out of his hand, and he was forced to take a few steps back. He was already injured, and now that he was facing an opponent stronger than him, he couldn't even take a single blow from his opponent. "Kid, you have some ability, but you are still too young. The world is not as simple as your Heaven Spirit City." A trace of fierceness flashed in the fat general manager's eyes as he sent a palm strike towards his son D's chest. He could also tell that his wife had entrusted this child to him and his wife was in charge of the entire Ink Feather Merchant Guild. If he could control this child's life and death in his hands, he would be able to continuously provide various cultivation resources and beauties for himself. Thinking of this, the fat general manager could not help but feel excited. The mark on his palm was some kind of secret martial arts technique. As long as EZD was hit by it, everything would be up to him. EZD was shocked. There was no way for him to avoid this palm and he could only wait for death. At this moment, a sword chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As if it had calculated the position, it directly slashed down towards the fat general manager. What? The fat general manager was shocked. If he wanted to hurt EZD, he would definitely be hit by the sword chi. Saving his life was more important. He quickly withdrew his palm force and tried to avoid the sword chi. But to his horror, no matter how he dodged, he was enveloped by that strand of sword chi, and he was actually unable to avoid it. What's going on? A question mark flashed in the fat general manager's mind. Without thinking too much, he immediately unsealed the spear-shaped weapon in his hand and rushed forward. Since he could not avoid it, he would use force to break force. With his 9-star martial honor strength, as long as the opponent was not Emperor Wu, he would not be defeated. Bang! 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 The spear broke into pieces on the spot and the sword chi instantly swallowed the fat general manager. A bottomless pit was formed on the ground and the general manager's bones were all gone. Ah? This time everyone was stunned on the spot, and they all stared at him with their mouths agape. After a few seconds, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Especially the Xian family's martial artists, they were all terrified and said angrily, You are really overturning the heavens. How dare you kill my Xian family's people?" Madame E was also stunned for a while. She only came to her senses when the other party questioned her. She hurriedly explained, "No, it wasn't us. It was definitely not my Ink Feather Merchant Guild's people. You still dare to quibble? Ink Feather Merchant Guild really has the guts of a bear." Everyone saw it with their own eyes. EZD attacked first and pointed his sword at Sir General Manager. Yes. Since they could not defeat him head-on, they sent people to hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack. Damn it. The more the warriors spoke, the angrier they became. They had been tyrannical in Long Valley City for so many years. When had they ever been taught a lesson? They were used to being arrogant. Seeing the death of the fat manager, all of them were filled with disbelief and rage. If it wasn't for the fact that they were not strong enough, they would have long charged forward and annihilated all the people from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild. Madame E was completely dumbfounded. Under the barrage of questions, she felt her entire body turn cold, as though someone had poured a bucket of ice water over her, turning her into a person suffering from Lou Gehrig's disease. Suddenly, another sword chi came down from the sky. It was incomparably fast and suddenly burst open in the sky, turning into dozens of sharp blades that rained down like rain. The targets were the Xian family's warriors. Not good, let's go. Only then did the warriors of the Xian family realize that the other party had the ability and courage to kill the head chief. Naturally, he could kill them in a second. This time, all of them broke out in a cold sweat. It was all because they were used to being arrogant. In the face of danger, they didn't react in time. Now it was too late. That sword chi was so strong that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't resist it. Pooh. 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 Before they could even make a sound, several of the warriors' acupuncture points were pierced and they died on the spot. In the woodshed in the backyard of the Ink Feather Merchant Guild, Xianxia lay half dead amidst the firewood. One of his hands was raised high, his index finger pointing to the sky. He mumbled to himself, "The world is finally peaceful." After that, he put down his hand and turned over, squeezing his head into the pile of firewood. Genryu sighed deeply, but he was relieved. It seemed that Xianxia had fully recovered. It was just that he couldn't face the fact that Jiang Churan and Morongzhu had died to save him. Everyone had a weak side. Even the peerless Emperor Wu had a burden that he couldn't bear. Madame Yi was awakened from her Lou Gehrig's disease by the scene in front of her. Her widened eyes were filled with extreme fear and despair. You. The expressions of the people who were watching the commotion changed drastically. They realized that the situation wasn't good and quickly dispersed like a swarm of bees. The news immediately spread through these people. "Mother, this. What should we do?" Although EZD was shocked, he didn't panic. He just didn't know what to do. Slap. Madame Yi slapped him on the face. Her eyes were red and she almost cried, You've caused a huge disaster." EZD covered his face and said, "Mother, I didn't kill these people." Madame Yi trembled, "Of course I know. But the Xian family won't believe me. Besides, these people died because of you. This debt will be put on our heads no matter what." After a short moment of fear, she regained her composure. After all, she had been in the business world for so many years. She grabbed EZD and said, "Leave quickly. Go to the Alchemists Guild and look for Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan's power is enough to protect you. If it's possible, ask Uncle Nan to speak up for us." EZD stubbornly said, "I'm not leaving." Madame Yi anxiously stomped her feet and said angrily, "You're still not sensible at this time." Everyone in the Ink Feather Merchant Guild turned pale. They knew the seriousness of the situation. They had never seen Madame so flustered before. In their hearts, Madame Yi had always been dignified, courageous and wise. The four maids were also at a loss. They carefully stood beside the bridal sedan and smelled the stench of blood on the street. Their faces were very ugly. EZD said, "It's obvious that an expert made a move just now. Such experts are usually daring. Since they dared to make a move, they wouldn't be afraid of the Xian family." He raised his head and looked up into the sky. When he spread out his divine sense, he couldn't sense anything. He could only say in a clear voice, "Thank you for your help just now. I hope that you can offer yourself to me." However, there was no response. EZD frowned and shouted a few more times. Still, there was no response. Madame Yi also hoped that someone would come forward to bear the responsibility, but her heart kept sinking. Long Valley City was one of the main cities in the eastern region. The Xian family and the Shui family were the two major forces that controlled Long Valley City. There were many Emperor Wu's experts in the family. There were also experts that came from all directions to seek refuge. No one dared to provoke them. The person who made the sneak attack had probably escaped. "ZD, listen to your mother this time. This time, you've really made a huge mistake. The Ink Feather Merchant Guild's many years of business might be ruined." Madame Yi started to plead, "You've always been cultivating in seclusion. You don't know the dangers of the world. Now, you can only rely on Uncle Nan's identity as a refiner to get a chance to turn things around. If you don't look for Uncle Nan, not only the entire Ink Feather Merchant Guild, I'm afraid that even I will be buried with them. Can you bear to see me die?" Madame Yi knew that her son had always been kind and sincere. If she forced him to escape, he would definitely not agree. Thus, she purposely hit his weak spot. Sure enough, Zidi's expression changed drastically. He said solemnly, "Mother, please wait for me here. I'll go get Uncle Nan now." Hongshan suddenly walked out and said, "Master, I'll go with you." She could also see the current situation. She was afraid that the Xian family's experts would come to kill them soon. Only the Alchemists' Guild was the only way to survive. Thus, she stood up boldly. How could Madame E not know what she was thinking? She coldly snorted, "You stay. When second young master Xian arrives, I still need to rely on the few of you to appease him." Hongshan's face turned pale in an instant. She knew that her plan had failed. Zidi said, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll get Uncle Nan here soon. With Uncle Enan's identity, he will definitely be able to mediate this matter." He turned around and immediately turned into a ray of light, heading towards the Alchemists' Guild in Long Valley City. The Alchemists' Guild could be found all over the continent. They enjoyed an extremely high reputation and prestige everywhere. Everyone had to give them some face. Bang! A sudden explosion came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw a smear of blood splattering in the sky. Zidi's body directly fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. "Zidi!" Madame E screamed and hurriedly went to help her son up. She immediately took out a scarlet pill and fed it to her son. "Humph, you still want to leave after killing a member of the Xian family?" A cold intent came from the sky. Then, a ball of light slowly appeared. It leisurely circled in the sky for a few times and immediately landed on the ground, revealing the silhouettes of several people. "Second young master." Madame Yi's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly shielded her son behind her. Her eyes were filled with despair. The few people who appeared all had cold and mocking expressions on their faces. In the middle was an ugly man with a flat face and bulging eyes. He sat on a throne, and his eyes flickered with viciousness. He said coldly, "Madame G, you've got guts." Madame Yi's body involuntarily trembled. With a sobbing tone, she said, "Second young master, please investigate clearly. We definitely did not kill the chief steward. Let's not talk about the fact that we don't have the guts to do so. Even if we do, we don't have the strength to do so." "Humph, I don't have the guts? It seems that hundreds of people saw your son first draw his sword and the chief steward was inexplicably killed by the sword chi in the fight. You are truly too humble to have such guts." A cultivator behind Xian Tongtong coldly scolded, a sinister grin appearing on his face. Xian Tongtong lazily crossed his feet and impatiently said, "A few days ago, I had a pleasant conversation with Madame E. I thought that Madame E was someone who could see the big picture. But now, my impression of you has been completely overturned. What do you think we should do about today's matter? If you want to start a war with my Xian family, this young master will accompany you at any time." Madame Yi's body trembled. She was startled, but her heart was filled with joy. Listening to Xian Tongtong's tone, it seemed that today's matter was not as bad as she had imagined. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation. She hurriedly said, "Second young master, you must investigate clearly. The Ink Feather Merchant Guild has absolutely no intention of offending the Xian family. Although today's matter was not the doing of my Ink Feather Merchant Guild, it was indeed caused by my Ink Feather Merchant Guild. I hope that second young master can explain clearly how we should handle this matter. We will definitely accept it wholeheartedly without any complaints." "Oh?" The corner of Xian Tongtong's mouth revealed a hint of playful ridicule, and he said, "Lady E, you are indeed a straightforward person. I, Xian Tongtong, am not an unreasonable person. Also, the dead cannot be revived, so no matter how you look into it, it is useless. Just give some compensation and that will do." Lady E was taken aback. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. She didn't quite dare to believe it, and quickly said, "Second young master is magnanimous. I wonder how much compensation is this?" Her heart was endlessly nervous. If he casually gave an astronomical number, the Ink Feather Merchant Guild would go bankrupt. Before the final agreement was made, she did not look relaxed in the slightest. Xian Tongtong's eyes emitted a lustful light. He looked at Ziling and the other servants, then said, "First, I want 20 virgins with such beauty and cultivation." The faces of the 4 servants were deathly pale, their eyes revealing despair. This. Lady Yi was taken aback for a moment, then said with a bit of difficulty, "In my ink feather merchant guild, there are only 4 servants who can reach the cultivation of martial lords, and there are some who are of similar beauty. Can you lower your request?" Insolence. An expert behind Xian Tongtong angrily yelled, "Second young master is already magnanimous and has done his utmost. You don't know what's good for you, and you even dare to discuss conditions with him." Lady Yi's mind shook from being yelled at, and she quickly said, I don't dare. I will definitely think of a way. Second young master, please give me a bit more time. As for the remaining beautiful maids with the cultivation of martial lords, she could only spend a large amount of money to buy them. She knew there were ways to buy females with a certain cultivation as well as exceptional beauty. It was just that they would cost a sky-high price, but at that very instant, she couldn't care too much about that. That's more like it. The corner of Xian Tongtong's mouth revealed a hint of mockery. His eyes stared at Lady Yi and examined her without the slightest restraint. Lady Yi's mind was in chaos, and she panicked. As for the second condition. Lady Yi, follow me back to my residence, and let me have a taste. What? Everyone from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild was shocked. Lady Yi felt as if thunder struck her head, and she almost couldn't stand stably. Di Tian, who was behind Xiao Chen, nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. He roared angrily, wanting to charge forward and fight with his life on the line. However, 2 cultivators from the Merchant Association held him back. Xian Tongtong grinned maliciously and said, I've played with these young girls too much. I've rarely used mature women like your wife, who are still charming and dignified and elegant. Ha ha ha. The cultivators behind him also laughed maniacally. Their gazes swept over Madame G's body without the slightest scruple. She felt as if the world was spinning around her, and her face turned purple from embarrassment. Being teased like this in front of so many people, she even had the thought of dying. She knew that it would be difficult for her to escape today's matter. It seemed that the other party had already planned to swallow up her chamber of commerce. It was laughable that she still had to lower herself and cater to the other party. Madame is no longer in the prime of her youth. How could she be to young master's liking? It's better to let Ziling serve young master. I guarantee that young master will be satisfied. I only hope that young master will be magnanimous and let Madame and the Ink Feather Merchant Guild go. Just when all the mockery and ridicule was heard, Ziling slowly walked out and nodded, forcing a smile on her face. Her heart was also extremely nervous, but Madame G had raised and cultivated her, and she was ready to sacrifice herself to repay it. Madame G's mind was still dizzy at the moment, and she looked at Ziling with shock and gratitude. Whether it is to my liking or not, I will only know after eating it. If it is not to my liking, I can give it to my subordinates. Xian Tongtong sneered and looked at Ziling a few times. But I am still quite interested in you. I have countless women, what makes you say that you can guarantee that I will be satisfied? Ziling's face turned purple, but she still mustered up her courage and said, I have learned a lot of secret techniques, I will definitely be able to satisfy you. Xian Tongtong smiled cruelly and said, Haha, good. I like people like you who take the initiative. How about this, let everyone see if you can really satisfy me. Take off all your clothes right now, then crawl over on your knees and try to satisfy this young master with your little mouth. What? Ziling trembled all over, and tears finally flowed uncontrollably. She almost fainted. What? You don't want to? Then I will not be satisfied. Xian Tongtong's face immediately twisted, and he snorted, if you don't want to, then let your wife do it. He waved his hand, and a warrior behind him with a grin on his face walked towards Madame G. Madame G screamed in fear, and retreated again and again, looking so helpless. Stop. Stop it. I am willing, let me do it, let go of my wife. Ziling cried loudly, and in the blink of an eye, she was covered in tears. Under everyone's gaze, she trembled all over, like a lark in the wind, about to wither at any time. The people around looked at each other differently. The warriors of the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce all bowed their heads in shame, but there were also people who looked at each other coldly, revealing a lustful expression, and their eyes were shining. Xian sneered, "If you are willing, then do it quickly. This young master's patience is limited." Ziling's lips were already bleeding, and her body was trembling violently, but the look in her eyes became more and more determined, and she untied the belt on her waist. "Yo, you are really bold, as expected of a whore, haha." The warriors behind Xian laughed loudly. All kinds of ridicule came, and Ziling only felt that the world was spinning, and it was difficult to stand, but when she thought of her wife and young master, and the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce, she immediately gritted her teeth and began to undress. Xian licked his lips, and directly set up a tent below, and laughed lewdly, "You're taking too long, let this young master help you." He slapped his palm over, and a gust of wind gathered and shook towards Ziling, intending to directly shatter her clothes. That kind of scene would be very pleasing to watch. Ziling's face was full of tears, and she closed her eyes, her body trembling violently, and looked at the palm in despair. Suddenly, the power of the gust of wind dissipated without any warning, blowing away without a trace. Ziling stood there, shivering, and not even the hem of her clothes fluttered. At the same time an indifferent voice said, "Well, you can die now." The voice was cold and without the slightest anger, and it did not seem to come from the mouth of a human. Xian was shocked, and shouted, "Who? Who is it?" He suddenly found that not far away, next to the sedan, a man stood unknowingly. The man's hands were folded in front of his chest, and his whole body was leaning against the sedan, giving off a feeling of weakness. The strangest thing was that he actually made a wooden frame and put it over his neck, hiding his entire head inside. Xian did not dare to be careless. He had also heard about the death of the fat manager, and knew that the person who killed him was extremely strong, and it was very likely that the person was Emperor Wu. Although the person in front of him was strange, it was very likely that he was the one who killed the fat manager. He calmed down and said coldly, "Who are you? Using a wooden frame to cover your head, are you afraid that the Xian family will recognize you and take revenge?" "Humph, if you can't afford to offend me, why bother? Aren't you just asking for it?" The man seemed to sigh deeply and said in disappointment, "You're thinking too much. I used the wooden frame to cover my head because I felt too ashamed to face others. I didn't know how to face them, so I sealed my head. That way, I felt cute." "Humph, sophistry. You killed a member of the Xian family in Long Valley City, no one in the world can save you." Xian quickly found that the man was not a strong warrior of Emperor Wu, and immediately felt relieved. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he lightly said, "Kill." The warriors behind him immediately roared and rushed forward. They were all martial eminences, and their movements were extremely fast. They spread out in all directions, and all kinds of domains overlapped, immediately locking the man. Clang! Suddenly, a cold light shone, directly reflecting the sunlight, stinging everyone's eyes. Xian could not help but close his eyes. Ah! 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 In an instant, countless screams could be heard. Under the sword, all the martial eminences who rushed forward were cut in half, and fell to the ground. They were still alive, struggling and twitching, and some of them were wailing, "Young master, save me." It was a frightening scene to see. This turn of events stunned everyone. His wife also calmed down, and hurriedly ordered a warrior beside her to quickly go to the Alchemists' Guild to ask Uncle Nan to preside over the situation. After the grief, Ziling's face was full of tears, and she stared at the man, as if she recognized him as Li Yunxiao, but his head was covered with a wooden frame, and his skills were so strong that she dared not confirm what she was thinking. Xian was shocked. Just now, he had only closed his eyes slightly, and he did not see clearly how the man made his move. Li Yunxiao still had his hands folded in front of his chest, and he leaned weakly on the sedan chair, giving off a feeling of exhaustion. The two remaining masters of the Xian family looked at each other, and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Xian face was also gloomy, and he said coldly, "Sure enough, a sage does not reveal his identity. Your Excellency is actually the Jiutian Emperor Wu." At this moment, Li Yunxiao only had the cultivation of a 9-star martial eminence, but the strength of the attack just now was beyond the scope of a martial eminence, so Xian mistakenly thought that he was Emperor Wu. Everyone was shocked, and they were aghast. Especially the people of the ink-feathered Chamber of Commerce. They could not understand why a master of the Emperor Wu would offend the Xian family in order to help them. His wife's mind was racing as well, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall the existence of this person. When her eyes inadvertently swept over the shocked Ziling, she was suddenly startled, as if she had thought of something. She hurriedly turned to look at Li Yunxiao, and suddenly her face changed. His wife was an existence that had seen countless people, and her eyes were very sharp. After thinking about it, she immediately recognized the identity of Li Yunxiao. It was the seriously injured young man that Ziling had placed in the woodshed. He turned out to be the Zhoutian Emperor Wu. At this moment, his wife's heart was set off by monstrous waves. It was like spilling seasonings, mixed with a myriad of emotions. Most likely, it was a kind of regret. If she had known that this person was the Zhoutian Emperor Wu, she would have done everything in her power to save him. If their Chamber of Commerce could have the Zhoutian Emperor Wu at the helm, not only would the strength of the Chamber of Commerce be enhanced, even the Xian family would not dare to bully them so blatantly. His wife looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, then looked at Ziling. In her heart, she understood that Li Yunxiao must not have been able to bear Ziling being humiliated, so he would rather offend the Xian family in order to come out. As for the wooden frame on his head, she also believed that he was afraid of being recognized by the Xian family and being the target of revenge in the future. His wife immediately made up her mind. Once this matter was over, she must play the card Ziling well and build a good relationship with the Zhoutian Emperor Wu. With the strong Emperor Wu at the helm, although it was still not enough to fight against the Xian family, at least they would have the power to protect themselves. Any strong Emperor Wu was the absolute main force of the Chamber of Commerce, so they could not afford to lose them. Therefore, very few people dared to declare war against Emperor Wu, unless it was a place like the Seven Major Forces, where Emperor Wu was everywhere. Sure enough, Xian Tongtong's face was gloomy. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, what is your relationship with the Ink-Feather Chamber of Commerce? You actually dared to come out and kill a member of my Xian family. I am afraid this matter will be very difficult to settle." Li Yunxiao still spoke in a tone that was neither dead nor alive. "So what if I killed him? What is so difficult about settling it?" Xian Tongtong coldly snorted, "Humph, so what if I killed him? Easy for you to say. If your Excellency cannot give my Xian family an explanation, then your Excellency will immediately be hunted down by the strong people of my Xian family, Emperor Wu." Li Yunxiao said, "The dead can't come back to life, so what do we do?" Only then did Xian Tongtong's expression soften a little. He said, "Indeed, the dead cannot come back to life. Their deaths also have their own reasons. They actually couldn't see through your strength and attacked a Zhoutian Emperor Wu. They deserved to die. But the Xian family can't let them die in vain. Otherwise, everyone will be disappointed. How about this? As long as you're willing to join the Xian family and become a foreign advisor of the Xian family, then we'll forget about what happened today." He waved his hand in a domineering manner. The lives of the martial honors were sealed just like that. His wife was extremely nervous. She was afraid that Li Yunxiao would agree to the other party's conditions just like that. If that were to happen, then her plan would fall through. Moreover, no matter how she looked at it, joining the Xian family was an extremely good choice. One of the martial honors, who had been cut into two but did not die, crawled over with his upper body. He said with a trembling voice, Young master, help us, help us." Xian Tongtong bent down, his face full of pity. He sighed, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the dead can't come back to life. Since you're dead, then everything will be for naught. Just die properly. What's the point of thinking so much? Even if I avenge you, you won't be able to come back to life." The martial honor who was left with half of his body suddenly widened his eyes. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Li Yunxiao said, "Not interested." Xian Tongtong's expression suddenly changed. He said in a cold voice, "It seems like you're going to walk this path to the end. Then how are you going to give me an explanation for today's matter?" Li Yunxiao said, killing them is giving you an explanation. If you still want an explanation, then I'll kill you too. Everyone was shocked. Their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect that this kid would dare to say such harsh words. Even if it was the Jiutian Emperor Wu, no one would dare to speak to the Xian family's young master like this in Long Valley City. Xian Tongtong's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He knew that this person could not be used for his own purposes. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he said coldly, "Kill." The two masters behind him immediately released their aura. The surrounding people suddenly felt a strong pressure on their faces. Those with weaker cultivation were shocked on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ziling and the four maids were the same. It was as if their chests had been hit by a heavy hammer. They spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Jiutian Emperor Wu, everyone looked on in horror. A duel between Emperor Wu was about to happen. They all had lingering fears, for fear that they would be affected. At this time, Xian Tongtong also stood up from the throne and walked down step by step. He said fiercely, "Just in time, this young master has also just stepped into the realm of Emperor Wu. I have never fought with anyone. You are the first." The three Emperor Wu slowly moved towards Li Yunxiao. The faces of the people of Ink-Feathered Chamber of Commerce were even uglier than a pig's liver. His wife was also very anxious. She kept looking into the distance, hoping that Uncle Nan would appear in time. Li Yunxiao looked at Ziling being injured by the opponent's aura and suddenly said coldly, "Die." He pointed a finger in the air. Suddenly, 3 northern sky-cold star swords appeared on his right arm, turned into 3 sword wills, and slashed in the air. Xian Tongtong and the other 2 were originally full of confidence. After all, it was 3 against 1 and they were almost certain to win. Seeing that the other party was going to use 3 swords in one move, they sneered in their hearts and took out their Xian weapons to meet the attack. Bang! 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 Only the sound of 3 weapons clashing could be heard. Then Xian Tongtong and the other 2 stood motionless in place. Their bodies maintained the posture of facing the enemy, but the eyes of the 3 were filled with endless fear. You, Xian Tongtong squeezed out a few words from his throat. He could not believe that the opponent was not only 1 against 3, but also only needed 1 move. He could not believe that he would die, and die in Long Valley City. Then Xian Tongtong completely lost his vitality and fell to the ground dead. The other 2 Emperor Wu experts also fell to the ground and died. Ah? This scene immediately made everyone completely sluggish. Their minds were all buzzing, and it was difficult to understand what they saw. His wife was also completely sluggish. Originally, she thought that she would see an earth-shattering battle, and that all the buildings in the area would be destroyed. Then, at the critical moment, Li Yunxiao would be unable to fight against 3 people. At the critical moment, Uncle Nan would come to mediate. Who knew that in just an instant, 3 powerful Jiutian Emperor Wu experts would die just like that? In the distance, a ray of light flew over, and 3 figures arrived in a flash. One of them was Uncle Nan. Before he landed, he shouted, "Second young master, please show mercy." The other 2 were also 7th-rank alchemists. Moreover, they enjoyed a reputation in Long Valley, and had a good relationship with the Xian family. Uncle Nan knew that Xian Tongtong was abnormal and tyrannical. He was afraid that the other party would not give him face, so he immediately pulled the other 2 to come with him. As soon as the 3 of them landed, they saw the corpses on the ground. Uncle Nan's heart immediately sank. Only when he saw his wife did he let out a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he was not late. Although ZD was seriously injured and couldn't move under the suppression of the 2 experts, with his eyes, he could see that it was only an external injury, and it would be easy to recover. "Wife, are you okay?" Uncle Nan asked with concern. His eyes swept around and said, "Where is second young master Xian?" No one said anything. ZD's wife was also stunned. Even though she was experienced in business, she couldn't recover from the shock just now. ZD looked deeply at Li Yunxiao, then said, "Uncle Nan, Xian Tongtong is dead." "Oh, dead?" Uncle Nan asked in surprise. Then, he suddenly jumped up in shock and hurriedly said, "What? What did you say?" Dead? Who died? ZD took a deep breath and pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, Uncle Nan, look for yourself. The Xian family's second young master Xian Tongtong is dead. Ah. Uncle Nan and the other two seventh-rank alchemists sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked and hurriedly ran forward to check the corpse that ZD pointed at. It was indeed Xian Tongtong, and he was killed in one move. Who killed him? Uncle Nan's body turned cold. The Xian family's second young master was dead. This was a matter that pierced the sky in Long Valley City. Things had already developed to the point that a mere seventh-rank alchemist like him couldn't mediate. He killed him. A warrior from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild shivered and used his eyes to signal to Li Yunxiao. He didn't dare to raise his hand to point at the other party. Uncle Nan and the other two seventh-rank alchemists immediately understood and walked forward with solemn expressions. Uncle Nan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the Ink Feather Merchant Guild's doing, there was still a glimmer of hope to protect his mother and son. He cupped his hands towards Li Yunxiao and said, I am Nan Liu, a seventh-rank alchemist. May I ask your name? They had already seen Xian Tongtong's injuries and knew that he was killed in one move. To be able to kill Xian Tongtong in one move was definitely a strong person from Emperor Wu, so he wouldn't be an unknown. The three of them also felt very strange. They didn't know why Li Yunxiao covered his face with a wooden frame. If he was afraid of being chased by the Xian family, he shouldn't have killed the Xian family's second young master. Li Yunxiao ignored the three's questions and directly walked in front of Ziling and said, Are you okay? Uncle Nan's face was full of embarrassment, but the other party was a strong person from Emperor Wu, so he couldn't do anything about it. This series of unforeseen events had brought Ziling back to her senses from the great pain and humiliation she had previously experienced. At this moment, she was finally sure that Li Yunxiao was the ugly man. She hurriedly said, I'm fine, thank you. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, It's good that you're fine. He turned around and was about to leave. His wife panicked and hurriedly said, My lord, you can't go. Li Yunxiao simply couldn't be bothered with her. In a few steps, he was already 100 meters away. His wife was anxious and shouted, My lord, if you leave, the Xian family will immediately retaliate with all their anger on us. Please save us. She now had no intention of recruiting them. Killing Xian Tongtong would mean certain death. What she was most afraid of now was that the Xian family's anger would implicate the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. And judging from the Xian family's style of doing things, it was almost inevitable. She now hoped that Li Yunxiao could stay and bear the Xian family's anger. Uncle Nan was also anxious. The Xian family's second young master was dead. It was no longer something he could mediate. Ziling also shouted anxiously, Please save the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. Ziling can't repay you, I thank you. She was about to kneel down in front of Li Yunxiao. Ziling also understood that the only person who could save the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce now was this mysterious man in front of her. She knelt on both knees, but the moment she touched the ground, she was blocked by a force and was directly bounced up, unable to kneel. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yunxiao had already appeared in front of her from 100 miles away. He said calmly, Get up. Since you've spoken, then I'll kill the entire Xian family to prevent any future troubles. Ah. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped in fright, thinking that they had misheard. Ziling's wife was also shocked. She hoped that Li Yunxiao would stay, hoping that he would have a way to solve this matter, so that the anger of the Xian family would not be directed at her. As for the idea of destroying the Xian family, she did not even dare to think about it. However, the man in front of her did not seem to be exaggerating. It was a pity that his head was covered with a wooden frame, so no one could see his true face and expression. Uncle Nan was also shocked and said awkwardly, This young master's words are too shocking. The Xian family is one of the two major forces in Long Valley City. For generations, Li Yunxiao directly interrupted him and said, Where is the Xian family? Point me in the direction. Everyone looked at each other and felt that it was a little unreal. He really went to the Xian family. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? No wonder he had a wooden frame to cover his head. Young man, it is rare to have a little ability, but it is easy to be too arrogant and bring danger to yourself. I advise you to escape quickly." In the crowd of onlookers, suddenly a middle-aged man slowly said, his face revealing a look of cherishing talent. When Uncle Nan saw the man, he immediately said in surprise, "It is Lord Xianxia." When everyone heard this, there was an uproar. The Shui family was also another super force in Long Valley City, and together with the Xian family, they ruled Long Valley City. What happened here had already alarmed the whole city, and there were many spies of the Shui family observing around. Uncle Nan hurriedly said, "It is great that Lord Xianxia is here. I hope that Lord can be a witness for the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce that there is no hostility towards the Xian family." "Oh, Xian Tong Tong died because of you, does it matter whether there is hostility or not?" Xiao's words immediately made Uncle Nan and all the people of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce fall into the abyss. Yes, the second son of the Xian family was dead. Even if there was no relation, with the Xian family's ruthless style, it was impossible to let them go. His wife's eyes were filled with despair. She could not stand steadily and her body was tottering. Her body was tottering. She could see that her chamber of commerce had been destroyed. Then, he said to Li Yunxiao, "Young man, I can tell that your cultivation should be that of a 2-star martial emperor. Furthermore, what is even rarer is that you are extremely young. Today's matter could be said to have pierced through the heavens. However, if you are willing to join my Shui family and become a guest elder, I can take care of this matter for you. Furthermore, I can guarantee the safety of the Ink Feather Merchant Association." Shui Xingqiao's words immediately ignited the hopes of the entire Ink Feather Trade Union. At this moment, only the Shui family could save them. Xingqiao's help of help. The Xingqiao of Xingqiao's Xiao of the Shui immediately of the hope. Sir, save us." Ziling also pleaded. She also found that Li Yunxiao did not give a damn about anyone, but he still listened to her words. It was probably to repay her for saving his life. Sure enough, Li Yunxiao seemed to only talk to her. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I will put an end to this matter. Tell me how to get to the Xian family." Everyone fainted. This kid was really stubborn. He really wanted to go to the Xian family to kill people. Wasn't this just seeking death? Shui Xingqiao was also filled with an inexplicable anger. He cherished talent, but the other party actually ignored him and looked down on him. Shui Xingqiao immediately felt ashamed. After all, he was a big shot in Long Valley City. He immediately sneered and said, Good, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how you die today." He flicked his sleeves and stood coldly to the side. He sneered at the ending of Li Yunxiao and the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. When the people of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce saw that Shui Xingqiao was angry, they were deeply worried. They did not know how to solve the mess of the Xian family, and now they had angered the Shui family. Ziling stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. It was not good to show the way, but it was also not good to not show the way. She turned to look at her wife for help. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky and rolled over. It immediately covered the clear sky and made it dark and gloomy. A cold voice penetrated the clouds and said coldly, "There is no need for you to come. The people of the Xian family have come to your door to be killed." Although Long Valley City was big, the Xian family and the Shui family had spies all over the city. Xian Tongtong's death was such a big event that it immediately reached the Xian family and the Shui family. Xian Zhuren, the head of the Xian family, was stunned for a moment, and immediately became furious. In an instant, he counted the strong and swept over. For a time, the sky was blocked by an invisible force. The people of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce showed despair. The monstrous murderous aura in the sky was so oppressive that they could not breathe. Li Yunxiao raised his head slightly, and everyone only saw the wooden frame tilted up. They all thought, now he regrets it, but it's too late to leave. Many cultivators were shivering under this pressure, and they almost fell to their knees. Unexpectedly, Li Yunxiao said, "Is everyone here?" Everyone was sweating profusely, and the atmosphere of fear had become a lot lighter. "Humph. You really are a damned scum." Dozens of figures gradually appeared in the sky. The leader's eyes were like a tiger's, and two extremely sharp rays of light stared down. When he saw his son's corpse on the ground, he immediately wailed and cried, "My son, you died so miserably." No matter who it was, the death of a son would not feel good, even if he was a hero of a region. Xianxua's sad look turned into a monstrous anger, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be ignited. Xianxia's face changed slightly, and he retreated 100 meters away, for fear that the anger of the Xian family would spread and affect him. Since Li Yunxiao did not appreciate his kindness, there was no need to get involved. Li Yunxiao said, "I heard that your son is unpardonable, and the number of innocent girls he tortured and killed is at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Doesn't such a person deserve to die?" Behind Xianxuan, a man who also looked like a toad walked forward. He coldly and angrily shouted, "It's their good fortune to be spoiled to death by my second brother. My second brother was kind and merciful, giving blessings to everyone, but he ended up dying such a tragic death. It wouldn't be too much even if you were to be hacked into pieces." Li Yunxiao, he had always felt that he was a rascal and a ruffian, but today he realized that he was actually a gentleman. Young Master Xian's words were very funny, but no one dared to laugh. They all looked serious. Young Master Xian's mouth showed a trace of pride, and there was no sorrow on his face. The affection between the children of the big families was unusually cold. "Let me avenge my poor dead brother." A long sword appeared in his hand, and as soon as it was unsealed, it immediately turned into a giant shape. With a light shout, he descended from the sky. With a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the sword. Following that, he formed a seal with both hands and sent it out at the same time. Xian Tongtong's death was absolutely a good thing for him, especially the recent rumors that Xian Tongtong had advanced to Emperor Wu, which made him even more restless. At this moment, he was very grateful to Li Yunxiao, but he also needed Li Yunxiao's head to win his father's favor. A hammer gradually appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand, and it became bigger and bigger. Lightning crackled and flickered on it, and it directly smashed into the sky. All the Emperor Wu's experts' pupils shrank, and their hearts suddenly shook. The huge pressure on the hammer made them all feel frightened. An ancient Maha character suddenly appeared on the hammer, and it immediately smashed down on the giant sword. Young Master Xian suddenly felt that his arrogance had caused a disaster. In an instant, he felt that there was only this hammer left in the world, and nothing else. And he himself was a grasshopper under this shocking hammer. "No! Spare me!" Young Master Xian did not use all his strength to resist, but used all his strength to shout and beg for mercy. Bang! The giant hammer smashed down from the sky, and young Master Xian's screams were drowned out by the sound of thunder. After a flash of lightning, a pitch-black person fell down. His sword was also smashed out of shape, and it fell beside him like a piece of scrap metal. This unforeseen event stunned everyone, and all of them were petrified with their mouths wide open. His son Di was shocked. He had participated in the martial contest to find a spouse in Red Moon City, and he immediately recognized that hammer. He was shocked, and immediately understood who the person in front of him was. He was so excited that his face turned red, and he even started to dance. His wife was shocked, and thought that her son had gone crazy, and hurriedly pulled him to the side. "I'm so angry. Damn it, my son." Xianxuan was suddenly shocked, and he roared in rage. The killing intent on his body was about to burst, and he shouted repeatedly, "Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all." Li Yunxiao caught the hammer that had fallen back into his hand, and said indifferently, "Just nice, I don't have the time to kill them one by one." The faces of all the cultivators on the street changed, and they fled in all directions in fear. The weakest of the cultivators in the sky was a martial saint. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and sword intent shot out from his body, forming the shape of a sword beside him. The 10,000 sword diagram immediately appeared above him, and 9 northern cold star swords condensed, emitting a terrifying sword intent, and directly enveloped all the cultivators in the sky. Ah! This is... In the distance, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and he was shocked. Many of the cultivators who had been to Red Moon City were stunned for a moment, but they immediately recognized this sword move, and were shocked. "It's him, it really is him." Zizi was so excited that he could not control himself. He kept muttering to himself, and his eyes flickered with admiration. After his wife recovered from her shock, she frowned and said, Who is it? Does my son know who this person is? DZZ said excitedly, Li Yunxiao. He is the rising star of the younger generation, the one who made a name for himself in the battle at Red Moon City, the one who defeated the sea race's ruler, Li Yunxiao. When this was said, everyone was shocked. The nine-sword diagram condensed and formed in the air. The sea of sword aura dispersed and scattered, filling the sky with a rain of swords. Li Yunxiao softly chanted, sword cloud transforming into rain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the entire sky was enveloped by his sword aura. There was nothing else in the world, only a huge sword talisman and a sky full of sharp swords. The martial saints within the sword diagram could not even withstand a single blow. One by one, their bodies exploded and they died. The low-level Emperor Wu's also revealed expressions of shock. They bitterly held on and many of them were heavily injured. Bang! Bang! Two sword silhouettes pierced through two low-level Emperor Wu's and they died on the spot. Li Yunxiao only silently stood on the street. He formed a sword sign with one hand and allowed the sky full of sword aura to dance. If it wasn't for the wooden frame covering his head, the scene would be absolutely free and unrestrained. The people from the Ink Feather Merchant Guild, after a moment of shock, finally revealed expressions of joy. It was as if they saw a ray of hope. Ziling was even more stunned. Although she did not see the battle in the sky above the Crimson Moon City, she was also in the city at that time. The earth-shattering origin power ripples spread through the entire city. As a martial lord, she also felt it. After the battle, the streets were filled with rumors of Li Yunxiao's achievements. In her heart, there was a peerless elegance. However, not even in her dreams would she have thought that the person she casually saved would be the world's focus, the peerless expert of the younger generation. Her current mood was indescribable. Or perhaps, it could be said that she had no mood at all. She only stood there in a daze. Madame E also found it hard to think. She was quickly calculating in her heart how to best form a good relationship with Li Yunxiao. Of course, she would definitely give Ziling away. She also planned to transfer the resources she planned to contribute to Xian Tongtong. Xianxia was also greatly shocked. He finally understood why Yi Futian was so savage. He always thought that Yi Futian was young and inexperienced. He did not think that he truly had the qualifications to do so. Even the 7 superpowers would fight to rope in such a peerless character, yet Feng had actually tried to recruit this person as a guest elder. How embarrassing. He could not help but smile bitterly, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with surprise. The Xian family had provoked this person, and it would be difficult for them to have a good ending. This might be a great opportunity to change the power structure of Long Valley City. Xian's Warren was finally horrified. He immediately understood that he had encountered a tough opponent. Under that rain of swords, all the mainstays of the Xian family had been killed. Beast, stop! He roared and rushed down from the sky. A small umbrella appeared in his hand, and he opened it. Suddenly, a large number of beautiful patterns appeared on the umbrella and spread out in the air. A defensive barrier opened up, protecting the surviving Xian clan cultivators. Li Yunxiao sneered. His fingers changed, and the sword talisman in the sky also changed. The rain of swords that filled the sky instantly condensed into a huge sword shape and slashed towards the small umbrella. Xian's Warren's face was filled with shock. He quickly formed seals with both hands and sent them into the umbrella. The umbrella immediately changed and became multicolored, becoming incomparably sturdy. Boom! When the sword shape hit the umbrella, it actually shattered and turned into a sky full of light and shadow. Li Yunxiao frowned and looked at the small umbrella in astonishment. It seemed to be much more powerful than he had expected. Xianxiao's voice was transmitted over, Lord Yunxiao, this umbrella is called the Yuanyang umbrella. It is an extremely famous rank 9 defensive profound level weapon. It is very famous in the entire East region. It is difficult for ordinary weapons to break it. Li Yunxiao turned his head slightly, and the wooden frame also turned towards Xianxia. The latter revealed a friendly smile, and it was obvious that he wanted to make friends. Li Yunxiao's hand seal changed, and the universe god steel flew out from his right hand. It gave off a brilliant light, and the great earth world dispersed. Boundless gravity gathered at one point, and it blasted towards the umbrella. It was impossible for any profound-level weapon to withstand the pressure of the boundless weight. After the umbrella withstood for a moment, the weight was still increasing endlessly. The point where the two profound-level weapons intersected became a singularity. The surrounding space revolved around this singularity and was already distorted beyond recognition. It started to shatter layer by layer. Stop. Xianxia was astonished, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He watched in disbelief as the light on the small umbrella broke layer by layer, and it was about to collapse. Such a situation had never happened before. Even if it was a high-level Emperor Wu, without a powerful profound weapon, it would be impossible for him to break his Yuanyang umbrella. However, Li Yunxiao had done it. Xianxia was astonished. This Yuanyang umbrella was his flesh and blood, and it was even more important than his son. If it was damaged, only heaven knew if it could be repaired. He hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Yunxiao, quickly stop. We can talk things out." Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to it. A few hand seals flew into the World Divine Monument and the weight of the Origin Yang umbrella increased at an even faster rate. In the end, the Origin Yang umbrella's defense was completely crushed, giving off a deafening sound. Rumble. The umbrella collapsed into a skeleton in the air, and a large number of profound weapon fragments flew everywhere. Everyone was astonished, including Xianxia himself. He would never have thought that his Yuanyang umbrella would actually collapse. Xianxia was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because of the power of the Yuanyang umbrella. As a member of the Shui clan, he naturally knew that it was impossible to break. He was happy because without the Yuanyang umbrella, Xianxia's power would decrease by a large amount. After Li Yunxiao broke the umbrella, he did not stop. He continued to change his seals, and the wind domain spread out. Waves of immemorial astral wind appeared in the sky, and swept towards the surviving members of the Xian clan. Everywhere the astral wind passed, the heavily injured Emperor Wu experts immediately turned into fossils, losing their lives in an instant. They fell from the sky, and their bones were shattered. Ah! Everyone's hair stood on end when they saw this. Those were the lives of the 9 heavens martial emperors. Was the scene before their eyes real? After the Yuanyang umbrella was broken, Xianxia immediately blocked the astral wind with all his might. The high-end martial power of the Xian clan was almost completely destroyed. Now, only he and another uncle were left. He was a peak 5-star Emperor Wu, and his uncle, Xianxia, was a 6-star existence. With such powerful power, he was actually unable to save his subordinates, and could only watch as they were killed one by one. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn it! The two of them shouted at almost the same time. Origin power burst out from Xianxia's body, and a wave of extreme energy split the immemorial astral wind and hit the universe god steel. Li Yunxiao pointed with one hand, and the universe god steel returned to his hand. He said indifferently, "There are 2 left. It's a little troublesome. No matter who you are, you will definitely die today." Xianxia clenched his fist and punched down from the sky. He shouted, "One can defeat 10 with brute force. Even Emperor Wu is not a scum. No matter how you transform, it's useless." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "If I am a scum, then what are the people from the Xian clan who died? Scum?" The Thousand Autumn Overlord blade appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed a path under the fist light. He then soared into the sky. Xianxia was already waiting in the sky. He closed his 5 fingers and turned them into a blade. The power was above Xianxia's. Li Yunxiao's blade hummed, and the shadow of a zombie appeared. He became one with the blade and slashed forward. Bang! With one slash, he was immediately at a disadvantage and was sent flying. Rays of golden light appeared on his body. It was the indestructible golden body that appeared automatically and absorbed all the origin power that had entered his body. Only a portion of it was turned into an attack that damaged his body. A trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. No matter how freakish Li Yunxiao was, it was impossible for him to take a palm strike from 6-star Emperor Wu and come out unscathed. Xianxia was also shocked and said angrily, "How is this possible?" Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and snorted. "Humph, it's just Emperor Wu." "Just? Haha, you really can't slander me. Xianxia said mockingly. I admit that you are very talented and have many heaven-defying profound weapons, but it doesn't mean that you can step into Emperor Wu just because you are talented. There are no lack of stunning geniuses in history, but there are as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky that are stuck at the threshold of Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao said coldly, if you think so highly of the realm of Jiutian Emperor Wu, then I will step into it for you to see. Be careful of your eyeballs. Don't let them fall out. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't understand what he meant. Everyone didn't understand. What did he mean by stepping into it for you to see? Just when everyone was stunned for a moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. A red cloud filled the sky, illuminating the entire Long Valley city in red. With the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon, everyone in the city was shocked. They all ran to the streets and stopped to look at it. Within the red cloud, an extremely bright color suddenly came from the sky. It directly hit the top of Li Yunxiao's head and poured into the space between his eyebrows. The wooden frame suddenly shattered at this moment, revealing a handsome face. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, his eyebrows were like willow leaves, and his angular face was indifferent. It was as if he didn't care about the strange phenomenon in front of him and the advancement of Emperor Wu. Ah! Everybody was astonished. They finally understood what he meant when he said, I will step into it for you to see. Which person did not prepare all kinds of elixirs and all kinds of auxiliary profound level weapons when they were trying to break through to the martial emperor realm? If there was a sect, it would be treated as a top priority. All the experts would be there to protect them and they could not be more cautious. However, Li Yunxiao was so indifferent. It was as if he had just ordered a few dishes and was going to eat them. Everybody's opinion about becoming an Emperor Wu changed. According to the legends, it was the most difficult level of cultivation. Many geniuses were stuck at the top of the 9-star realm and couldn't make any more progress. They regretted it for the rest of their lives. After becoming a Zun cultivator in the Bahuang province, they would slow down their cultivation and build a solid foundation. Then they would look for treasures and pellets to help them break through to Emperor Wu. Even though they were careful, there were very few people who could understand the laws of the universe and become Emperor Wu in the Jiutian realm. But at that moment, Li Yunxiao's breakthrough to Emperor Wu seemed easier than breaking through to the first star. Everyone's mind was filled with question marks, and they asked themselves, it's fake, right? But Li Yunxiao's chi kept surging out, which made them come back to their senses. What they were seeing wasn't an illusion. He was really becoming an Emperor Wu. The laws of heaven and earth emerged, Jiutian Emperor Qi gathered, and Li Yunxiao's body began to flash with a golden light. At this moment, not only did the Yuan Qi in his body undergo a qualitative change, but even his physical body underwent a subtle change. The indestructible golden body also seemed to have begun to leap to a higher level. At this moment, Li Yunxiao had nothing to hide. Once he stepped into Emperor Wu, the martial intent and heart of a peerless powerhouse would immediately return, and he would be able to fight anyone in this world. Not good, we must not let him step into Emperor Wu. Xianxia was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Such a terrifying talent had already brought great fear to Xianxia. Throughout the ages, when had he ever heard of such a terrifying talent? Given time, or even just a few years, the two remaining members of the Xian family might no longer be able to suppress him. Today's battle was a matter of life and death for the family. Xianxia also instantly understood. A green lizard-like weapon claw appeared in his hand, and he stepped on the phenomenon of heaven and earth and rushed up, shouting, Brahman Sea Claw. Breaking into Emperor Wu was an extremely dangerous hurdle, especially after triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth. If there was even the slightest interference, it was very likely that everything would be for naught. But the most difficult part of the whole process was triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth. As long as he could condense the laws of the Emperor Qi, with someone to protect him, and with all kinds of medicinal pills prepared by himself, there would generally be no problem. Li Yunxiao had already smoothly passed the most difficult hurdle of triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth, but now that he was fighting against Xianxia and Xianxia, it was clearly a situation of certain death. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why Li Yunxiao wanted to break into Emperor Wu at this time. Even if he was extraordinarily talented, even if he was an ancient and modern genius, there was no need to joke around with his life. Xianxia's weapon claw came down from the sky, ignoring the laws of Li Yunxia's body, and directly stabbing at his vital points. At this moment, apart from the shock that filled the entire place, there were a few people who were at a loss. They were the members of the Shui clan who were hiding in the dark. Li Yunxia's heaven-defying talent had also deeply shocked them. If he were to grow up in the future, he would become an extremely terrifying existence. If they were to save him now, they would benefit greatly in the future. But the premise was that he could survive the joint attack of Xianxia and his nephew. Judging from the current situation, the possibility was extremely low. After all, too many people from the Xian family had died, and Xianxia and his nephew were in a desperate state at this moment. If Li Yunxiao couldn't save them, and they rushed out to block the Xian family's attack, they would suffer heavy casualties. Should he make a move or not? The person in charge of the Shui family, who was hiding in the dark, was almost at a loss. Xianxia's attack arrived, and the red light phenomenon was broken from the middle, as if it wanted to disperse. If the worldly phenomenon disappeared, it would be a waste of effort. Li Yunxia's expression was calm, as if he didn't know the seriousness of the matter. He gently stepped on the ground, and his body dodged the attack in an extremely strange manner. Then, he raised the 1,000-year tyrannical blade and slashed across the sky. Humph. Xianxia coldly snorted and changed the direction of his claw to block. Bang! The two weapons clashed, and Li Yunxiao was forced back again and again. Golden light flashed on his arm, completely dispelling the power that had rushed into his body. At this moment, Xianxia also soared into the sky like a large bird. He still held the broken Yuanyang umbrella in his hand. Although only the skeleton remained, a sharp aura still shot out, turning into a sky full of slashes. Li Yunxia's left hand pointed at the sky, and the Northsky chilling star sword flew out, clashing with the flying blades in front of him. A series of pung-pung-pung sounds rang out. Sword cloud rain. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands, and the 9 swords formed a sword diagram. In an instant, it turned into a sea of sword energy that crushed toward the Xian uncle and nephew. Everyone was shocked. He was comprehending the worldly laws while condensing Jiutian Emperor Qi, yet he could still fight calmly. Not only that, but he was clearly at a disadvantage, and he still wanted to restrain 2 people at the same time. He was truly arrogant. Xianxia also went crazy with anger and roared, "Arrogance is the reason why you will die today." The umbrella frame in his hand opened, and it flew out, shooting out countless sword energy that destroyed the sword rain in the sky. Then, it fell toward Li Yunxiao. The Yuanyang umbrella was not only extremely strong in defense, but it was also an extremely powerful killing weapon. It directly rushed into the 9-sword formation, wanting to break the sword diagram. Li Yunxia's expression slightly changed, and there was a faint sword light coming from his body. He pointed with one hand, and another 2 swords flew out, rushing into the sword formation. The entire sword momentum instantly changed. The 11 northern sky cold swords formed a strange pattern in the sky, directly swallowing the Yuanyang umbrella skeleton. Xianxia was immediately shocked. The profound weapon that he cultivated with his life actually disappeared all of a sudden. He actually couldn't sense it at all. The sky was completely enveloped by an extremely strong sword essence, and the momentum was still rising. Controlling 11 swords at once was a great burden for Li Yunxiao. Fortunately, there were constantly heaven and earth phenomena entering his body, supporting this unending consumption. The sword sea formed by the 11 swords was far from reaching its limit, but it was already the limit of his control. A strange sword talisman slowly descended from the center of the sword diagram. The Xian uncle and nephew were aghast. The sword intent emitted from the sword talisman made them feel horrified. Li Yunxiao sighed. With his ability, he could only support this much. He formed a seal with one hand and said, "Explode." The strange sword talisman instantly blossomed with a golden light. The 11 swords lit up one by one, and a terrifying sword sea revolved around the sword talisman. A violent power surged out like a volcano erupting at this moment. Rumble. With the sword talisman and the 11 swords as the center, the sword sea instantly exploded. Thousands of sword chi swept through the sky, cutting it into countless pieces. Damn it! Xianxia clenched his teeth. Even with his strength, this sword cloud that filled the sky was abnormally terrifying, so he didn't dare to be careless. Xianxia angrily roared. He pushed against the exploding sword cloud, wanting to tear Li Yunxiao to pieces, and after this move, Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He no longer paid attention to the two of them and instead focused on comprehending the laws and condensing the Emperor Qi. His long hair fluttered in the air, and his entire body was shimmering red. In comparison, the Xian uncle and nephew were in a sorry state, unable to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Just as Xianxia's face was ashen and he was circulating his qi to resist the sword cloud, a violent attack suddenly came from afar. It came from an inexplicable angle and directly struck his body. It shattered his protective true essence and entered his body, beginning to wantonly destroy his bodily functions. At the same time, a giant sphere appeared in the sky and crashed down, crushing everything. Ah! Damn it, it's actually Shui Junwei. You despicable villain sneak attacked me. Xianxiaoxing screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes full of fear and horror. Looking closely, the falling object was not a sphere, but a giant iron hammer, which directly suppressed the space, leaving him with no way to escape. At this moment of life and death, his life's potential was unleashed. The 6-star Emperor Wu was already an existence that could run amok in the world. That lizard-like weapon claw was instantly unsealed and transformed into a terrifying beast head, biting towards the iron hammer. But at this moment, Xianxiaoxing had already consumed a lot of energy and was injured. He was no match for Shui Junwei's all-out attack. Moreover, the weapon claw itself was a light profound artifact. When it collided with the mountain-like iron hammer, it instantly disintegrated. Bang, bang, bang. The entire weapon claw directly shattered into pieces, and the giant iron hammer suddenly smashed onto Xianxiaoxing's body, causing him to fall down. Boom! A giant pit was smashed into the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Ah! Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That Xianxiaoxing was definitely turned into minced meat. Xianxia immediately felt a chill from his head to his hands. The Shui family had secretly attacked, and the Xian family was doomed. He didn't even care about his anger. He directly transformed into a ray of light that flickered scarlet, and was about to escape at an extremely fast speed. Not good, it's the blood escape technique. The Shui family's exclamation came from the void. They absolutely could not allow Xianxia to escape. Otherwise, if a 5-star Emperor Wu took revenge, it would be a great disaster. However, Xianxia used the blood escape technique. Although it was not as abnormal as the blood gods, he was still able to escape in the blink of an eye. Just when the Shui family's faces turned ashen, thinking that they couldn't catch up, a ray of mirror light suddenly shone over. Li Yunxiao raised the twilight cloud mirror in his hand, which emitted a warm bronze light. In an instant, Xianxia's escaping light was fixed in place, causing him to stop for a moment. Although it was only a moment, it was enough. Several people from the Shui family directly came out from the void. All kinds of space sealing techniques were superimposed, trapping Xianxia immediately. Pfft! Xianxia's blood escape technique had already damaged his foundation. Seeing that he couldn't escape anymore, he was shocked and angry. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of resentment as he stared at the Shui family members around him and said hatefully, "Our two families have been friends for so many years. You guys are really ruthless." The Shui family's leader was Shui Junwei. He sneered and said, "Ruthless? Winner takes all. If it was your Xian family, would you give up such a great opportunity? I believe that Long Valley City will become more prosperous under the Shui family's control. You can rest assured." Xianxia roared in despair, "You bunch of bastards who hit me when I'm down. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy." A terrifying aura suddenly came from his dantian. His body seemed to expand in an instant, and he quickly rushed towards Shui Junwei. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Shui Junwei was scared out of his wits. A 5-star Emperor Wu self-destructed. Even if he didn't die from the explosion, he would be half dead. In a hurry, the hammer in his hand instantly turned into a small mountain in front of him. Boom! Xianxia directly collided with the hammer and exploded. The shocking might wreaked havoc in the vast sky. The Shui family's martial artists that surrounded him were all sucked in on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Even Shui Junwei was hit in the chest by the power of the hammer. He spouted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His face was pale. But now, his eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. Although several Emperor Wu's men had died, his enemies of many years had finally been eliminated. Long Valley City was finally under the control of the Shui family. After Shui Junwei calmed down a little, he looked at Li Yunxiao, who was still condensing the rules and absorbing the sovereign energy. His mind, which had just calmed down, was in turmoil again. He was shocked beyond words. Normally, the process of condensing the sovereign energy wasn't long, but it was extremely dangerous and crucial. Li Yunxiao was not only fighting while condensing the sovereign energy, but it seemed he was going to keep doing it. All the experts of the Emperor Wu looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was going on. They were all martial venerables, but they didn't know Emperor Wu could advance so casually. Shui Junwei was stunned for a while. Then, he issued an order to search for the Xian family survivors in the whole city. All the direct and collateral descendants of the Xian family would be killed without mercy. As for the guests, if they were willing to join the Shui family, they could live. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. The whole Long Valley City quickly fell into silence. The Xian family had been operating in Long Valley City for thousands of years, and they had many descendants. If they were all wiped out, it would be like a small massacre. But in the realm of heaven martial arts, this kind of extermination happened every day, so it wasn't strange. After Xian's Wuren and his nephew died, there were no more disturbances. Li Yunxiao stood quietly in the sky, feeling the familiar rules of heaven and earth. This was the third time he had advanced to become Emperor Wu. Last time, in the Ultimate Land, his body was badly injured, and he didn't have enough origin energy. So, when he tried to break through by force, he failed. If the Great One mysterious energy hadn't healed his injuries, it would have been impossible for anyone else to advance in this life. At this moment, he was already familiar with the process. He slowly condensed the sovereign energy and felt the changes of the origin energy in his body. His understanding of power had long surpassed that of Jiutian Emperor's qi. At this moment, the changes in his body did not bring him the slightest bit of surprise. Instead, his brows furrowed even tighter, as if he was thinking about something. Li Yunxiao performed a seal with one hand and suddenly transformed into the Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. The original Dharma form had its eyes closed and a calm expression on its face. As for the other 2 Dharma forms, one looked ferocious while the other looked kind. Furthermore, the seals on the 6 arms were different, but all of them were extremely strange. Under the ferocious face of the Dharma idol, the seals on its hands became faster and faster. In the midst of the red glow, black qi appeared and condensed into a ball in its hands. Demonic runes began to appear on the Dharma idol. As for the other kind face of the Dharma idol, the seals on its hands never changed. Instead, a ball of gentle Emperor's qi was held in the palm of its hand. It was like a beautiful jade, enshrouded in the surrounding red glow. The Dharma idol constantly flashed a golden color. Li Yunxiao's original Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and gently spat out a few strange characters. Demonic runes began to appear on its 3 heads and 6 arms. The Emperor's qi that had been lingering around its body suddenly changed and turned into a monstrous devil flame, burning under the red glow. The eyes of his original Dharma idol flickered and the seals on its hands were slowly performed. Each one was extremely slow but extremely stable. At this moment, behind the Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms, there seemed to be a shadow of a black hole that crazily swallowed the red glow in the sky and continued to grow. The shadow of the black hole gradually grew and turned into a giant that slowly stood up. Its head reached the sky and its feet stood on the ground. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face could not be seen clearly. Shui Junwei's mood at this moment was indescribable. With his divine sense of the 6-star Emperor Wu, he looked at the face of the black giant, but he only saw an endless mass of darkness that seemed to swallow everything. It gave him a sense of horror. Not only him, but all the experts of Emperor Wu were in a cold sweat. They were all advancing to the Emperor Wu, but why was the gap so big? They were on the verge of death, but looking at him was like playing a game. It was a pity that the devil lord doppelganger in Li Yunxiao's body, when the great one Xianxia washed through his meridians, turned into the purest energy and was absorbed. The devil consciousness completely dissipated. Otherwise, if he saw it, he would definitely recognize this giant spirit magic idol. It was the true magic idol recorded on the iron piece. After the black shadow appeared behind him, Li Yunxiao's hand seals gradually stopped. He just maintained this posture, letting the clouds in the sky gather, and the black devil chi on his body became stronger and stronger. After a moment, Li Yunxiao's hand seals changed, and the huge devil shadow behind him gradually faded and finally disappeared in the air. The devil tattoos on his body also retreated, and the Jiutian Emperor chi lingered around his body. Every move he made showed the power of rules. All the experts of Emperor Wu swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Li Yunxiao's calm and indifferent movements did not look like someone who had just broken through to the Emperor Wu. It seemed that he was even more skilled than them. At this time, everyone remembered what Li Yunxiao had said before, just Emperor Wu. Now it seemed that in his eyes, it was indeed just Emperor Wu. The whole advancement process lasted for more than an hour. The whole long valley was shrouded in the red mist. For a time, it became a hot topic on the streets together with the extermination of the Xian family. After a long time, the heaven and earth vision disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Shuai Junwei swallowed and hurriedly flew into the sky. He cupped his hands and smiled at Li Yunxiao. Congratulations to Lord Yunxiao for stepping into the realm of Jiutian Emperor Wu. From now on, there is another great figure in the world. With his status as a 6-star martial emperor, a hero of a region, it was truly unprecedented for him to flatter a youth that had just become a martial emperor. However, at this moment, Shuai Junwei did not find it strange at all. Heaven and earth vision? Far from it. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, as if he did not appreciate it at all. His eyes slightly focused, looking at the distant sky, as if he saw a familiar figure walking further and further away in the lonely sky. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and his surging emotions slowly calmed down. The road of martial arts, for him, may have just begun. In the battle of the end of the world, Xianxia had comprehended the power of the world, and obtained the ancestral spirit. In this world, there was no one who could rival him. Even if he could restore the peak strength of his previous life, he could not win. He could only become stronger. He had to go one step further from the high pole of his previous life, and attack the legendary 10 Directions divine realm. Only then would he have the power to take revenge. Li Yunxiao slowly sorted out the matter of Hongyu City in his mind. The city master of Hongyu City, who left the 10 Directions divine skill on the throne, was most likely not the original body, but a puppet controlled by Tsutsumi. It was just that Tsutsumi would never have thought that there would be a human who could control Tsutsumi and use it. Because with Tsutsumi's ability, it was very difficult for him to be controlled by humans. Even Gu Feiyang, who was at the peak of Emperor Jiuxing, had a very violent temperament. Bit by bit, his mind was devoured by Tsutsumi. It was not until he obtained the peering sky technique in the Nephrite immortal realm that he managed to suppress Tsutsumi's power and make it his own. And Xianxia once said that his life could only continue if he obtained Tsutsumi. Although he did not know the crux of the matter, Xianxia would definitely come to find him again. It was just that in the vast sky martial continent, it would be extremely difficult to find him. And he did not know what kind of existence and situation the ancestral soul returning ruins was. Since it was the existence that created Xianxia, it would definitely not be simple. But after so many years, did the returning ruins really preserve its will and live? Or was there only a subconscious and a body left? All kinds of things were sorted out one by one, and there were also all kinds of questions. Li Yunxiao suppressed them in his heart, and slowly solved them in the future. The only thing he needed to do now was to become stronger as soon as possible, and restore the peak strength of his previous life. Haha, Lord Yunxiao's talent is unparalleled in the past and present. In the future, you will definitely be a great person like conferred Emperor Wu. Jiutian Emperor Wu is just the beginning. Shuai Junwei was bluntly contradicted by Li Yunxiao, but he did not blame him. Instead, he continued to flatter him happily. Because he was really shocked by Li Yunxiao's talent. Such a person, unless you can completely erase him now, in the future, he will definitely be an existence that you cannot afford to provoke. If you do not treat him well now and leave a shadow of unhappiness in the other party, when he becomes the peerless Emperor Wu, then the Shui family will be in trouble. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Li Yunxiao was not completely unreasonable, and said, "Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, with the Xian family uncle and nephew disrupting me, I am afraid it would not be so easy for me to advance to Emperor Wu." Shui Junwei's heart relaxed, and he immediately smiled, and said in a clear voice, "Lord Yunxiao is too polite. Even if I did not make a move, how could those two jumping clowns be a match for Lord Yunxiao? I have long been displeased with them. This time, it should be me, the Shui family, thanking Lord Yunxiao." What Shui Junwei said was the truth. He had used this opportunity to unify Long Valley City, and he was indeed very grateful to Li Yunxiao. However, the first half of the flattery was a bit too much. Xian Qiusheng was a 6-star Emperor Wu, and Li Yunxiao had no chance of winning. However, it would also be difficult for the other party to kill him. Shui Junwei warmly invited, "Now that the jumping clowns have been executed, if Lord Yunxiao does not mind, please come to my humble house for a small gathering, so that I can be the host." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What day is it now?" He remembered that he still had an appointment with Baiming Lifeng in the East Sea. He also had the intention to explore the palace ruins, and he could not miss the time. After Shui Junwei informed him, he found out that there was still more than a month left. This place was also located in the East Domain, not too far from Haitian Town, and a few short distance teleportations could take him there. But how could he be in the mood for a tea gathering? He immediately said, "I still have things to do, and cannot stay for long. I will remember your Excellency's hospitality, and we will meet again when I have time." He ignored Shui Junwei's invitation and turned to leave. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw Ziling looking up at him from the corner of the street. Ziling's face was blank, like a wooden person standing in the crowd of Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao stopped, turned around, and said, "Lord Junwei, I have a request." Li Yunxiao said, "I have a friend that I hope Lord Junwei can take care of." Shui Junwei was stunned for a moment, then patted his chest and said, "I don't know who this friend of Lord Yunxiao is." "Lord Yunxiao, please rest assured that as long as your friend is in Long Valley City, unless I die, no one will dare to touch him." Li Yunxiao said, "Then I will have to trouble you, my friend is down there." He flew down first and came directly in front of Ziling. He said to Shui Junwei, "This is my friend, I will have to trouble Lord Junwei to take care of her." In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were countless girls like Ziling who were even more dangerous than ordinary male warriors. If they were unlucky, they would fall into the hands of a pervert like Xian Tong Tong. Ziling was stunned on the spot. The conversation between the two was not deliberately hidden and all the warriors heard it clearly. She did not expect the so-called friend to be her friend. Ziling only felt a little dizzy and could not stand for a while. The first rising star of the entire Tianwu continent, the Emperor Wu, who was respected by the world, the existence that even the head of the Shui family had to flatter, said that she was his friend. Not only was Ziling dizzy, the entire Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce was also drunk. Shui Junwei showed a suspicious look. Obviously, he did not know Ziling, nor did he know anyone from the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. Shui Xingqiao hurried forward and whispered in the ear of the patriarch. Shui Junwei suddenly realized and hurriedly patted his chest, "From now on, this Long Valley City will be Miss Ziling's home." He then took out a golden token and directly stuffed it into Ziling's hand, saying, "This is the Shui family's golden token. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. You can pass through Long Valley City unimpeded and you can mobilize all the masters in the city at any time. You can kill anyone you don't like." Ziling was shocked and trembled so much that she almost dropped the token. She felt a burst of heat in her hand and it was so heavy that she could barely hold it. Her wife had completely lost her composure. She, who had always been steady, also felt very short of breath. Ziling may not have understood the importance of this token, but she knew in her heart that this was the highest token of the Shui family. The holder of this token was akin to the presence of the head of the family. It was a real order of authority. It could be said that with this token, Ziling would instantly become one of the most powerful people in Long Valley City. Ziling was so anxious that her face turned red. After a while, she said, This token is too precious, I can't take it." Shui Junwei pretended to be angry and said, if Miss Ziling refuses to accept it, then you are not giving me face and looking down on my Shui family. Ziling put away the token in fear and trepidation. How could she dare to look down on the Shui family? She also knew that this great fortune had nothing to do with the Shui family. It was all brought to her by Li Yunxiao. She stole a glance at Li Yunxiao, and her cheeks immediately blushed. Her eyes were filled with indescribable gratitude. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you should accept this token. It is also a token of appreciation from Lord Junwei. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to Long Valley City to find Lord Junwei. Haha, what Lord Yunxiao said is very true. Shui Junwei saw Ziling accept the token and was very happy. He laughed and said, my Shui family still has a little power in Long Valley City. Everyone will more or less give me some face. Ziling said gratefully, thank you Lord Yunxiao, thank you Lord Junwei. The people of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce looked at Ziling with envy. They knew that from now on, there would be an insurmountable gap between them. Even the wife was surprised and happy. The way she looked at Ziling had completely changed. The other three maidservants were even more envious of Ziling's good luck. Originally, they also had such a chance, but they missed it. The opportunity to change their lives was missed just like that. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Hongshan clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage. Suddenly, she said, thank you, Lord Yunxiao, for your concern for my sister Ziling. Has Lord Yunxiao's injury recovered? But Hongshan was worried for a few days and couldn't sleep at night. It seems that the medicine that Sister Ziling and I gave Lord Yunxiao every day was effective. Now, Hongshan's heart is completely at ease. Her face revealed a coquettish expression as she looked at Li Yunxiao with burning eyes and nibbled on her red lips. Bai Yi and Qingxue felt a little dizzy. This Hongshan was too eloquent. She was too good at taking the credit for herself. The wife also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her face immediately became gloomy. Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to her and acted as if she did not exist. He said to Ziling, thank you, Miss Ziling, for taking care of me these days. If I have time in the future, I will come back to Long Valley City to see you. Hongshan's face turned pale. She knew that she would not have any more chances. The biggest opportunity in her life was lost. She looked at Ziling with eyes that burned with intense jealousy. Ziling knew that Li Yunxiao was leaving. She did not know why she suddenly felt an infinite sense of loss and emptiness in her heart. She wanted to ask him to stay, but she knew that he would not. He was the world's rising star and she was just a maidservant of the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce. Even if she was supported by the Shui family, it was because of him. The gap between the two of them was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. Thinking of this, Ziling's empty heart seemed to feel a little better. She hurriedly smiled and said, then, Ziling will wait for Lord Yunxiao to visit in Long Valley City. Li Yunxiao smiled and gently patted Ziling's head. This action was like an elder looking at his child, but when Li Yunxiao did it, it looked a little funny. After all, his age was similar to Ziling. Shui Junwei smiled and said, Lord Yunxiao is not in a hurry to leave. I have something to discuss with Lord Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed a trace of displeasure. He was not in the mood to discuss anything with Shui Junwei, but he had entrusted Ziling to the Shui family. It was not good to disrespect the Shui family, so he said, what is it? Shui Junwei smiled gently, as if afraid of being heard, and directly said, I saw that when Lord Yunxiao broke through to Emperor Wu, his body was shining with golden light. It seemed that he had cultivated some kind of body refining technique. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and the look in his eyes immediately became fierce. Although the tyrannical body refining technique had changed a lot in his hands, it still looked the same from the appearance. Although not everyone had seen Ao Chengkong's body refining technique, they had more or less heard of it. Shui Junwei was shocked by his eyes and hurriedly said, Lord Yunxiao, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of coveting the body refining technique, but I have something to discuss with you. Li Yunxiao knew that he had thought wrong, and indifferently said, what is it? Just say it. Shui Junwei then transmitted his voice, recently, someone discovered a mysterious place about 300,000 miles away from Long Valley City. According to the investigation, it is the place where a famous almighty cultivator ascended to immortality. Because the place is at the border between Long Valley City and Dilong City, the relationship between the two cities is highly tense. Together with the Xian family, I have negotiated with the major forces of Dilong City, and we plan to explore that place together. Li Yunxiao immediately understood the crux of the matter, and indifferently said, "You are afraid that the Xian family has been destroyed, and you can't contend with the forces of Dilong City alone, so you hope that I can help you?" Shuai Junwei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord Yunxiao is really smart. That is exactly what I mean, but I will not let you help me in vain. I saw Lord Yunxiao display the body refining technique just now, so it is obvious that you are an expert in this field. That powerhouse also cultivated a very strong body refining technique when he was alive. If you can obtain it, perhaps it will be of great help to Lord Yunxia's cultivation." "Oh? Who was the so-called almighty cultivator? I don't know if I have heard of him." Li Yunxiao originally had no interest in this matter, but as soon as he heard about the body refining technique, he suddenly became interested. After all, his body refining technique was completely relying on himself to explore, and he could not see the way forward. Shuai Junwei said, "That powerhouse was an all-powerful existence thousands of years ago, and his name was Yui Xin. I wonder if Lord Yunxiao has heard of him." "What? It's him." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his expression changed several times. It seemed that in Shuai Junwei's eyes, there was a burst of joy, knowing that the matter was most likely successful. Shuai Junwei struck while the iron was hot, and said that Yui Xian was a peerless expert in the past, and he was an all-rounder. Not only did he have a high cultivation, but he was also proficient in the Tao of arts and body refining techniques. There is even a rumor that he has entered the divine realm of 10 directions. This time, his place of ascension has been discovered, and we can find out whether the ancient sage has really become a god. But in any case, there must be a great treasure in it. When the time comes, Lord Yunxiao can choose one of the treasures assigned to me in Long Valley City." He was extremely generous at this moment, whether it was for the purpose of asking for help from Li Yunxiao, or for the purpose of making friends with Li Yunxiao. This was an essential performance. Moreover, once the Xian family of Long Valley City was destroyed, all the property would belong to him, and the benefits would be greater than the entire treasure left by Yui Xian. Li Yunxiao no longer hesitated, and said, "Well, I will go with you, the sooner the better." Shuai Junwei was overjoyed, and quickly said, "Very soon, the matter is imminent. If it were not for the sudden change in Long Valley City, I would have already prepared, and it would take at most 2 hours." Li Yunxiao said, "That's good." Shuai Junwei immediately began to make arrangements, first to destroy the remnants of the Xian family in the shortest time possible, and at the same time, to entertain Li Yunxiao with a high standard, and under the request of Zi Ling, the entire Ink Feather Merchant Guild was settled. Li Yunxiao also took the opportunity to enter the World God Monument to cultivate and stabilize his realm. After all, he had just broken through to Emperor Wu, and now his cultivation and body were strong beyond his reach when he was at the same level in his previous life. 2 days later, everything in Long Valley City settled down. In the teleportation area controlled by the Shuai family, more than 10 people were divided into 2 groups and entered the formation, teleporting to a place more than 300,000 miles away from the city. Since there was no teleportation formation between the 2 cities, Li Yunxiao and his companions were only teleported in an approximate range of 300,000 miles. They were still quite far from their destination. Their group of 7 was led by Shuai Junwei, and Li Yunxiao was also in the group. Soon, they landed in a deserted area. As far as the eye could see, it was a stretch of barren valleys. Shuai Junwei took out an astrolabe and started to determine their location. In the vast realm of heaven martial arts, apart from the cities inhabited by humans, most places were uninhabited. Moreover, these places were vast and boundless. If one couldn't determine the direction, no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for him to fly out of this barren land. Shuai Junwei checked the coordinates and pointed at a canyon in front of him. He said, "It's in this direction. The distance between us and our destination is within 20,000 miles. 20,000 miles was an extremely long distance, but for this kind of general direction teleportation, it was already within a reasonable range. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, "This canyon is not only barren, but it's also barren of spiritual energy. It's a rare place in the eastern region where spiritual energy is scarce. Why did Yi Xian choose this place to die? Is the information false? Shuai Junwei was startled, and he started to ponder. He said, we can't make a conclusion before we find out the truth. But this place is definitely the place where an almighty expert died. This has been confirmed by many investigations, but no one has been able to go deep into the hinterland. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I hope we didn't come here in vain. The group of 7 people were all Emperor Wu's experts. They flew rapidly through the canyon, and the landscape of the entire canyon appeared below them. Li Yunxiao observed the changes of the landscape, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Finally, at a protruding mountain wall, Li Yunxiao turned around and flew down, landing in front of the mountain wall. Looking down from the sky, this mountain wall was like a city wall lying on the ground. It stretched for thousands of miles, and its height was different. The members of the Shuai family furrowed their brows. They were extremely dissatisfied with his sudden departure from the group. Although Li Yunxiao's innate talent was astonishing and his future was limitless, he was still just a one-star Emperor Wu. Everyone being polite to him was already good enough. Who would have thought that he would still put on a straight face all day and be cold and indifferent to everyone? Everyone felt angry in their hearts, and all of them stopped in the air and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Shuai Junwei was more broad-minded, and his insight was far from what those people could compare to. From his grasp of the timing to kill Xianxia and his extreme efforts to rope in Li Yunxiao, it could be seen that this person possessed the mind and bearing of a hero. Young Master Yun, what's wrong? While the other 5 were still coldly standing in the air with looks of disdain, Shuai Junwei directly flew down and landed beside Li Yunxiao. He asked in astonishment. Li Yunxiao remained silent. He used his hand to gently stroke the mountain wall, and suddenly punched out. With a ping sound, the mountain wall was penetrated, revealing a fist hole. Haha, Lord Yunxiao is indeed powerful. One punch was enough to make a hole in the stone wall. Amazing, amazing. A member of the Shuai family in the sky immediately ridiculed. The others heard this and smiled, not concealing their disdain. Shuai Junwei's expression sank, and he angrily shouted, all of you shut up. I'll deduct 5 years' worth of resources for anyone who dares to utter another word. The 5 people in the sky immediately changed their expressions, revealing looks of disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that the patriarch would deduct 5 years of resources for this kind of thing. It must be known that in any sect, the cultivation resources of Emperor Wu's experts were unlimited. In other words, they would be given as much as they could use. This was because the importance of Emperor Wu was self-evident. If the 5 years of resources were cut off, it would mean that this Emperor Wu's expert would directly rest for 5 years. He wouldn't need to cultivate for 5 years. If this Emperor Wu didn't smash and rob, and didn't think of his own ways to obtain resources, then he would basically be crippled. He would be stuck at his current realm for the rest of his life. Therefore, the 5 people in the sky couldn't believe that Shuai Junwei would make such a decision. However, the patriarch's prestige was still there, so the 5 of them didn't dare to utter a word. Instead, the resentment and disdain on their faces became heavier. Shuai Junwei also had some complaints in his heart. He didn't know what Li Yunxiao was doing. Moreover, Li Yunxiao never cared about his face. Shuai Junwei could only ask again, Lord Yunxiao, did you discover anything? Li Yunxiao wiped the cave wall with his hand and said, this mountain wall that runs for thousands of miles is not formed by the terrain, but by man. What? Shuai Junwei's body shook. Obviously, he was shocked by this conclusion. He also used his hand to touch the mountain wall and said doubtfully, how is this possible? This place is just like what Lord Yunxiao said. The spiritual energy here is as thin as the southern mountain range. How can there be man-made structures here? Moreover, the mountain wall he touched was made of congealed soil. It was no different from the earth. With a light scratch, a large piece of it would fall off. Li Yunxiao said, that's because the surface of this wall has been weathered too much. Therefore, it is no different from the mountains and rivers on the ground. If you touch the center of this mountain wall with your hand, you will see that this wall is made of extremely hard rock. This kind of rock is not rare. It is a 6th-grade rock called the nacre flying stone. There are many of them in the entire eastern mountain range. During the Big Dipper Sex Grand Competition, the largest arena was made of this kind of nacre flying stone. That was already enough to show the wealth of the Northern Scorpion sect. Shuai Junwei was also from the Eastern Mountain Range, so he naturally knew about this. His expression suddenly changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "Lord Yunxiao means that this mountain wall that runs for thousands of miles is made of 6th-grade nacre flying stone?" Li Yunxiao also felt that this was a little unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He laughed bitterly and said, "That is exactly what I mean." TCH. How is this possible? Shuai Junwei shook his head repeatedly. If this mountain wall is made of 6th-grade rock, even a saint or divine transformation C-realm cultivator might not have the financial ability to do so. Li Yunxiao flew a few more miles forward and blasted open the stone wall. Inside the thick layer of rock, there was not a single nacre flying stone that was not revealed. Shuai Junwei followed along. Although he still did not believe it, the truth that was revealed in front of him caused his heart to waver. When the other 5 people heard this, they all revealed strange expressions. They could not believe it no matter how hard they tried. One of them snorted, "Maybe this mountain wall was originally like this. The outside is made of congealed earth, and the inside is made of nacre flying stone." Li Yunxiao turned his head to look at that person, and said, "Say, do you think that the shit in your brain has always been growing inside? Is it like this? The outside is a pig's skull, and the inside is a bag of shit. You." That cultivator flew into a rage. Just as he was about to explode, Shuai Junwei glared at him fiercely. Shuai Junwei's sharp gaze immediately suppressed his anger. Shuai Junwei said, "Lord Yunxiao, could it be that this is a vein of nacre flying stone that directly exposed itself from underground, thus forming such a stone wall that runs for thousands of miles?" Li Yunxiao said, "Although the possibility of this situation is extremely low, it cannot be ruled out. However, unless the vein is a super large mine, otherwise it would not be connected for thousands of miles. There is actually no break in the middle. But if it is a super large mine, then only an extremely small part of it is exposed. The place where we are standing should be an endless stream of nacre flying stone." Shuai Junwei suddenly trembled, unable to suppress his ecstasy. He said, it must be a super large mine. Haha, this time we are really rich." Shuai Junwei only felt that he had been too blessed by the heavens recently. First, he had taken over all of the Xian family's businesses, and then he found such a super large mine. Moreover, all of this was closely related to Li Yunxiao. It seemed that this Li Yunxiao was really my lucky star. I must definitely build a good relationship with him, no matter what. He was not willing to believe that this mountain wall was man-made. Instead, he thought that there was a super large mine beneath his feet. Li Yunxiao laughed, "I'm afraid that Lord Junwei will be disappointed. If you don't believe me, you can try splitting open the ground." Shuai Junwei laughed, "All right. Let's see if what Lord Yunxiao said is true, or if my guess is correct." His heroic spirit reached the clouds as he laughed loudly. A treasured sword that emitted a cold light appeared in his hand. Aiming at the mountain wall, he slashed down from a distance of tens of meters. The sword light directly sank into the ground, forming a crack that began to extend into the distance. Rumble. A slight tremor came from the ground. Due to the long period of time, the parallel mountain wall had also been shaken to the point of collapse. Shuai Junwei's sword directly slashed open a few miles, and it was several hundred meters deep. It was like a wound on the ground, revealing the flesh inside. The 7 of them all flew down, flying forward in the crack. The 7 of them were all experts of Emperor Wu. Their divine senses were extremely strong. They had already memorized the material of the nacre flying stone, and could distinguish the stone materials in the vein one by one. However, all of their expressions were incomparably grave. They flew all the way to the end of the mountain wall. Occasionally, they found some scattered nacre flying stone materials, which further proved that the mountain wall was man-made. That was why some crushed stones were left behind. At this moment, the Shuai family members were all silent. It was really unbelievable that such a thing had happened in front of them. If this mountain wall was really man-made, then this valley must have been a flourishing place many years ago. Li Yunxiao curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. His gaze became slightly grave as he said, "Things are getting more and more interesting. The distribution of the spiritual energy in the realm of heaven martial arts is just like the topography of the mountains and rivers. It's very difficult to change. If there was a flourishing city here a long time ago, then it must have been a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. But now, when things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Now, it has become a place with scarce spiritual energy. He smiled calmly and said, "Now I believe that this might really be the place where Yue Xian died. He must have found something." Shuai Junwei also became serious. If it was as Li Yunxiao had speculated, then the secret of this place might be earth-shattering. The others also shut their mouths, and their attitude towards Li Yunxiao improved slightly. The group of 7 continued to fly forward, and several hours later, the color of the landscape changed. The originally barren yellow land gradually turned red, and the entire land looked like it was burning red. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, "Lord Junwei, how far are we from our destination?" Shuai Junwei took out the star positioning compass and looked at it, then said, "About 9,000 miles to the outer region." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What do you mean by the outer region? None of the people you sent to investigate entered the inner region?" Shuai Junwei smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, the aristocratic families of the 2 cities were just curious about this place, so they sent a total of 3 people to investigate. The first time was Earth Dragon City's Wei clan alone, and the second time was Xian clan, Earth Dragon City's Wei clan, and Du clan working together. In both cases, all the people they sent died." Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched, and he said in shock, "What? They all died?" Shuai Junwei's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "Yes, they died. That's why there was a third time. The 2 cities and 5 clans worked together to investigate. My Shuai clan sent Elder Shuai Shanli, a peak 4-star Emperor Wu expert. He brought 4 people with him to investigate. The 5 clans had a total of 30 people, and there were 9 Emperor Wu experts, but only 4 of them managed to survive. Shuai Shanli wasn't in their team at the moment, but in another team of the Shuai clan. They didn't know where he had been teleported to." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said, "So many people, but none of them entered the inner region. How did they die? Died to the restrictions?" The cultivator that Li Yunxiao didn't like earlier snorted and said sarcastically, "Why must it be the restrictions, so they can't die to the demonic beasts? As you can see, the spiritual energy here is thin. Even the strongest restrictions have turned to dust after tens of thousands of years." Li Yunxiao frowned and looked at him coldly, "Even a pig head like you knows the spiritual energy here is thin. Would there be demonic beasts more stupid than you who would stay in a place with thin spiritual energy to cultivate?" The martial artist's face was covered with a layer of ice. He wanted to refute but didn't know how, so he could only snort and say, "No matter what you say, Elder Li Shan and the others were attacked by monster beasts, and there were many of them." Li Yunxiao frowned, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Shuai Junwei said, "Young Master Yin guessed wrong this time. This is something I didn't think of before. The spiritual energy here is so thin, so how can there be so many high-grade demonic beasts? Just in the outskirts, there are already mid-ninth order demonic beasts. It doesn't make sense." Shuai Junwei shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being together for a few days, he understood Li Yunxiao's character. The spiritual energy here is so thin, so how can there be so many high-grade demonic beasts? Just the outer region alone has mid-ninth order demonic beasts. Now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Shuai Junwei shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being together for a few days, he understood Li Yunxiao's character. It was this kind of wanton and unrestrained character, as if nothing could make him take it seriously. His calm eyes always revealed a sense of vicissitudes that made even Shuai Junwei's heart palpitate. They soon arrived at the location recorded by the star positioning plate. The 7 people stopped in the air and looked forward. All they saw was an endless plain with light red gravel spread out on the ground. There was no sign of life. Li Yunxiao's divine sense was extremely powerful, and he quickly discovered that something was wrong with the space in front of him. He pointed a finger and a ray of light shot out, quickly disappearing in front of him. Shuai Junwei said, "The space here is very chaotic. Anything can happen once we enter it. Let's wait for the others here." Li Yunxiao nodded and looked at a certain place in the sky. His expression changed, and he said, "Someone has already arrived. Come out." Shuai Junwei and the others were startled and immediately looked in that direction. After a while, the space there fluctuated slightly, and several figures appeared in the sky. They were all wearing green robes, and all of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Shuai Junwei saw everyone clearly and snorted coldly. "So it's the Earth Dragon City's Wei clan. Is it very satisfying to hide in the void?" The Wei clan's patriarch, Wei Dongyang, smiled indifferently. Lord Junwei must be joking. Then, his gaze fell on Li Yunxiao. After sizing him up, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This youth was so young, but he was already Emperor Wu. He was so young that it was hard to believe. He couldn't help sizing him up a few more times before saying, "Little brother, you look very unfamiliar. How did you see through us hiding in the void?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Didn't I see you with a sweep of my divine sense? Could it be that you're hiding very well?" One of the Wei clan's people snorted angrily. "You must be joking. We used a high-grade concealment talisman. Without the divine sense of a rank 9 artificer, it's impossible to detect us. Could it be that you're a rank 9 artificer?" Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, "Let's not talk about whether I'm a rank 9 artificer or not. In order to hide from others, you're actually willing to use a high-grade concealment talisman with a large area of effect. Isn't your intention a little outrageous?" Shuai Junwei's expression also changed instantly. He looked at the Wei clan's people doubtfully and said coldly, "That's right. Can Brother Dongyang explain?" Wei Dongyang looked meaningfully at Li Yunxiao before saying with a smile, "You're being overly suspicious. This place is a dangerous place after all. For safety's sake, we hid in the void. When we saw you coming, we were just about to come out to meet you." This explanation was too far-fetched, but since the other party was unwilling to say, the Shuai clan's people couldn't do anything. Shuai Junwei responded with an indifferent "oh," clearly not believing him. Although they were working together to search for treasure, they still had their own thoughts. Moreover, the Wei clan was the first clan to know of the existence of this area, so they had the most information about this area. Wei Dongyang smiled indifferently when he saw Shuai Junwei's disbelief. He didn't continue explaining and changed the topic. "There's news these 2 days that there's been a shocking change in Long Valley City. Lord Junwei and the Xian clan's second young master took a fancy to a servant girl, which led to a huge fight. In the end, the Shuai clan annihilated the Xian clan. Is this news true?" Shuai Junwei's face darkened. "I didn't expect Brother Dongyang to believe in rumors. Do you want me to look down on you?" "Haha, of course I don't believe in these rumors. But the Xian clan's annihilation is not false, right?" Wei Dongyang's eyes sparkled as he stared straight at Shuai Junwei, not letting go of any expression on his face. Shuai Junwei was also a sly old fox. He laughed and said lazily, "Long Valley City's matters will be handled by us. Brother Dongyang knows too much and is meddling too much. This is not a good sign." Wei Dongyang cursed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "Haha, Lord Junwei is right. It seems that the Xian clan will not participate in this joint operation." Seeing that Shuai Junwei didn't respond, it seemed to confirm his thoughts. Wei Dongyang narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. He then pointed to the front and said, "This place seems to have become more unstable because of our repeated investigations. When we passed by here before, it was difficult to detect any abnormalities. But now, as long as we pay a little attention, we can find that the space is distorted. This time, we must go deep inside and figure out everything." Shuai Junwei also said with a serious expression, "This time, almost all the experts from our 2 cities have come out. We can definitely go deep inside. Your Wei clan knows the most about this place. When the time comes, we must share as much useful information as possible." Wei Dongyang was surprised and said, "Lord Junwei, you are treating me like an outsider. We have already announced everything we know." Shuai Junwei snorted. He didn't believe what Wei Dongyang said. He just said indifferently, "Why are there only our 2 clans after so long? Where are the Du clan and the Qin clan?" Wei Dongyang smiled and said, "They are eager for quick success and didn't listen to my advice. They have already gone in." "What?" Shuai Junwei was shocked and said, "We agreed to explore together. why did they go in first? Wei Dongyang smiled and said, I don't know about this. Maybe they feel that their strength is enough, so they don't want to cooperate with us. Humph. Shuai Junwei snorted coldly and the expression on his face changed. Wei Dongyang said, from what Lord Junwei said just now, the Xian clan probably won't send anyone here. How about we go in too? Shuai Junwei looked into the distance. They were two groups and didn't know why the other group hadn't arrived yet. Wei Dongyang saw his hesitation and asked in confusion, Lord Junwei, do you have any misgivings? Shuai Junwei was about to say the reason when he suddenly heard Li Yunxia's voice transmission. Shuai Junwei's expression changed slightly and he said, I have no misgivings. In that case, let's go. We are all rookies who are here for the first time. I will have to trouble the lords of the Wei clan to lead the way. Wei Dongyang said, that's easy. Everyone should work together and advance and retreat together. After he said that, he stepped into the distorted space with the Wei clan members. They only took one step, but everyone's body became distorted in front of the Shuai clan members. Moreover, they could only see a few black dots in the distance. Li Yunxiao's eyes focused and looked at the scene in front of him as he pondered. Shuai Junwei turned around and asked about the voice transmission just now. Only then did Li Yunxiao say, these Wei clan members seem to have ulterior motives. Lord Junwei, you can leave a message here. When the other group arrives, they will immediately understand. If there's really a problem, we can provide support from inside and outside. We won't all be in a passive position. Shuai Junwei's heart sank. He seemed to realize that this trip wouldn't be simple and agreed with Li Yunxiao's suggestion. He took a step forward and immediately formed a golden circular formation with a few hand seals. It slowly faded into the void and said, the other group will discover the message I left when they arrive here. Lord Yunxiao, let's go. The group of 7 directly stepped into the area ahead and felt the spatial fluctuations in front of them. They discovered that they were already 1,000 meters away from their original spot, and the Wei clan was waiting for them not far ahead. The 7 of them hurriedly followed. Shuai Junwei said, Brother Dongyang, after entering this area, I felt isolated from the outside world. It gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. I wonder where the Du and Qin clans went. Wei Dongyang smiled. It's good to feel that it's very dangerous. They should have already gone deep inside. The area several thousand kilometers ahead belongs to the outskirts. We have to be careful of danger at all times. A Wei clan member suddenly said, speak of danger, and danger will come. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked forward. 100 meters away stood a wild wolf that was half the height of a human. Its fur was alternating between black and white, forming a strange pattern. Its eyes shone with a green light as if it was looking in the direction of the group. Li Yunxiao was very curious. He radiated his divine sense over and found that the wolf was emitting an extremely violent aura in its silent state. It was actually a rank 8 demonic beast. No wonder the experts from the 2 cities and 4 clans had fallen here. It seemed that the appearance of rank 9 demonic beasts in the outskirts was very likely true. However, the spiritual chi here was thin, so why would these demonic beasts exist here? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils gradually turned into bloody moons. He released his Tsutsumi power and looked over. The wolf suddenly trembled and let out a low howl. It jumped back several meters and lowered its huge front paw, preparing to attack at any moment. It looked over with extreme vigilance. Li Yunxiao became suspicious. With his Tsutsumi power, he could see through all illusions. This wolf was indeed real and not an illusion. The green light in the wolf's eyes intensified as a vicious glint flickered in its eyes. It seemed to have sensed something and let out a few low howls. Then it suddenly turned and ran, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few flashes. Eh? Why did it run? A man from the Wei clan revealed a suspicious expression and said, according to the previous investigations, no matter what demonic beast we encountered, it was not afraid of us. Even if it didn't take the initiative to attack, it would just watch from afar. There has never been a situation where it ran away. This man was called Wei Qiren, and he had a puzzled look on his face. Oh? Why didn't my Shuai clan know of such a thing? Shuai Junwei's expression immediately sank. Brother Dongyang, this is information sharing? Such an important piece of information has never been disclosed. The Wei clan was the first to enter this area to investigate. Before the other clans came in, all the information was passed on by the Wei clan. As for how many times they had investigated and whether there were any deaths, it was all up to them with their eyes closed. Moreover, from the looks of it, the Wei clan must have concealed a lot of information. Shuai Junwei's expression became increasingly unsightly. Wei Dongyang couldn't help but laugh. Lord Junwei is too paranoid. What kind of information is this? This place is rarely visited by humans, and the demonic beasts here rarely see humans. Of course, they wouldn't be afraid. Isn't this normal? As for that wolf earlier, it should have been intimidated by Lord Junwei's aura. Haha. Shuai Junwei snorted coldly. Naturally, he didn't believe it. His inner vigilance was raised to the highest. Only Li Yunxiao knew that the wolf should have sensed his Tsutsumi power, which was why it ran away in fright. Although these demonic beasts didn't have high intelligence, they were far more sensitive than humans. This was especially true for the spirit dog-type demonic beasts. Their perception was something that humans couldn't hope to match. After traveling for a few thousand miles, Shuai Junwei said coldly, "Brother Dongyang, we saw a few demonic beasts along the way, but they weren't aggressive. They didn't seem to be as dangerous as we imagined. Where are the rank 9 demonic beasts that attacked humans?" After traveling for a few thousand miles, Shuai Junwei said coldly, "Brother Dongyang, we saw a few demonic beasts along the way, but they weren't aggressive. They didn't seem to be as dangerous as we imagined. Where are the rank 9 demonic beasts that attacked humans?" Wei Dongyang revealed a suspicious expression and murmured, "It is indeed strange. Could they have been eliminated by the Du and Qin clans? It doesn't seem like it." There were no signs of fighting along the way. Suddenly, Wei Qiren cried out in alarm. He pointed ahead and said in horror, "Wind, that black wind." A black whirlwind inexplicably appeared on the red gravel, blowing forward at an extremely fast speed. In front of it, there was a huge demon beast that looked like a scorpion that was entrenched on the ground, suddenly running away in a frenzy. But as soon as the giant scorpion moved, the black wind directly caught up. After blowing through the air, the giant scorpion disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. After the black wind swept away the scorpion, it blew in a parallel direction for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. What about the giant scorpion? Shuai Junwei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was too strange. It was blown away by the wind? He had already noticed that the giant scorpion was at the peak of rank 8, Wei Dongyang's face was also a bit pale. This black wind is the most common and dangerous thing in this area. It seems to have the power of space. Anything that is blown away will disappear, no matter what it is. Wei Qiren licked his lips and said, "In fact, the most dangerous thing is not this black wind, but a red demonic beast that is mixed in the gravel on the ground. It also has the effect of blocking divine sense, so it is impossible to distinguish it. If you are not careful, you will be trapped." Li Yunxiao suddenly stretched out his hand, and immediately a fist-sized red gravel flew into his palm. He clenched his 5 fingers, but did not touch the stone. Instead, he controlled it with the Emperor's qi and said lightly, "Is this the demonic beast you are talking about?" Wei Qiren's face immediately changed, and he said in horror, yes, it is this thing." You can actually distinguish it?" Everyone was shocked. When Li Yunxiao grabbed it from the air, they thought it was just a stone. When they scanned it with their divine sense, it was no different from an ordinary stone. Now that they looked carefully with their eyes, they found that the stone was constantly moving and emitting a red light, as if it wanted to break free from Li Yunxiao's control. Wei Qiren's face revealed a look of fear, and he said, "This demonic beast is one of the few that can take the initiative to attack people, and it is very difficult to deal with. It seems to have an immortal body. If you smash it, you can restore it." Li Yunxiao frowned. He also found that this sand-like thing should be the same species as the stone beasts, but they were very distant relatives. However, their self-recovery ability was the same. He slowly said, "You said that this thing has the ability to attack?" Wei Qiren nodded and said, "Yes, every time this thing appears, we will have people fall." Because it is hard to guard against, divine sense cannot find them, and it is difficult to find them in this vast land with just the body. Hearing this, Xianxia's face suddenly changed. He quickly shot out a light from his hand, and a Xian artifact was unsealed in the air. It was Xianxuan's Yuanyang umbrella, back then. The power of the sword diagram had directly swallowed the Yuanyang umbrella, and after the battle, Li Yunxiao had kept it and given it to Yuan Gaohan to refine again, restoring it to its original state. When this item appeared, the first person to turn pale with fright was Shui Junwei. Back then, he had personally seen the umbrella being turned into an umbrella frame by the world deity Steel. How could it appear in perfect condition now? It had only been 2 days. Even if a rank 9 alchemist had helped to repair it, it might not have been possible. Furthermore, for the past 2 days, Li Yunxiao had been under his surveillance, so there was no one to help repair the umbrella. Just as he was petrified, the Yuanyang umbrella opened up in the air, and all sorts of patterns appeared on the umbrella. A defensive barrier opened up, enveloping everyone within it. The people from the Wei family did not understand what was going on, and all of them became vigilant, thinking that he was going to suddenly attack. Suddenly, outside the Yuanyang umbrella's barrier, a large amount of sand and stones surged out. It was like millions of raindrops falling, and every time it hit the barrier, it would release a ray of red light. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the overwhelming light outside the umbrella. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The attacks of the red lights were not strong, but with millions of them suddenly appearing, no one could block it. After a short moment of shock, Wei Dongyang looked at Li Yunxiao with a serious expression. The other party definitely had a treasure on him that could detect such an existence, just like how he had easily discovered them before entering this area. The Yuanyang umbrella's barrier gradually shrunk under the attacks of the millions of red lights, and it seemed to be unable to withstand it. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. With a pinch of his hand, the sand and stones in his hand immediately turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Wei Qiren cried out in shock, "Be careful, it won't die, it can still attack." Everyone looked at the pile of powder warily. When it landed on the ground, it was blown into the sand, but there was no reaction. What is going on? Wei Qiren did not understand and said, You killed it? How did you kill it? He was completely stunned. Before, they had thought of all kinds of methods to deal with these things, but they had all failed. They were almost immortal existences. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, "It's nothing. As long as this thing's heart is shattered, it will die." However, their hearts are very thin, like powder after their body shatters. It is impossible to find them, so they create the illusion of being immortal. But I can easily find their hearts and kill them like ants. Could it be that your divine sense is this powerful? Wei Qiren could not help feeling shocked. Only those freakish arcane masters with powerful divine senses, existences that could control the slightest change among millions of materials, could distinguish the heart of this thing. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. I just cultivated the spirit eye ability, so I can see things that you can't." Everyone came to a sudden realization and dispelled their suspicions. They all warily looked at the red sand covering the sky outside the Yuanyang umbrella. The attacks of these stones were not strong. What was strong was their suddenness and variety. As long as they were on guard, there was nothing they could do. Wei Dongyang said, "This little brother doesn't seem to be a member of the Shui family?" Shui Junwei's expression sank. He didn't know what Wei Dongyang meant, but it was definitely not a good idea. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, "The Shui family's guest elder." Wei Dongyang asked further, "Guest elder?" "As far as I know, the Shui family does not have a guest elder like you." Li Yunxiao sneered and said to Shui Junwei, "Lord Junwei, do we need to report to Earth Dragon City's Wei family's Lord Dongyang if the Shui family has a guest elder?" Shui Junwei snorted heavily and the hostility on his face increased as he said, "Of course not." Li Yunxiao said, "Then does Lord Dongyang think it is necessary?" Wei Dongyang sweated inwardly and said with embarrassment, "This little brother must be joking." He quickly changed the topic and said, Why does this umbrella look a bit like Xianxuan's Yuanyang umbrella? It looks almost the same." Li Yunxiao's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "Wei Dongyang, we're facing a great enemy, and it's filled with danger. As the head of the Wei clan, you're not thinking about how to defeat the enemy, but you keep asking this and that in a strange tone. I want to ask Lord Dongyang, what are your thoughts? If you have no intention of defeating the enemy, I will put away this little red umbrella and our two families will go our separate ways. He was fierce on the outside but angry on the inside. He immediately rebutted all of Wei Dongyang's probing. The people of the Shui family all revealed cold expressions as they looked at Wei Dongyang. Shui Junwei's face was filled with anger while his heart was filled with joy as he loudly cheered. Wei Dongyang's face was filled with black lines. Only now did he realize that this boy's tongue was sharper than his cultivation. He saw that the boy was young and thought he would be the easiest to deal with. He quickly said, "What are you saying? We naturally have to work together. How long can this little red umbrella last?" Li Yunxiao said, "I lost my temper just now and injured my Zhenyuan. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer." Wei Dongyang wiped his sweat and said, "All right, little brother, you can put away your little red umbrella. I'll use my ultimate skill to carve out a path to the heavens. As long as we pass through this red gravel, we'll reach the wasteland hillsides." Li Yunxiao said, "All right." He made a hand seal and the little red umbrella flew back into his hand. In an instant, a large amount of gravel covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked, catching everyone off guard. CKU. I asked you to close the umbrella, and you didn't even say hello? Everyone instantly went crazy and broke out in a cold sweat. They hurriedly circulated their zhenqi and formed an enchantment around them to block the flying gravel. Their faces were ashen and they wanted nothing more than to slap Li Yunxiao to death. Wei Dongyang was also sweating in his heart. He knew that Li Yunxiao was doing this on purpose. He couldn't care less. With a loud shout, a surge of zhenqi erupted from his body and pushed away a large amount of gravel. Then, he waved his hand and a green jade ruler appeared. He flew into the sky. The jade ruler turned into a bridge in the sky and continued to extend to the other side. Go! Wei Dongyang shouted, stepped on the jade ruler, and soared into the sky. The green light on the jade ruler shrank as he left. A large amount of gravel chased after him at an extremely fast speed. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts, and they also fought their way out. They followed the jade ruler's bridge and flew to the other side. At this moment, the earth-shattering sand and gravel gathered together, forming two giants that were more than 30 meters tall. One stepped forward, chasing after the jade ruler, and the other roared, swinging his fists at the rest of the people. Bang! A few people had just stood on the jade ruler when the gravel giant's fist struck them. The green light on the jade ruler dimmed, and they lost their footing and swayed. Wei Dongyang was alarmed. Those who stepped on the jade ruler were all members of the Wei family. He hurriedly drew a seal in the air and pointed at the ruler. With his fingertip as the center, a golden rune appeared on the jade ruler. Immediately, a golden light appeared and shook the gravel giant away. The huge fist shattered in the air but gathered together again in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the people from the Wei family who had boarded the jade ruler had already flown thousands of meters away and escaped the danger zone. Seeing that there was no hope of chasing after them, the gravel giant turned around and attacked the remaining people. Apart from Li Yunxiao's group of 7, there were 2 other men who had not boarded the jade ruler. Their faces were pale, and they could not pass through the 2 gravel giants' obstruction. What made them frown even more was that the gravel giant became smaller as they fought. The stones on its body kept breaking off, returning to individual bodies that flew around in the air. It was even more difficult to deal with. Shui Junwei scoffed. That Wei Dongyang only cares about running for his life. Everyone, follow me. Thousands of beams of light gathered in his hand. A huge metal ball hung on a chain was held in his hand. With a loud roar, Shui Junwei grabbed the metal ball and slammed it forward. It immediately swept across the sky like a meteor. Bang! One of the gravel giants was struck by the hammer and was pierced through the chest on the spot. The Golden Emperor's chi around the meteor hammer instantly shattered the giant, turning it into a rain of gravel that shot in all directions. Shui Junwei took a step forward and immediately held the meteor hammer in front of him, advancing forward at an extremely fast speed. The people from the Shui clan were overjoyed and quickly followed behind him. Shuai Junwei turned to the other two people from the Wei clan and said, "The two of you are not allowed to follow me. Otherwise, humph." His unfriendly gaze immediately stunned the two of them. The wild joy on their faces instantly turned ashen. One of them said defiantly, "Lord Junwei, the two clans have joined forces. We should be in the same boat and tide over this crisis together." One of the people from the Shuai clan could not help but bellow furiously, "Humph, tide over your sister. Has Wei Dongyang ever cared about what happens to us after we die? Call him over to save you." Shuai Junwei looked at Li Yunxiao and gestured for him to come over quickly. Li Yunxiao hesitated slightly and said, "Lord Junwei, you go first. I'll be right behind you." Shuai Junwei was stunned. At this critical juncture, everyone was eager to leave. Why would anyone stay on their own accord? When he saw the calm expression on Li Yunxiao's face, he did not have the time to ask any more questions. With a loud shout, he punched the meteor hammer and sent out a myriad of golden rays, shattering all the red gravel that came from all directions. Then, he pushed the meteor hammer and flew away at high speed. The two people from the Wei clan turned pale and followed closely behind from a distance. They did not dare to get too close or too far away. Basically, they played the role of helping the people from the Shuai clan to cover their retreat. Li Yunxiao was indeed the calmest one. The red gravel didn't seem to dare to get too close to him because all the companions who attacked him were basically dead. Although the red gravel wasn't very intelligent, it knew to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Seeing that everyone had escaped, it quieted down. Many of them circled around Li Yunxiao but did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Li Yunxiao let out a cold humph and his sharp eyes turned into a crimson moon. Tsutsumi's power spread out and all the gravel was absorbed in an instant. The remaining gravel giant was stunned for a moment. Then, it saw the Universe God Monument materializing and a gush of world power being generated. It was like a huge whirlpool, sucking all the red gravel in. The gravel giant let out a low growl and raised its fist, wanting to punch down. However, a soft voice was heard. "I skill, Solar Luna." Then, the gravel giant's eyes became empty and its huge body started to disintegrate, sucking all the gravel into the Universe God Monument. After a while, all the red gravel had been taken away by Li Yunxiao. He looked around with his red eyes and confirmed that there was no red gravel left. Then, he made a seal and kept the Universe God Monument into his body. He then turned into a beam of light and flew far away. After the gourd's little King Kong was half dead from the ice flame on the neon stone, Li Yunxiao had been thinking about how to save it from that state. He had obtained a large amount of memory origin gold from the Mu clan, which could speed up the recovery time of a level 9 profound level weapon body. The red gravel was obviously of the same species as the stone beasts, so it had great research value. As he flew, he didn't come across anything that attacked him. There was a yellow barren land far away and everyone was waiting for him there. As soon as Shuai Junwei saw him, the worry on his face disappeared and he was overjoyed. Wei Dongyang frowned slightly and there was a flash of haze in his eyes, but he hid it well. He walked up to him enthusiastically and said with a smile, "Little brother, you are indeed very capable. Nothing happened to you when you covered the rear." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Master Dongyang is indeed very capable. Nothing happened to you when you left first." The smile on Wei Dongyang's face immediately froze. Li Yunxiao's sarcastic remarks made him feel extremely awkward. As the head of a clan, a leader of a clan, he had actually been rudely contradicted by a junior time and time again. A towering rage rose in his heart, and he already had the intention to kill Li Yunxiao. Shuai Junwei took a step forward and walked directly between the two of them, disrupting the cold atmosphere. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Dongyang, after passing that red area, we should be inside, right?" Wei Dongyang retracted his murderous intent and looked at Li Yunxiao with an unfriendly gaze. Naturally, Li Yunxiao didn't take him seriously. He was still calm and collected. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he wouldn't be nervous even if the sky collapsed. Wei Qiren shook his head and said, "It's not like what Master Junwei said. The barren land in front of us is the intersection between the periphery and the inner area. Only after we pass it can we really enter the inner area. We don't know what's behind this area." Everyone looked into the distance and only felt that the sky was dark. Their divine senses could only circle around the barren land and couldn't extend any further. Shui Junwei frowned and said, although this area is a bit strange, it looks abnormally calm. What kind of danger could there be? I asked Lord Qiren to explain in detail. Wei Qiren's eyes revealed a hint of fear, and he said, everything we see might not be real. With every step we take, the scene in front of us will change, and this is definitely not an illusion. Li Yunxiao said, one step, one scenery, it's actually not an illusion? Then what is it? Wei Qiren swallowed his saliva and said, I can't say for sure either, but everything is real. Perhaps there is a huge formation here. Li Yunxiao's heart was moved, and he carefully observed it. It indeed gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't help but think of the 4 seasons absolute formation laid down by the throne in the demon plains. It was just a range of 1,000 li, but the 4 extremes were changing. There was a formation within a formation, and it also achieved one step, one scenery. It continuously rotated in 4 different time and space. In the end, if not for Noah's Ark appearing and its power surpassing the formation's eye, Immortal Mountain, they might have fallen inside. Wei Qiren smiled bitterly and said, although the other 2 are nowhere to be seen, I think the probability of them being trapped inside is very high. Li Yunxiao said, since that is the case, then let's hurry and save them. Everyone cast a look of disdain at him, as if they were saying, if you have the guts, go and save them, idiot. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and under everyone's shocked gazes, he actually took the lead and directly walked over. Everyone held their breaths, shocked by Li Yunxiao's courage. They saw him walk over 100 meters alone, almost deep into the barren land, and nothing seemed to happen. Shui Junwei said suspiciously, Lord Qiren, it doesn't seem to be as terrifying as you say. Wei Qiren also opened his mouth wide, a little confused. Looking at Li Yunxiao's appearance, nothing really happened. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was standing alone several hundred meters away. He suddenly stopped and turned around, saying, there's nothing. I can see the end in front of me. Are you all going to wait for me to pass through before leaving? The people from the 2 families looked at each other. Since someone had confirmed that there was no problem, they naturally became bolder and began to step into the gate, walking towards Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, Wei Qiren cried out in alarm, look, why is there a lake? Everyone was shocked. They abruptly looked to the right, and sure enough, there was a lake lying quietly on the barren land not far away. The sunlight shone on the lake, making it sparkle, but it gave people a strange feeling. A group of more than 10 people, all of them were powerful warriors of Emperor Wu. They didn't even know that a lake had appeared beside them. It was simply unimaginable. Shui Junwei's expression turned ugly. Is this lake really not an illusion? Wei Qiren said bitterly, God knows. We've been here a few times, but we've never seen this lake. Everyone's heart trembled, and they became even more vigilant. The danger of this treasure hunt was perhaps above everyone's estimation. This lake is real. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Everyone was startled and quickly turned around. They saw Li Yunxiao quietly standing behind them, looking at the lake. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. You. Why are you behind us? One of the people from the Shui clan was shocked. Everyone else had a strange expression on their faces, and the same question arose in their minds. They turned around and saw that Li Yunxiao had indeed disappeared. Wei Dongyang angrily shouted, this place is already mysterious enough, don't play tricks on us. Li Yunxiao turned around, revealing a suspicious expression, and said, what tricks? The person from the Shui clan was stunned for a moment, and then he said, you were clearly several hundred meters in front of us, how did you suddenly appear behind us? Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed a puzzled expression, and then his expression slightly changed. He solemnly said, you saw me in front of you? Of course, if it wasn't for you, the person from the Shui clan was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Yunxiao's question had already explained a great problem. No one was a fool, and they immediately understood the situation. Shui Junwei was shocked, what do you mean by that? Weren't you the one who was in front of us? Weren't you the one who called us in? Li Yunxiao solemnly said, as soon as I entered this area, the so-called one step, one scenery appeared, and I saw this lake in front of you. I observed it for a while, and this lake is indeed real, not an illusion. Then, I saw you guys walking over, and you ignored me. You just walked past me and directly walked in front of me. Pfft. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and immediately felt their bodies turn cold. Wei Dongyang's face was ashen, and he angrily said, "This joke is not funny at all." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him, and his expression also turned solemn. He said, "Because this is not a joke. What was your experience? Tell me without missing a single detail." Shuai Junwei briefly explained the situation, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After listening to it, Li Yunxiao did not say a word and sank into contemplation. Shuai Junwei could not hold it in anymore and said, "Lord Yunxiao, did you think of anything?" For some reason, Shuai Junwei felt that Li Yunxiao was the most reliable person among them. The longer he interacted with him, the stronger this feeling became. It was a kind of innate king aura, and it subtly influenced the people around him. Suddenly, a Wei clan warrior trembled slightly, and he exclaimed, "Lord Yunxiao? I remember now. Li Yunxiao, you are Li Yunxiao, the #1 rising star of the younger generation." Everyone in the world knew about the battle in Crimson Moon City. Although no one from the Wei clan had participated, Li Yunxiao's description had spread throughout the world. Wei Zihua was in charge of intelligence, and he had felt that Li Yunxiao looked familiar from the start, but he could not remember. He only dared to confirm it now. Everyone from the Wei clan was shocked. They naturally knew of Li Yunxiao's reputation. This time even Wei Dongyang was shocked. Furthermore, everyone knew that Li Yunxiao was an 8-star martial saint. Furthermore, his martial foundation had been destroyed, and it would be difficult for him to advance in this lifetime. However, the strength displayed before them right now was Emperor Wu's cultivation. This caused everyone from the Wei clan to be shocked. How long had it been since the Battle of Crimson Moon City? Even if he was a peak 8-star martial saint at that time, it was impossible for him to break through to Emperor Wu in such a short amount of time. What made Wei Dongyang even more apprehensive was that everyone knew that Li Yunxiao had an extremely good relationship with Crimson Moon City. Although an unforeseen event had happened in Crimson Moon City and there were undercurrents surging within, it was definitely not something their Wei clan could afford to offend. No wonder this brat didn't give a damn about anyone. Even Shuai Junwei was polite to him. After learning of Li Yunxiao's identity, the killing intent in Wei Dongyang's heart instantly disappeared. Instead, he felt resentment towards Shuai Junwei. He clearly knew that Shuai Junwei was a thorny iron plate, but he still watched as he bumped into him step by step. Wei Dongyang's smooth face revealed itself once again. He forced a joyful expression and said, "So you are the #1 rising star of the younger generation. No wonder your strength is so great." Dongyang's eyes were blind. "I hope Lord Yunxiao does not blame me." Wei Zihua also smiled embarrassedly and said, "After the Battle of Crimson Moon City, Lord Yunxiao's name has spread throughout the world. I originally wanted to go and see Lord Yunxiao's glory, but after the celestial realm closed, the entire Crimson Moon City is in turmoil and has become a place of trouble." Wei Dongyang cast an admiring look over. Wei Zihua's words were just right. By mentioning the troubles of Crimson Moon City, he could also indirectly speculate on the current relationship between Li Yunxiao and Crimson Moon City. If their relationship was not solid, there was no need for him to be careful. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "A place of trouble? Are you referring to the matter regarding City Lord Jiang?" "City Lord Jiang?" Wei Zihua's body trembled. He said in shock, "What's wrong with City Lord Jiang? Could it be that Lord Yunxiao knows about City Lord Jiang?" After the celestial realm closed, Jiang Churan had not appeared again. Most rumors said that he had already died. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated the 4 extreme sects' forceful interference. However, rumors were after all just rumors. Without concrete information, no one could be 100% sure about the fate of such a peerless figure. A cold expression gradually appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He said in a cold voice, "If it's not about Jiang Churan, then what do you mean by the place of trouble?" After he had fainted, he had stayed in Long Valley City for 2 days before following them to this strange place. He knew nothing about the unforeseen events in Crimson Moon City. Wei Zihua was stunned for a moment. He immediately explained the current situation of Crimson Moon City. Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently. the aura on his body uncontrollably spread out. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. He said word by word, "What did you say? The four extreme sects Tang Qing has entered Crimson Moon City?" At this moment, a monstrous wave had already set off in his heart. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. With such an unforeseen event happening in Crimson Moon City, it was extremely likely that something had happened to Ning Qiue. Otherwise, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. A green light flashed in his hand, and a jade tablet appeared in his hand. It was precisely the life-saving talisman that Ning Qiue had given him back then. He had told him to crush it at a time of crisis. Looking at the jade tablet, his expression fluctuated unpredictably. There were a few times when he wanted to break it, but he still endured it. He felt that the weight of the tablet in his hand was growing heavier and heavier. Wei Zihua was stunned for a moment. He immediately had many guesses in his heart. He asked carefully, "Lord Yunxiao, are you all right?" The murderous intent in Li Yunxiao's eyes almost solidified. Even though everyone present was Emperor Wu, they all felt a bone-piercing chill in their hearts. Under that monstrous murderous intent, they could not help but take a few steps back. Only then did they catch their breaths. Li Yunxiao put away the jade tablet and slowly calmed his heart. After experiencing the events of the world and returning to the body of Emperor Wu, his temperament was much steadier than before. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm fine." Everyone looked at each other strangely. Li Yunxiao's expression clearly indicated that there was something going on. Moreover, it was as if there was something going on. It was a classic case of insincerity. However, no one would be stupid enough to ask. Not to mention the fact that the murderous intent that Li Yunxiao had just revealed made it hard for everyone to breathe. It was enough to show that his true battle prowess was absolutely abnormally terrifying. Furthermore, this matter concerned Crimson Moon City. It was not something they could afford to offend. The smartest choice was to play dumb and pretend that they did not know anything. Li Yunxiao's face was ferocious for a while before it gradually returned to normal. The bulging blue veins on his face weakened and the terrifying cold air on his body disappeared in an instant. At this moment, his face was expressionless, just like an ancient well without ripples before. He said, "If I'm not mistaken, the formations and restrictions here should be related to time. With the arrival of different hours, different sceneries will appear. There's nothing strange about it. On the other hand, the me you saw before is a bit strange." When everyone saw that his extreme anger had disappeared in an instant and that he had calmed down so quickly, they all secretly admired him in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt how terrifying this person was. An extremely strong fear arose in their hearts, and they secretly thought to themselves that they must not become enemies with him. Shuai Junwei said, "I've been watching Lord Yunxiao walk into this barren land. Not only my eyes, but even my divine sense has been attached to you. There's nothing unusual. It's impossible for someone else to impersonate you." The rest of the people also showed the same expression. They had the same thought in their hearts. The possibility of something happening under the eyes of so many experts of Emperor Wu was not great. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I know what you're thinking, but for example, the appearance of this lake, who among you discovered it? If this barren land is really an arrangement left behind by Yue Xian, I'm afraid there will be even more strange things happening." Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. After all, Yue Xian was also a legendary almighty person, an existence that they looked up to. Wei Dongyang's expression was unsightly. "Then what should we do now?" The appearance of this lake was unexpected to everyone. Even the Wei family's intelligence didn't have such a situation. The route that had been explored before seemed to be useless. Li Yunxiao said, "If it's really as I expected, and the scenery here changes according to the hour, then we only need to wait here until the route that your Wei family is familiar with appears." Wei Qiren nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a way, but if Lord Yunxiao's guess is wrong, or if the period of time changes is too long, then what should we do?" Li Yunxiao said, "Set a time limit. If there are no changes, we can only continue forward. Or we can continue walking. As long as there was a path before, there will definitely be a path now." Fear flashed across Wei Qiren's face. He said, "Let's wait a little longer. Many people died trying to find the right path. It's safest to take the familiar path." Wei Dongyang pondered and said, then how long should we wait? How many times have you been here? What time did you enter the barren land? Wei Qiren pondered for a while and said, I didn't pay attention to the specific time, but it was most likely noon. Wei Dongyang said, then let's wait another day. If the scenery still doesn't change after 24 hours, then the time here will be extremely long. Waiting isn't a solution, and we can only find another way. Everyone agreed. They sat down by the lake and began to meditate. For martial artists like them who cultivated in seclusion all year round, a day was just a blink of an eye. Wei Dongyang casually threw out his jade ruler and sent several hand seals into it. The jade ruler transformed into a silver cloth that stretched in the air and enveloped everyone. Shui Junwei raised his eyelids and glanced at it. He put on a fake smile and said, Brother Dongyang's Eastern Pole Thousand-Blade Ruler can be used for both offense and defense. It is famous in the Eastern Domain, making us envious and jealous. Wei Dongyang smiled faintly and said, this place is too complicated and dangerous. I am afraid that danger will suddenly descend. It is always good to have another defense. Speaking of the Xian artifact that can be used for both offense and defense in the Eastern Domain, it should be Xian's Wen's Yuanyang umbrella, right? He looked at Li Yunxiao out of the corner of his eye with a trace of a smile. Li Yunxiao was not stingy and directly took out the little red umbrella. He flew into the sky and opened it. 10,000 rays of red light shot out, shining with the green light of the Eastern Pole Thousand-Blade Ruler. With the two Xian artifacts for defense in the sky, everyone felt a strong sense of security and they began to meditate in peace. Wei Qiren was still filled with worry. He seemed to be very fearful of this place and was unable to meditate in peace. Hence, he took up the task of standing guard. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes and his image appeared in the Universe God Monument. The next moment, he arrived at the top of Fengsuan Mountain and looked over. Gu Yuexing seemed to have sensed something and immediately flew out from the mountain to welcome him. He said respectfully, Lord Yunxiao. He already knew Li Yunxiao's identity and was extremely respectful. Li Yunxiao looked at the mountain and seemed to see through it with a glance. He said, is Yuan Gaohan going to break through to rank 9? Gu Yuexing's heart trembled and he said, my master is indeed trying to break through to rank 9 alchemist. I wonder if Lord Yunxiao has any instructions? He also knew the relationship between Yuan Gaohan and Li Yunxiao. He was afraid that Li Yunxiao would harm Yuan Gaohan and he became extremely nervous. Li Yunxiao saw through his thoughts with a glance and said, don't be nervous. Brother Gaohan can break through to rank 9. When the time comes, he will merge with his original body and reach the pinnacle. I am happy for him. With that, he disappeared in front of Fengsuan Mountain. Looking at the place where Li Yunxiao disappeared, the worry on Gu Yuexing's face did not decrease. After all, Li Yunxiao had imprisoned Yuan Gaohan for so long and worked hard for him every day. On the surface, the two seemed to be on good terms. God knew if Yuan Gaohan would take revenge after they got out. If Li Yunxiao was also worried, Yuan Gaohan would be in danger. However, at this moment, he and Yuan Gaohan were completely under someone else's control and did not have any strength to resist. They could only take one step at a time. After Li Yunxiao left Fengsuan Mountain, he appeared next to the gourd's small King Kong. At this moment, the small King Kong was still quietly floating in the air. Under the divine sense, the ice flame was still wrapped around its heart, giving off an extremely calm feeling. It was as if time had stopped. Li Yunxiao waved his right hand and a piece of red gravel shot out, directly into the small King Kong's body. Pfft! With a dull sound, the chest of the gourd's little King Kong directly shattered and turned into powder. The material that made up its body had been completely destroyed. How could it withstand such an impact? Li Yunxiao frowned. After the piece of red gravel shot into the small King Kong's chest, it was immediately frozen by the ice flame and died completely. Genryu appeared and stood behind him, saying, that ice flame is definitely a level 10 item. It's on the same level as your divine fire of Phoenix. I'm afraid we'll have to use the power of the divine fire to get rid of it. Li Yunxiao revealed a serious expression. How could he not have realized this? However, the original flame of the true Phoenix fire was only a small cluster and it was not an existence that could not be extinguished forever. If the ice flame could go against the divine fire, He was afraid that it would damage the origin of the divine fire and affect the realm power on the world divine monument. Genryu said, actually, it's just a choice. Other than a level 10 divine fire, where else can you find an item that can resist the ice flame? Unless you give up this half-weapon half-beast. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and seemed to have made up his mind. His hands moved quickly. A 5-colored light appeared in the sky. The clouds in the sky rolled and changed. The mountain and river cauldron descended slowly in the light and floated in front of him. With a thought from Li Yunxiao, the small King Kong fell into the cauldron. With a loud bang, the cauldron started to move and emitted the power of the world. It shone brightly. This was the first time Li Yunxiao used the mountain and river cauldron after he became Emperor Wu. The feeling and comprehension were much better than before. Rivers flowed on the mountain and river cauldron. The mountains were majestic and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Life and death are in heaven's hands. If you die, don't blame me. Li Yunxiao said softly. Then, he made a gesture with his hands. A flame burned fiercely. Although it was very small, it froze the entire space. This was the origin fire of the Phoenix divine fire. It was only the size of a thumb in his palm. It flew onto the mountain and river cauldron. With a loud bang, the entire cauldron shone with light. There were sounds coming from the cauldron like rolling wheels. Then, countless red lights gathered in front of Li Yunxiao. They were the pieces of red gravel and they flew towards the cauldron. When the sky full of gravel was a few meters away from the mountain and river cauldron, it suddenly condensed and turned into a gigantic gravel giant. Its face was filled with fear as it resisted Li Yunxiao's will and kept trying to retreat. Huh? Li Yunxiao revealed an astonished expression. Every single one of his wills was the strongest rule in this world. To think that the gravel could actually hug each other for warmth and resist the rule power of the world god monument. He performed a spell in the air and imprinted it into the mountain and river cauldron. Suddenly, a roar came from the cauldron and a beam of light shot out. It swallowed the gravel giant like a monster. In an instant, there was a ruthless aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was the ruthlessness of the countless gravel that had been refined. Outside the heart of the King Kong in the gourd, the origin fire of the Phoenix divine fire descended slowly. The ice flame seemed to have woken up from its eternal silence. The flame heart started beating. However, every beat was very mechanical and the movements did not seem to be coherent. The two flames finally collided with each other, releasing a heaven-overflowing might that spread in all directions. It was like a fierce beast that swallowed all the gravel in an instant. Li Yunxiao's will appeared from nowhere in the mountain and river cauldron. It took shape and kept on performing hand seals with both hands, which were reflecting with the incarnation outside the cauldron. Ancient Maha characters appeared on the walls of the cauldron one after another. They turned into rules and fell, attacking the power of the two flames. In the center of the terrifying power, Li Yunxiao could clearly feel that his heart, which had stopped for a long time, had finally started beating slightly. Li Yunxiao was delighted. His incarnation sat down in the air in the cauldron and started to observe and refine it. Suddenly, there was a cry in the barren land. Li Yunxiao's original body frowned and opened his eyes unwillingly. Although he had divided two incarnations to guard the universe god monument and refine it, activating the mountain and river cauldron and controlling such a complicated and dangerous refinement took a great toll on his original body. There was fatigue in his opened eyes. Wei Qiren was walking toward the center of the lake. Half of his body was already submerged in the lake. The person who screamed was Wei Zihua. Everyone immediately stood up, their faces full of vigilance and shock. Wei Dongyang shouted, "Qiren." That Wei Qiren didn't seem to hear him at all. He was still diving into the lake and was about to drown his head. Wei Dongyang was aghast. He sent a seal into the jade ruler in the air. A green light suddenly shot down and struck Wei Qiren's body. Bang! Wei Qiren did not have the slightest defense and was directly hit by the green light. The shock caused the lake water to explode. His body jumped out of the water like a carp and fell back down. However, this time, his whole body fell on the water surface and sank down with a gurgle. Everyone was shocked. That Wei Qiren looked like he was dead at this moment. A person from the Shui family asked in astonishment, "Lord Dongyang, you killed him?" Wei Dongyang fainted and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." I saw that he seemed to be under an evil spell and wanted to wake him up. Who would have thought? That person from the Shui family snorted. Who would have thought that I would accidentally kill him? In the end, it was you who killed him. Shut up. Wei Dongyang shouted angrily. Wei Qiren's current state had already made him upset. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at that person from the Shui family. That person from the Shui family snorted lightly and turned away without saying anything. Wei Dongyang said angrily, "What the hell is going on?" He stared at Wei Zihua. It was Wei Zihua who was the first to scream. Wei Zihua was also drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and said in panic, I was also a little confused and opened my eyes. In the end, I saw the scene of Wei Qiren walking into the water, so I directly shouted. I don't know much more than you guys. Wei Dongyang's eyes flashed with anger as he watched Wei Qiren's body sink continuously until it completely disappeared. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Although they felt that this place was strange, it was only strange. They were more than 10 experts of Emperor Wu. They could walk unhindered on the continent and didn't realize the danger of death. And at this moment, one of Emperor Wu's companions died just like that, without a sound, and in such a strange and horrifying way, without leaving a single clue. If they encountered a strong enemy and died after a fierce battle, everyone would be able to calm their minds and reduce their fear. However, this kind of death was too strange and useless. At this time, everyone began to panic. Wei Qiren could die inexplicably, so it was very likely that they would be next. Shui Junwei raised his head to look at the two profound weapons in the sky that were still emitting a defensive light. His face was ashen as he said, under the protection of the Eastern Pole Thousand-Blade Ruler and the Yuanyang umbrella, they were actually struck without any warning. Just what is going on? No one could answer him. Li Yunxiao's expression turned grave, especially since there were 2 clones in the World Divine Monument that were drawing his soul power to a great extent. Hence, it was difficult for him to use his eye techniques. The lake rippled with light. After swallowing Wei Qiren, it was as if nothing had happened. It was still there quietly. Wei Dongyang was in a daze for a while, then he said, "A day has almost passed. It seems that the rule of time is either wrong or it is longer than we expected. Should we continue forward?" Wei Zihua's face was a little pale as he said, "Out of everyone here, Qiren knows the most about this region." Now, Wei Dongyang said coldly, "Should we just give up and return?" Shui Junwei shook his head and said, "Return? Where's the way back?" Only then did everyone realize that there was already a stretch of wasteland behind them. They had only walked 100 meters into this region, but now, it was a boundless wasteland. Their expressions all changed. Wei Zihua gritted his teeth and said, "I wonder how the people from the Du and Qin families are doing now." He looked at Wei Dongyang with a look that seemed to contain some meaning. Wei Dongyang's expression was also a little ugly. Suddenly, a cultivator cried out in surprise, "There's someone in the water." Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked into the water. In the lake that originally did not have a single fish, some things gradually appeared. They were indistinctly human figures. One of them raised his head slightly, and his face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Ah! Qiren!" One of the Wei clansmen cried out in alarm and retreated in fright. Among the human figures that floated up, that face was indeed Wei Qiren, who had just sunk. Furthermore, it could be seen from his figure and clothes. Splash! Splash! Just as everyone was shocked to the extreme, those human figures broke through the water. A bone-chilling cold spread out in the air, and the temperature plummeted. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold. They originally had the bodies of Emperor Wu. What in this world could make them feel cold? However, those dozen or so people were emitting a suffocating cold air. Furthermore, there was an extremely heavy strangeness to it, suppressing people to the point that they could not breathe. Shui Junwei suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Qin family members." Those dozen or so people's faces were green and purple. Each of them had a strange look on their faces. They stood in the air without a single drop of water on them. They only emitted waves of coldness. Apart from Wei Qiren, they were all from the Qin family. Even the Qin family's patriarch, Xianxia, was among them. Everyone's heart instantly sank. The Qin family's dozen or so Emperor Wu martial artists had actually been completely annihilated. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xianxia's lifeless face. The smile was extremely strange, and this kind of smile seemed to be contagious. Those dozen or so people followed suit and laughed. In an instant, the scene became extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures flew down with an extremely powerful and strange aura. They attacked the two closest Emperor Wu martial artists. Swoosh! 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 Those dozen or so Qin family members suddenly attacked at the same time. Wei Qiren also flew down and found a cultivator to attack. Shuai Junwei shouted, "Everyone, be extremely careful. Don't be distracted." A meteor hammer immediately appeared in his hand and he smashed the Qin family member flying towards him, sending him flying back into the lake. Shuai Junwei glanced at the bloodstains on the hammer. Crash! The lake water exploded again. The person who was sent flying back rushed out with blood all over his body. He still had a smile on his face as he quickly flew over. He took out a treasure sword and attacked from the sky. Shuai Junwei's face was ashen as he shouted, "These people seem to still be alive. They are just being bewitched by something." The entire lake immediately turned into a battle. More than 20 Emperor Wu martial artists fought each other. The battle was earth-shattering and chaotic. Li Yunxiao immediately put away the small red umbrella. Then he jumped up and opened the umbrella in his hand. His entire person suddenly disappeared into the air. This was another great function of the Yuanyang umbrella. It could directly become invisible. Without an extremely powerful divine sense, it would be very difficult to discover it. Sure enough, one of the Qin family members that was charging at him revealed a stunned expression. Then he found another person to charge over. Li Yunxiao held the umbrella as he quietly stood in the air and observed. The Qin family members all had strange expressions. It looked like they were indeed under an evil spell. Moreover, their battle was abnormally fierce and they were all using their strongest skills. Ah! No, no, save me! Suddenly, a Wei family member let out a terrified cry. Half of his shoulder had been cut off and blood was gushing out like a fountain. He was being dragged by Wei Qiren towards the lake. "Qiren, put him down. He is my uncle." Wei Dongyang angrily roared. He swept his jade ruler and a golden light shot out, directly pushing back two Qin family members that were attacking him. Then he flew over to save him. But it was too late. Wei Qiren's speed was extremely fast. He immediately grabbed his uncle and sank into the lake, disappearing without a trace. Wei Dongyang looked towards the lake in horror, but he couldn't see anything. At this moment, a member of the Shuai family was also being beaten into retreat. He fell into the lake with every step. His face was filled with fear. It was the person who had ridiculed Li Yunxiao many times along the way. Both he and his opponent were at the level of the 3-star Emperor Wu, but his opponent was at the peak of the 3-star realm. Moreover, his moves were ruthless and filled with evil power, causing him to become weaker as he fought. Bang! He was punched in the chest by the other party, and his body was about to fly backward, but the other party caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. The other party grabbed his arm and pressed a finger on his body, causing several major acupuncture points to bleed. Then, the other party dragged him into the lake. The Shuai family member's face was filled with fear and despair. He desperately wanted to call out, but he discovered that the acupuncture points in his throat were also broken. He couldn't make a sound at all. Suddenly, a sword chi descended from the sky and shot towards the Qin family member. The Qin family member was startled. He turned his hand to meet the sword chi, but he suddenly saw a flash of mirror light. It was so blinding that he had to close his eyes. The sword chi shot out from his hand, directly hit the dusk cloud mirror and was bounced back. The Qin family member had already opened his eyes. When he saw his sword chi being bounced back, a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. Then, he flipped backwards in the air and directly dodged it. Boom! The sword chi landed on the ground and blasted a huge pit. Li Yunxiao gradually appeared in the air. He held a red umbrella in his hand and looked coldly. The Shuai family member was also saved. He hurriedly took out a large amount of medicinal pellets and swallowed them. Then, he circulated his qi and regulated his breathing. The Qin family member glanced at Li Yunxiao. A trace of a strange expression flashed across his face. He actually didn't attack. Originally, the Shui family and the Wei family's strength and numbers were far above the other side. However, the Qin family members' moves were ruthless. They were completely fighting with their lives on the line. Therefore, for a moment, they had the upper hand. However, as the two families exerted their strength, the situation was quickly reversed. More than 10 Qin family members were killed and heavily injured. At this time, everyone discovered that it wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. When they couldn't hold on any longer, they would also flee. When the Qin family members were killed and fell, the remaining people began to flee. One by one, they escaped and jumped into the lake. The entire battle didn't last more than 10 minutes. The originally flat ground was already full of potholes. There were also 5 corpses of the Qin family members lying on the ground. On the other hand, their side had lost one person. It was the uncle that Wei Qiren had taken away. Everyone's expressions turned ugly, and they were all extremely solemn. Wei Dongyang was going crazy as he said coldly, "Who can tell me what's going on?" Wei Zihua's face turned pale as he said, "These people don't seem to be dead. They were just hit by an evil art." Wei Dongyang shouted angrily, "Of course I know they were hit by an evil art. Who can tell me what to do now? Should I rush into the lake to kill people or turn back? How should I go back?" No one could answer his question. There was a deathly silence. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "This lake should be the key. There must be something that can affect them." Wei Dongyang's expression improved slightly as he said, "And then?" Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said calmly, "Then, this lake should be the key to entering or exiting. Even if it's an array formation that has integrated the laws of time, there will be an important array in the endless scenery that connects all the links together." Wei Dongyang frowned and said, "Can you explain it more simply?" The others also looked puzzled. Only a few people had studied the Tao of array formations and seemed to understand the key. Li Yunxiao said patiently, "For example, an ordinary array formation is just a piece of white paper. It's a flat surface, so there won't be any changes in space. The one-step one scenery array formation is like a booklet formed by many white papers. However, there must be an axis connecting these booklets. This array formation that has added the laws of time is like a booklet that is constantly turning its pages. However, that's not important. What's important is that there is an axis connecting every page." With that said, everyone immediately understood what was going on. Li Yunxiao looked at the lake and said, "The space we are in is a piece of paper. It's very likely that this lake is a loop on the axis." Shui Junwei's expression changed drastically as he said, "Lord Yunxiao, do you mean that we have to enter the lake if we want to undo this array formation?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone had seen the scene just now. "Who would dare to enter the lake now?" Li Yunxiao said, "How about this, I'll go down first, you guys follow me." Wei Zihua hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord Yunxiao. If everyone can leave safely, I will definitely reward you generously." In the current situation, everyone was in danger, and survival was their number one priority. "Look, there's something in the water!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over in panic, only to see the clear and crystalline ripples on the surface of the water. A black shadow appeared and swayed at the bottom of the water, as if it was about to emerge. So huge. Could it be a demonic beast? Someone asked anxiously. All of them held their breaths and had solemn expressions. That enormous shadow slowly became clear. It wasn't some kind of demonic beast, but rather a gorgeous palace. The construction was exquisite, and its entire body was transparent. The reflection under the water was indistinct, but it was extremely real. Mausoleum. It's Yu Xian's tomb. The people of the Wei clan cried out in surprise, their voices filled with shock and joy. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he asked, "How do you know that this is Yu Xian's mausoleum?" Wei Zihua gulped and said, "There's a jade tablet in front of this mausoleum, and the situation of this mausoleum is recorded on it." Everyone focused their gazes and saw that there was indeed a jade tablet erected in front of the mausoleum. Light was flashing on it, and there seemed to be words faintly appearing on it. Shuai Junwei shouted angrily, "How much more information are you hiding from us?" The people of the Shuai clan were abnormally angry. Wei Zihua could see the mausoleum and the jade tablet at a glance, so it was obvious that he knew about them beforehand. It was very likely that they had come to this lake before. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. The people of the Shuai clan immediately gathered together and distanced themselves from the Wei clan. An atmosphere of confrontation spread in the air. Wei Dongyang hurriedly said, "Everyone is mistaken. We have never come to this lake before. Otherwise, Qiren wouldn't have been injured by evil arts. As for this mausoleum, we have indeed seen it before, but it wasn't at the bottom of the lake. Instead, it appeared in this wasteland during our first exploration." Shuai Junwei said coldly, "Then why haven't we heard Brother Dongyang mention it before?" Heh heh. Wei Dongyang laughed awkwardly and said, "I have only hidden this mausoleum. I have nothing else to hide." Shuai Junwei snorted coldly, clearly not believing him. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Wasn't this mausoleum in the water the last time you saw it?" "No, it was in this wasteland, but," Wei Zihua hesitated for a moment before continuing, "but what we saw was only a projection. It was very huge, so we could only see some of the words on the jade tablet. Only then did we know that it was Yu Yixian's tomb." According to Qiren's judgment, the projection of the mausoleum came from the depths of the wasteland, which is the interior. "We are only standing on the periphery." A warrior frowned and said, "Then could this mausoleum in the water be just a projection?" Under the light, the shadow of the mausoleum could be seen clearly. Even the carvings on the mausoleum's pillars could be identified. Li Yunxiao said, "This is not a projection. The real mausoleum is below." Shuai Junwei said in shock, "Why is Lord Yunxiao so sure?" Li Yunxiao said, "I said before that I have cultivated the spirit I divine power. I have a certain level of confidence in determining truth and falsehood." Wei Dongyang said in shock, "In that case, the thing we are looking for is below?" He clearly still did not believe it. Shuai Junwei said coldly, "Even if it is below, do you dare to go down?" Everyone fell silent and looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I will go down and take a look. You guys do as you please." He led the way into the lake. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They did not dare to breathe. Soon, they saw the lake water submerge his neck. A strange feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. They felt that this scene was very similar to Wei Qiren's state. Shuai Junwei suddenly shouted, "Lord Yunxiao!" Li Yunxiao's body suddenly stopped. Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not bewitched. Li Yunxiao turned around and said, "Nothing happened. Everything is normal. Are you all going to wait for me to completely go down before you leave?" Pfft. Everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Yunxiao's current appearance and words were exactly the same as when he tricked them into entering the desolate land. Even his expression was so lifelike. "Who the hell are you?" Shuai Junwei bellowed and punched out from the air. As the fist light flashed, Li Yunxiao's figure gradually disappeared. The lake water exploded into monstrous waves. A water dragon splashed up and down. The surface of the lake surged, forming a whirlpool. The shadow of the water screen palace not only did not dissipate in the whirlpool, but it became even more solid. Both the Shuai and Wei families had ugly expressions on their faces. Now that Li Yunxiao had disappeared, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. "Look, it's Li Yunxiao." Suddenly, a martial artist pointed to the water and saw that Li Yunxiao's shadow was constantly swimming downstream, in the direction of the screen palace. Wei Dongyang said, "Is it true or false this time?" Shuai Junwei took a deep breath and said, "Who cares if it's true or false, it's true. Otherwise, staying here is not the way. I don't believe this evil. With the strength of more than 10 people, it's enough to run amok in the world. Are we going to be trapped in this trivial desolate land?" He suddenly made up his mind and took the lead into the water. The faces of the Shuai family's people suddenly changed. Their expressions were different, but in the end, they all gritted their teeth and followed him one by one. The people of the Wei family looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Wei Dongyang's face flashed a trace of determination as he said, "Let's go." Crash. The people of the two families, more than 10 experts of Emperor Wu, directly broke the surface of the lake and swam to the bottom. Among them, 6 or 7 people emerged in battle robes and separated the lake water, just in case. The group of people swam down and soon fell to the bottom of the lake. They saw Li Yunxiao standing quietly in front of the jade tablet, looking at it. Shuai Junwei vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao stared at the jade tablet without saying anything. He softly said, "Floating clouds and morning dew, lightning and flint, Yui Xin." Wei Zihua exclaimed, this is the jade tablet." Li Yunxiao turned around and said, "Could it be that you've encountered another situation?" Shuai Junwei's heart relaxed. For some reason, his intuition told him that this person in front of him was the real Li Yunxiao. He said bitterly, "In the future, we should move together with Lord Yunxiao. Otherwise, we really won't know if it's real or fake." Wei Zihua walked forward and took out a piece of silk cloth. On it were densely drawn lines and markings. It was the route information that the Wei family had painstakingly collected, but it was completely useless. At the very top of the silk cloth were a few large words, exactly the same as the ones on the jade tablet. They were also drawn by Wei Qiren. Shuai Junwei said, "Lord Yunxiao, is this palace really the Vale of Yui Xian? And where are those people who have been affected by evil arts?" Li Yunxiao said, "I don't know if it's the Vale of Yui Xian, but this palace is definitely related to Yui Xian." Wei Dongyang was astonished. "Oh? How would Lord Yunxiao dare to make a judgment? Just based on these 2 sentences?" Li Yunxiao pointed at the jade tablet and said, "Not only are these 2 sentences a portrayal of Yui Xian's life, but they were also carved by him personally." Everyone was astonished and looked over. They saw that there was a faint power in those words. Upon closer inspection, it was as though they were about to be sucked in. Everyone hurriedly restrained their thoughts and didn't dare to look over again. Wei Dongyang said in shock, "Could it be that those people were bewitched because of the words on this jade tablet?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "No, these words only reveal the strongest technique of Yui Xian's life. Furthermore, it contains the meaning of his martial Tao comprehension. That's why you guys found it hard to control yourselves." Shuai Junwei said in shock, "Then why are you fine, Lord Yunxiao?" Everyone revealed strange expressions. It couldn't be that Li Yunxiao's martial Tao comprehension was stronger than theirs, right? However, that was the truth. Li Yunxiao's martial Tao comprehension was not inferior to Yui Xian's, so he naturally wasn't affected. He could see the words clearly, especially the 2 ultimate techniques contained within. Li Yunxiao ignored the crowd's doubts and reached out his hand to touch the stone tablet. Tong tong. As soon as his jade-like fingers touched the word lightning, an arc of light shot out and spread up Li Yunxiao's arm. Li Yunxiao retracted his hand reflexively. "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked, and they all became vigilant. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't come for nothing. This lightning is one of Yui Xian's 2 ultimate skills, the 9 Absolute Thunder." Wei Dongyang's expression changed and he exclaimed, 9 Absolute Thunder and 18 Hellfire? The smile on Li Yunxiao's face did not diminish. He pointed at the word fire and said, "This should contain the power of the 18 Hellfire. Master Dongyang, you can try." Wei Dongyang's face turned pale. Rumor has it that the 18 Hellfire can harm anything. It is an evil fire that should not exist in this world. Anyone who touches it will die. Li Yunxiao seemed to be in a good mood and laughed. "How can it be so evil? All elemental powers are evolved from the 5 elements. The power is related to the level of the user. Master Dongyang's strength is nothing to be afraid of." Wei Dongyang still refused to try and said, "Even if these words are condensed from Yui Xian's 2 ultimate skills, this is only the remnant power. How can Master Yunxiao obtain these 2 things?" Li Yunxiao said, "The 5 elements exist eternally in heaven and earth. They will not disappear because of their master's death. If Yui Xian is really in this mausoleum, then the power of these 2 elements must also exist. This 9 Absolute Thunder is something I must obtain. It is also my main goal for this trip. I hope you won't fight me for it." Wei Dongyang frowned. One of the reasons they came here was to search for treasures. At this moment, they had finally found some clues about the treasure, but it was already reserved by someone else. Wei Dongyang immediately felt extremely displeased. Another purpose was to take advantage of the strange situation here to weaken or even destroy the other two forces in Earth Dragon City. However, they didn't expect such a change to happen at this moment. Even they themselves were caught in a situation that they couldn't control. His rationality triumphed over the displeasure in his heart, and he said with a faint smile, "If Master Xianxia has the ability to obtain this lightning, we naturally won't stop him." Naturally, Shui. Junwei also gave his word and let Li Yunxiao choose first. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "As long as I can obtain this 9 absolute thunder, everything else can be discussed." Everyone's earlier fear was quickly replaced by the desire to obtain treasures, and they started to feel excited. The mausoleum was completely transparent, but it was blocked by a glazed light, making it impossible to see what was inside. There was not a single door in the entire mausoleum. Wei Zihua said, "Where are the people from the Qing family? Why can't we see any of them?" Although the bottom of the lake was huge, everyone's eyes could see very far away. There was not a single shadow of a person. Li Yunxiao said, "In this kind of strange situation, don't be too obsessed with the small details. You must understand that strength can break through all methods. As long as you guard your heart, no evil can invade." He directly walked towards the mausoleum and stepped into the glazed light. Suddenly, a flash of lightning instantly flew back. It was Li Yunxiao, who immediately shouted, "Not good." An angry roar came from within the glazed light, and then two terrifying auras were emitted. Everyone instantly raised their vigilance. Then, the glazed light quickly gathered and kept changing, as if it was about to take shape. Terrifying power jumped on the glazed light, turning into two colors, green and white, and directly condensed into a demonic beast. It was a dragon and a phoenix, one green and one white. They flew and chased each other in front of the mausoleum. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He said, "Thunder Dragon and Fire Phoenix, it really is a treasure left behind by Yue Xian. This Thunder Dragon is mine." He directly turned into lightning, and his body rapidly expanded, turning into a giant dozens of feet tall. He directly grabbed the Thunder Dragon with his big hand. Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared and directly spat out a bolt of lightning, which directly pierced through Li Yunxiao's palm and directly broke the lightning transformation. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared in the air, revealing a look of surprise. The thunder technique he was cultivating now was a fusion of the power of two kinds of thunder and lightning. It was much stronger than ordinary mutated thunder, but he did not expect it to be broken by the opponent in an instant. It proved that the power of the 9 absolute thunder was above his current thunder technique. Haha! On the contrary, Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. The stronger the 9 absolute thunder was, if he refined it, his own power of thunder and lightning would correspondingly be stronger. Sword diagram, trap. He shouted softly, and 9 northern cold star swords directly flew out, forming a sword array around the Thunder Dragon, like a cage connected to each other, trapping it in the middle. How could the dragon swim, Jiutian? How could it be trapped? The Thunder Dragon roared again and again. Streaks of lightning spread out, causing the 9 swords to shake incessantly. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He still had 2 northern cold star swords, but at the moment, there were 2 clones guarding the mountain and river cauldron. With his current soul power, it was very difficult to control 11 swords. Genryu suddenly said, "Let me do it." The space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows flashed, and an azure light appeared. Similarly, an azure dragon appeared in the sky. It was Genryu's original form, and it bared its fangs and claws at the Thunder Dragon. At this moment, Genryu's soul had already recovered to the level of a Tier 9 soul, and his strength had soared. Even if he transformed, it would not be affected. The 2 dragons fought fiercely in the sky, and the 9 northern cold star swords immediately stabilized. The sea of sword chi spread out, and like a raging wave, it slammed towards the Thunder Dragon. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. He raised the dusk cloud mirror with one hand, and the mirror light penetrated the sword array, directly shining on the Thunder Dragon. The 2 hands on the main body quickly formed hand seals. Hand seals flew out of the 9-sword sword array and rushed into the array like butterflies. The Thunder Dragon fought with Genryu inside the sword array, and with the help of the dusk cloud mirror and the sword array, it was actually not at a disadvantage. Lightning constantly shot out, scattering in all directions. The seals flying out of the sword array were constantly shattered by the lightning, and even the dusk cloud mirror's mirror light was blocked by the lightning, unable to shine on the thunder dragon. Li Yunxia's expression became serious. This thunder dragon's strength was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he would not be able to subdue it in a short time. He could only slowly drag it out like this, and hope that Genryu could last a while longer. On the other side, the white fire phoenix was also trapped, and white sparks were constantly burning in the air. But under the joint efforts of more than 10 Emperor Wu's powerhouses, it was directly suppressed, unable to escape. The fire phoenix continued to cry, and the temperature gradually rose, its violent aura becoming heavier and heavier. Shuai Junwei coldly snorted, "What 18 infernal flame? It's only SOSO, the rumors are too unreliable." Wei Dongyang's eyelid twitched, and then he laughed, "Sir Junwei is right, this flame is only SOSO. I happen to be in need of such a mutated flame recently, let me take this fire phoenix." Shuai Junwei shouted, "Dream on. This flame is at least a 9th grade item, a rare species. If you want to take it, you can, but you have to exchange for it with something of equal value." Wei Dongyang's face fell, and he snorted, "This place is confirmed to be Yu Yixian's tomb, and the treasures inside must be innumerable. Sir Junwei is too stingy." Shuai Junwei coldly laughed, "Then this flame belongs to me, and Brother Dongyang can choose one of the treasures inside, how about it?" Wei Dongyang hesitated. Whether there were treasures inside or not was another matter, and even if there were, unless it was Yu Yixian's martial techniques or personal weapons, there really weren't many that could compare to the Thunder Dragon and Fire Phoenix. Wei Dongyang said, "How about this, as long as Sir Junwei lets go, I am willing to exchange one item." Shuai Junwei coldly laughed, "Oh. At least half of the Fire Phoenix's value." Wei Dongyang's face flashed with pain, and he said, "Naturally, I won't let Sir Junwei suffer a loss." He casually flipped his hand, and a box made of polished bones appeared in his hand, and he directly threw it over. There was a picture of a skeleton carved on the box, but it didn't look ferocious, and looked very gentle. Shuai Junwei's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, could it be that thing?" He hurriedly opened it, and a white light flowed out. He was immediately overjoyed, and immediately sealed the box, saying happily, "Haha, good. This fire phoenix is yours, Brother Dongyang." He immediately flew out of the battle circle and said, "Shuai clansmen, come out and give way to the Wei clansmen." The other 5 quickly withdrew their hands and flew to Shuai Junwei's side. They all had a strange expression on their faces, not knowing what their clan master obtained to be so happy. All of a sudden, a clanging sound came from the sword formation on Li Yunxia's side, and the 9 northern cold star swords seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Li Yunxia's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly turned pale. Something was wrong with the sacrificial refinement inside the mountain and river cauldron. The 2 flame powers inside the cauldron had reached a certain balance, and they were in harmony with each other. Meanwhile, the gourd's little King Kong's heart gradually started beating again, and the countless red gravel was completely refined, repairing and reconstructing its body. Just as the body was about to be completed, the ice flames suddenly went berserk for some reason, and shook off the divine phoenix fire. The 2 flames fought against each other violently again, causing the mountain and river cauldron to shake uncontrollably. The power of the world was faintly discernible, and it seemed difficult to suppress. The clones inside and outside the cauldron were sweating profusely, and they quickly launched various hand seals into the cauldron. However, the 2 flame powers inside the cauldron were too powerful, and they rushed in all directions, swallowing Li Yunxia's clone inside in an instant. The clone outside the cauldron immediately changed his expression, and became even paler. The mountain and river cauldron also gradually lost control as his clone's soul power was rapidly depleted, and he could no longer see what was happening inside. Bang! 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 Outside the mausoleum, Li Yunxia was also greatly affected, and his soul power decreased as well. The 9 northern cold star swords were shaken off one by one, and his mind was also injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, after losing the support of the sword formation and mirror light, Genryu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Knowing that it was useless to continue fighting, he hastily flew into Li Yunxia's body. After Lei Long broke free, he didn't chase after Li Yunxiao. Instead, he let out a loud roar and flew towards the Wei family members, wanting to save the fire phoenix. Li Yunxiao hastily swallowed a few pills, and retreated far to the side to adjust his breathing. The thunder dragon turned into a bolt of lightning in the water. It seemed to have dyed the entire lake green and swept towards the people from the Wei clan. The entire bottom of the lake was illuminated green. Li Yunxiao wasn't in a hurry to subdue the thunder dragon. Since it had appeared, it wouldn't be able to escape from him. The most important thing now was to figure out the situation in the mountain and river cauldron. After he retreated far away, he immediately sat down cross-legged and materialized in the Universe God Monument. Lord Yunxiao, are you alright? Shuai Junwei and the rest also saw that Li Yunxiao was injured and hurried over to protect him. Li Yunxiao's soul power gushed into the Universe God's monument and he took on a physical form right away. He combined with his remaining clone and the ancient Maha character appeared in his hands one by one, entering the mountain and river cauldron. The erratic five-colored light calmed down immediately and rumbles came from above the cauldron. An uncontrollable power broke out of the cauldron and broke through the restriction above. It turned into a beam of light and shot straight up into the sky. Looking over, a bright red hand reached out from the cauldron and grabbed the cauldron, trying to climb out. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He hurriedly slapped the cauldron with his palm, causing the huge hand to bounce back. He then frowned and hesitated for a moment. 3 beams of light shot out from his hand and into the cauldron. One was pure silver, it was the northern cold star iron. One was pure gold, it was the heavenly illuminating imperial metal. There was also a formless and colorless luster that kept changing forms in the sky, it was the memory origin gold that he had traded with the Mu clan. After the 3 top-notch raw materials flew in, there was a moment of silence in the mountain and river cauldron. Then, there was a crazy roar. It was the voice of the small King Kong from the bottle gourd, and it seemed to be struggling with all its might. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. The small King Kong from the bottle gourd should have come back to life. He smiled hideously and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just some physical pain. Chisel a mountain with thousands of hammers and burn with fire is nothing." He performed the seals even faster and shot them into the cauldron. The small King Kong from the bottle gourd seemed to have fainted from the pain and was soon silent. However, the 5-colored light emitted by the mountain and river cauldron was changing rapidly, which proved that it was very difficult to refine inside. Li Yunxiao looked up worriedly at the place where the beam of light had disappeared. It was the power of the divine fire of the phoenix and the nameless ice flame. It had dissipated into the sky, and even he could not sense it. "If you lack flames, I will use lightning to refine you." Li Yunxiao didn't have the time to think too much. With a soft shout, a ball of lightning appeared in each of his hands, emitting an extremely strong power of lightning. It was the lightning of the heavenly tribulation and the demonic lightning of the rabbit of the earthly age and infinite desolation. The 2 lightning gathered in his hands, forming a sea of lightning. It spread out and enveloped the entire mountain and river cauldron. Crackle! The entire mountain and river cauldron was struck by the lightning. The 5-colored glow was also completely destroyed by the lightning, leaving behind a green ocean. At this moment, in front of the mausoleum at the bottom of the lake, a similar azure lightning spread out. It charged into the Wei clan's camp and forcefully blasted open a path. The fire phoenix raised its head to the sky and let out a cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a white flame toward the Wei clan members. The dragon and phoenix cried together, and the lightning and fire intertwined. Immediately, its power multiplied. The Wei clan members' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to take the flame head-on and all retreated. Wei Dongyang said, "Sir Junwei, please lend us a hand." Shuai Junwei frowned and said, "I have already given you this fire phoenix. It's not too good to make a move now, is it?" Wei Dongyang cursed in his heart and said, "Then please help us drive away this lightning dragon, Sir Junwei." Shuai Junwei was still hesitant. This lightning dragon was said to be given to Sir Yunxiao. "It is inconvenient for us to interfere." Wei Dongyang's expression was ashen. "If we cannot subdue this dragon and phoenix, we will not be able to enter and obtain more treasures." Shuai Junwei said indifferently, "I believe in Brother Dongyang's strength. You will definitely be able to subdue these 2 elemental creatures." Wei Dongyang was infuriated. These 2 elemental creatures could be easily subdued if they were separated. Now that the two of them were working together, not only was their power multiplied, but it seemed to have increased by several times. If they were to take them head-on, they would probably suffer great losses. He turned to look at Li Yunxiao. The latter was meditating with his eyes closed. His face was dripping with beads of cold sweat. It seemed like he was gravely injured and couldn't be of any use. Shui Junwei sneered in his heart. His plan was to make the Wei clan expend a great deal of energy in this battle. It would be best if a few of them died so that they wouldn't have the strength to compete with them after entering the mausoleum. Shui Junwei sneered. Brother Dongyang is only warming up when facing such a powerful enemy. It is clear that you have a card up your sleeve. He didn't believe that the Wei clan only had this little bit of strength. They were all aristocratic families with thousands of years of inheritance. He wouldn't believe that they didn't have some foundation. This was the best opportunity to spy on the other party's true strength. Wei Dongyang snorted heavily and gazed at the dragon and phoenix. Dense killing intent flashed through his eyes as he said coldly, "Everyone, use your full strength. I must obtain this fire phoenix." The expressions of the Wei clan's people became stern and serious. Everyone's aura changed as if they had made up their minds. The surrounding lake water emitted white smoke and bubbles under the impact of their auras. The dragon and phoenix also seemed to have sensed something. The ruthless aura on their bodies rose continuously and merged with each other. Wei Dongyang's expression changed, and he shouted, "Separate them." The jade ruler he carried with him spun in the air, and a finger imprint landed on the ruler's body. There was a clanging sound, and with a flash of green light, a sword flew out of the jade ruler. The jade ruler was actually a scabbard. Wei Dongyang grasped the sword in his hand and slashed through the air with sword intent. The green sword chi split the entire lake water and space in half. The dragon and phoenix were instantly split apart, and two rays of light, one green and one white, flew out. The Wei clan's people moved and split into two groups. They immediately attacked the dragon and phoenix separately, suppressing them one by one. After Wei Dongyang's slash, he snorted coldly and charged forward, slashing toward the fire phoenix. He only wanted to obtain the fire seed. As for the thunder dragon, he had no intention of helping Li Yunxiao. At that moment, there were 3 Wei clan's cultivators dealing with the thunder dragon. He would not care about it after the fire phoenix was subdued. Li Yunxiao's refinement in the universe divine monument had also reached the most crucial moment. An endless amount of lightning power blasted into the mountain and river cauldron, replacing the flames in the refinement. However, the power of the 2 types of lightning was far inferior to the true phoenix fire, and the time was continuously dragged out. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. A golden mutated lightning descended from the sky and blasted into the sea of lightning. It struck the mountain and river cauldron together with the 2 types of lightning. A demonic beast covered in golden light gradually appeared in the sky. It was the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. It had already evolved to the 9th level, and its body was flashing with golden lightning. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help me refine the cauldron." The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar shook the hair on its body. After a while, it opened its mouth and spat out lightning. A hammer appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand and he smashed it forward. Rumble! An ancient Maha character appeared in the thunder prison. The 3 types of lightning fused together and formed a thundercloud, crashing onto the mountain and river cauldron. A huge tremor came from within the cauldron. Rays of light shot out and dispersed the lightning. The power of the world on the cauldron dispersed and it spun rapidly in the sky. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He held the hammer and stood there, waiting quietly. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar had just broken through to the 9th level and had contributed all of its power. At that moment, it stood beside Li Yunxiao, motionless and staring at the mountain and river cauldron warily. Boom! Boom! 2 extremely dull sounds could be heard. Then, a ray of red light flew out like a rainbow in the sky. The red light gradually retracted and revealed the true body of the gourd's little King Kong. Li Yunxiao instantly felt a strong and ferocious aura rushing towards him. Roar! The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar let out a low roar and kept scratching the air with its 2 front claws. Its eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, the little King Kong no longer had the feeling of being made of stone. Instead, its entire body felt like it was made of hard metal. Its silvery white body shone with different colors from time to time. Li Yunxiao's divine sense swept over and was immediately blocked by a force. He knew that this was the special effect of the red gravel. It could block a certain level of divine sense. He increased his strength slightly and immediately penetrated the blocking force. His divine sense directly attached to the little King Kong's body. Its body was made of northern cold star iron and red gravel. With the addition of Amaterasu Imperial Gold and Memory Origin Gold, its body was already at its strongest. Li Yunxiao ordered, "Punch with all your strength." The little King Kong's eyes lit up. It clenched its fist and punched at Li Yunxiao. There were many black cracks around the fist aura. It was a sign that the space was constantly being shattered. This punch was the Vajra fist. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He felt a power that made his heart palpitate from the fist aura. It seemed that this punch was enough to hurt his soul projection. What's going on? Li Yunxiao was shocked. This feeling of palpitation came from his soul. There was no mistaking it. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly realized something. He saw a small ice flower condense on the fist aura. It was the ice flame that had almost killed the little King Kong. Ah! Li Yunxiao was shocked. With a thought, he and the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar disappeared from the punch. Kacha, a faint sound of space freezing could be heard, followed by a large number of space fragments shattering and falling down. Black holes appeared in the sky. At that moment, Li Yunxiao's figure appeared again. He could not hide the fear on his face. Although the ice flower was small, it was definitely born from the strange ice flame. It was an existence that was no lower than the level 10 Phoenix true fire. Even one's soul would be burned if it came into contact with it. Li Yunxiao's face grew solemn. He lifted his head to look at the sky and closed his eyes quietly. The white light that had rushed out from the mountain river cauldron was the power of the fusion of the divine fire and the ice flame. At that moment, it had disappeared from the universe god monument and he could not sense it. Genryu, who was connected to his soul, appeared as well. He said in shock, "Even you can't find it. Could it be that the two flames corroded each other and disappeared from the world?" Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. If there are 2 elements that counteract each other, then the situation you mentioned might happen. However, the power of the 2 flames won't cancel each other out. Furthermore, the ice flame is only a small flame that came from the Aegis stone. It's not the power of the primordial fire. The divine fire of Phoenix is a origin fire. It should be able to devour it directly. That's why I took the risk to unleash the Phoenix's origin fire." Genryu frowned, but the reality is that the 2 flames don't exist anymore. Or maybe the ice flame is of a higher level than the divine fire of Phoenix? Just a little flame will be enough to extinguish it and leave behind a spark on the stone beast. Li Yunxiao shook his head, "That's impossible. The Phoenix is one of the top existences even among the rank 10 immortal spirits. If I'm not wrong, the origin fire might be evolving." Evolving? Genryu was shocked, "That's already a rank 10 item. It can still evolve?" Li Yunxiao said, "Although I've never reached rank 10, there are strong and weak ancient immortals. Naturally, they can evolve. The reason why I made such a guess is that the power of the world on the world god monument didn't weaken. It feels like it's increasing. The power of the divine fire can probably break the power of a world. Even if I'm the owner of this place, I can't detect its existence if it's not willing." Li Yunxiao took another look at little King Kong and said, "The spark on little King Kong should be left after the divine fire of Phoenix devoured it. After all, there's only 1 wisp of the origin fire. It's too little." Genryu had a strange expression. "If that's the case, as long as one can control the ice flame, doesn't it mean that one can keep feeding the true Phoenix fire to strengthen it?" Li Yunxiao said, "Theoretically, that should be the case. However, the rainbow ice flame is too evil and terrifying. If it's a complete origin fire, it might be above the true Phoenix fire. How can one control it?" In the next moment, his figure flashed and appeared beside Lil Red. Little Red was still quietly floating in the sky. The flowing light on her body had not weakened at all. She was like a sleeping princess. However, the aura emanating from his body caused Li Yunxiao to feel an inexplicable sense of fear, and he didn't dare to get too close. Back then, the previous master of the Red Moon City would rather have gone missing for no reason than the Rainbow Stone, which the East Ocean Palace attached so much importance to. God only knew what would happen when the two were combined. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yunxiao had the Universe God Monument, he wouldn't have dared to take over such a thing. Li Yunxiao's expression changed several times before he came out from the Universe God Monument. His main body, which had been regulating his breathing, opened his eyes slightly. A slender jade bottle floated in the air, emitting layers of faint light. The fire phoenix's resistance grew weaker and weaker, and it was about to be sucked into the bottle. Roar! The thunder dragon in the distance roared crazily, and circles of lightning surged out crazily. It instantly broke through the restraints of the three members of the Wei clan and rushed over. The two elemental creatures had been together for thousands of years. Although their intelligence was extremely low, there was an inexplicable feeling between them. Seeing that the fire phoenix was about to suffer, the thunder dragon went berserk without a care. Wei Dongyang's expression changed abruptly, and he said angrily, "Trash. You can't even trap one elemental creature." He pointed in the air, and the sword in his hand gave off a clanging sound. The sword light spread out like a pair of wings, and the sword aura rushed out like a cold and fierce beast. Roar! The thunder dragon was slashed by the sword light, and its momentum instantly weakened. Its green color became dim. The fire phoenix, which was about to be sucked into the jade bottle, sensed something and flipped its body in the air. Its entire white body became brighter, and the spot between its eyebrows became brighter. "Lord Clan Leader, there's a situation." Suddenly, a member of the Wei clan cried out in surprise. Just as Wei Dongyang was about to form his sword to slash at the thunder dragon again, he was suddenly startled and hastily turned around. He saw the fire phoenix let out a mournful cry, and the flame between its eyebrows suddenly exploded. Its entire body instantly turned into nothingness, and white flames rushed up. Bang! The jade bottle in the air bore the brunt of the attack and immediately exploded. Wei Dongyang's heart ached, but he didn't have time to be angry. That white flame had already rushed over. He angrily held his sword in front of him, and a sword barrier immediately appeared. Bang! 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 Explosions came from all directions. Although Wei Dongyang's barrier didn't break, he was knocked back dozens of meters by the force. The sky full of flames burned the entire bottom of the lake into a vacuum. Splash! A large amount of lake water filled in, and the entire scene was chaotic. The members of the Wei clan were all injured by the fire phoenix's self-destruction. One of them who was closest to it was directly burned to the point of screaming. Finally, there was no more sound, and he was burned to ashes at the bottom of the lake. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Wei Dongyang was so angry that his body was trembling. Not only did they lose the jade bottle and the life of an expert from Emperor Wu, but they also gave Shuai Junwei a supreme treasure. In the end, everyone was injured, and they didn't gain anything. Under the impact of the flames, the thunder dragon's lightning became dark and gloomy, and it let out mournful cries. A bright light shot out from Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he formed a one-handed seal. Genryu immediately merged with his soul, and his body began to demonize. A powerful soul force spread out, and he instantly teleported away. Shuai Junwei's heart was greatly shaken. He had only been focused on watching the Wei clan suffer. He had been so happy that his heart was blooming with joy that he hadn't noticed Li Yunxiao's situation. He directly sensed a powerful mental energy, and only then did he realize that Li Yunxiao had already transformed. After refining the gourd's small diamond, Li Yunxiao's soul power couldn't recover in a short time, and he could only borrow the power of Genryu. But Genryu was already a rank 9 dragon soul, and its power wasn't any weaker than Li Yunxiao's. He formed a lightning seal with both hands, and directly descended from the sky, enveloping the thunder dragon. That thunder dragon was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and how could it resist? Under everyone's gaze, it was directly sucked up by Li Yunxiao and absorbed into his body. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and the Wei clan members all looked at each other in a daze. No one knew what they were feeling. Wei Dongyang was so angry that he was about to explode. It was the same elemental spirit, but it was two completely different efforts, and yet the result was completely opposite. His eyes were spewing fire, and he glared at Li Yunxiao. An urge to rush up and kill him surged in his heart. Haha, congratulations, Lord Yunxiao, for successfully collecting the 9 absolute thunder. Congratulations, congratulations. Shui Junwei was full of smiles, and he congratulated loudly. Then, he sighed and said, unfortunately, Brother Dongyang's collection didn't go as smoothly. What a pity. Wei Dongyang's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to say something, but he forced himself not to. His expression looked like he was about to cry, and Shui Junwei felt happy when he saw this. A Wei clan martial artist finally could not hold back and said angrily, Li Yunxiao, that 9 absolute thunder was heavily injured by us, and that's why you easily collected it. You can't keep it for yourself. The rest of the Wei clan members also echoed, all of them looking sorrowful. One of them said, we also lost a powerhouse. You didn't contribute at all to this 9 absolute thunder, so it should all belong to our Wei clan. Wei Dongyang also kept nodding. Although he did not express his stance, it was clear that he was thinking the same thing. Shui Junwei shouted angrily, do you still have any shame? We already said from the start that the 9 absolute thunder belongs to Lord Yunxiao, and the 18 nether flame belongs to you. He looked furious on the surface, but he was actually beaming in his heart. He could not wait for their relationship with Li Yunxiao to completely break down. A martial artist snorted coldly and said, that was the previous agreement, but the actual situation still has to be judged by actual contributions. Our Wei clan practically exerted all our strength, and that Li Yunxiao didn't do anything at all. What right does he have to obtain the absolute thunder? Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he said coldly, originally, I held on to the spirit of everyone working together and helping each other out, so I did not say a word. Since you all said it like this, then I have no choice but to settle this score with you all. He said coldly, if this 9 absolute thunder was collected by me in my peak condition, the effect would be 10 times that of my weakened state. We already discussed and divided it up at the start. You guys collect the nether flame, and I collect the absolute thunder. But you guys made a move on your own and weakened my 9 absolute thunder dragon. Now, there's not much effect even if I collect it. At this moment, you still have the face to talk to me about the absolute thunder? This matter of breaching the agreement, Lord Dongyang, you have to give me an explanation? Everyone was sweating profusely. If this was the case, then it was the Wei clan that owed Li Yunxiao. Although it sounded a bit outrageous, and without the Wei clan acting as a spendthrift, it would have been impossible for Li Yunxiao to obtain the 9 absolute thunder so easily. But his words were reasonable. Since it was agreed upon from the start, what right did you have to touch someone else's things? Shui Junwei pretended to be shocked, and he loudly exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, so that's how it is. That's right, Brother Dongyang, please give Lord Yunxiao an explanation. Wei Dongyang's anger turned into sweat. Li Yunxiao's words were indeed impeccable. They were the ones who provoked the Thunder Dragon, so who else could they blame? He was extremely unwilling in his heart as he said, if it weren't for my Wei clan, how could Lord Yunxiao have so easily collected the absolute thunder? This can also be considered a bit of effort, right? Li Yunxiao said, humph, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the absolute thunder. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? All the conjectures are just your own wishful thinking, and it is an ironclad fact that you guys ruined my Thunder Dragon. Lord Dongyang using conjectures to verify the facts, you are bullying me for being uneducated. Wei Dongyang felt dizzy, and he said angrily, now that we have fought, what do you want to do? Shui Junwei sneered and said, you can't be reasoned with, so you resort to brute force, huh? My Shui clan will definitely stand on Lord Yunxiao's side. Wei Dongyang was so angry that his body was trembling, and killing intent kept surfacing in his eyes. If they had fought with the Shui clan from the start, their chances of victory were extremely high. Now that they had lost 3 people, and everyone else was injured, they were completely at a disadvantage. It was impossible for them to contend against the other party. Wei Dongyang immediately felt that the situation was getting worse, and he was losing the initiative bit by bit. Li Yunxiao said coldly, originally, I thought we were in the same boat and did not want to do anything. However, Lord Dongyang is really disappointing. Now, I just want an explanation. Wei Dongyang's face turned ashen. How do you want me to explain this to you? Li Yunxiao said, I am not an unreasonable person. After all, I have to look at the bigger picture. As long as Lord Dongyang apologizes to me, it will be fine. You want me to apologize to you? Impossible. Wei Dongyang was furious. His side had suffered such heavy losses, losing a few treasures for nothing. Now, he had to apologize to the person who obtained the absolute lightning. How could he take this lying down? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. Since that is the case, I will not force you. However, I will part ways with Lord Dongyang. The treasures in the future will depend on our own strength. Shuai Junwei was overjoyed. At this moment, the Shuai clan was the strongest. He immediately agreed. You are right. However, Lord Yunxiao is too magnanimous. Wei Dongyang was so angry that his body trembled. There were several times when he wanted to kill. However, he endured it and gritted his teeth. Good, good. Shuai Junwei, Li Yunxiao, you two are ruthless. So be it. Don't fall into my hands. He flicked his sleeves on the spot, signaling his break. Shuai Junwei smiled coldly. Then, I wish Brother Dongyang good luck. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Now that the 3 clans of Dilong City had gone to the Qin clan, if he could take this opportunity to get rid of the Wei clan, then the remaining Du clan would not be a problem. He could cross the city and extend his influence to Dilong City. This was better than any treasures. With this thought, killing intent surfaced in his heart. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Li Yunxiao also said indifferently, Lord Dongyang is in pain. I will remember this. I hope nothing bad will happen to Lord Dongyang. After the 2 clans broke off, they immediately separated into 2 factions and stood in front of the mausoleum. After the dragon and phoenix forms disappeared, the glazed light in front of the mausoleum gradually weakened until it disappeared. The scene inside the mausoleum became clear to everyone. Bang! When they saw the scene inside, everyone was shocked and took several steps back in horror. The entire mausoleum was transparent and one could see what was going on inside with a single glance. There were dozens of people kneeling neatly on the ground. Not only were there people from the Qin clan and the Wei clan, but there was also the Du clan that had never appeared before, as well as some unfamiliar figures. They were probably other cultivators that had fallen into this realm. And above these people, there was a row of stairs leading to a throne. On the throne sat a tall and sturdy man. His face was clear, and what was even more shocking was that he was in high spirits. His right hand was resting on a large sword. Suddenly, the scene inside the mausoleum began to fluctuate. It was as if ripples had appeared in a calm lake, and the figures inside became blurry. Not good, retreat quickly. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He shouted and hurriedly retreated. A powerful force rushed out from the mausoleum, causing the bottom of the lake to ripple. By the time the Shuai and Wei clan members reacted, it was already too late. They were already surrounded by a dense crowd of people. These were the experts that had been kneeling in the mausoleum. Each of them had the cultivation of Emperor Wu, and there were more than 40 of them. Everyone instantly paled. This was a completely different level of strength. Even their uncle, who had been dragged into the lake by Wei Qiren and had lost an arm, revealed an evil smile. Where is Li Yunxiao? A Shuai clan martial artist suddenly asked. Because Li Yunxiao had been the first to react, he had disappeared in a flash. At this moment, there were less than 20 people from their 2 clans trapped here. Damn, he really runs fast. A Wei clan martial artist gritted his teeth. Wei Dongyang's expression changed and he said with a livid expression, he must be using the Origin Yang umbrella to hide somewhere in the void. A strange expression flashed through his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and a runic light suddenly appeared. Immediately, strange golden patterns swayed on the bodies of the Wei clan members. Soon after, the figures of the Wei clan members slowly faded and finally disappeared at the bottom of the lake. High-grade concealment talisman. Shuai Junwei's expression changed. The Origin Yang umbrella and high-grade concealment talisman had extremely strong concealment abilities. These evil people couldn't detect them at all. As expected, after the Wei clan members disappeared, the evil martial artists seemed to become vigilant. They released their auras and walked towards the Shui clan members. The Shui clan only had 6 people at this moment and they were surrounded by more than 40 Emperor Wu experts. Their bodies were already cold and they didn't even have the will to fight. Shui Junwei was still calm. There were no high-level Emperor Wu experts among these evil Emperor Wu experts. With his strength and hidden cards, it wasn't impossible for him to kill his way out. It was just that his subordinates, AI, he could only take care of their families. At this time, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared in the air. Indeed, he was holding the Origin Yang umbrella. The immemorial heaven eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened and a powerful bolt of lightning shot into the void. Bang! There was a tremor in the air like a fire. Space was gradually burned away and the figures of the Wei clan members gradually appeared. Their originally playful expressions began to turn into wooden chickens. Xianxia's lightning broke the opponent's high-grade concealment talisman. Following that, the small red umbrella opened once more and he disappeared from everyone's sight. The Wei clan members were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at the more than 20 Emperor Wu experts rushing over. They couldn't even get angry. It wasn't until the fierce attack arrived that they heard Wei Dongyang roar hysterically, "Li Yunxiao, if I don't kill you, I am not human." After this roar, the entire mausoleum sank into a shocking battle. Shui Junwei was overjoyed. After the Wei clan divided half of the enemies, it wasn't impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. He roared, "Fight to the death. Only then will there be a way out." 2 meteor hammers appeared in his hands and were tied together by chains. They instantly revolved in front of him and transformed into a nebulous state. He smashed the head of the first person rushing over. Immediately, everyone's morale rose as they charged over with bloodshot eyes. Wei Dongyang also took out his treasured sword and killed several people. All of them paled and their hatred for Li Yunxiao reached an extreme level. Li Yunxiao stood quietly in the void and observed carefully. Although the Shui and Wei clan members attacked ruthlessly and killed several people, it seemed like their morale was greatly boosted. However, these 40 or so people were all Emperor Wu experts. Every time they killed one, they would also suffer great losses. Very soon, they fell into a bitter battle. Moreover, there were 3 6-star Emperor Wu experts in that group. The advantage was instantly reversed, and people from 2 clans died on the spot. Li Yunxiao was hesitating on how to make a move when suddenly, several rays of light flew over from the distance. The person at the front shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. We're here to help." Shui Junwei had just thought of escaping when he looked over and saw that the people flying over were the Du clan members. Although there were only 6 of them, it was still a great morale boost. Shui Junwei shouted with joy, "Brother Linling, come help me quickly." Du Linling said with monstrous hatred, "These monsters swallowed more than 10 of my clansmen. They really deserve to die." He hugged a saber in front of his chest and became one with it. He opened a path from the outside and killed 3 people in a row. He rushed into the battlefield and instantly, the pressure on the Shui clan members was greatly reduced. Wei Dongyang shouted from afar, "Brother Linling, please help me quickly." Du Lingling's eyes were spitting fire as he said coldly, "Wei Dongyang, if it wasn't for the problem with the information you gave us, how could my Du clan fall into such a situation?" Wei Dongyang panicked and quickly said, "Brother Linling, you misunderstood. This place is too strange and ever-changing. The information is unreliable. We also have people who were bewitched." Humph. In short, you, Wei Dongyang, are definitely not a good person. Du Linling ignored him and joined forces with the Shui clan members to fight the enemy. The situation immediately turned around. Actually, Du Linling wasn't a good person either. He always placed benefits above everything else. If the Shui and Wei clans were exterminated, they would be in danger and might not be able to walk out of this lake. Wei Dongyang was in the same city as him, so he naturally helped Shui Junwei. Li Yunxiao observed for a while and discovered a problem. Even though these bewitched people looked like they were clear-minded and knew all kinds of martial arts, they didn't know how to consume elixirs. Logically speaking, they should have plenty of elixirs on them, but no matter how weak their essence force was, not a single one of them consumed elixirs. Meanwhile, the people from the three clans were eating elixirs like they were beans. It seemed like they could hang on for a while. Li Yunxiao turned his gaze to the mausoleum. The man on the throne was still sitting there. Not only were his eyes bright and full of expression, but there was also an extremely strange light in them. The reason why these people were bewitched should be related to this man. Could this man be Yu Yixian? Then was he dead or not? A strange feeling welled up in Li Yunxiao's heart. Even though it looked lifelike, his intuition told him that it was a dead person inside. But why was it that after death, it could still stir up such strange waves? Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and finally stepped into the air towards the tomb hall. Only when he reached the door did he stop in his tracks. His expression turned serious because there was a strange feeling inside that made him feel extreme danger. This feeling was also somewhat familiar. This feeling, what was going on? Li Yunxiao lifted his foot and was about to step into the tomb hall when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A kind of fear welled up in him, scaring him into hurriedly retreating. Suddenly, inside the tomb hall, the treasured sword that was stabbed into the ground next to Yu Yixian flashed and an unparalleled swordswill attacked. Bang! Li Yunxiao couldn't dodge in time and directly slashed at the little red umbrella. The power of concealment was instantly broken and his figure appeared, his face revealing a look of shock. That swordswill was incomparably powerful, at least at the level of a high-level Emperor Wu. But what was going on with this sword? If it was really Yu Yixian who attacked, he wouldn't be this weak. But if it wasn't him, then who was the one who unleashed this swordswill? Li Yunxiao's expression was unusually serious and he became extremely vigilant. The powerhouses who were surrounding the three clans immediately discovered Li Yunxiao. Multiple silhouettes rushed over in anger. Li Yunxiao's little red umbrella's defense had been broken by the sword light, so he could no longer hide. He immediately put away the umbrella and used the twilight cloud mirror to illuminate the sky. Rays of mirror light formed a formation in front of him, forming dozens of mirrors. He walked into one of them and immediately disappeared. At the same time that the martial artists rushed into the mirrors, Li Yunxiao's figure walked out from the other side. He calmly pointed at the sky, and 9 swords hung high in the sky, falling towards the mirrors. Bang! 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 Under the sword chi, the dozens of mirrors shattered, and the 9 swords slashed down with boundless power. The 4 martial artists had just escaped from the mirror formation, and they were immediately caught in the 9 swords. The sword chi pressed down on them, causing their expressions to change. Each of them revealed a horrified expression, and they used all sorts of methods to resist. A sneer appeared on Li Yunxiao's face, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. His body began to appear in his demon form, and he fused with his Genryu. His soul power instantly rose to the 9th rank, and he changed his hand seal. The 9 swords immediately formed a sword formation, and a sword talisman condensed. In an instant, sword chi swept out, and like a whirlpool, it sucked in the 4 martial artists. Bang! Bang! The 4 martial artists' bodies exploded under the sword sea whirlpool, and with a miserable scream, they turned into a mist of blood. Li Yunxiao withdrew his sword momentum and calmly stood to the side. The lake water washed away the mist of blood, as if these 4 people had never existed. Shuai Junwei clearly saw this scene from afar, and he immediately shouted, "Lord Yunxiao, quickly come and help us." Li Yunxiao killed 4 Emperor Wus in one move, causing him to feel apprehensive. He couldn't care about his face anymore, and he immediately cried for help. Li Yunxiao looked over. Those bewitched martial artists weren't stupid, and they had already sent out a large number of people to surround the Shuai and Du families. The pressure on the Wei family was temporarily relieved, but there were still 4 people left, and they were bitterly holding on against the 6 martial artists. As Wei Dongyang fought fiercely, he glanced over from the corner of his eyes, revealing an incomparably venomous look. A cold expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He couldn't be bothered with Wei Dongyang and directly flew towards the Shuai clan's camp. Although Wei Dongyang was a 6-star Emperor Wu, Li Yunxiao really didn't put him in his heart. After Li Yunxiao rushed into the battle circle, he immediately released the profound thunder cloud shocking roar. The howling beast roared loudly and pounced towards a warrior. The golden thunder and lightning on its body dispersed and turned into tiny thunder dragons that shot out in all directions. Everyone was shocked. Although the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar had just entered the 9th rank, the ninth-rank demonic beasts were extremely ferocious. Moreover, that golden lightning was extremely rare, which gave everyone a fright. That cultivator was also caught unprepared and was directly electrocuted by the profound thunder roar until his entire body was pitch black and then torn into pieces. This ferocious expression immediately frightened the surrounding warriors, but it also raised the morale of their side. The situation where they had been suppressed all this time finally had a chance to counterattack. Right now, everyone was relying on elixirs to bitterly hold on. They were already covered in cuts and bruises. This time, even the last bit of strength they had was stimulated, and they desperately counterattacked. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands, and the 11 northern sky-cold star swords revolved around his body. The sword chi became stronger and stronger. At this moment, he also discovered a problem. As the number of swords increased, his control over each sword was getting weaker and weaker. Now that he had fused with Genryu and his soul power had directly entered the 9th rank, it was still somewhat difficult to control 11 swords. If he wanted to control 10,000 swords according to the myriad sword diagram, how would he be able to do it? He could only take one step at a time. These determined cultivation techniques might not be truly complete, because this was already an existence that almost surpassed the martial Tao. The creator of the myriad sword diagram might not be able to control 10,000 swords. Li Yunxiao's guess was very close to the truth. This so-called 10,000 swords was only deduced by the original creator of the myriad sword diagram. 11th sword diagram. Li Yunxiao shouted softly, and the 11 swords revolving around him immediately converged into a huge sword shape. It flew into the air and slashed towards the group of bewitched cultivators. A sword talisman flickered non-stop on the sword shape, emitting a dazzling golden light. Li Yunxiao's hand seal changed, and he shouted softly. The sword talisman also changed, and the huge sword shape instantly disintegrated, splitting into countless small sword chi, densely packed like carps crossing the river. Everyone was shocked, and they could feel the terror of this sword. At the same time, they were overjoyed. The stronger their side was, the greater the chance of victory. Sword cloud rain. Li Yunxiao shouted softly, and he raised his right hand. Countless small sword chi sprinkled down from the sky, like a slanting wind and fine rain. The whole space was engulfed by this sword rain, and the dozen or so bewitched cultivators all revealed looks of horror. They wanted to retreat, but found that the whole space was locked by the sword chi, and the sword chi shot into their bodies like needles, wantonly destroying their meridians. A few cultivators who were already seriously injured finally couldn't withstand this sword rain, and their emperor chi was directly shot through. Their bodies immediately turned into beehives, and they couldn't be more dead. The sky full of sword chi rain sprinkled down, swirling at the bottom of the lake, and constantly attacking the protective emperor chi of those cultivators. Cold sweat dripped from Li Yunxiao's forehead. He had just finished refining the small King Kong in the gourd, and he hadn't recovered much, yet he had to use such a soul-consuming move. In just a moment, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he immediately withdrew his hand seal. The sword rain dissipated in an instant, turning into 11 long swords that flew back, lined up one by one, and stabbed into his feet diagonally, the cold air threatening. Li Yunxiao's entire face instantly paled, and he could no longer maintain the soul battle technique. His demonified body gradually returned to normal, and he hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill, beginning to regulate his breathing. In the gap between this move, the cultivators on his side all took a breather, swallowed a large number of medicinal pills, and furiously attacked. The mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar also stepped on a golden thundercloud, roaring as it charged forward. The originally declining situation was instantly reversed, and the other side was immediately forced into an extremely passive position. On the other side, the Wei family people also seemed to be encouraged, and they killed another 2 cultivators, but they also lost 1 person, and it became 3 against 4, slowly turning the situation around. However, Wei Dongyang even had the thought of dying at this moment. More than 10 experts of the family had followed him out, and now only 2 or 3 were returning. Once they returned, they would probably be punished by the family. With such a heavy loss, even he, the family head, would not be able to escape punishment. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao was startled, and he shouted, "Watch out!" Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on. There seemed to be a ripple in the mausoleum hall, and a sword chi shot out. Li Yunxiao hurriedly pointed with a sword art, and the 11 northern sky-cold star swords suddenly flew up, condensing into a giant sword in the air, and slashed towards the mausoleum hall. Bang! The sword-intent manifestation of the 11 swords was directly shattered, and the remaining power of the sword slashed into Li Yunxiao's body, sending him flying. Li Yunxiao was greatly shocked, and his body immediately emitted rays of golden light. The indestructible golden body origin art circulated on its own, and completely crushed the remaining power of the sword qi. Even so, there was still a bloody wound on his chest, and several meridians were severed, but in a few breaths' time, they automatically recovered. After being cleansed by the supreme mystic qi, all the impurities were refined, and after charging towards Emperor Wu, his physical body also had a qualitative leap. Although it was still not comparable to Ao Changkong's great accomplishment physique, it was still much stronger than ordinary rank 9 demonic beasts. When the sword qi emerged from the mausoleum hall, all the bewitched warriors were greatly shocked, and one after another, they abandoned their enemies and hurriedly fled into the mausoleum hall. The people from the 3 families naturally did not chase after them. Although they had the upper hand, they were already exhausted, and no one was willing, nor did they have the strength to chase after them. One by one, they began to take out all kinds of natural treasures, and regulated their breathing. Shuai Junwei's face was also pale, and he was constantly panting. After this battle, the Shuai family only had 2 people left, the Du family had 3, and the Wei family had 2. In total, the 3 families had lost nearly 20 people, and it was basically a complete wipeout. However, the results of the battle were also extremely shocking. The ground was littered with corpses, and in addition to the 9 people killed by Li Yunxiao and the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar, they had killed a total of more than 30 Emperor Wus. No one would believe this if they told others. Moreover, in this battle, Li Yunxiao's strength had caused everyone to be extremely fearful. Especially Wei Dongyang, his mind was basically in a daze. It was absolutely impossible to find Li Yunxiao for revenge, and he could only take deep breaths, not knowing what to do next. Shuai Junwei's face was ugly, and he said, "Sir Yunxiao, what was that sword qi just now?" Li Yunxiao said, "Yu Yixian's corpse is in this mausoleum hall, and he is holding a giant sword in his hand. That sword is a little strange." He paused for a moment, and then added, "Yu Yixian's corpse is also a little strange." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this strange thing meant. Li Yunxiao immediately told everyone what he saw, and only then did everyone understand. However, their faces were still very pale, and they didn't know if it was because they had used up too much of their yuan qi, or because they were so ugly. Shuai Junwei said, "Sir Yunxiao, what should we do now? We've all become defeated soldiers, and if there really is a power comparable to high-stage Emperor Wu inside, then going in will only be seeking death." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be anxious, we've already come this far, and there are so many casualties. If we don't understand the situation clearly, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied in this lifetime." Everyone didn't make a sound, and that was indeed the case. Every expert that could cultivate to Emperor Wu's level had already seen through life and death, and had a kind of ruthlessness. Du Linling gritted his teeth and said, "We'll do what Sir Yunxiao says." Other than the 2 from the Wei family, everyone else nodded resolutely. Li Yunxiao said, "Sir Junwei, try to contact the other group now, and see if you can contact them." Shuai Junwei's eyes lit up, and a trace of joy flashed across his face. He hurriedly took out a formation plate, and began to form seals on it. Formation patterns appeared on the formation plate from time to time, as if they were exchanging information. Every different faction and sect had their own secret method of contact, and it was usually very difficult for outsiders to understand. However, the expression on Shuai Junwei's face allowed everyone to guess the situation. Shuai Junwei's embarrassed expression gradually turned to joy, and he laughed wildly, "Haha, I've contacted them, they're nearby." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were both happy and worried. The ones who were worried were naturally the 2 from the Wei clan. They looked at each other with deep worry and fear. Li Yunxiao said, "That's good. We'll have a greater chance of success when they arrive." Everyone immediately began to adjust their breathing to deal with the changes in the future. Shuai Junwei placed the formation plate in front of him and projected a screen. 7 green rays of light were rapidly flying over. Wei Dongyang's expression was exceptionally unsightly as he said, "Brother Junwei, we'll have to rely on your Shui clan now. I hope everyone can let bygones be bygones and join hands to fight the enemy." Shui Junwei sneered and mocked, "I don't quite understand Lord Dongyang's words. Bygones? What bygones? Are there any bygones between us?" Wei Dongyang squeezed out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Hee, no, of course not. His heart sank continuously. Even Du Linling's eyes were filled with mockery. This caused Wei Dongyang's expression to become extremely gloomy as he began to scheme in his heart. A trace of coldness flashed through Shui Junwei's eyes. He closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing, quietly waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Not good, there's a situation." Everyone jumped in fright and hastily became alert. At this moment, everyone was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Li Yunxiao pointed at the image on the formation plate and said, "They've encountered a situation. Out of the 7, only 5 are left." What? Everyone from the Shui clan widened their eyes. As expected, the 7 rays of light had already stopped flying and were flashing on the spot. At this moment, another ray of light was extinguished. Shui Junwei was alarmed. At this moment, the remaining 4 rays of light seemed to have started to flee. 2 flew forward while the other 2 split up in 2 different directions. What made everyone dumbfounded was that after the 4 rays of light flew for a certain distance, they also began to extinguish one by one. In the end, the formation plate became dusky. The formation plate is broken, right? A person from the Shui clan was stunned. Shui Junwei also had a trace of doubt. He sent several spells into the formation plate and a gentle light appeared before gradually extinguishing. His face was completely stiff and yellow. He gritted his teeth and said, "The formation plate is not broken. Something really happened to the 7 of them." Du Linling exclaimed in shock, "He killed everyone in just a few moves. Could there be other dangers at the bottom of the lake other than this mausoleum?" Every single one of them had an unusually ugly expression on their faces. With their current condition, it was already very difficult for them to experience any other sudden events. Being able to kill those 7 Emperor Wu powerhouses at their peak could also easily kill them in their current state. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "Based on the formation plate, the place where they met with an accident is not far from here. If there's any danger, I'm afraid that danger is already approaching." Suddenly, there was a slight ripple in the water. Everyone raised their heads in shock and saw a black shadow approaching from the sky. Li Yunxiao's mind shook. He focused his eyes. The aura coming from that shadow was extremely familiar. It was actually the pure power of demon essence. His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and his vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. That black shadow circled a few times in the air, and finally landed in front of the mausoleum, revealing a figure. A tall and slender figure in a gray robe stood motionless in front of the mausoleum with his back facing everyone. It seemed that he was standing still and watching. Then, he said softly, "The morning dew floats on the clouds, a flash of lightning." Everyone's heart shivered. They all recognized this gray robe. It was the symbol of the Alchemist Guild. Du Linling couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you from the deity transformation sea?" The man in the robe turned around and said, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao's face changed dramatically. The face of the man in the robe appeared clearly in front of him. It was Qi Xingfeng. Du Linling was slightly relieved. The man in front of him seemed to be at least a normal human being. He could communicate with him with words, and not some kind of demon. He hurriedly said, "I am Du Linling, the head of the Du family in Dilong City. May I know your name?" Qi Xingfeng didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around and also saw Li Yunxiao. He revealed a strange expression and said, "It's you?" Cold sweat dripped down Li Yunxiao's forehead. Qi Xingfeng was still in the body of Heng Yuan. What he showed was still the strength of a martial ancestor, but he gave Li Yunxiao a feeling of fear. Back in the dragon transformation pool, he had obtained the remains of Dijun's body. Judging from the demonic aura that the black shadow emitted, Dijun's body seemed to have been refined by him. This person was a 1,000-year-old monster, the master of Lu Songzi of the deity transformation sea. Li Yunxiao was afraid. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's me." I didn't think that Sir Ji would also appear here. It seems that Yu Xian's mausoleum is real. Everyone was surprised. They didn't think that this person was someone that Li Yunxiao knew. They fell into deep thought. They didn't seem to remember anyone with the surname Ji. Qi Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "You're actually still alive. You're really lucky. It can be said that you and I are fated. I was able to escape because of your strength." Qi Xingfeng's soul was trapped in the pink crystal dust. If Li Yunxiao hadn't sent Hing Yuan into it, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Are you saying this to repay my kindness?" Qi Xingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Not really, but since you know my identity, you and I are fated. I will accept you as my subordinate. What do you think?" Li Yunxiao said, "Oh? What are the benefits and obligations of being Sir Ji's subordinate?" Haha. Qi Xingfeng showed a rare smile and said, "You really are a person who refuses to suffer losses. Following me, you won't lack any cultivation resources. As for your martial arts cultivation," his words suddenly stopped and his pupils shrank. That smug face immediately turned into a look of horror. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, You're already Emperor Wu?" Qi Xingfeng was completely stunned. Not to mention that he had never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed for thousands of years, it was unheard of even in history. Moreover, with his eyesight, he could naturally see through Li Yunxiao's true age. After being stunned for a moment, Qi Xingfeng's face began to become gloomy and uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. He was also a person who once stood at the peak of the continent. He knew more things than ordinary people. His understanding of the heavenly Tao was no less than Li Yunxiao's. Such a monstrous person. Moreover, several of his key experiences were related to this person. This was no longer a simple coincidence. This was destiny. Qi Xingfeng's face was like a dark cloud, constantly changing. The atmosphere around him actually fluctuated according to his emotions. Shuai Junwei and the other two were shocked. They were extremely wary of this man surnamed Qi. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and said, "It seems that Sir Ji's conditions are unable to move me." Qi Xingfeng's face darkened. He said in a serious tone, "Do you know that by rejecting my conditions like this, you will most likely accompany Yu Yixian to eternal rest here today?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Is Sir Ji really so confident that you can kill me?" Qi Xingfeng's heart was heavy. If the other party really had the mandate of heaven, he might not be able to kill him. But the words mandate of heaven were too vague. He didn't completely believe it. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, "A mere one-star Emperor Wu. Is killing you any different from taking something from my pocket?" The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Following the change in Qi Xingfeng's mood, the people from the three families felt their bodies turn cold. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Li Yunxiao's expression also became serious. His right hand formed a seal in front of him. If he were to make a move, he would have the upper hand. Qi Xingfeng stared at him for a while. He said, "Compared to killing you, I have a more important matter today. You can keep your life for now. But I hope you can consider it. Following me is not a disgrace to you." He retracted his aura and turned to walk towards the tomb hall. He no longer cared about the people. Shuai Junwei's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He asked, "May I ask, sir, did you meet 7 powerhouses on your way here?" Qi Xingfeng stopped and said indifferently, "I met 7 martial artists. They can't be considered powerhouses." Shuai Junwei's anger surged. He said word by word, "How are those 7 people now?" Qi Xingfeng said, "Killed them." Shuai Junwei's eyes were spitting fire. He asked, "Why did you kill them?" Qi Xingfeng looked at him and said indifferently, "They were disrespectful to me." "Of course, they were killed. Why, do you want to avenge them?" Shuai Junwei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His aura was chaotic. He was trying his best to suppress his emotions. He said, "Since they offended you, sir, they deserve to die. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak to avenge them." Qi Xingfeng showed a lazy expression. He said, "Since you are not strong enough, why are you talking nonsense? To me, you are no threat at all. I can't be bothered to kill you." Shui Junwei's head was fuming with anger, but he could only endure it. This world was very realistic. His emotions must not surpass his strength. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Sir. Suddenly, Wei Dongyang said, I am Long City's Wei family's patriarch. I am willing to pledge allegiance to you and become your subordinate. The other Wei family member was shocked, but he quickly understood. They were the only two left in the Wei family. If they did not find someone to cling to, it would be difficult for them to return alive. Qi Xingfeng glanced at him and said, Peak 6-star Emperor Wu. Not bad. Since you have the heart to pledge allegiance, I can't disappoint you. Just accept it. From now on, you are my lowly subordinate. Lowly subordinate? Wei Dongyang was dumbfounded. He said embarrassedly, Sir, I am one of the 3 overlords of East Domain's main city, Long City, Peak 6-star Emperor Wu. I am only 1 step away from high-level Emperor Wu. Qi Xingfeng said, I know. I have also heard of Long City's Wei family. Who is Wei Yantao to you? Wei Dongyang was stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. He said in shock, Wei Yantao. His heart was in turmoil. Wei Yantao was the Wei family's patriarch several generations ago. He was also the strongest patriarch in several generations. He had reached the level of 8-star Emperor Wu. He swallowed with difficulty and said, Wei Yantao is my ancestor. He was the patriarch 5 generations before me. Do you know my ancestor? Qi Xingfeng nodded. He was my mid-level subordinate. Everyone was greatly astonished. Qi Xingfeng had a calm expression on his face, and did not seem to be lying at all. Not to mention how it was possible for an 8-star martial emperor to become someone else's subordinate, that Wei Yantao was someone from 1,000 years ago. Could it be that this person before them was 1,000 years old? Wei Dongyang felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He didn't know what to say. Qi Xingfeng said, If you follow me, advancing to a high-level Emperor Wu will be a piece of cake. Come with me. He turned around and walked towards the mausoleum. Wei Dongyang didn't know why, but his heart was filled with joy. He trusted Qi Xingfeng's words as if the 7-star Emperor Wu was right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them stepped into the mausoleum. At this time, the mausoleum seemed to ripple like water, and the situation inside became blurry. Li Yunxia's expression changed. He took a step forward and followed, stepping into the mausoleum. The Shui clan and Du clan looked at each other and stood there, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. As soon as Li Yunxia stepped into the mausoleum, he felt a strange force rushing towards him. It penetrated his body and went straight to his beer and knowledge sea. He was startled and hurriedly circulated the divine evolution art to resist the external force. Cold sweat poured down his body. What made him even more frightened was that even when he circulated the divine evolution art, his beer and knowledge sea were slowly being eroded. He was shocked and immediately circulated the soul battle technique. His body started to turn into a demon, and a majestic soul power surged out. He formed a seal with one hand and the ancient Maha character of the divine evolution art appeared in his hand. He slapped it in all directions, shaking off the strange force. 9th rank alchemist, ancient Maha scripture? Qi Xingfeng's surprised voice sounded. He, Wei Dongyang, and the other 2 were standing not far away. The 3 of them were shrouded in a black aura and didn't seem to be affected by the strange force. Qi Xingfeng was looking at him in shock. You're indeed someone blessed by the heavens. You've reached the 9th order in both martial arts and sorcery, and you've even grasped a portion of the ancient Maha scripture. Li Yunxiao asked in shock, why aren't you affected by this power? The strange forces that had been dispersed by the great evolution divine skill rushed in again. In front of Qi Xingfeng and the other 2 were the central evil warriors who had escaped earlier. There were less than 10 of them left, and they were all kneeling at Yu Yixian's feet. Qi Xingfeng said, once you enter this mausoleum, no matter how powerful your divine sense is, you will eventually be devoured and become a slave. If you pledge allegiance to me now, I will grant you glory. Li Yunxiao's face paled. He had never felt such fear in his life. Even death could not make him feel fear. But if he were to become a slave like those kneeling on the ground, it would be worse than death. Ancient Maha characters flew out from his hands and formed a godly art in front of him. He struck them out one by one, repelling the strange forces. Although it was effective, each of them consumed a great deal of his energy. He couldn't sustain it for long. Xianxia's gaze suddenly focused. He stared at the divine art of creation. His face was full of astonishment. He said in horror, You actually mastered a complete divine art? Xianxia said coldly, That's right. I have a complete godly art in my hands. Why, are you tempted? If I'm controlled by that strange force, you won't be able to obtain this godly art. Xianxia was greatly moved. He said in shock, If I'm not wrong, this is a godly art for cultivating soul arts. My God, how can there be such a heaven-defying item in this world? He said coldly, If I save you, are you really willing to pass this godly art to me? His heart was pounding. His face was flushed with excitement. He almost forgot the purpose of coming here. Xianxia said coldly, Did I say that? But if I lose my mind, this godly art will be lost to the world. You saving me is equivalent to saving it. That's all. Xianxia said angrily, If I can't get it, what does it have to do with me? Xianxia sneered, As long as I'm alive, you will have the chance to get it. If I die, you won't have any chance. Xianxia was furious. But in the blink of an eye, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, Fine, I'll save you. He raised his hand and condensed a ball of demonic yuan in his hand. He said, Only demonic yuan can resist the power of this place. Release your defense and let my power enter your body. That way, you will be able to repel the strange power of this place. The ball of demonic yuan tumbled in his hand and flew towards Xianxia. It was about to enter his body. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, he struck out with his palm. The wind and clouds rose. With a boom, the ball of demonic yuan was dispersed. His face turned cold. Xianxia's expression changed. He said coldly, What? Are you afraid that I will use this demonic yuan to control you? After all, in the dragon transformation pool, Xianxia also saw demonic slaves and demonic servants. Xianxia said indifferently, This bit of demonic yuan is not enough to control me. So, I only need demonic yuan to resist this strange power. You should have said so earlier. He changed his hand seals. The golden ancient Maha characters in the air disappeared one by one. Then, he changed his hand seals again. A wave of demonic yuan surged out from his body. Black demonic patterns appeared on his body. His entire body was demonized on the basis of his demon transformation. Ever since the Great One mystical Qi had assimilated all of his powers, he could freely transform his Yuan Qi into demonic Yuan Qi and even spirit Qi. It was just that the amount of spirit Qi that he had assimilated was too little. Back when he had advanced to become a martial emperor, he had tried to simulate it using the laws of heaven and earth, but he had only been able to refine a small ball of spirit Qi. After Xianxia's entire body was demonized, the strange power around him was like two poles of a magnet. It was immediately repelled. Sure enough, it could not get close to him. What? Xianxia felt terrible. His heart was in turmoil. He felt that he had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had never been as shocked as he was today. He cried out in a daze, How can you control demonic yuan and not be demonized? Xianxia raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, If you can, why can't I? Xianxia could no longer stay calm. His face was ice cold. He was struggling in his heart. The person in front of him had entered the 9th rank in both martial arts and sorcery, mastered the complete soul-refining deity art, and could even easily control demonic yuan. If he was allowed to continue developing, who in the world could defeat him in the future? Even he felt a great threat, and his eyes flashed with thick killing intent. He said slowly, Are you willing to be my disciple? Xianxia smiled and said, Not interested. Xianxia said, Since you know my identity, you should know that Lu Congzi, the chief of the divine transformation sea, is my disciple. If you are willing to be my disciple, the divine transformation sea, and even the entire realm of heaven martial arts, will be yours in the future. When he said this, the two people of the Wei family behind him felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their brains buzzed and they almost lost consciousness. This person is the master of Lord Lu Xianxia of the Divine Transformation Sea? Wei Dongyang's whole body trembled. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He was surprised and happy. Now he finally understood why his ancestor was a middle-level subordinate. With his strength, he could be a low-level subordinate. This time, he felt very honored. Especially when he thought of what Qi Shengfeng said before. He said it would be easy for him to become a 7 stars Emperor Wu. Now it seemed that it was true, his eyes shone with excitement and coldness. As long as he entered the 7 stars realm, he would immediately return to Earth Dragon City and Long Valley City and exterminate the commander and Du family. Now, Hongyu City couldn't even take care of itself. It didn't have time to care about the affairs of the East Domain. Even if Hongyu City got involved, he didn't need to be afraid. His big brother was the master of Lu Xianxia of the Divine Transformation Sea. Wei Dongyang suddenly felt that he was superior. He straightened his back. The other person of the Wei family was also shocked. His face was full of joy. Li Yunxiao said coldly, I heard that with the return of Lord Feng, there is an undercurrent in the Divine Transformation Sea. It seems that your disciple doesn't give you face. Who did you hear this from? Qi Shengfeng's expression changed instantly. He said coldly, how can that traitorous disciple fight against me? If you are willing, I can directly make you the next master of the Divine Transformation Sea. When this condition was thrown out, even Li Yunxiao was shocked. The master of the world's 2 holy lands was already above all living beings. Li Yunxiao's expression became abnormally serious. If Qi Shengfeng dared to boast like this, it meant that he must have occupied a great amount of power in the Divine Transformation Sea. The world would probably be shocked. Wei Dongyang and the other person were also shocked beyond words. They both showed expressions of extreme envy. Li Yunxiao calmed himself down and said, fame and power are not what we seek. Qi Shengfeng's heart trembled, and his murderous intent appeared. Such a monstrous person actually had such a firm heart. In the future, the world would belong to this person. Since he could not control it in his hands, the only way was to kill it. Li Yunxiao also felt the surging murderous intent from him. He made a hand seal with one hand and said, did Lord Feng come here to kill me? Qi Shengfeng's face flashed with extreme struggle. He suddenly turned around and said indifferently, think about it. He then walked toward Yu Yixian's throne without saying a word. However, the murderous intent on his face was Yu Shen, and the murderous intent in his eyes was Yu Jian. Li Yunxiao let out a sigh of relief. At least Qi Shengfeng had no intention of making a move now. From now on, he could only take it one step at a time. Even if he really did make a move, he might not be afraid of the other party. Wei Dongyang revealed an extremely shocked expression. He did not understand why Li Yunxiao would refuse such conditions. He and the other 2 people exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed Qi Shengfeng. Suddenly, the cultivators who were prostrating on the ground stood up one by one. They turned around and stared at the approaching Qi Shengfeng with evil eyes. With a loud roar, they attacked. The strength they had displayed earlier had all been restored. Qi Shengfeng's face revealed a cold smile. He made a seal with his hand and blasted it through the air. That seal was completely black. It was some kind of demonic art. It was like a square seal covering the sky. The lake water formed a whirlpool around the seal, sucking everyone in. Boom! Qi Shengfeng changed the seal in his hand and the seal directly exploded. Black light scattered in all directions like lightning. The bodies of several Emperor Wu cultivators were instantly pierced by the demonic aura. Their faces were filled with terror. One by one, they dropped to the ground and knelt on the spot with their mouths agape. One by one, the warriors knelt before them. Their bodies had been penetrated by the demonic aura and their wounds were beginning to corrode. Circles of demonic patterns began to appear on their bodies. The look of horror on their faces slowly disappeared. Finally, they revealed a strange smile and stood up from the ground. Li Yunxiao looked on coldly. He knew that these warriors had already been demonized and had become Qi Shengfeng's demonic slaves. Qi Shengfeng did not even look at these demonic slaves. Instead, he walked forward and looked at the person sitting on the throne. He said indifferently, Master Ancestor, the trap you set seems to have failed. Li Yunxiao's body trembled and his face was aghast. Yu Yixian was actually Qi Shengfeng's master ancestor, Based on this inference, Yue Xian was also a descendant of the demonic slaves. It was no wonder that Qi Xingfeng knew of this place and came alone. Qi Xingfeng continued, "What master ancestor failed to accomplish, let me take over." He took a step forward and was about to grab Yue Xian. Suddenly, the sword in Yue Xian's hand flashed and a sword beam shot out. Qi Xingfeng's expression did not change. He grabbed the air and directly obliterated the sword beam in his hand. Then, he struck out with his palm, directly hitting Yue Xian's body. Suddenly, a strange force was emitted from Yue Xian's body. It seemed to repel the demonic yuan and directly shook off Qi Xingfeng's palm force. Qi Xingfeng frowned and stared at Yue Xian's body as if he was deep in thought. But Li Yunxia was greatly shocked. The force that was triggered by Qi Xingfeng's palm was not unfamiliar to him at all, no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity along the way. The force that overflowed from Yue Xian's body was the power of Agarine that gave him such a headache. Could it be that Yue Xian also had Agarine in his body? Qi Xingfeng said indifferently, "Grandmaster, you have been dead for many years, why are you still so stubborn? This treasure should be passed down to the younger generation." His figure began to move, his hands constantly forming seals, and he struck Yue Xian's body one after another. Every strike was bounced off by the power of the Agarine, but he still did not stop, and his speed became faster and faster. Li Yunxia watched closely. Qi Xingfeng had displayed an extremely intricate refinement method. His understanding of the formula path was even higher than his own, and his every move was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. The power of Agarine on Yue Xian's body began to grow stronger and stronger, like an activated volcano that began to erupt. Clang, the huge sword seemed to be affected by the power of Agarine. It let out a long cry, and sword intent filled the air. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sword ray pierced through the air, and between it, a black crack swept across, and the monstrous sword intent went after Qi Xingfeng. At the same time, the huge sword in Yue Xian's hand vibrated violently, and gradually changed shape, slowly turning into an 8 feet tall Vajra, who put his palms together in front of him, and with a roar, his whole body blasted out. Li Yunxia's heart trembled. The treasured sword had actually transformed. Qi Xingfeng was also shocked, and stopped in the air. He formed seals with both hands, and a demonic light appeared in his hands, and he shouted, "Demonic flash!" Like a black lightning strike, endless demonic qi gushed out, turned into a sharp light, and blasted on the sword qi. The two forces collided in the air, and the aftershock spread, shaking the entire mausoleum. Li Yunxia's pupils shrank. He had seen this move used by Di Jia in Mount Meru. At this moment, Qi Xingfeng had probably completely absorbed the remains of Di Jun, and there was not much difference between him and a demon lord's doppelganger. After the sword qi was annihilated by the demonic flash, the body formed by the sword also attacked. With a roar, it pushed its palms together, and like a sword qi attack, its power was even more powerful than before. Qi Xingfeng's face was solemn, but he did not panic. Instead, his hands changed quickly, and a huge demonic shadow immediately appeared behind him. True demon form. Qi Xingfeng shouted, put his right hand in front of him, and pointed in the air. The giant demonic shadow behind him also raised its hand, and pointed in the direction of the hands formed by the sword. Boom! The two forces collided, and a large area of space directly shattered, spreading in all directions. The entire hall was overturned at this moment, and all the building materials were turned into ashes in the aftershock. With the two forces as the center, an energy storm swept out. Not only was the hall destroyed, but the entire bottom of the lake was also stirred up. More than half of the lake water was directly evaporated, and the remaining part turned into dragon roars that soared into the sky. The two people from the Wei family and the demonic slaves were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. The Wei family member and the demonic slaves were crushed on the spot, and Wei Dongyang and the remaining demonic slaves were also thrown out by the impact, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Li Yunxia was also shocked. The energy whirlpool was like a sea of sword qi mixed with a sea of demonic essence, and it constantly washed over his body, leaving many wounds. But at the same time, his body was constantly absorbing these two energies to repair his damaged body. Although his injuries were constantly expanding, the process was extremely slow. As for the people from the Du and Shui families outside the mausoleum, they were relatively far away and had made ample preparations. Although they were also affected by the impact, it was only injuries on top of injuries, and there were no casualties. However, their faces were filled with fear, not knowing what had happened. After a single exchange, not only did the entire lake water evaporate, but the environment also seemed to change. Everyone felt as if they were no longer at the bottom of the lake, and a strange scene spread out. Everyone was actually in a square. There were strange buildings all around them, like the shells of insects placed on the ground. Although they were strange, they emitted a majestic aura that aroused admiration and worship in the hearts of those who saw them. After a moment of shock, Li Yunxiao calmed down. There had once been an extremely powerful force in this area, and he had already deduced this from the various clues he had gathered. What he saw now should be the ruins left behind by that powerful force, but from the looks of the buildings, they weren't human. Lord Yunxiao, what happened? What the hell is going on? After a brief moment of panic, Shuai Junwei immediately discovered Li Yunxiao and hurriedly came forward to ask him. Li Yunxiao was in a sorry state at this moment. His body was densely covered with wounds that looked shocking, but the truth was that they were all superficial wounds that didn't touch his internal organs. He raised his head and looked up. Qi Xingfeng had actually disappeared after a single exchange with the transformed sword. Not only that, but even Yu Yixian's body had disappeared. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the sky, and an intense light dazzled the eyes. Then, a figure rapidly fell from the sky, directly smashing into the ground and causing the earth to crack. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The person who had been knocked down was actually Qi Xingfeng. How is this possible? Could it be that the transformed sword had the upper hand? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Qi Xingfeng crawled up from the deep pit in the ground. His face was calm as he looked up into the sky and said, "Grandmaster, I came here according to your instructions. Why aren't you willing to pass this body to me?" Within the strong light in the sky, a figure gradually appeared, holding a large sword in his hand. The figure's face gradually became clear to everyone. It was Yu Yixian. Ah! It wasn't just Shuai Junwei and the others who were shocked, even the calm Li Yunxiao was shocked and could no longer remain calm. The demon slaves in the distance immediately flew over and spread out around Qi Xingfeng, forming a defensive posture. Wei Dongyang didn't see anyone, so he had probably hidden himself. In the sky, although Yu Yixian was full of vigor, his expression and eyes were somewhat dull. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "The demonic aura, my descendant has finally found it for me." Qi Xingfeng's expression changed and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He said, "Grandmaster, what is going on? Please inform your successor." Yu Yixian said, "Give me the demonic aura." Qi Xingfeng's pupils shrank. He could naturally see that Yu Yixian was not normal. He said coldly, "Grandmaster, are you dead or alive?" Yu Yixian's expression suddenly became ferocious and he roared, "Give me the demonic aura." He then raised his large sword and swooped down. The sky was directly cut in half. The huge sword fell from the sky like a meteorite. Qi Xingfeng's expression was cold. Although he was solemn, he didn't panic. It seemed that he could still control the situation in front of him. He formed a seal with one hand and stood there quietly. Suddenly, the space around him changed and he disappeared. It was the teleportation technique. With the strength of his soul, even the Jiutian Emperor's qi couldn't suppress the space and stop him from teleporting. And the demon slaves' expressions became extremely ferocious. They roared and rushed towards Yu Yixian. Their bodies swelled up and they wanted to use self-destruction as an attack. These people were all mid-level Emperor Wu powerhouses who could survive from the tragic battle. At this moment, all of them self-destructed. The strength of the force was terrifying. Pung! 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 A huge tremor sounded. Every warrior's self-destruction would directly blast a black hole. Yu Yixian's sword qi was directly annihilated by the force of the explosion. His whole body was also affected. Qi Xingfeng instantly appeared in the sky not far away. He once again displayed the true demon image. The huge demonic giant spirit formed a seal in the sky, forming a strange black symbol in the air. It suddenly fell towards the place where the explosion happened. Although Li Yunxiao and the others stood far away, they also felt a huge pressure. It was as if the sky was covering them. Rumble. The huge black symbol fell and exploded at the place where the demon slaves exploded. A huge force shot out in all directions. The surrounding magnificent buildings were destroyed in large numbers. They directly turned into powder and no longer existed. Everyone was affected again. They all spat out a big mouthful of blood. Each of them revealed a look of fear. With such a strong force, if it happened a few more times, they would be completely finished. Only Xianxia was still calm. However, his expression was solemn. The wrinkles on his forehead could not be resolved. He seemed to be thinking about something. As the dust settled, the destroyed landscape of the square was gradually revealed. Under the demonic seal, almost all the buildings had been destroyed and turned into ruins. As for Xian, he was also smashed into the ground by the demonic seal after the demonic slaves had self-destructed. A bottomless pit was formed, leading straight to the ground. Xingfeng stood quietly in the sky with his hands behind his back. His expression was unusually calm, as if everything was under his control. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He estimated that Xingfeng's strength was comparable to that of Lu Jianba, who was at the peak of the 7 stars. He might even be stronger than the latter. The shock in his heart was indescribable. It should be known that Xingfeng's current body was only that of a martial arts ancestor. He was purely relying on his soul and demonic ether. If he could find a powerful body to possess, his strength would most likely rise to 9 stars. From his previous murmurs, it seemed that he wanted to possess Xian's body. Rumor had it that Xian was also a strong practitioner of physical techniques. Although his physical strength was not as famous as Ao Changkong's, he also cultivated an extraordinary technique. Moreover, he seemed to have mastered the power of Agarine. If Xingfeng obtained it and refined it, his combat strength would definitely be comparable to that of Emperor Zhouxing. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several tremors came from the ground. Following that, the square with the black pit as the center completely cracked and turned into pieces. An extremely powerful attack directly rushed up from below, slashing towards Xingfeng. Xian also rushed out, becoming one with his sword. He waved his sword, but it was a disorderly slash. Lord Patriarch, it's useless. Xingfeng's expression was indifferent. He sighed softly and said, I know that you're long dead. Right now, it's just that Agarine has produced a trace of its own spiritual consciousness and is controlling your body. His figure slowly faded in the air as he directly teleported down and landed behind Xian. A green light appeared in his hand and transformed into a green net. With a curl of his 5 fingers, the green net quickly spread open and flew towards Xian like a fallen leaf being blown by the wind. Xingfeng's hand seals kept changing. The net covered the sky and covered the earth, trapping the crazed Xian. Then, the net quickly closed up. Xian's expression was ferocious as he desperately waved his sword, wanting to cut open the green net. However, the sword Qi directly penetrated the green net and slashed into the distance, unable to harm him at all. The moment his body came into contact with the green net, he was locked in place. Xianxia was shocked when he saw this. He exclaimed, the tendons of the smoke mirage crane. There's actually such a thing in this world. Xingfeng looked back at Xianxia and showed a look of approval. He said, yes, it's the tendons of the smoke mirage crane. Its whole body is green and transparent. It can penetrate all kinds of power. It's the best to use it to tie people up. His hand seals continued to be performed. The green net became tighter and tighter. No matter how Xian struggled, it was useless. In the end, he was strangled so tightly that he couldn't even swing his sword. Even his physical strength was directly penetrated by the green net, unable to harm the body of the net. The smoke mirage crane was also a legendary monster. Although it was not a true spirit level 1, its tendons were even more valuable than a true spirit secret treasure. This kind of thing that could penetrate all kinds of power, even sword Qi couldn't cut it. It was almost an unbreakable existence. The green net directly pierced into Xian's flesh, but it couldn't break his skin. It showed that his body was extremely strong. Xingfeng's eyes revealed a look of excitement. He smiled and said, Master Ancestor, this Agarine is really naughty. I'm very nervous now. Will it like me? No matter how Yu Yixian struggled, his limbs had been completely tied up. He could only fly in and out of the air like a stick. Qi Xingfeng then took out a formation plate. He casually patted it. A green light spread out in the air. It was like a flat lake. It divided the sky into two halves. Two strange formations appeared on the surface. Then Qi Xingfeng made a hand seal. Yu Yixian, who was tied up by the smoke mirage crane tendons, was pulled into the formation by a huge force. He walked into the formation and began to make hand seals with a dignified look. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Even he didn't recognize these two strange formations. But he had already speculated that Qi Xingfeng wanted to take over Yu Yixian's body on the spot. Generally, taking over someone's body was extremely dangerous. It wasn't that the soul and the seized body couldn't fuse together. Only the higher the degree of compatibility, the smaller the repulsion between the two. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He didn't know where Qi Xingfeng got his courage from. He actually dared to take over someone's body in front of him. He was too arrogant. This made him hesitate for a while. He didn't know if he should take the opportunity to kill Qi Xingfeng. After all, Qi Xingfeng's body was filled with devil qi. In addition to his identity as a peak 9th stage arcane master, he was even stronger than an ordinary demon lord's avatar. Most importantly, the other party knew that he had the great evolution divine technique and the power of devil qi. Even if he didn't kill the other party would never let him go. After making up his mind, a murderous intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. But he also knew that this wasn't the best time. Only the moment when Qi Xingfeng succeeded in taking over his body would be the best opportunity to kill him. Since you have such courage, I don't mind giving it a try. Let's see how you block my killing move during the moment of taking over. The expression on Li Yunxiao's face gradually calmed down. He began to watch the ceremony of taking over. That formation board was definitely refined by Qi Xingfeng when he was at his peak. He just needed to use it now. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might not be able to carry it out. The two strange formations began to operate. Qi Xingfeng's body exuded a holy aura. His face was full of sincerity. He put his palms together and muttered to himself, as if he was praying. Then, a large amount of devil qi surged out of his body and rotated around him. All kinds of symbols appeared and disappeared in the air. The two strange formations were like stones being thrown into the water. They rippled and stacked on top of each other, slowly fusing together. Finally, they formed a large formation. The black qi directly surged into Yu Yixian's body. Yu Yixian, who was constantly struggling, suddenly stopped. His face began to distort. The original Heng Yuan's face slowly became lifeless. In the end, he completely lost his spirit. He turned into a shell and fell on his back. He fell directly onto the flat surface and did not fall. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He was overwhelmed with shock. The whole process was so simple. Moreover, it seemed that the Agarine spiritual wisdom in Yu Yixian's body did not resist. He struggled in his heart for a while. Finally, he made up his mind. Under the horrified gazes of the people from the Shui and Du families, he directly took out the 11 northern sky-cold star swords. In an instant, they turned into a huge sword shape and slashed through the air. The sword pierced into the flat surface, and its speed became extremely slow. Ripples spread out from the surface, giving off a pleasing feeling. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. He knew it was bad. This formation plate also had an extremely strong defense. At least, it could actually slow down his attack. Yu Yixian's face revealed a trace of playfulness. He said, "You finally couldn't help but make a move." The voice belonged to Qi Xingfeng. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He shouted and changed his hand seal. The sword shape instantly exploded in the air. A storm of sword qi swept up and wrinkled the whole surface. Bang! 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 The surface of the mirror was shattered bit by the storm of sword qi. After that, Li Yunxiao pointed out with his finger again, and the sword qi storm instantly shot towards Yu Yixian. "I'm very curious. Now that you're bound by the smoky mirage crane tendon, how are you going to block my sword qi?" Qi Xingfeng didn't seem to care about his attack. Instead, his expression kept changing. It seemed that something strange was happening to his body. When the storm of sword chi was right in front of him, he looked at it and sneered, although the smoke magic crane tendon can see through all kinds of power, it can't see through the power of corrosion. You also have devil aura, so you should know very well that devil aura can corrode anything. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke magic crane tendon that was bound to Qi Xingfeng's body broke. It turned into a faint green smoke and dissipated in the air. Such a treasure was gone just like that. However, Qi Xingfeng didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. To him, that thing had already completed its mission. He gently made a seal with one hand and his whole body moved in an instant, disappearing from the spot. Li Yunxia's storm of sword chi crushed the air. 11 swords appeared in an instant and flew back, stabbing into the ground. In the next moment, Qi Xingfeng appeared in the sky not far away. Looking at the treasured swords, he revealed a look of surprise and said, 11 ninth level profound weapons? It seems that the degree of your evilness is even higher than what I expected. It's really too scary. If it wasn't for the fact that I could see your true age, I would have thought that you were also a body taken over by some old monster. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. If even this couldn't hurt Qi Xingfeng, he knew that he didn't have a chance. He immediately waved his hand and kept the 11 swords. He turned into a bolt of lightning and was about to escape. Humph, now you want to escape? Do you think I'll allow you to leave? Qi Xingfeng sneered mockingly and said, you're very smart. You knew to take advantage of the moment I took over this body to attack. You also knew to take advantage of the fact that I haven't completely merged with this body to escape. However, what you don't know is that in order to obtain this body, my master has been preparing for thousands of years. He teleported in the air and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at the air. The strong force of the punch directly broke through the space. Layer upon layer, it was like the waves of the sea sweeping the sky. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. This punch was definitely Yu Yixian's power. If Qi Xingfeng had completely merged with this body, then he really wouldn't have any chance of escaping. However, although this punch was strong, it was only comparable to the advanced 7-star Emperor Wu. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Xingfeng didn't want to use his full strength, then he had not truly mastered it. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and his body turned into lightning again. He quickly retreated and took out the twilight cloud mirror, opening it in the air. The mirror light illuminated the area and blocked the fist light, but it still hit the mirror. Part of the power penetrated the mirror and was refracted into countless tiny rays. A small part landed on Li Yunxiao's body, causing his blood and qi to tumble, and he quickly retreated in the air. Qi Xingfeng revealed a shocked expression and said, Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud Mirror? You have such a treasure in your hands. His face turned gloomy, and he said coldly, Today, I want to see how many trump cards you have hidden with the Heaven's Mandate. He formed a seal with both hands, and the true demon giant spirit appeared behind him. He pointed down with one finger, and the dark clouds in the sky came crashing down like the end of the world. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. His guess should be right, Qi Xingfeng still couldn't completely control Yu Yixian's body, otherwise, there would be no need to use the true demon image, just 1/10 of Yu Yixian's power could easily kill him. His eyes flashed, and devil patterns began to appear on his body. His hands quickly formed a seal, exactly the same as Qi Xingfeng. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from the sky, and a black shadow slowly appeared behind Li Yunxiao. It was also an incomparably tall true demon giant spirit. As Li Yunxiao threw a punch, the pitch-black fist also descended from the sky. Bang! True demon image. Qi Xingfeng was shocked, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. The murderous intent in his eyes was incomparably thick. If this kid didn't die today, he would be a great disaster. Rumble. The two true demon images, one finger and one fist, collided in the air. Li Yunxiao's power was clearly weaker, and the fist wind collapsed one by one, and the giant spirit behind him also collapsed. A huge force directly transmitted to the center of Li Yunxiao's fist, and a sharp pain spread. The devil patterns on his arm were like bandages, unraveling inch by inch, as if someone was peeling off his skin. Qi Xingfeng's eyes became sharp, and he took a step in the air. The true demon giant spirit also stepped on the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere. The true fiend giant spirit raised his fist and chased after him. Wherever the giant spirit demonic fist passed, shockwaves violently rippled outwards. The hearts of the Shuai and Du family members were greatly shaken and their faces were filled with terror. Their bodies were like dried-up oil lamps, so how could they withstand such torment? Under the tumbling demonic energy, all of them vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. What made them even more frightened was that a large amount of devil chi directly entered their bodies from their wounds, and they began to demonize. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He gripped the northern sky-cold star sword in his hand and formed a sword seal in midair. Under his demonized body, Jiutian Emperor Qi gushed out and gathered around the sword, turning into the light of day. Under the guidance of his sword technique, thousands of starlight gathered. Sword skill, morning light. A sword slashed through the air, like the first ray of morning sun breaking through the night, dispelling the boundless darkness, bringing with it warmth, coming from the end of the sky. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed drastically. The sword will of that sword directly caused a phenomenon in the world. He seemed to see a trace of morning light rising behind Li Yunxiao. Hua! The fist radiance was pierced by the sword qi. The first ray of morning light pierced through the darkness, and the afterglow shone down. Humph! Qi Xingfeng snorted coldly. He held his sword horizontally in front of him, directly blocking the afterglow and causing a series of bangs. The sword will around Li Yunxiao's body did not diminish, and it continued to rise. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, like a peerless sword that could be unsheathed at any time, emitting a terrifying aura. Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "Such sword will has already reached the peak of martial arts. You can't only be at the age I see. What kind of existence are you?" Li Yunxiao said calmly, "What does this have to do with you? Everyone's path is different. Although I'm not your match, it won't be easy for you to kill me. If I'm not wrong, you've just obtained Yu Yixian's body, and it's not as good as that Heng Yuan body from before, right?" A strange expression flashed across Qi Xingfeng's face. Li Yunxiao's current appearance was calm and composed, completely the appearance of a grandmaster. That sword intent just now and this sovereign descending attitude were definitely not something that could be faked. It had to be something that could only be achieved through the process of thousands of tempering and refinement. "Humph, you really are something." Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "What kind of existence you are is indeed none of my business. But you have the complete soul refinement art, demonic yuan power and demonic arts, and even some things that even I can't see through. These are all things that I cannot tolerate." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "But you can't control Yu Yixian's body right now. Do you have the confidence to make me stay?" Qi Xingfeng snorted, "How will you know if you don't try?" The short conversation between the two ended, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Both of them were powerhouses who once stood at the peak of the continent, and both of them had secret arts and secret techniques. Qi Xingfeng's eyes became colder and colder, because he had no idea about Li Yunxiao's background. Li Yunxiao's eyes were indifferent, and there was a kind of laziness in them. This was because he was very clear about Qi Xingfeng's background. Qi Xingfeng was a little regretful. He regretted not taking down Li Yunxiao first when he first came here. Now, as Li Yunxiao had said, this body was not as good as the Heng Yuan body from before, and Li Yunxiao had recovered more than half of his soul power after adjusting his breathing. With this, the two's strength was very close. Qi Xingfeng said, "Leave behind the soul refinement art, and I can let you go today." Li Yunxiao said, "Impossible." Qi Xingfeng immediately said no more. The giant sword in his hand flashed, and he directly flew up. He closed his fingers like a blade and slashed down. He could not control the giant sword as he wished, so it was better to have it without it. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and the sword will around his body gathered at the tip of his finger, and he shot it out. Bang! The saber light collided with the sword will, and the absolute power spread out, engulfing the two figures. Heaven and earth shook, but the two bodies did not move at all. Qi Xingfeng raised his head and said coldly, "You also cultivated the body refinement art? Then I won't let you go today." He gathered his fists in front of him and pushed them out, without any fancy moves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, a large number of runes kept rolling on his arms, dyeing his fists with a dazzling golden light. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He raised his hand, and thousands of clouds gathered. Brilliant rays of light spread out in the sky, dyeing the area within a radius of a few hundred meters in a dreamy and illusory manner. Wind and clouds rule by me. The wind from his palm hit the air, and an extremely rich and dazzling light burst out. Bang! 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 With a series of explosions, the golden runes on Qi Xingfeng's fists were like fragile candlelight, flickering under the power of wind and clouds, extinguishing one after another. Qi Xingfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he said in horror, "What a powerful fist-will-palm technique." He suddenly pulled back his fists, held them upside down by his side, and half-squatted in the air. Bang! After Li Yunxiao's palm broke through the fist energy, it directly landed on his chest, and an extremely strong force made a dent in Qi Xingfeng's chest. The power of wind and clouds exploded, and thousands of rays of light shone in all directions. However, after that palm pushed forward a little, it seemed to have hit an iron wall, and it couldn't go any further. A cold smile appeared on Qi Xingfeng's face, and he said in a fierce voice, "Mountain Breaker Monument." The muscles on his body shook, and a strange force shook out from his chest, like a wild beast, and let out a roar. Li Yunxiao's palm felt a great pain, and his whole arm glowed with a golden light. The indestructible golden body was activated, and it resisted the heavy pressure. Bang! The two forces finally lost balance, and Li Yunxiao was shaken away. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Qi Xingfeng's mouth, but he stepped out in the air, and chased after Li Yunxiao. Wild beast seal. Li Yunxiao's body was shaken by that strange force, and his blood tumbled, and his arm was in a state of numbness. That seal was just like its name, it turned into a giant beast head, and swallowed him up. Li Yunxiao's left hand formed a seal in front of him, and immediately, the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol appeared, and he quickly formed a seal. Qi Xingfeng's eyes turned cold. Since his opponent could use the true demon giant spirit, then this 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol was not strange. Life is like a dream, flying swan seal. The world is a sea of bitterness, transcend the shore. Heaven and earth are infinite, 6 paths of reincarnation. His 6 arms instantly formed 3 seals. Tens of thousands of runes gathered from all directions, giving birth to different martial intents. Underneath these seals, it was as if a nebula had appeared around him. Strange patterns began to appear in the air, disappearing and vanishing. Under the light of the 3 seals, Li Yunxiao's face shined brightly, but his expression was still as calm as water. At the same time, he pushed out the 3 seals. Bang! 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 The world was like a giant seal, and it seemed as if it was collapsing. The sun and moon lost their light, and the beast head exploded under the light of the 3 seals. A supreme aura swept across the barren land, and the aura shot up to the sky. Qi Xingfeng was also shaken by the 3 seals, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back a few hundred meters before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock, and he could not believe what he had just seen. After that attack, the light on Li Yunxiao's body dimmed. 3 seals were used at the same time, and they all triggered the rules of heaven and earth. For him at this moment, it was too much. Although this move had forced Qi Xingfeng back, it had consumed too much energy, and it was difficult for him to continue. Do you still want to fight?" Li Yunxiao said proudly as he hovered in the air. His eyes were filled with an unyielding desire to fight. As he became a martial emperor again, the peerless heart of a ruler had also returned. Once he attacked, he would not fear anyone. Hee, not bad. After a short moment of shock, Qi Xingfeng suddenly laughed. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "You're very strong, and I like it. Let's fight for another 1,000 moves." He shouted, and his hands formed a strange posture in front of him. A faint roar could be heard, and he attacked from the sky. At the same time, the figure took extremely strange steps. As he attacked with that move, a faint golden light appeared under his feet. Li Yunxiao frowned. The attack came from the sky, and brought him great pressure, but what made him frown was a feeling of unease. Qi Xingfeng could not control Yu Yixian's body at this moment, and should have used his soul power and demonic power to attack, but what he was doing now was neglecting the essentials. He was using Yu Yixian's physical strength and cultivation to fight against him, as if he was. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was that his opponent was using the battle to train his physical body. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath. His eyes flickered as if he could see the smirk on Qi Xingfeng's face. F***ck. How dare you use me as a sparring partner? Li Yunxiao shouted angrily. He felt like he had been tricked. He opened the Archean heaven eye between his eyebrows, and the little King Kong flew out of the gourd. It turned into an 8-meter-tall King Kong and launched a King Kong fist. Tiny black vortexes spun under the fist wind of the little King Kong's fist, making an ear-piercing sizzling sound. Bang, bang, Qi Xingfeng's move was extremely powerful. It was far more powerful than the little King Kong's King Kong fist. It drowned the little King Kong's fist wind and swallowed it completely. Qi Xingfeng sneered. His silhouette followed and rushed into the light. He punched out again, wanting to destroy the puppet in front of him. During the fight with Li Yunxiao, he was surprised to find that his compatibility with his body was getting stronger. Therefore, he became more excited and brave as the fight went on. Bang, Qi Xingfeng's fist landed on the little King Kong's body, making a metallic sound. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and his bones were almost broken. Ah! What material is this thing made of? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He immediately realized that the puppet in front of him was made of top-notch 9th-stage material. It was impossible for him to smash it with his own body. The gourd's small King Kong was forced to take a few steps back by the punch. Anger appeared on its face as it threw another King Kong fist. At this moment, Li Yunxiao released the mystic thunder cloud roar again. He swooped down on a golden thunderbolt and spat out a bolt of lightning. Li Yunxiao knew that he could not stop until he completely defeated his opponent. He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms again, holding a weapon in each hand. The power of wind and fire shot out, transforming into a crocodile that he stepped on. However, the crocodile's form seemed to have changed. The fiery red dorsal fins and the fire patterns on its body seemed to have faded a lot, and there was a hint of white mixed in. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows, but he was overjoyed. The divine fire of the phoenix had indeed evolved after devouring part of the ice flame. However, he could not sense its existence, but this crocodile could summon the power of the divine fire. Perhaps this was the affinity of elemental power. Other than summoning the Emperor Wu's experts from the Universe God Monument, he was basically at full strength. Unless he was confident that he could kill the other party, he would definitely not reveal the secret of the World Divine Monument. This was even more fatal than revealing the deity technique. Qi Xingfeng immediately moved away from the joint attack of the gourd's little King Kong and the mystic thunder cloud roar, causing the 2 attacks to miss. He looked at Li Yunxiao coldly, then his gaze landed on the crocodile and said slowly, "These should be your strongest state and all your trump cards, right?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Yes or no, you'll only know after you try." "You dare to play me like a monkey, you're really daring." Qi Xingfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise, and his tone was filled with disdain. He said calmly, "You found out. However, isn't it normal for me to play you with my abilities? I enjoyed the warm-up match earlier, and I'd like to exchange 1,000 blows with you." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "But I'm very busy, I don't have time to play with you." "Oh?" Qi Xingfeng smiled, "You're serious now? So what if you're angry? As a 9th-grade sorcerer, you should know that without the Emperor's chi of a high-ranking Emperor Wu, there's no way you can suppress my teleportation. I'm destined to never lose in this battle." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "You're too confident, I hope you can still laugh later." With a thought, the gourd's little King Kong immediately closed in, and the mystic thunder cloud roar also spat out golden lightning, striking down from the sky. Qi Xingfeng looked at the incoming fist, and a mocking smile appeared on his face, and he mocked, "Are people who have the mandate of heaven this stupid?" He was about to teleport away when he suddenly noticed that the corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes had turned into a blood-red crescent moon, which was unusually strange. What? Spiritual attack? Qi Xingfeng stared blankly for a moment. Although the other party also had a 9th-level soul power, it was still far from his own. Just when he was about to mock the other party for showing off in front of an expert and overestimating his own capabilities, he suddenly discovered that the space around him had been locked. It was like a copper and iron wall, and he couldn't break through it. Not only that, but the entire sky had turned blood red, and it was abnormally demonic. The sun that shone in the sky just now had turned into a giant eye, and it was staring at him coldly. Ah. An illusion? Qi Xingfeng was shocked, and he said in horror, I've fallen for an illusion? The shock in his heart was indescribable, and he shouted, Junior, don't look down on me. He made a hand seal with one hand, and an invisible spiritual storm spread out from his body, and there was a faint mist on his skin. Bang! The heaven and earth anomaly created by Tsutsumi was instantly broken, but the gourd King Kong's fist was already in front of him, and the golden lightning was also pouring down. Qi Xingfeng made a hand seal in front of him to meet the fist, and a three-headed and six-armed form appeared behind him. One of his arms made a hand seal, and he raised it high. A white flame condensed at the tip of his finger, and it directly shot out, engulfing the golden lightning. Pow! At the same time, the gourd King Kong's fist had already landed on his palms, and the entire sky shook. Li Yunxiao kicked the crocodile, and it immediately turned into a tempest fire wheel, which rolled in the air. Terrifying elemental power spread out, and the entire sky was directly crushed. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed, and he shouted, brush and painting. He held a red brush in one of his arms behind him, and he drew a few times in the air. Every drop of red ink turned into a martial artist, and suddenly, thousands of soldiers appeared, and they rushed toward the tempest fire wheel with a murderous aura. Li Yunxiao's body shook violently, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He also recognized the vermilion brush. It was a legendary item that had been refined by a peerless alchemist called Ma Liang. It could turn stone into gold and turn something rotten into something magical. This vermilion brush was also known as Ma Liang's godly brush. Qi Xingfeng was in charge of the divine transformation sea and led the alchemists in the world back then, so he definitely had more treasures than Li Yunxiao. For the first time, Li Yunxiao felt that he had turned from a nouveau riche into a country bumpkin. He gritted his teeth, raised the dusk cloud mirror, and shone it in the air. The thousands of soldiers became sluggish in the light of the mirror, and the tempest fire wheel directly rolled under the countless experts. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out, and the scene was like a real battlefield, but there was no blood. Instead, the dead martial artists instantly turned into red ink and dissipated in the air. Qi Xingfeng drew in the air again, and a giant door came down from the sky, and with a loud bang, it blocked the tempest fire wheel. Rumble! The giant door kept ringing from the impact of the tempest fire wheel, and it seemed like it wouldn't be able to withstand much longer. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed, and at this moment, he was still holding the small gold gourd with both hands. He continuously shot out a few seals at the small gold gourd, and then he grabbed the gold gourd's arm and threw it away. The Dharma idol behind him stretched out a hand, and it was dragging a green nether wheel, which was engraved with strange patterns, and it constantly emitted ancient Maha characters. The nether wheel let out countless sharp whistling sounds, and a huge green wheel shadow flashed in the air. Bang! An explosive sound came from the body of the small gold gourd that was thrown away, and it was obviously cut by the nether wheel. 90% of its neck was cut off, and only a little bit was left hanging there, and its entire head was drooping backward. What? Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng both screamed in shock at the same time, and their eyes were filled with horror, as if they couldn't believe it. Qi Xingfeng finally realized that the power of the opponent's profound artifact seemed to be no weaker than his. The power of the nether wheel seemed to be able to cut through almost everything, and even a 9th-grade profound artifact could not withstand its attack, but the small gold gourd could not even cut off its head, and what shocked him even more was that the neck of the small gold gourd was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Memory gold. And northern cold star iron and heaven illuminating gold. This puppet actually has these 3 items. The coldness in Qi Xingfeng's eyes grew. He clenched his teeth and immediately identified all the materials. However, what he didn't recognize was that this gourd's little Vajra was half demon and half weapon, and definitely not a puppet. Bang! The door that was blocking the great wind fire wheels was finally blasted open, and the power of wind and fire turned into a whirlwind, sweeping across the sky. At the same time, there was a cold light on Li Yunxiao's body, and he once again took out 11 northern cold star swords. The sword talismans flew out, and the entire sky turned golden, directly splitting the sky and earth. Qi Xingfeng's face was extremely gloomy, and he said coldly, "You really are a terrifying opponent to be able to force me to use 2 top-notch profound artifacts." Originally, it was a game of cat and mouse, but unexpectedly, it began to fall into a difficult situation. The nether wheel in his hand suddenly moved, and a green light flashed in the air, immediately smashing the sword talismans in the air, and with a bang, thousands of sword rays burst out. The Maoyang divine pen pointed in the air, and a Milky Way appeared, crossing the sky and rushing toward the wind-fire wheels. Boom! When the wind-fire wheels came into contact with the power of the Milky Way, it was immediately blocked, and it could not move forward. It immediately turned into the true form of the crocodile, and became an 80 feet tall crocodile monster, pushing the Milky Way with both hands, and roaring to the sky. Qi Xingfeng snorted, and then he raised the nether wheel again, and a green light flashed. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with terror, and a sense of danger of death emerged in his heart. The terrifying thing about the nether wheel was not only that it could cut through everything, but what was even more terrifying was the speed of the cut, which was almost instantaneous. If one could not catch it in advance, it would be impossible to block it at the last moment. At this critical moment, the arm that was holding the Universe God Monument behind him blocked. The Universe God Monument instantly blocked in front of Li Yunxiao, and the power of the world evolved, swallowing everything. Bang! The power of the world that had just evolved from the monument was also slashed by the green light of the nether wheel, and a huge force caused Li Yunxiao to retreat rapidly in the air, and that arm of his was completely numb. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed greatly. The nether wheel, which had always killed his opponent with one move, had attacked twice today, and it had actually failed. This made him feel that it was absurd, and he felt that it was extremely unreal. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked than Qi Xingfeng. Not only did the flowing light on the divine steel in his hand disappear, but there was also a shallow mark on it. The divine steel had been damaged? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt cold all over. If such a powerful magical weapon attacked him again, how could he resist it? Qi Xingfeng also felt bitter in his heart. Activating the nether wheel required too much energy. He had already activated it 3 times. With his current body condition, he might be able to forcefully activate it 2 more times. However, the unknown profound-level weapon in Li Yunxiao's hand was actually unscathed by his slash. Even the small King Kong from the gourd, which was a mixture of heavenly illumination metal and northern cold star iron, had almost been beheaded. This made Qi Xingfeng nervous. He didn't dare to activate the nether wheel recklessly. Rumble. While the two of them were worrying about each other, the crocodile broke the Milky Way. The silver light in the sky disappeared, leaving only a small dot. The crocodile roared. It stared at Qi Xingfeng, but it didn't rush forward recklessly. Among the 3 monsters surrounding Qi Xingfeng, none of them were normal. The mysterious thunder cloud roar had been upgraded all the way. It had gone through several incredible mutations to reach its current level 9 power. The small King Kong from the gourd and the crocodile were even more powerful. There was no other monster like them in the whole realm of heaven martial arts. Qi Xingfeng had a grave expression on his face as he sized up the 3 freaks before shifting his gaze to Li Yunxiao. In his eyes, Li Yunxiao was the biggest freak. Clatter. Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding with each other came from the sky. Qi Xingfeng made a sign with one hand, and a faint black gas appeared around his body. A chain shuttled out from the gas and circled around him from bottom to top like a nebula. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. This was the demonic lock he had used to lock Di Jia in the Transdragon pool. It was what he had been looking for. The demon essence chains twisted in the air like a snake, and one end fell onto Qi Xingfeng's palm. His face flashed with a cold light, and his hand seals changed. The chains instantly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. Keyhole Nebula! Qi Xingfeng shouted. The whole sky was filled with crashing sounds. The chain split into 2, then into 3, and spread out like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, it formed a strange formation and locked Li Yunxiao inside. Qi Xingfeng said coldly. My demonic lock can even lock a demon lord's demonic aura. You can't use your Dharma Locky true body without the support. He made another gesture and the formation formed by the chain immediately closed up. In an instant, Li Yunxiao was tied up like a rice dumpling. There seemed to be a force on the demonic lock. Li Yunxiao's demonic lock receded like the tide. The black patterns on his body disappeared, and his Dharma Locky true body returned to normal. A look of surprise appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he stared at the demon yuan lock. Aside from being completely black, there were also some white spots scattered in the middle. He did not know what material it was made of, but the part that was tied to his body gave off a cool feeling that refreshed his heart. Qi Xingfeng's expression was cold as he said coldly, I originally wanted to take you as my disciple, but I've already given up on that idea. Hand over the god-tier spiritual art and I can let you die a quick death. You don't want me to use you to refine your soul, do you? Although you also have rank 9 soul power, you should know the difference between us. Li Yunxiao said, I really want to know how this demonic lock was made. Why can it restrain demonic qi? Can Lord Qi dispel my doubts? Qi Xingfeng's eyes shot out a stern look. In this state, Li Yunxiao could still look normal. If he didn't have great willpower, then he still had a trump card in his hand. Humph, it's easy to know. Wait for me to cripple your martial arts foundation first. A Rui scepter that was as smooth as water suddenly appeared on one of his arms. It flew out of his hand and turned into a stream of light that struck Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's face changed. With one look, he knew that the Rui was a rank 9 item. Moreover, this kind of strange Xian artifact usually had an extraordinary item. He didn't dare to be careless. He suddenly shouted, since Lord Qi is not willing to dispel my doubts, then I can only find it myself. Clang! His body shone with golden light. Rays of golden light broke out of his body. The 3 heads and 6 arms appeared again. The 6 arms directly opened the demonic lock that tied him up. What? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He didn't understand how his opponent could display the 3 heads and 6 arms without the power of demonic qi. Moreover, the golden light on his body was like a legendary supreme body refinement technique. Li Yunxiao's 2 arms tightly grasped the chain. The 1,000-year overlord saber appeared on one arm. He crazily poured a mass of divine power into it, and the true dragon's tear appeared on the other arm. It brushed across the blade and stimulated the corpse puppet's spiritual sense. A dazzling light soared into the sky, whistling as it slashed towards the Rui. The other 2 arms quickly formed seals, forming runes that flowed in the sky like a nebula. In his eyes, Tsutsumi reappeared. Wherever he looked, the demonic lock began to slowly move as it was being dragged by him. Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He immediately understood what Li Yunxiao was thinking. He actually wanted to take away his demonic lock. Qi Xingfeng angrily shouted, savage! Boom! The corpse puppet in the sky rushed towards the Rui, causing a huge tremor. The saber light immediately disintegrated. The Rui's falling momentum was blocked, but it spun rapidly in the air. Rays of jade light spread out and began to grow larger. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He didn't know what kind of treasure that Rui was. Under the strongest attack of the 1,000-year overlord saber, it was only beginning to unseal. An extremely strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. At this moment, in the state of indestructible golden body, Genryu had also become one with him. However, he still felt like a lamp that had run out of oil. Most of his power was used to take away the demonic lock. The light in Tsutsumi's eyes became increasingly strange. The shock in Qi Xingfeng's heart was no less than Li Yunxiao's. He also looked at the Rui that was unsealing and said angrily, damn brat, you really deserve to die. A ray of white light slowly appeared in his hand. And then became dazzling. A ray of metallic light appeared. Another abnormal profound level weapon was about to be displayed. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The unsealing of the Rui in the sky still made his hair stand on end. If another treasure of the same level appeared, he would definitely die. He shouted, little King Kong from the gourd, punch with all your strength. The aura of the little King Kong from the gourd, who had just repaired its neck in the sky, changed. There seemed to be a strange force that shook its arm. Qi Xingfeng's face was full of murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely ominous feeling surged in his heart, and even a trace of fear. Pa, pa. The little King Kong from the gourd clenched its fist. Circles of air exploded around it, and a strange color seemed to appear on the fist wind. What's going on? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. The ominous feeling became stronger and stronger. He stared at the little King Kong from the gourd with some bewilderment. The little King Kong from the gourd finished gathering its power. It took a step forward and then launched a straight punch. An extremely small ice flame appeared on the fist wind. It was like a speck of white light in the dark night, dazzling the eyes. This is... The Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Qi Xingfeng's entire body jumped up and let out a cry of terror. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His face twisted, and his body trembled violently because of fear. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame. It's actually the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. This is impossible. Qi Xingfeng suddenly went crazy at this moment. He suddenly teleported away and appeared on the giant Rui in the next moment. He teleported again with the Rui. In the next moment, a ray of light appeared hundreds of meters away. It was Qi Xingfeng's figure. He turned into a ray of flowing light and fled. Li Yunxiao suddenly froze for a moment. He did not expect Qi Xingfeng to actually flee without a fight. A strange expression immediately appeared on his face. Once Qi Xingfeng and the Rui disappeared, all the pressure disappeared. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He poured all his soul power into Tsutsumi, and the shape of his pupils changed. Whoosh! The demonic primordial lock moved faster. In a few breaths, it was absorbed into Li Yunxiao's brow. Phew! He exhaled heavily, and the golden light disappeared completely. He was on the verge of collapsing. Not only him, but Genryu was also in a state of near exhaustion. He began to fall into a deep sleep. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame? Is this white ice flame called the Ice Fiend Heart Flame? Li Yunxiao looked at the little King Kong, who was motionless in the air after the punch. He muttered to himself, it seems like Qi Xingfeng knows a lot about the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. No wonder he was once the master of the Divine Transformation Sea. Although this thing is terrifying, there are too few of it. He only scared it away. I have to leave quickly. If I let him calm down and come back, I'll really be dead. This flame was produced by Xiao Hong, who had fused with the Rainbow Twin Stones. Agarine existed in Yu Yixian's body. It seemed like the two were indeed related. What on earth is the Rainbow Stone? Li Yunxiao was very confused. This thing, which he had never heard of before, seemed to contain great power. Not only Qi Xingfeng, but also Yu Yixian and the former Red Moon City Lord were involved in this matter. I'm afraid the Divine Transformation Sea is going to be in a great storm. It may affect the whole realm of heaven martial arts. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction where Qi Xingfeng had escaped. If that soul at the peak completely merged with Yu Yixian's body, no one in the world would be a match for him. Lord Yunxiao, save me. When Li Yunxiao was about to use Thunder Escape to leave this place, Shuai Junwei's voice suddenly came from afar. Shuai Junwei's whole body was pitch black. Circles of patterns appeared on his body. He had been demonized. His face was full of demonic patterns. But in his eyes, there was fear and struggle. A trace of intelligence was fighting. Du Linling, who was next to him, was the same. Her eyes were pleading. The rest of the people had been completely demonized. When they saw Li Yunxiao coming over, their eyes were full of ferocity and ferocity. Li Yunxiao sighed. These people who were completely demonized could still maintain a certain degree of sanity, but as soon as they saw Qi Xingfeng, they would completely become slaves. They saw the battle between him and Qi Xingfeng, so he became their enemy. Boom! Boom! The two demonized people directly rushed up, the wind from their fists pierced through the air. They had actually recovered to their peak state, and the moment they attacked, they were ruthless and deadly. Li Yunxiao was currently on the verge of collapse. The small King Kong in the gourd in the air instantly flew down under his will, and punched out with all his strength. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame suddenly exploded at the tip of the fist, and the wind from the fist scattered in all directions, causing the entire space to stagnate, as if it was frozen. Kacha! The bodies of the two demonized Emperor Wu that rushed up seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, showing a light blue color, and then their flesh began to slowly disappear. They looked like they were frozen, but in fact, they were burning. It was extremely strange. Shuai Junwei and Du Linling's faces were filled with shock and fear. The remaining few demonized Emperor Wu did not have any fear, and they all roared and rushed up. The crocodile in the sky also roared, turning into a giant windmill in the air, and rolled down, smashing a martial artist into pieces on the spot. The mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar also spat out thunder and lightning in the air. Under the cooperation of the three monsters, all the demonized martial artists were killed in a few breaths. Shuai Junwei and Du Linling saw Li Yunxiao's gaze move over, and their bodies trembled in fear, their faces filled with fear and pleading. Li Yunxiao said, "You two won't blame me for killing them, right?" "No, no, of course not." Shuai Junwei shook his head like a rattle drum, and hurriedly said, "They have already been demonized, there is no saving them, but the two of us still have our sanity. I hope Master Li Yunxiao can save us." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will save you." He stepped forward and pointed several seals in the air. Two waves of energy directly entered the two's bodies. What shocked Shuai Junwei and Du Linling was that what Li Yunxiao had transmitted into their bodies was only ordinary emperor qi, but it was able to assimilate the devil qi that was corroding their bodies and divine sense, quickly dispersing it. Shuai Junwei and his companion still didn't dare to believe it. After carefully inspecting their bodies, they were immediately overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Lord Dongyang, you have been hiding underground for a long time. Now that your master has left, when will you come out?" Shuai Junwei and Du Linling's expressions changed. They exchanged glances with each other and a glint flashed across their eyes. The entire wasteland was silent, not a single sound could be heard. The mystic thunder cloud roar raised its head to the sky and roared. A bolt of lightning shot down and struck the ground. It blasted open layers of the earth's crust, and the golden lightning continued to drill in. Boom, not far from where the lightning struck, the earth split open. Wei Dongyang turned into a ray of light and escaped into the distance without any hesitation. Li Yunxiao sneered. The great sorrow dust cloud mirror appeared in his hand and he shone it into the sky. Wei Dongyang's body froze on the spot. In that instant, the three monsters caught up and surrounded Wei Dongyang. Wei Dongyang's physical strength had not even recovered by 30%. He looked at the three monsters in fear and begged for mercy, "Lord Yunxiao, spare me. I am willing to be your subordinate." Li Yunxiao's expression sank and he said disdainfully, "I don't have Qi Xingfeng's hobbies." "Kill him." He uttered these two words. The three monsters immediately attacked and killed Wei Dongyang without any suspense. Shuai Junwei and Du Linling were terrified. They were happy and afraid. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Li Yunxiao, so they behaved respectfully. Li Yunxiao glanced at the two and said indifferently, "Let's go." Shuai Junwei was stunned and said, "Go? To where?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Of course, to go back. There used to be a powerful existence here, but it has been obliterated in history. Only Qi Xingfeng knows why Yue Xian chose this place to build his mausoleum. All the treasures are gone. Why not go back?" The two fell silent. This time, the two cities and four families came out in full force, but they were almost wiped out. Not only would the power balance of the two cities change, but the Shuai family and Du family would also become the strongest. Moreover, Earth Dragon City and Long Valley City would probably be at the bottom of the list of East Domain's main cities. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Junwei, I would like to borrow the Shuai family's teleportation formation to go to Crimson Moon City. Is that possible?" Shuai Junwei was startled and said, "Of course, of course." How could he dare to say no? He hurriedly said, "No matter what Lord Yunxiao wants to do, as long as Shuai Junwei is still in Long Valley City, just say the word. I, Du Linling, am also willing to listen to Lord Yunxiao's orders at any time." Du Linling also hurriedly expressed his position. Not only was his life in the hands of Li Yunxiao, but the strength that Li Yunxiao had shown was too shocking. To be able to have a good relationship with such a strong person, the importance and opportunity was self-evident. The three flew back at the fastest speed. Du Linling went to Earth Dragon City alone, while Li Yunxiao and Shuai Junwei returned to Long Valley City. After this battle, the Shuai family lost all their elites. Since then, they frantically increased the cultivation resources of the younger generation, and wantonly recruited foreign officials to consolidate their strength. Not long after, the Du family also unified Earth Dragon City and formed a strategic alliance with the Shuai family. They advanced and retreated hand in hand, and the situation in the two cities was stabilized. These were all stories to be told later. After returning to Long Valley City, Li Yunxiao and Shuai Junwei did not forget to say goodbye to Ziling. This further strengthened Shuai Junwei's decision to treat Zi Ling as a superior. Although Zi Ling was a little sad, she was still very happy. She knew that the gap between the two of them was too big. It was just a chance encounter under specific circumstances. Perhaps after this farewell, they would never see each other again in this life. But just this chance encounter had changed her life, and she was already very satisfied. After saying goodbye to Zi Ling, Shuai Junwei sent him off and stepped on the teleportation formation, heading directly to Crimson Moon City. Now he also basically knew the situation in Crimson Moon City. It was turbulent, and the undercurrents were surging. The management and suppression of the entire eastern region had become extremely weak, and the powerful sects were beginning to move. Now all the focus was on one thing, and that was the life and death of Jiang Churan, the city lord of Crimson Moon City. Although rumors were flying everywhere, saying that city lord Jiang was dead, before the news was confirmed, this suppressed volcano was only brewing. I heard that Tang Qing, the sect master of the Four Extremes sect, will be elected as the new city lord of Crimson Moon City. I wonder if this is true. Of course it's true. The notice has been posted this morning. I'm afraid a letter will be sent to all the sects in the eastern region today. In a few days, it will be sent to the other 6 major forces in the sanctuary. Bah! What city lord? It's the acting city lord. When City Lord Jiang returns, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Humph, City Lord Jiang? Humph, I'm afraid he will never come back. What did you say? A warrior on the street was furious. He pointed at another warrior and shouted, if you maliciously speculate about the whereabouts of City Lord Jiang again, I will duel you. The other warrior's expression changed slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, he coldly snorted and said, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The whole world already knows. What else is there to say? Another warrior beside the two shook his head and sighed. TSK, the affairs of the world are really like a game of chess. It's hard to predict. Such a big city like Crimson Moon City changed hands in the blink of an eye. It's too unbelievable. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely gloomy. He had heard these comments along the way. He stepped forward and asked, although Tang Qing's strength is comparable to Emperor Jiuxing, there are many experts in Crimson Moon City. I heard that the red, yellow, and blue elders have long been Emperor Jiuxing powerhouses. How could they let an outsider take over? Those martial artists sized him up, and one of them said, you just came from the other 3 regions, right? That night, it was cold and snowy. The entire Crimson Moon City and the Four Extremes sect were locked in a stalemate in the sky for an entire night. In the end, no blood was shed, and Crimson Moon City compromised. As for the specifics, I'm afraid no one knows except for Crimson Moon City and the Four Extremes sect themselves. Li Yunxiao frowned. Compromised? The shock in his heart was indescribable. Even if Crimson Moon City had lost Jiang Churan, it was still a colossus. It was not something that a second-rate force like the Four Extremes sect could compare with. How could they compromise for no reason? Moreover, before Jiang Churan had left for the end of time, he had repeatedly instructed Ning Qiuya to manage things. With Ning Qiuya's personality, she would never compromise. He said in a low voice, then do you know any news of Ning Qiuya? That cultivator's body shook, he shook his head repeatedly and said, dead. What? Li Yunxiao roared in rage. He nearly lost control of his mind. He could no longer suppress his aura, causing the air to explode. The massive impact immediately sent those warriors flying, some of them even spitting out blood. Everyone on the street was terrified. They thought that a fight was about to break out, so they hurriedly ran away. Those merchants shook their heads with distressed expressions. If it was in the past, who would dare to cause trouble on the streets of Crimson Moon City? But in this period of time, there were frequent killings, and no one seemed to care. It was likely that they could no longer stay in Crimson Moon City. Those warriors were also terrified. Although they could not see through Li Yunxiao's cultivation, just his barely suppressed aura was enough to injure them. He was most likely a powerhouse of Emperor Wu. One of them looked at Li Yunxiao's gloomy face and said in fright, my lord, calm your anger. I only heard it. Everyone said so, it has nothing to do with me. Li Yunxiao gradually suppressed his anger. His eyes were slightly red as he said word by word, "Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes." Those warriors all felt bitter in their hearts. This was something that the entire world knew, but they just had to say it and they were out of luck. They all glanced at each other. Finally, their gazes fell on a seemingly quick-witted warrior, indicating for him to speak. That warrior swallowed a few times before saying, "It is a rumor, it is a rumor." On the night that the Four Extremes sect took control of Crimson Moon City, Lord Ning Qiuye brought people to Purple Cloud Peak to investigate the matter of the end of time being sealed. He was intercepted by powerhouses and died. The killing intent on Li Yunxiao's body stirred up tiny whirlpools that spread in all directions. The entire street seemed to be covered in frost. Ning Qiuye's strength can be ranked among the top in the entire continent. Who has the ability to kill her? The cultivators were so frightened that they almost cried. They hurriedly said, my lord, this has nothing to do with us. Please don't kill us. Our status is lowly, and this is all we know." Li Yunxiao's eyes were as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Seeing the people in front of him crying and begging for mercy, he hated that he could not kill them all. However, he also knew that these people's knowledge was limited. No matter how much he asked, he would not be able to get anything out of them. His figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the street, turning into a beam of light as he flew towards Purple Cloud Peak. During this period of time, there were undercurrents surging in Hongyu City. There were more and more cultivators flying around, so they did not attract much attention. Purple Cloud Peak was lush and filled with spiritual energy. It was not affected by the people in Hongyu City, standing tall on the ground like before. Li Yunxiao directly landed on the peak. There was a huge empty area. The grass, trees, sand, and stones were all destroyed. It was clear that there had been an intense battle. The battlefield had already been cleaned up by the people of Hongyu City. There were no corpses, only the bare peak and some shocking marks. The entire peak had been split in half, and there was a deep crack that one could not see the bottom. Li Yunxiao spread out his spiritual sense and did not leave any clues. However, his heart was abnormally heavy. The terrain here showed that there had been an extremely powerful expert fighting not long ago. He took out the jade token that Ning Qiuye had given him and held it in his hand. He wanted to crush it several times, but in the end, he endured it. He turned into a beam of lightning again and flew towards Hongyu City. There seemed to be a faint glow in the pavilion below the Peach Blossom Cove. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he immediately flew down. "Who?" A man's voice filled with hostility came over. Li Yunxiao was very disappointed. He recognized this voice, it was Ning Hongfeng's. "Where is your sister?" Li Yunxiao asked directly. Ning Hongfeng's figure was revealed, looking rather dispirited. He was taken aback when he saw Li Yunxiao, but then he sneered and said, "Why are you looking for my sister?" Li Yunxiao said, "Your sister is dead?" Ning Hongfeng's expression froze and then became extremely ferocious as he roared, "Shut up! Your sister is the one who died." An extremely ruthless aura spread out from his body, pressing straight towards Li Yunxiao, and smashing into his chest. Li Yunxiao neither dodged nor gave way. He allowed the energy blast to land on his body and then disappear without a trace. He said, "In that case, Ning Qiuye has only gone missing?" Ning Hangfeng was shocked. His pupils shrunk as he exclaimed, You've become Emperor Wu?" The shock he felt was indescribable, and it caused him to lose his composure. When he fought with Ruinxiang in Red Moon City, Li Yunxiao was only a 6-star martial saint. Throughout the continent's history, when had he ever heard of such a monstrous speed of progress? Ning Hangfeng regained his composure after a brief moment of absent-mindedness. He regained his previous dispirited look and said indifferently, "Your talent is indeed incomparable to others. Sir Castellan once said that you're the first rising star, and he was right. In time, I'm afraid no one in this world will be a match for you." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. I'm only asking you, is your sister dead or missing?" Ning Hangfeng was irritated, but he suppressed it and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" Killing intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he said coldly, "If you weren't her younger brother, I would have crippled you first." "Cripple me? Ha, ha, ha." Ning Hangfeng laughed exaggeratedly and said, "Come on, cripple me." Let me see just how powerful you, the #1 rising star of the younger generation, have. The two of them could not contain the irritation in their hearts. An oppressive emotion slowly burned in their blood, and killing intent gradually condensed in their eyes. The entire pavilion became dazed under these two pressures, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Bang! Li Yunxiao did not stand on ceremony. He leaped up, and the floor beneath his feet instantly shattered. He smashed a fist forward viciously. Slap! Ning Hongfeng's pupils constricted, and he directly grabbed with both hands. With extremely accurate speed, he placed his hands on Li Yunxiao's arms and twisted his body, wanting to throw Li Yunxiao out. The two of them used pure physical strength and did not use any essence energy. And? Ning Hongfeng's heart suddenly trembled. When he grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm, it was as if he was grabbing a mountain. Even if he had 1,000 caddies of strength, he could not budge it in the slightest. Right at this moment of shock, Li Yunxiao's fist force broke through his defense and directly smashed onto his face. Bang! Ning Hongfeng's entire body flew out, smashing through countless buildings and almost falling into the river. His face immediately swelled up. Ha, ha ha, good hit. Ning Hongfeng covered his face and laughed crazily. He said, hit people but not the face. You're really ruthless. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, anyway, you don't want your face anymore. What's the use of keeping it? Ning Hongfeng suddenly fell silent and said, my sister is missing. Li Yunxiao said, I've been to the scene. There are limited people in the world who can kill her. Among these limited people, those who have the motive to kill her can be counted on one hand. Do you have a plan in mind? Ning Hongfeng's body trembled. Following that, his face revealed a mournful look as he said with a bitter smile, I only know that this matter is related to Tang Qing. There are countless experts in the world. Any matter can involve the interests of wanting to kill my sister. How can it be concluded? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he said coldly, this is also the second question I want to know. Why can Tang Qing enter Crimson Moon City and become the acting city lord? Just who is the person behind him? Ning Hongfeng's body started trembling. His face was full of grief, indignation, and despair. All of a sudden, he turned deathly pale. Gritting his teeth, he said, I have no comment on this matter. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned slightly intent, and he said, I'm not interested in this matter in the first place. But the person who supports Tang Qing is definitely the culprit who harmed your sister. Don't you want to find out whether your sister is dead or alive? Haha, the person who supports Tang Qing is the person who harmed my sister? Ning Hongfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Tears even came out, but the laughter was incomparably painful. That person who supported Tang Qing to take down Crimson Moon City was precisely the previous city lord, Ning Qiue, and his father, Li Yunxiao said coldly, looks like you suffered a big enough shock. Since you're not willing to say, then let me go find out the truth myself. He turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning. This matter did not just concern Ning Qiue, it also concerned Crimson Moon City. Since Jiang Churan died for him, he absolutely could not sit idly by and watch Crimson Moon City fall into trouble. But with a power that the entire Crimson Moon City could not contend with, he also knew that it was hard to resist. His heart felt like it was pressed by a boulder, making it somewhat hard for him to breathe. He strolled on the streets of Crimson Moon City alone. The moon in the sky had already recovered to its bamboo-white color, shining down coldly. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. His mind turned, and he looked in a direction. Back then, in order to exchange for the exploding yuan pill, he pawned the cold sword and ice frost, and agreed to let that old man crush the jade pendant to summon him after gathering all the materials. Just now, it was precisely that old man's jade pendant that sent a commotion. A direction coordinate was immediately sensed under Li Yunxiao's senses. It's actually not in Crimson Moon City? Li Yunxiao frowned and muttered to himself, based on the direction and distance, it should still be within the eastern region. I'll go to the city lord's manor to investigate first, then retrieve the cold sword and ice frost. After he made up his mind, he was just about to go to the city lord's manor when a fat figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhu Jingyi. Young Master Yun, is it really you? Zhu Jingyi's face was full of surprise. He hurriedly pulled him to the side and said, last time, I saw you leave the city with severe injuries. I was worried that you would not survive. Li Yunxiao frowned and immediately understood. He had been seen leaving the city while he was unconscious. He asked, how much do you know about what happened in Crimson Moon City? Zhu Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and poked Yunqi's shoulder. He said, I knew that you were definitely not a heartless person and would definitely return. That was why I had my brothers keep an eye on your whereabouts. As soon as I heard the report, I hurriedly looked everywhere for you. Do you know that Crimson Moon City is also looking for you? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He said, Crimson Moon City is looking for me? What do you mean by Crimson Moon City? Zhu Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, right now, Crimson Moon City is basically under Elder Tang Qing's words. Of course, it's the four extreme sects Tang clan that is looking for you. It's very dangerous for you to appear rashly. Hurry up and come with me. Li Yunxiao asked, where to? Zhu Jingyi said, where Miss Ruobing and Miss Ruome are. Li Yunxiao quickly followed Zhu Jingyi through a few streets and came to a residential building. There was an inconspicuous small courtyard in the building and they directly walked in. This small courtyard was the gathering place of the Ice Cube organization. It seemed to be empty now. Miss Ruome, look who I've brought. Zhu Jingyi shouted as he ran in. Li Yunxiao followed behind. When he entered the house, he saw a group of women gathered together, seemingly discussing something. They all raised their heads. Li Yunxiao. A few exclamations sounded. When Li Yunxiao looked over, his heart suddenly sank. He felt an extreme pressure on his chest. Apart from Jiang Ruobing and her sister, Wan Hongyu was also among them. They were all members of the Jiang clan. Most of them were women, but there were also a few men. Wan Hongyu's entire body was a few times thinner. She looked up and said indifferently, it's you? Young Master Yun, you really didn't die. Jiang Ruobing squeezed out a rare smile. She stepped forward and said, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see us? Why is your face so gloomy? A graceful and charming woman behind her opened her mouth and said, sister, big brother Yunxiao must have something to do. Don't make a fuss. That extremely charming woman was actually Jiang Ruome. After the curse was cast, she had gone on a crazy diet. Finally, she had slimmed down and became the #1 beauty among the crowd. Wan Hongyu said, now that the four extreme sect seems to want to capture you, why did you return to Crimson Moon City? Zhu Jingyi hurriedly said, Mistress, young Master Yun is extremely righteous. He must have known that we were in trouble, so he came back to save us. Oh? Wan Hongyu looked at him indifferently and said, if that's the case, then thank you very much for your concern. Although your strength is very strong among the younger generation, in the context of Hongyu City, it's really not enough. You should leave on your own. Li Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty, his face became even paler. How could he open his mouth and tell the women in front of him that Jiang Churan died to save him? Big brother Yunxiao, come in and sit. No matter what the reason is, we are very grateful to you. Jiang Ruome also walked forward, a fragrant scent assailed his nostrils. Her soft body directly wrapped around Li Yunxiao's arm. The two beautiful sisters pulled him from both sides and dragged him into the room. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I'm sorry. Wan Hongyu frowned slightly and said, young Master Yunxiao, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao slowly closed his eyes and said slowly, until the end of time, City Lord Jiang died to save me. Ah! Zhu Jingyi suddenly screamed and immediately covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes widened in shock as he stood to the side. The entire hall instantly quietened down. It was extremely quiet. What did you say? Big brother Yunxiao, what are you saying? My father is dead? Jiang Ruobing's big eyes were filled with tears, instantly turning into a small river, unstoppable. Although Wan Hongyu had already told them about this possibility, everyone still held a trace of hope. After all, no one could confirm that Jiang Churan was really dead. Even the people of the four extreme sect were afraid. Jiang Ruome's charming posture suddenly disappeared. Her hands let go of Li Yunxiao's arm, her body somewhat unsteady. Wan Hongyu's eyes immediately turned red. On that night when the stars fell and the sky was filled with snow, she knew that Jiang Churan was definitely dead. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was so real. It was the connection between husband and wife, more real than any news. "Mistress, what should we do?" One of the cultivators immediately panicked. All these days, their belief was that Xianxia was not dead. Now, this belief had collapsed. Everyone felt as if their eyes were filled with darkness, and there was no longer any light. Wan Hongyu already knew this would happen, so she was the calmest out of everyone. Her weak body trembled a few times before stabilizing. Her eyes were red as she sobbed, "With his cultivation, who could kill him?" Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and said, "Tianxi." Wan Hongyu's body shook and she cried sadly, "Tianxi, it really is Tianxi." Li Yunxiao said guiltily, "I'm sorry. The person Tianxi wanted to kill was me. It had nothing to do with him. He died to save me." The entire hall was filled with an extremely sorrowful atmosphere. Only sobs could be heard, and there were only a few male cultivators. Their faces were ashen, and their brows were furrowed with worry. The sorrowful atmosphere spread, and everyone stared at Li Yunxiao with hatred. Jiang Ruobing also cried, "You killed my father. You have to pay for my father's death." He raised his right hand, and a sword was unsheathed with a clanging sound, stabbing straight at Li Yunxiao. Bang! The tip of the sword stabbed Li Yunxiao's chest, but it was directly blocked by a golden light, unable to stab further. Li Yunxiao frowned. At this moment, his physical body was even stronger than a ninth-rank demonic beast. It was impossible for Jiang Ruobing to injure him. He grabbed the sword and directly stabbed it into his chest. Hiss! The sword entered his body, and dark red blood flowed out. Li Yunxiao also smiled sadly. His heart was also very bitter. Jiang Ruobing was shocked. She stood there holding the sword hilt in her hand. She was at a loss. And even her crying stopped. Wan Hongyu was the calmest among them. She glanced at Li Yunxiao and seemed to understand something. She said, "Saving you was Chu Ran's choice. We respect his choice. His death was the result of his own choice. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself." Pfft. When Li Yunxiao heard this, the stifled feeling in his chest finally exploded. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed miserably. "Haha, I don't have to blame myself? Of course I don't have to blame myself." All of them thought they were infallible. They thought their cultivation was unparalleled, and that they were great, right? Now that they're all dead, all of you must feel good. Everyone stopped crying. Looking at his somewhat deranged look, they all frowned, but their eyes were unable to conceal the disgust and anger. "Shut up, you trash." An old woman finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. "City Lord Jiang died to save you. Please be more respectful in your tone." "Haha, respect? I told him to run, but he had to show how powerful he was in front of me. He deserved to die." Li Yunxiao threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Trash, deserved to die." The old woman flew into a rage. She circulated a strand of yuan qi in her hand and was about to slash over, but she was stopped by Wan Hongyu. Wan Hongyu mournfully said, "This was Chu Ran's choice. My condolences." Everyone was shocked and angry. At this time, it was actually their mistress who comforted the person who caused the death of the city lord. All of them couldn't control themselves, and their anger soared to the sky. Only Wan Hongyu was facing Li Yunxiao. When she saw his laughter, which was uglier than crying, 2 streaks of blood tears flowed down from his eyes. "Haha, as expected, he was hiding here. My guess was right." A sneer suddenly came from outside the small courtyard. Instantly, dozens of powerful auras were distributed around the small courtyard. Everyone was shocked. They were finally discovered by the people of Hongyu City. Furthermore, there were people guarding in all directions, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Zhu Jingyi's expression also changed drastically. He already recognized who the voice belonged to. "Yan Xinghua, it's you bastard." Jiang Ruame gritted her teeth, and her body trembled in anger. A few people walked into the hall, and the one beside her was the leader of the Ice Cube organization, Yan Xinghua. He glanced around the hall and smiled proudly. "What are all of you doing?" It was as if he was mourning for Jiang Churen. Was he weeping for Jiang Churen? Haha. Zhu Jingyi seemed to be a little afraid of him. He shrunk his body and said, Brother Xinghua, how can you bring outsiders to capture Miss Ruome and Miss Ruobing? Pfft! Get lost, you damn fatty. Yan Xinghua rushed forward and kicked Zhu Jingyi, sending his fat body flying. Yan Xinghua, you ungrateful bastard. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Jiang Ruome's face was livid, and she pointed at him and scolded. Humph, pfft. I'm ungrateful? You bitch. When Yan Xinghua saw Jiang Ruome, an evil look appeared in his eyes. He laughed sinisterly, you used to be as fat as a mountain. How did you abuse me every day? I'd rather be dead than alive. Now that you're beautiful, I can return everything you've done to me in the past. Haha. And Miss Ruobing, TSK, let's share a sister. That's the joys of life, ha ha ha. His sinister laughter filled the air. All the members of the Jiang family were filled with righteous indignation, and smoke was coming out of their foreheads. When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. Their Miss Jiang had never suffered such humiliation before. A warrior beside Yan Xinghua frowned and said angrily, Old Master Tang wants these people. How dare you order them around? The old woman beside Ruan Hongyu glared at the warrior and said through gritted teeth, Jiang Chaopeng, the city lord treated you well when he was around, right? How dare you bring outsiders to capture the mistress? You're really cruel and unscrupulous. You're worse than a beast. The warrior, Jiang Chaopeng, looked ashamed and lowered his head, not daring to reply. Jiang Chaopeng, since you've chosen to follow Old Master Tang, you should draw a clear line with these old people. The leader of this group of people had a cold expression. He looked at the people in the room and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Yes, Grand Master is right. Jiang Chaopeng seemed to be extremely afraid of the person beside him and hurriedly nodded and bowed. Ruan Hongyu's eyes narrowed and she said, It's the four extreme sects Clear Cloud Hall's Hall Master, Hong Juanhuan. Tang Qing really thinks highly of us women. Hong Juanhuan laughed coldly and said, That's already a past identity. I'm now the leader of the Scarlet Moon City Imperial Guards, Hong Juanhuan. I've come under the orders of Scarlet Moon City's City Lord, Old Master Tang, to bring Madam, the two misses, and the other important people back. Humph, this Scarlet Moon City is no longer Scarlet Moon City. We'd rather die than go back. The old woman snorted coldly, her face filled with determination. Everyone else also looked like they were facing death calmly, showing their determination to fight to the death. However, there were also a few people who looked conflicted, their eyes filled with confusion and conflict. Jiang Ruame said coldly, Tang Qing, that old bastard, only wanted to hold my mother hostage to disintegrate some of the Jiang family's resistance. My mother saw through your plot, so she escaped. Today, even if I die standing, I won't go back with you on my knees like some cowardly beasts. The old woman said boldly, That's right. Today, we'll use our blood to rouse the Jiang, Ning, and Ruan family's fighting spirit. Haha? Fighting spirit? Hong Juanhuan laughed heartily and said, Madam's younger brother made the decision to marry Old Master Tang. It represents Madam's own will and the will of everyone in Scarlet Moon City. Are you going to go against the will of everyone in Scarlet Moon City? Ruan Hongyu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Yuanxi had no choice but to do so. Who would have thought that your Tang family would approach us step by step and want to annex our three families? How greedy. He'll suffer the consequences of his own actions one day. Humph, even if there is, you won't be able to see it, madam. Hong Juanhuan ordered, Capture them all and kill anyone who resists. The Jiang family dependents' expressions changed greatly. They didn't think that the other party would actually dare to give the order to kill. They thought that they would at most be captured and brought back. After all, Ruan Hongyu's existence was still of great value to Tang Qing. Perhaps something unexpected had happened in Scarlet Moon City, causing Ruan Hongyu to lose her value. No, don't kill me, I surrender. Immediately, a few weak-willed people turned pale with fright and hurriedly defected. The old woman said angrily, You. The traitorous martial artists looked guilty and said, The situation is beyond our control. We just don't want to die. The old woman gritted her teeth and said coldly, How does the city lord and madam usually treat you? The few of them lowered their heads even more. They were ashamed and did not dare to raise their heads to look at the crowd. Wan Hongyu said indifferently, "Let them be. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. They can't be blamed." Haha, that's right. Those who understand the bigger picture can live. Is there anyone else who wants to forsake the dark and seek the light? Hong Juanhuan swept his gaze around coldly. No one said a word. They all looked like they were facing death with equanimity. Good, good. You have guts. Hong Juanhuan revealed a mocking smile on his face as he pointed to the cultivators who had surrendered and said, "In order to commend your sincerity, you guys will be the first to take 3 heads from each of you. That will prove your sincerity." Ah? What? The martial artists were shocked. They were dumbfounded and broke out in a cold sweat. They begged, "Lord Hong, we are weak. We can't beat the mistress and the others." Hong Juanhuan's face darkened. He shouted, "I don't need weak trash. If you are not strong enough and have no battle merits, what's the use of having you? Hongyu City doesn't keep useless people." The martial artists were stunned. Their faces turned red and white. They wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. What? You don't want to earn merits? Hong Juanhuan's eyes flashed with sarcasm and killing intent. He snorted. "If that's the case, what's the use of having trash like you? I'll kill you all. You humiliate us." The martial artists were furious. Their faces turned purple like eggplants. They roared and rushed forward, wanting to fight for their lives. "Humph, a few ants. Do you think you have the chips to negotiate with me? You're making a fool of yourself." Hong Juanhuan raised his right hand. A blue light gathered in his palm and he slammed it down. A circle of palm force swept through the air. Bang! 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 There was a series of sounds that sounded like stones being crushed. The bones of those martial artists shattered on the spot, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They were crushed into meat paste by the palm and fell to the ground, dying a horrible death. Many female members of the Jiang family screamed in horror. The way they died was too horrifying. 7 stars Emperor Wu. Wan Hongyu's face darkened. Hong Juanhuan's cultivation level was the same as hers, but from the looks of it, Hong Juanhuan seemed to be stronger than her. She sent a telepathic message to the old woman in front of her and said, "Granny He, take Ruame and Ruabing and escape immediately. Kill your way to the teleportation area at all costs. Once you escape from Red Moon City, immediately head for the Jade Toad sect in the north." The Jade Toad clan was one of the 10 great sects of the North region, and they had an extremely good relationship with Red Moon City, especially with the Jiang clan. A look of defiance and unwillingness flashed across Granny He's face, but under Wan Hongyu's pleas, she let out a long sigh. "What's wrong? Are you making arrangements for your funeral?" Hong Juanhuan could naturally tell that she was using secret voice sending. He sneered and said, "No one can leave today. Kill." As soon as he gave the order, the ancient martial art practitioners beside him attacked one after another, charging towards the female members of the Jiang family. Wan Hongyu was about to face the enemies, but suddenly, Li Yunxiao blocked in front of her and said, "All of you leave. Leave this place to me." His face was extremely gloomy, and he immediately used the great wind fire wheels. Terrifying elemental power filled the hall and spun rapidly towards the ancient martial art practitioners. Ah! Ah! After a few screams, the ancient martial art practitioners were horrified to find that even the Jiotian Emperor's chi could not block the terrifying power of wind and fire. They were immediately burned to ashes upon contact. Wan Hongyu was stunned, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. At this critical moment, she was not a pretentious person, and she immediately said, "Take care." Suddenly, a sword shadow rushed out from her body and pierced through the sky. She shouted, "Follow me." The members of the Jiang family followed closely behind, and Granny He brought up the rear. More than 10 people flew out from the pierced sky. Hong Juanhuan was shocked and said angrily, "Bastard, damn it. Chase after her." The underlings were shocked by the power of the giant crocodile. After hearing the order, they felt relieved and rushed out of the house to chase after Wan Hongyu. Hong Juanhuan himself soared into the sky, and his palm turned light blue as he slapped at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked calm, but the murderous intention in his eyes was terrifying. The universe god steel appeared in his hand, and he slammed it like a brick. Bang! Hong Juanhuan's palm hit the universe god steel, and he instantly felt an intense pain in his hand. He quickly retracted his hand, and his entire palm became a bloody mess. He was extremely shocked, and before he could think, the universe god steel turned into a small mountain and came crashing down. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? Hong Juanhuan's arms suddenly became extremely thick, and he held a heavy machete in both of his hands. With a loud shout, he slashed at the universe god steel. Bang! The machete hit the universe god steel, and there was a huge recoil. Bang! Bang! Hong Juanhuan's legs were pressed more than a foot into the ground, and his face was filled with astonishment. His saber light had at least 10,000 pounds of force, and it could split mountains and break rocks. Moreover, the saber in his hand was a ferocious strike against a profound level weapon, and even an ordinary rank 9 profound weapon would be severely injured. However, the universe god steel seemed to be fine, and it continued to press down on the saber. Moreover, it was getting heavier and heavier, and the veins on Hong Juanhuan's arms were popping out. However, he was gradually unable to withstand the pressure. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted, and teleported to the universe god steel. He activated the great universe god technique in his hands, and the power of his world appeared, and started to devour the light on the saber. The boundless gravity also increased by several times. What? Hong Juanhuan cried out involuntarily. He saw that the extremely hard saber in his hand had been bent by the pressure. The force that came from his hand seemed to have multiplied by several times, and he could no longer withstand it. His entire body was pressed into the ground with a boom, and everything within 100 meters of the courtyard collapsed with a loud rumble from the tremor. Li Yunxiao's attack had succeeded, and he did not continue to attack. Instead, he kept the universe god steel, turned into a bolt of lightning, and headed in the direction of Ruan Hongyu and the others. The most important thing for him to do now was to ensure that Ruan Hongyu and the others could escape safely. As for the debt with the Red Moon City, he could take his time to settle it. Not far away, Ruan Hongyu and the others were surrounded. They were the martial artists that Hong Juanhuan had brought, and there were a few mid-level Emperor Wu who were suppressing the group of women. Die! Li Yunxiao let out a roar, and 11 Northsky cold star swords broke out of his body, turned into a huge golden sword talisman, and descended from the sky. Sword cloud rain! He let out a roar, and the sword talisman instantly dispersed into countless small swords. They were like fine needles, and they rained down from the sky. The wind and drizzle blew in the sky, forming many small tornadoes. Ah! Ah! There were continuous screams, and those who were below Emperor Wu's cultivation level were instantly killed. Even the low-level Emperor Wu, under the drizzle of sword aura, was struggling to hold on in fear, and he did not dare to be careless. Among the entire group of women, Ruan Hongyu was the only high-level Emperor Wu, and she had to protect everyone's safety. She was already overwhelmed, and she was extremely anxious. It was only when she saw Li Yunxiao taking action that she let out a sigh of relief. She was also shocked. The power of Li Yunxiao's attack was actually not weaker than hers. She knew that it was not the time to think about such things, and so she cast a grateful look at him, and continued to lead the group away. Mister, they are going to escape, hurry up and chase after them. Yan Xinghua was mixed in the crowd, and he did not put in much effort. His eyes were the sharpest, and he immediately screamed. Killing intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he immediately teleported above him, picked up the thunder hammer, and smashed it down. Kaboom! A thunderclap resounded, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts scattered with crackling sounds. Yan Xinghua's entire head was smashed, and his headless corpse was charred on the outside, and it fell to the ground. Brat, don't look down on me! A shocking roar rang out, and a ray of light shot down from the sky. Hong Juanhuan roared in anger, and his battle blade slashed down at Li Yunxiao. The blade aura shot through the sky, and the entire night sky was lit up like it was daytime. A large number of houses were turned into dust by this blade aura. The group of martial artists from Hanyu City were shocked, and under the lead of a few mid-level Emperor Wu, they continued to chase after Ruan Hongyu. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and the gourd mini King Kong flew out from between his eyebrows, and immediately turned into an 8-zhang-tall King Kong, and punched at the blade aura. The ice-baleful heart flame appeared on the fist wind, and like a crystal-clear flower, it bloomed proudly under the sky of spiritual pressure. Bang! The battle blade slashed on the gourd mini King Kong's fist, and an extremely violent force instantly swept out. The gourd mini King Kong's entire body let out a powerful sound, and it kept buzzing in the air, and at the same time, it was sent flying a few hundred meters away by the huge force. Li Yunxiao did not want to continue fighting, and he turned into a ray of lightning and fled far away. In an instant, he arrived next to the gourd mini King Kong, and kept it into his body, and continued to chase after Wan Hongyu. Hong Juanhuan's expression changed slightly after the slash. The feeling of the blade aura just now was as if he had slashed an extremely hard iron plate, and his arm was numb from the shock. Who is this brat? How can he have so many rare treasures? Hong Juanhuan's expression darkened, and he carried the battle blade and was about to give chase again. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the blade of the battle blade, and he was extremely shocked, and his whole body was like a wooden chicken. A thin layer of ice had formed on the blade of the battle blade, and upon closer inspection, it was constantly jumping like a flame. And what made him pale with fright was that the ice flame was devouring his battle blade, and there was already a fist-sized gap on it. Ah! This. Hong Juanhuan was dumbfounded in the sky. His battle blade was made of extremely unusual materials, and it was a magical artifact that was specially used for slashing, and its hardness was unimaginable. How could it be devoured by the flame? And from the looks of it, the gap was still expanding. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly injected his emperor's qi into the saber to extinguish the flame, but he was shocked to find that his emperor's qi immediately turned into nothingness when it came into contact with the ice flame. This, everything can be burned? Hong Juanhuan was completely dumbfounded. With a loud roar, he sent a fist radiance towards the blade. Jiutian Emperor's qi could suppress everything. It represented the highest order in this world. There was no power that Emperor's qi could not suppress. Bang! The blade trembled under the force of Hong Juanhuan's fist. As expected, the icy flames were suppressed and gradually extinguished. Meanwhile, the force of Hong Juanhuan's fist was continuously devoured and burned away. Hong Juanhuan raised the blade and looked at the fist-sized chip on the blade. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only was there a large chip on the blade, but the spiritual energy had also dissipated by more than half. His expression was extremely gloomy. Not only was repairing this blade a very troublesome matter, but with Li Yunxiao's interference, it would be very difficult to rescue Wan Hongyu and her 2 daughters. Just as his expression was gloomy, a beam of light suddenly flew over, seemingly landing at the transportation point. Hong Juanhuan's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly, but his heart calmed down a little. Although the credit could be stolen, the consequences of failing the mission were far more serious than having the credit stolen. He put away the damaged blade and also turned into a beam of light as he chased after them. Wan Hongyu and the others fought and fled at the same time. Moments later, they arrived at the transportation point. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. The former master of this place now had to leave in such a way. Wan Hongyu glanced behind her. A stream of tears flowed from the corner of her eyes as she smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a melancholic voice sounded. "Since Madame is reluctant to part with this place, why do you want to leave?" A beam of light flashed, revealing a familiar face. It was one of the 5 council members, Fu Yichuan. Wan Hongyu's heart trembled. She said in disbelief, "Even Lord Yichuan wants to stop me?" Fu Yichuan sighed. "I have no choice." Wan Hongyu was stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed bitterly. "Haha, what a good no choice. It's only been a few days, but you've already become Tang Qing's lackey." A trace of guilt flashed across Fu Yichuan's face. "Madam, you're wrong. The 4 Extremes sect has been plotting against Scarlet Moon City for a long time. And I've always been Old Master Tang's man." "What?" Wan Hongyu's body shook violently. She seemed to suddenly understand why Tang Qing, an outsider, could not only take down the Red Moon City in an instant, but also why the combined resistance of the three families collapsed and became scattered sand. Even her former mistress of the Red Moon City had to flee. Wan Hongyu felt sorrow in her heart and said unhappily, "Is the current Crimson Moon City the situation you all want?" Fu Yichuan's body shook. A complicated look appeared in his eyes as he said, "No matter what, the general trend cannot be reversed. I am only a chess piece. Even if the madam ran away, she wouldn't be able to change the current situation. So, she might as well follow Elder Tang's wishes and focus on assisting him. After all, the glory of Crimson Moon City is largely due to the contributions of the two of you." Wan Hongyu smiled sadly and said, "Haha, assist Tang Qing? Dream on. If you want to kill me, then come. It's just life and death." Her face was filled with ridicule, causing Fu Yichuan to feel ashamed. He shook his head repeatedly and sighed. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." He raised his hand and countless rays of light gathered in the sky, condensing into a giant green claw that descended from the sky. Wan Hongyu's face darkened. She shouted, "Granny take them away. I'll hold them off here." A sword chi shot out from her hand. Wan Hongyu knew that she was no match for the enemy and did not dare to be careless. She only hoped that she would be able to delay the enemy for a little while if she used all her strength, allowing her two daughters to escape. As such, she used all her cultivation to transform into sword chi and split the giant green claw apart. Fu Yichuan's expression changed slightly. He only wanted to capture Wan Hongyu and her two daughters alive, so he held back. He sighed and said, "Since the madam wants to die, then," suddenly, a cold voice resounded, "Then go to hell." Under the bright moon, a giant demonic figure appeared and threw a punch at Fu Yichuan. Fu Yichuan's expression was cold as he snorted. Insignificant tricks. A mere firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. He stood in place without moving. A powerful aura surged out from his body and condensed into a formless fist that met the attack. Boom! The true demon form's fist suddenly collapsed. Li Yunxiao's figure descended from the sky. 11 swords flew around him and under the guidance of the sword art, they sliced through the air. "Humph, so it's you." Fu Yichuan recognized Li Yunxiao immediately and sneered. "That's good. Old Master Tang is also looking for you. Come back with me." He extended his right palm and kept drawing circles in front of him. An invisible force flowed under his palm. The 11 swords were drawn by that force and could not hurt him at all. Li Yunxiao kept his composure and quickly formed a hand seal. The 11 swords instantly turned into a formation. A golden sword talisman appeared and pressed down on Fu Yichuan's body. What terrifying talent. No wonder Jiang Churan values you so much. Fu Yichuan's eyes narrowed. His palm turned into a fist and his 8-star Emperor Wu's fist chi exploded. In an instant, the sword talisman was shattered. The 11 swords trembled and flew back. Fu Yichuan succeeded in his attack. With his hands behind his back, he took a step forward. "Don't you still have 3 heads and 6 arms? Show me all of them." Fu Yichuan sneered and said, "But no matter how powerful your trump card is, it's useless against me." Li Yunxiao put away the 11 northern sky-chilling star swords and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, intending to escape. It was indeed impossible to suppress Fu Yichuan, so he could only try his best to lure him away and let Wan Hongyu escape successfully. The sound of battle was so loud that the entire Scarlet Moon City should have been alarmed. But under the moonlight, it was eerily silent. "Want to leave?" "Impossible." Fu Yichuan snorted and formed a hand seal. A small bell fell from the sky and covered Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao appeared and threw the World God Steel. Ancient Maha characters appeared in his hands and struck the World God Steel. A wave of world energy appeared and collided with the small bell. Dang! A trembling sound came from the bell, and it seemed to be filled with fear. The entire bell kept ringing as if it wanted to escape. As for the Universe God's monument, it pressed down on the small bell and continued to devour its power. What? Fu Yichuan was shocked. He also felt the fear from the bell. He quickly formed a hand seal and wanted to summon the bell back. Bang! Without waiting for the bell to fly back, it let out a sound of metal cracking and fell from the sky. Ah? Fu Yichuan was completely dumbfounded. The small bell fell directly at his feet, like a melon that had split open. One look and you could tell that it was broken. Hong Juanhuan quickly caught up. He turned into a ray of light and rushed past Li Yunxiao. He chased after Wan Hongyu and said mockingly, "Thank you, Lord Yichuan, for helping me. I'll leave this guy to you. I'll take care of Madame Wan." Humph. A muffled groan suddenly appeared in the sky. No one seemed to make a move, but Hong Juanhuan's entire body seemed to have been smashed by a hammer. He fell straight down, and with a bang, a huge pit was formed. Fu Yichuan's expression changed and turned pale. He stood there in a daze and didn't dare to move. Li Yunxiao immediately understood. An expert from Hongyu City must have taken action. As for why he didn't show himself, he must have his own considerations. He didn't care about it. He kept the world god still and headed towards the teleportation area. The teleportation formation had been activated by Wan Hongyu and the others. Li Yunxiao turned into a ray of lightning and entered it. No one stopped him. As the light flashed, everyone gradually disappeared from the city. Bang! Hong Juanhuan rushed out of the pit. It was the second time he had been smashed into a pit. He looked around angrily but there was only silence. Where is he? He rushed to Fu Yichuan and said in shock, "He couldn't have run away, right?" Fu Yichuan looked into the void and his expression turned for the better. He lowered his eyebrows and remained silent. Hong Juanhuan looked around and said, "Who hit me?" Fu Yichuan lifted his head and looked at him. He then humped softly and turned to leave, as if he couldn't be bothered with him. Hong Juanhuan's face turned red and his eyes were filled with fury. He turned into a ray of light and headed for the governor's mansion. In the mansion, a few fist-sized luminous pearls were placed in a cup of tea and lit up the hall. Tang Qing quietly listened to his report, and then said, "I already know the person who did it. Since Wan Hongyu is unwilling to submit to me, then there is not much difference between her being dead or alive. If she escaped, then so be it. But that Li Yunxiao you mentioned." He fell silent and seemed to be thinking about something. Hong Juanhuan was shocked. Since Tang Qing already knew who did it, it proved that everything that happened just now was under his control. But why didn't he stop him? Tang Qing muttered to himself, "That Li Yunxiao actually escaped from your hands. He's really a scourge. If I don't get rid of him today, I'm afraid he'll become a big problem in the future." Hong Juanhuan bowed and said that Li Yunxiao only relied on his powerful profound weapon. In my opinion, his strength is at most similar to the two young masters. Tang Qing leisurely turned around and walked step by step towards the throne of the city lord's mansion. He gently sat down and placed his hands on the beast's head. A misty look appeared in his eyes as he said indifferently, "I know better than anyone how capable those two trash are. They are more than enough to be the leader of a faction or a hero of a region. But to be the overlord of the world, the peerless Emperor Wu, they're still far from that." Yes. Hong Juanhuan didn't dare to reply. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the person in front of him was. It wasn't just the difference in strength. It was also the pressure of a superior that he had accumulated over the years. He didn't dare to disobey. Tang Qing pondered for a moment and said, "If Wan Hongyu escaped, then so be it. Scarlet Moon City is basically under my control. Without her, there will only be more trouble, and it won't be as perfect. But I can't let Li Yunxiao go." He ordered, "Follow the teleportation coordinates. We must find Li Yunxiao and kill him. Let Fu Yichuan take the lead and the 5 hall masters to do it." What? Hong Juanhuan was taken aback. His heart was filled with shock. At this time when Hongyu City's power was unstable, 6 high-level Emperor Wu were sent to kill Li Yunxiao. Although he was confused, he didn't dare to ask and quickly retreated. Somewhere outside Red Moon City, there was a flash of light in the night sky. Wan Hongyu and the ladies, as well as Li Yunxiao, were transported out. Everyone was panting. Even Li Yunxiao's face was pale. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At first, he wasn't confident at all. He had planned to take everyone into the Universe God Monument in a moment of desperation, but the situation was better than he had expected. "Thank you, Mr. Yunxiao, for saving us." Wan Hongyu came forward and thanked him. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to accept it. He quickly said, an expert intervened at the last moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Wan Hongyu's eyes flickered and she said, an expert? Li Yunxiao told her about Hong Juanhuan being smashed into the ground. He said, to be able to smash Hong Juanhuan into the ground without a sound, frighten Fu Yichuan into not daring to move, and make no more pursuers. Madam, can you guess who this person is? Wan Hongyu thought for a while and said, the situation in Red Moon City is complicated. I can't be sure, but there are only a handful of people who are capable of doing so. Li Yunxiao said, even if Red Moon City changed owners, why would Madam need to escape? Is there no place for Madam in such a big city? Wan Hongyu was touched. She smiled sadly, looking even more miserable under the moonlight. Li Yunxiao blamed himself for asking too much. He shouldn't have asked about such a sad thing. Jiang Ruobing said hatefully, Tang Qing, that old bastard, wanted my mother to publicly express her support for him to become the city lord. My mother refused, so he sent people to coerce and make use of her. He even threatened my sister and my life. My mother couldn't stand his despotic power, so she decided to escape with us. If Brother Yunxiao hadn't come tonight, we would have been captured again. Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, Madam, can't you find anyone to protect you in Red Moon City? Wan Hongyu sighed, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Red Moon City is history. Since I have escaped, I am an outsider. Jiang Ruomei said slowly, Mother, can you really treat yourself as an outsider? She looked up at Li Yunxiao with her big eyes and said, now the situation in Hongyue City is surging. People are forming their own cliques. No one knows who is a friend and who is an enemy. Mother also doesn't want to see someone fight with Tang Qing because of her. After all, Tang Qing is like the sun at high noon. Once someone shows dissatisfaction, they will immediately be killed. Wan Hongyu said sadly, even if I wanted to, how could I have the strength? She said to Li Yunxiao, we're about to go to the Jade Toad sect in the Northern Territory to seek shelter. I wonder what young Master Yunxiao plans to do. Li Yunxiao said, I don't have any plans, but I want to stay in the eastern region for now. I'll send you to the nearest teleportation city. All right. Wan Hongyu responded softly. She then threw a pink flying profound weapon into the air and everyone boarded it one by one. Li Yunxiao took out an astrolabe and determined the direction. He couldn't help but frown. The nearest city was the coordinates of the old man who had taken his cold sword and frost. The pink battleship moved forward quickly under the bright moonlight. After a night of battle, everyone had recovered from their grief. However, everyone was silent and unwilling to speak. They all looked at the endless night quietly and didn't know when the dawn would come. The nearest city was called Fengling City, which was also one of the main cities in the eastern region. It was ranked at the top and had an interregion teleportation formation. Not all main cities could teleport across regions. After all, it required a lot of resources, and the cost of each teleportation was very high. Therefore, in the entire eastern region, except for Hongyue City, which had two, only 4 main cities had it, and Fengling City was one of them. Outside the city, Wan Hongyu put away the flying profound weapon and said, don't be too ostentatious. After all, this is the eastern region, which is still under the control of Hongyue City. They pretended to be ordinary warriors' families. Although they attracted a lot of attention, they still passed the inspection smoothly. Jiang Ruobing said slowly, take care, Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao forced a smile and said, you too. Everyone, take care. No one had anything else to say. After Wan Hongyu thanked him, she went into the teleportation formation with the women. Zhu Jingyi also squeezed in. He alone took up almost half the space. He kept waving and said, Brother Yunxiao, take care. Li Yunxiao forced a smile and waved. Take care. The teleportation light lit up and everyone gradually disappeared in front of him. His smile also stiffened and slowly disappeared. Hey, let's go. Don't block the way. Ah Xian, who was in charge of the teleportation, shouted loudly and glared at Li Yunxiao. He was angry that this man in front of him could know so many extraordinary beauties. So his tone was not polite. But suddenly, his voice was stuck in his throat. A wave of fear spread in his heart. The face of the man in front of him had been harmless and smiling a moment ago. At this moment, it was like an ancient well, bottomless. A daze suddenly appeared in Xian's mind. No matter how hard he opened his eyes, he gradually could not see the person's face clearly. Not only that, but the previous impression in his mind was also gradually disappearing. He could not remember what this man looked like at all. He cursed in his heart. He knew he had met a strong opponent. He had been in Fengling City for a long time and had seen all kinds of people. Xian hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at that person. As expected, when he raised his head after a while, that man had already walked far away in the crowd. Phew! Xian let out a heavy sigh of relief. His body was already covered in cold sweat. His peers had made mistakes and offended a strong opponent and were killed. Their profession was a high-risk one. He looked in the direction that the person had left and could not help but frown. He muttered to himself, that direction, could it be that he is going to the Liu family? The Liu family was the royal family of Fengling City. Their word was law and they had the highest authority. There were many families in Fengling City but they all depended on the Liu family to survive. Who cares? Such a person is not someone I can afford to offend. Xian muttered a few times and began to maintain the order of the teleportation. Suddenly, a flying profound level weapon flew over. A 6-combination realm martial arts grandmaster stood on it. Then, he threw down a scroll and shouted, the latest wanted order from Red Moon City. Investigate the person drawn on it. If anyone sees him, stop him and report it. After the martial arts grandmaster threw down the scroll, he turned into a beam of light and left. The painting fell into Xian's hands. He unfolded it and saw a delicate and pretty young man painted on it. He was handsome and elegant. Huh? Why does this person's face give me a familiar feeling? Where have I seen him before? Xian thought hard but couldn't think of anything. After Li Yunxiao sent off Ruan Hongyu and her daughter, his expression turned gloomy. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His current ability was too weak and he could not bear anything. At that moment, there was no need to say anything more. He would finally bring these people back to Red Moon City one day and take back everything they had lost. At that moment, he was heading towards the coordinates that he had sensed earlier. He would first help the elder refine the miraculous profound level weapon and retrieve the cold sword and frost. The destination coordinates were in a forest within the city. Li Yunxiao flew down and very quickly saw an empty area in front of him. Green smoke was rising in spirals. A huge elixir cauldron was operating. Beside it sat 2 elders. One of them was the one who had given him the explosive essence fruit. Li Yunxiao looked at the elixir cauldron and knew that elixir was being refined. Moreover, it was an 8th-tier high-grade elixir. The elder glanced at Li Yunxiao and a strange look flashed in his eyes. His body moved slightly as he said, Lord Yunxiao, you are finally here. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said, you know me? The elder smiled bitterly and said, I didn't know then, but how could I not know later? Who would have thought that the world-famous Lord Yunxiao is also a 9th-tier alchemist? Heroes really come from the young. Li Yunxiao said, I am here. Have you prepared all the ingredients? The elder said, the ingredients are all here. There is no hurry. My friend is refining the turtle snake purple jade pill. It will be done soon. Li Yunxiao nodded and sat down on a large rock at the side. He crossed his legs and started meditating. A strange look flashed in the elder's eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but praise him. Behind any genius, there were countless hard work and sweat that others couldn't see. Li Yunxiao was anxious to raise his strength. However, after stepping into Emperor Wu, the spiritual energy required for the path ahead seemed to have become a bottomless abyss. During this period of time, no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it felt like a drop in the ocean. Wanting to advance was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, there were no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. The increase in cultivation required the accumulation of countless basic skills. Moreover, he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He was already much faster than everyone else. It was just that his physical body and soul were also being cultivated at the same time, causing the spiritual energy requirement to be incomparably terrifying. The elder and the alchemist revealed looks of surprise. They saw the spiritual energy in the forest faintly forming a long, invisible dragon, pouring into Li Yunxiao's body. Meanwhile, around Li Yunxiao's body, there was a five-colored light that gathered bit by bit. It was actually the elemental power of earth, water, fire, wind, and so on. The two of them looked at each other in shock. Whether it was the speed at which spiritual energy was absorbed or the affinity with the elements, it was abnormally terrifying. The shock in the two's eyes gradually turned into seriousness. The alchemist almost lost his composure. The alchemist's cauldron emitted a chaotic multicolored light. The alchemist broke out in a cold sweat. It was already the final stage of condensing the pill. He hurriedly calmed his mind and began to concentrate on refining. He was a great alchemist at the peak of the 8th step. When it came to refining the turtle snake purple jade pill, his success rate was almost 100%. Very soon, the chaotic aura immediately stabilized. Rays of colorful light rushed out, and the sound of boiling water came from the cauldron. Finally, the pill was done. The two of them looked at each other. Only then did the elder say to Li Yunxiao, "Lord Yunxiao, the pill has been refined." Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and changed the spell in his hands. The vague spiritual energy in the surroundings that resembled a long dragon was completely absorbed into his body. Only then did he stand up from the big rock. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise as he said with a smile, "A man with a great reputation lives up to his name. Lord Yunxiao's cultivation method has really broadened the horizons of the two of us." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Excuse me." The old man said, "In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lord Yunxiao's speed of absorbing spiritual energy is probably 10 times that of the same rank, right?" When he said this result, even he himself was shocked. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's cultivation speed was 10 times faster than others. Furthermore, Li Yunxiao's youthful appearance also confirmed his inference. Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "What does this have to do with you?" "Haha, Lord Yunxiao need not be angry." The old man twirled his beard and said with a smile, "This one is just surprised. Let's get to know each other again. This one is called Pu Jinshan. This is the Lu family's 8th rank refinement master, Lu Huafeng." Lu Huafeng said, "I heard that Lord Yunxiao's master can raise the success rate of refining the 5 elements belly white fish that Pu Jinshan needs to 40%. I wonder who Lord Yunxiao's master is?" Li Yunxiao said, "You wouldn't know even if I told you." "Pu Jinshan, do you want to refine a profound artifact or not?" Pu Jinshan said, "Of course I want to refine. How about Lord Yunxiao help me take a look at this furnace of turtle snake purple jade pills first?" Lu Huafeng slapped the cauldron furnace and the lid flew off. A medicinal fragrance overflowed, and with a light sniff, one would feel that their limbs and bones were filled with strength. A dense mist spread out and 3 antique pills were held in the air by Lu Huafeng. They slowly landed in front of Li Yunxiao and said, "What does Master Yunxiao think about the quality of these pills?" Li Yunxiao took a look and revealed a strange expression as he praised, "However, the quality is excellent. This must be your best refinement? Without hundreds and thousands of trials, there wouldn't be such a result." LV Huafeng smiled and said, "It's not necessarily accurate to judge from its appearance. Master Yunxiao, why don't you try one?" "Oh?" A strange look flashed across Li Yunxiao's face as he asked, "Can I eat it?" After all, the turtle snake purple jade pill was also a famous spirit pill, and its value was not low. "Of course." LV Huafeng smiled proudly, obviously very satisfied with his elixir. Li Yunxiao didn't hold back. Since there was an opportunity to increase his power, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He directly took one and swallowed it. After pondering for a while, he said, "Overflowing with spiritual energy, strengthening the foundation and nourishing the soul. The materials you chose shouldn't be ordinary, right?" Originally, he didn't have much interest in this 8th rank medicinal pill, but after consuming one, he found that it was worth several days of bitter cultivation. It was much stronger than the ordinary turtle snake purple jade medicinal pill, so he didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the other 2 and swallowed them together. This, LV Huafeng and Pu Jinshan were dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao swallowed and ate the 2 medicinal pills without hesitation. Looking at the two's expressions, he said in surprise, "What, didn't Master Huafeng say that I can eat it?" LV Huafeng's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, Of course. But in his heart, he was cursing incessantly. "I told you to eat it, but I didn't let you eat it all. You deserve to die." Li Yunxiao revealed a look of careful comprehension and said, "If I'm not wrong, the main materials of this medicinal pill are the tortoise shell and snake gall. I'm afraid they're obtained from a 9th-rank monster?" A look of ridicule flashed across LV Huafeng's face as he said, "Master Yunxiao is indeed impressive. That tortoise shell is the heavenly net dark black tortoise, and the snake gall is the 100 penetrating copper snake, supplemented with lone core fox leaf, yiksha bead, flowing brightness leaf, inaction magic bamboo, and Capricorn silk, a total of 7 main materials." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "The heavenly net dark black tortoise and the 100 penetrating copper snake are both extremely rare and precious things. Isn't it too wasteful to use them to refine the turtle snake purple jade pill? In addition, the 5 spirit medicines are also extremely rare great tonics. But won't the lone core fox leaf, yiksha bead, and the 100 penetrating copper snake gall be highly toxic? Inaction magic bamboo, Capricorn silk, and heavenly net dark black tortoise together seem to be highly toxic too, right?" LV Huafeng's eyes flashed with admiration as he clapped his hands and laughed, "Haha, worthy of being a 9th-rank alchemist. This time I'm really convinced. The toxicity of the lone core fox leaf, yiksha bead, and the 100 penetrating copper snake gall mixed together can condense a martial artist's spiritual energy and delay their circulation, while the toxicity of the inaction magic bamboo, Capricorn silk, and heavenly net dark black tortoise can injure a martial artist's divine sense and make their consciousness blurry. But these 2 poisons are only effective against martial artists below the level of Emperor Wu. Only with the addition of the flowing brightness leaf can it have a fatal effect on a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This flowing brightness leaf is the key to these 3 turtle snake purple jade pills. It's made from a 3,000-year-old flowing brightness leaf. Spirit grass, which is hard to find even with money." Li Yunxiao revealed a look of realization and said, "No wonder this 8th-rank medicinal pill can also increase my power. So there are so many rare treasures inside. Master Huafeng is really thoughtful." The smile on LV Huafeng's face disappeared as he said coldly, "Master Yunxiao, I really admire your composure. You can be so calm even on the verge of death. This is not a mentality a martial artist of your age should have. Before you die, please tell me who your master is." His heart had been beating like a drum, afraid that there was some powerful force behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I don't have a master." "Oh right, why did you guys give me poison pills?" LV Huafeng snorted heavily and said, "If you don't have a master, then it'll be easy. Master Yunxiao is going to die anyway, so just take out all those 9th-rank treasures." Li Yunxiao said, "I understand. You guys are after my money." He looked at Pu Jinshan and said, "Don't tell me you don't want to refine that profound weapon anymore?" Pu Jinshan's face was bitter as he said, "Master Yunxiao, I had no choice but to live. Don't blame me. Master Huafeng said that the Lu family will be in charge of refining it for me." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "You lured me here to kill me and steal my treasures, and you still want me to not blame you? Are you crazy or am I stupid? If not you, who should I blame?" Pu Jinshan said helplessly, "I was also living under the eaves and had no choice but to lower my head. When I was gathering the materials, I accidentally leaked the treasured sword that Master Yunxiao had pledged to me. It was discovered by the Lu family, so they made me set up a trap and lured Master Yunxiao here. How can my lowly strength resist the Lu family?" "Humph, don't make yourself sound so innocent." Lu Huafeng said coldly, "If it wasn't for your own greed and coming to me to appraise the value of that cold sword's frost, how could there be today's situation? You should be the one who broke the promise, right?" Pu Jinshan's face turned red as he said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in talking anymore." A cold light flashed in Lu Huafeng's eyes as he said, "Master Yunxiao, are you going to be honest yourself, or do you want us to be honest in your place?" Li Yunxiao said, "I only want to know where my cold sword's frost is now." Lu Huafeng laughed coldly and said, "Knowing will only increase your sadness. That thing is a peerless killing weapon, not something a child like Master Yunxiao can play with. You'd better be more honest yourself." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, I'm a dishonest person from birth. It's better for the two of you to be honest in my place. His body had undergone the baptism of supreme mystic qi, so any power could be directly assimilated. He had already noticed the poison the moment it entered his mouth, but it had all been absorbed into his body as a tonic. Lu Huafeng's face darkened, and he gave Pu Jinshan a look. Pu Jinshan said to Li Yunxiao sternly, when you're under someone else's roof, you can't help yourself. Master Yunxiao, please excuse me. He waved his hand, and a ferocious wave of qi rippled out. The air was instantly crushed and exploded, and a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound rang out. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he sent a palm strike towards the qi energy. A five-colored ray of light blossomed in the center of his palm in an instant, and the wind and clouds suddenly appeared, overshadowing the ear-piercing whistling sound and suppressing the qi energy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions occurred in the air, and Pu Jinshan was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The palm wind struck his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Your strength. Lu Huafeng was shocked, and his face was aghast. Pu Jinshan was a two-star Emperor Wu, and he was actually injured by his palm strike? He didn't believe that his elixir would lose its effect. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and his whole body pressed forward. He wanted to capture Lu Huafeng alive, and interrogate him about the cold sword. Suddenly, a powerful qi fell from the sky, and the entire space was stifled, as if a boulder weighing thousands of kilograms had fallen. Li Yunxiao's face changed slightly. He turned around in the air, and in an instant, he returned to his original position, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Master Huafeng, I've said it before. Just send someone to capture him directly. Why do you need to make it so troublesome? Not to mention the loss of such precious medicinal herbs, there's no effect at all. A figure slowly descended from the sky. He was dressed in a green brocade robe, and his face was shaved very clean, revealing a lazy expression. He was holding a feather fan in his hand, and he was constantly waving it. At the same time, more than 10 rays of light shot out from all directions, and landed around the forest, surrounding Li Yunxiao so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Lu Huafeng's face was gloomy, and he snorted, Lu Chaohai, are you purposely making fun of me? The white-faced man, Lu Chaohai, smiled, waved his feather fan, and said, I wouldn't dare. I also know that this was Master Nanqi's plan to capture someone alive, and Master Huafeng was only the executor. Now that the plan has failed, Master Huafeng should return to the family first. Lu Nanqi was Lu Huafeng's father, and also a 9th-rank alchemist of the Lu family, famous in the East Domain. Looking at Lu Huafeng's gloomy face, Lu Chaohai waved his feather fan, and added, leave this to me. This brat is a bit tricky. If he injures Master Huafeng during the fight, the patriarch will not let me go easily. What's so tricky about it? It's just a 1-star Emperor Wu. If he can still injure me with you here, then you must have done it on purpose. Lu Huafeng snorted in disdain. Lu Chaohai shook his head, and said, this brat is not an ordinary 1-star Emperor Wu. You saw Pu Jinshan just now, even a 2-star Emperor Wu couldn't take one move from him. Pu Jinshan also ran back after being blown away. Hearing this, his face immediately turned red. Lu Chaohai glanced at Pu Jinshan and indifferently said, losing to this person is not a humiliation. Pu Jinshan's face was extremely red and he didn't dare to answer. Lu Huafeng coldly said, I will watch Master Chaohai show his might and capture this person. Lu Chaohai frowned slightly and said, in that case, Master Huafeng should stand further away and watch. He couldn't do anything about these arcane masters and his family, but he couldn't offend them either. Lu Huafeng didn't make things difficult for him and took the initiative to retreat dozens of meters and watch from afar. Lu Chaohai finally turned around and looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile, I have long admired young Master Yun's elegance. Will you surrender yourself, or should I make you surrender? Li Yunxiao. Lu Chaohai calmly smiled and said, I know young Master Yun won't be obedient. He pointed his feather fan forward and said, do it. The surrounding martial artists all rushed forward, all kinds of energy bursting out. Pu Jinshan also rushed forward behind the crowd, wanting to avenge his previous humiliation. The entire forest was destroyed by these powerful energy waves, and the vacuum area was getting bigger and bigger. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. A sword chi shot out from his body. He pointed forward and thousands of sword chi gathered at the tip of his finger. The entire sky suddenly changed color. The clear sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy, making people feel suffocated. Lu Chaohai's expression changed greatly. That sword chi was pointed at him, and under that invisible pressure, he couldn't help but take a step back, his face filled with shock. Li Yunxiao's cold expression suddenly smiled. The corner of his mouth curled up, indescribable mockery and ridicule, causing Lu Chaohai to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He retracted his finger in front of him, drew a circle in the air, and swept it around, lightly shouting, "Sword Cloud Rain." 11 northern sky-chilling star swords instantly appeared, turning into countless slanting wind and fine rain, sprinkling down. Those martial artists were immediately drawn into the thousands upon thousands of sword chi. Countless sword chi constantly struck their protective emperor chi like a drizzle, and even more vibrated on their weapons, giving off countless ding-ding-dang-dang sounds, densely packed together. A martial artist forcefully withstood the rain of swords and broke through the rain transformation sword chi. With a loud roar, he charged in. A saber light followed the martial artist and slashed towards Li Yunxiao's head. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a lightning ball shot out from his fingertip and directly collided with the saber light, exploding into a dazzling display of lightning. An extremely powerful lightning force penetrated through the blade light and into the cultivator's body, shattering the emperor chi. Ah! That warrior was electrocuted. His whole body was in great pain, and he instantly retreated. Have a taste of my raging inferno. Cold Cloud Force. Another 2 people broke through the rain of swords and rushed in. Under their joint efforts, streams of true essence surged and pressed down on Yi Shiwen. Endless moves came one after another, and the sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger. Sword will circulated around Li Yunxiao's body, and he suddenly opened his immemorial heaven eyes. The power of wind and fire roared out, colliding with the pressure that the 2 of them had put together. A series of explosions rang out, and within the wind and fire, the shape of a crocodile could be vaguely seen, waving its fists wildly. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, that coercive power shattered like a steel plate. The spiritual pressure suddenly scattered, and the 2 warriors were also sent flying by the recoil. The crocodile had already gone mad. With a loud roar, it turned into a wheel of wind and fire, engulfed in the surrounding wind and drizzle, burning towards those warriors. Ah! Ah! 2 warriors were touched by the power of wind and fire, and died on the spot. One was instantly dried up, and the other was burned to ashes. In the distance, Lu Huafeng was already dumbfounded. More than a dozen Jiutian Emperor Wu warriors had joined hands, but they were still defeated by Li Yunxiao. Humph, don't be so arrogant. Silk Turban Feather Fan, 5 lakes open. A majestic power spread out from the feather fan in Lu Chaohai's hand. Waves appeared in the sky, and tornadoes roared out. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Great wind wheel of fire." The crocodile directly turned into the power of wind and fire, and returned to his hand, spinning rapidly. The 2 merged into one, using the wind to create fire. The burning aura spread out, and with a loud shout, he rushed over. Boom! The water dragon and the crocodile collided in the air. Lu Chaohai's pupils shrank, and the feather fan struck out a seal. The water immediately surged, rising wave after wave. Bang! The crocodile finally couldn't hold on anymore, and was crushed by the water dragon, exploding in an instant. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rushed into the explosion, and went up along the waves. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, stepping on the top of the waves. His whole body appeared transparent, and the power of lightning gathered. He became extremely fat, and with one hand forming a thunder seal, the other holding a hammer, smashed down. Lu Haichao's expression changed, and he struck out a few seals with the feather fan in his hand. The waves under Li Yunxiao's feet immediately turned into a human figure, and it kept growing bigger. The head had just formed, and with a roar, it was smashed by the hammer. Boom! As if lightning fell from the sky, the head of the water element giant exploded, and a golden ancient Maha character appeared, crushing down continuously. The entire water element giant collapsed, and the power of the lightning didn't diminish, and continued to strike Lu Chaohai. Lu Haichao's expression was ashen, but he didn't panic. His left hand formed a seal in front of him, and his right hand held the feather fan, and it became transparent, emitting a jade-green light, and went to meet the lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning bombarded down, and the energy inside was stronger than the previous, like the waves behind the river surging forward, and each wave was more ferocious than the previous, blasting thunder clouds on the feather fan. This was the power of the thunder seal that Li Yunxiao cultivated. Every time he integrated a lightning attribute, not only did it purify the lightning attribute, but it also multiplied the power when he attacked. At this moment, he was carrying several types of lightning, and all of them were poured into the hammer, and the power of the strike was directly superimposed by 18 bolts. Gotcha! Lu Chaohai's pupils shrank, and in his shock, he found that his feather fan actually had a crack. Bang! The transparent feather fanxian weapon was smashed into pieces in an instant. The skeleton turned into pieces and scattered in all directions. Feathers filled the sky. The entire time seemed to have quietened down. The dancing feathers, under the thunder, were like the morning of death. Boom! As soon as the feather fan broke, the lightning fell directly on Lu Chaohai, and he took the last 2 strongest lightning strikes. Boom! Lu Chaohai's bun was directly blown apart, and his long hair suddenly scattered, dancing in the air along with his white clothes. A stream of blood flowed out from his mouth. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and his eyes were also filled with astonishment. This was the first time he had unleashed the thunder technique after merging with the Ninein absolute thunder, and its power was far beyond his expectations. According to the thunder technique provided by Lu Jianba, even if it was 18 layers stacked together, it should not have been able to produce such a domineering power. He looked at the thunder hammer in his hand, and the color seemed to have changed. Before, it was black like a big iron block, and now looking carefully, there seemed to be some green patterns on it. The power of the thunder seal was so abnormal, and it should have an inseparable relationship with this hammer. Bang! All the warriors around were stunned, and suddenly took a deep breath, and kept retreating. Fear spread uncontrollably in their hearts. Even the 6-star Emperor Wu, Lu Chaohai, could not withstand his thunder god's blow. How could they still have the heart to fight? Puff! After holding on for a while, Lu Chaohai finally spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole aura was greatly weakened. He looked at Li Yunxiao in anger, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. A 6-star Emperor Wu was defeated by a 1-star Emperor Wu. No one would be willing to accept this. Lu Huafeng was even more dumbfounded. Pu Jinshan was also terrified. He seemed to realize that he had done something wrong, and this mistake might bring him fatal consequences. His legs were a little weak. Don't look down on me! Lu Chaohai roared with unwillingness, and his voice shook the surroundings. Rays of Emperor's Qi broke out of his body, and condensed into a transparent giant spirit behind him. It put its palms together, and with a roar, it slapped forward. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold, and he said coldly, "Since you have lost, what is there to be unwilling about? The martial way is far away, and you are just a grasshopper." He performed a one-handed technique, and a black shadow appeared behind him, and turned into a true demon giant spirit. It also slapped forward. Boom! Although the giant spirit behind Lu Chaohai was huge, it was just a dwarf in front of the true demon image. When the 2 palms collided, the devil Qi crazily corroded the Jiutian Emperor's Qi. Finally, it broke through the opponent's palm, and fiercely pressed down. Boom! Under the palm of the true demon image, Lu Chaohai's whole body was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. He fell hard in the distance, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Li Yunxiao performed a technique in the air, and the true demon image immediately faded, and finally disappeared. Pung! The people around suddenly took a deep breath, and suddenly turned into rays of light to escape. If they stayed for another minute, they felt that they would collapse. Li Yunxiao withdrew all the yuan power in his body, and his face was as calm as water. Except for a little pale, it was as if nothing had happened. He raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Huafeng in the distance. Pung! Lu Huafeng's whole body shook, and that ice-cold gaze made him shiver uncontrollably. He directly used instant shift to escape. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down, locking the space in all directions. He was shocked to find that no matter how he operated his mental power to attack the space, he could not move an inch. Li Yunxiao held the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror in his hand, and walked over step by step, saying coldly, "Where did my sword go?" Lu Huafeng's body couldn't help but tremble. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't suppress the fear that surfaced in his heart, and it was getting more and more terrifying. As an arcane master, he suddenly realized that Li Yunxiao was using a mental attack on him. In a panic, he suddenly raised his head, and instantly saw a pair of blood-red eyes, that pupils emitted a demonic light. As an arcane master at the peak of the 8th rank, he suddenly lost control of his mind, and gradually lost consciousness. "Where's my sword?" "It's with the patriarch." Li Yunxiao frowned, and said coldly, "Your Lu family is the lord of Fengling City, and is ranked in the top in the world. How dare you covet a 9th rank profound weapon of mine?" Lu Huafeng said in a daze, "That's not an ordinary 9th rank profound weapon, it's the legendary sharp blade, frost sword." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "You know of this sword as well? Or do you know of its origins?" Struggle flashed through Lu Huafeng's eyes, but he still said honestly, "Yes, this sword was once owned by an ancestor of the Lu family. It's recorded in the ancient records." "What?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. This answer was too unexpected. Lu Huafeng's body shook greatly at this moment, and various expressions appeared in his eyes as if he wanted to break free from his restraints. Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat appeared on his temples. It was extremely difficult for him to control an 8th-grade refinement master with his abilities, but Lu Huafeng had just refined a cauldron of turtle snake purple jade pills and lost a lot of his soul power. In addition, he was shocked by Li Yunxiao's strength to the point of losing his mind, so he was instantly hit by Li Yunxiao's eye technique. His control was getting weaker and weaker, and his mind had been shaken just now, giving Lu Huafeng a chance to break free. If he forcefully controlled him, he might be able to control him for a while, but if his soul power was exhausted, it would be too dangerous for him. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately let go of the restraints, and Tsutsumi suddenly disappeared from his eyes. As soon as Lu Huafeng's control was released, he immediately took 3 steps back in shock. He then teleported 100 meters away and turned into a ray of light, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, apart from a few corpses that had died under the rain of swords, the forest was empty. This place wasn't far from the Lu family. Li Yunxiao knew that trouble was coming, but he was never one to be afraid of trouble. He also turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after Lu Huafeng. He had to take back that cold sword, and he was even more curious now. He really wanted to know the records of this sword and the Lu family's ancient records. With his lightning speed, he quickly caught up to Lu Huafeng and followed him from a distance. He entered a row of gorgeous buildings that appeared luxurious and imposing in all of Fengling City. This was definitely the Lu family's residence. He could vaguely see figures flashing through the entire family, and more of them seemed to be mobilizing. LV Huafeng immediately teleported inside and quickly headed for a courtyard beside the main hall. Very quickly, Li Yunxiao saw a dozen or so beams of light from the Lu family shoot into the sky and fly toward the small forest just now. They were probably going to capture him. Li Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to have any conflict with these inexplicable aristocratic families, but he had no choice but to fight back since he was being bullied. He followed LV Huafeng into the courtyard. Although the courtyard was secluded, it had a rare sense of tranquility and holiness, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Li Yunxiao could tell at a glance that there was definitely a high-ranked artificer living here. He immediately borrowed Genryu's soul power and disappeared into the void. As expected, LV Huafeng stopped in front of a small house. He tidied up his clothes and said respectfully, "Father." After a while, an old voice came out from inside, "How is it? Did you catch him?" LV Huafeng blushed and said in shame, "No, I missed." Even Lu Chaohai made his move, but he still failed. "What?" The old voice was filled with shock. The door creaked open and an old man with a hunched back slowly walked out. His face was full of wrinkles. LV Huafeng immediately bowed when he saw the old man. It was his father, LV Nanqi. Anger appeared on LV Nanqi's face as he shouted, "How could he fail? Without the strength of a high-ranked Emperor Wu, that poisonous pill can't be broken at all." LV Huafeng lowered his head and said that Li Yunxiao ate all 3 pills as if he wasn't poisoned at all. I don't know what's going on either, but I can guarantee that he definitely ate them. The wrinkles on LV Nanchi's face deepened as he said coldly, this matter is related to the clan master's refining of the frost sword. There must be no mistakes. Now the clan master is in seclusion. Use my token to order all the masters to capture that Li Yunxiao. If they can't, kill him without mercy. LV Huafeng said, I just saw Master Xu Bao rushing over with the masters. Lu Chaohai is still lying in the forest. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Many of Emperor Wu's masters have also died. He frowned and said that Li Yunxiao's strength is beyond our expectations. Even if we can kill him, many masters of the clan will be injured or killed. Isn't the price a little too high? It's not high, not at all. Lu Nanchi said resolutely. Her voice was trembling with excitement as she said, this is the ice frost sword we are talking about. The legendary sharp blade. I didn't think I would be able to see it in my lifetime. As long as the clan master can completely refine the frost sword, then our Fengling city's strength will be among the top 3 in the entire eastern region. Top 3? LV Huafeng was shocked and said, is it really that powerful? If that's the case, why would Li Yunxiao be willing to mortgage it? And it's been in Li Yunxiao's hands for so long. I don't see anything special about it, right? Humph. How would that kid know the method to unseal the sharp blade? At most, he'll use it as a normal weapon to hack and kill. What a pearl before swine, he deserves to die. LV Nanchi said angrily, the most hateful thing is that even I can't unseal the seal on the sword. He must have refined it. Now we can only let him unseal it himself or kill him. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult for the clan master to refine the sword. LV Huafeng said worriedly, I've always felt that this matter won't go so smoothly. I've been feeling uneasy all this time. At first, I thought it was because I was going to break through to the 9th level alchemist and was secretly happy for a while. Now that I think about it, it's actually because of this matter. LV Nanchi frowned and said, don't let your imagination run wild. With your current state, entering the 9th level is only a matter of time. Then the clan's continued prosperity will be guaranteed. I'll also be at ease. After LV Nanchi finished speaking, he was suddenly startled. As if sensing something, he suddenly shouted, Who? Who's brave enough? Who dares to eavesdrop in front of this old man? LV Huafeng's expression also changed greatly. One of them was a 9th level alchemist and the other was a peak 8th level alchemist. Their divine senses were abnormally strong. How many people in this world had the ability to eavesdrop? LV Nanchi's eyes were fixed on the direction where Li Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared. He looked at the two with a smile and said, I'm very interested in listening to old Mr. talk about the method to unseal the frost sword. Li Yunxiao. LV Huafeng was shocked and hurriedly blocked in front of his father. Right now there were only the 3 of them in the small courtyard. He suddenly remembered that all the experts of the clan had been mobilized. Cold sweat poured down his back. You are Li Yunxiao? LV Nanchi was much calmer. Pushing away LV Huafeng who was blocking in front of him, he looked straight at Li Yunxiao and said, You really are a young hero. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I don't have time to listen to old Mr.'s flattery. Those idiots who went looking for me might come back soon. Old Mister, hurry up and talk about the method to unseal the frost sword. Humph, although young Master Yunxiao's strength is not bad, but he is not worthy of the frost sword. LV Nanchi coldly ridiculed, revealing a look of disdain. The smile on Li Yunxiao's face did not change. His expression was still indifferent. He said, This is my own business. It has nothing to do with old Mister. You. LV Nanchi was taken aback. His heart was extremely stifled. However, he was also clear of the current situation. If He Fu Tian could defeat LV Chaohai, then he could definitely kill the 2 of them in an instant. After a moment of silence, his tone immediately changed. He said, Young Master Yunxiao, please do not be impatient. Everything in this world can be discussed. We just happen to need young Master Yunxiao to unseal the frost sword. The price can be negotiated. The smile on Li Yunxiao's face gradually disappeared. He said coldly, Old Mister, do you not understand what I'm saying? Could it be that when people get old, their intelligence also decreases? Do you want me to hit your head with a hammer a few times to remind you? The thunder hammer appeared in his hand. Holding it in his right hand, he walked forward step by step. Lightning crackled on the hammer. LV Huafeng's expression changed. He had seen the power of the hammer with his own eyes. Frightened, he hurriedly stood in front of his father and repeatedly threatened, "Don't do anything rash. This is the LV family. If you do anything rash, you will die a horrible death." LV Nanchi's expression was also gloomy. He said, "Everything in this world can be discussed. Young Master Yunxiao, can't you give a price a try?" Li Yunxiao said, "Give me Noah's Arkansas." LV Nanchi's face twitched. He knew that the other party had no intention of negotiating. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao walked over with the hammer. He could tell at a glance that the hammer was extraordinary. He was also a bit afraid. He hurriedly said, "Since young Master Yunxiao wants to hear about the frost sword, then be quiet." As expected, Li Yunxiao's footsteps stopped. The hammer in his hand suddenly grew to 3 feet long. He stood in front of him and placed both hands on the hammer. He said, "Old mister, please speak. If I am not satisfied, this hammer will grow bigger and smash down. Also, don't think about stalling for time. Even if an expert comes, I can directly capture you two as hostages. I just don't know how your relationship with the LV family is like." LV Nanchi and his son's expressions were incomparably gloomy. At such a short distance, it would be very easy for Li Yunxiao to capture them with his methods. LV Nanchi coughed a few times before slowly saying, "Although this frost sword was not forged by the ancestors of my LV family, it has a deep relationship with my family. It was also in the hands of my LV family for a very long time. It was just that I don't know how it got lost, so." Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed heavily and interrupted, "It seems that old mister's IQ really isn't enough. What you're saying doesn't seem to be what I want to hear. I have no interest in listening to your family's history. Just tell me the method of unsealing the frost sword." LV Nanchi's face was filled with anger. How many years had it been since someone spoke to him so rudely? But he still understood the principle of having to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He angrily said, "In any case, the two of us can't escape from your hands. Are you afraid that I will say a few more words to stall for time? Besides, you should be interested in the origin of the frost sword, right?" End of chapter 984. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.